times have you been at the beach with your friends, just cracking open some cold ones with the boys, kicking back with a nutsack, looking at your bro's butt crack, and all of a sudden you want to start grilling, but you don't want to go to land where it's safe to grill, you want a grill in the water with you. But unfortunately, there's nothing like that on the market, and luckily with the way the funding for this and the unrealistic goal of $200,000, it's looking like there's never going to be something like that on the market, and for very good reason. It's the floatin' grill, aka the float and kill whoever's trying to grill on this mother. This is like an extreme sport for grilling. It's like a f***ing circus act. This is an Evel Knievel stunt trying to grill on one of these bad boys with some waves coming in. All it's gonna take is one good wave to throw this grill right in your face as you're trying to cook something up and you're fucked. And if it doesn't hurt you or kill you, it's at least gonna throw off your food. There's nothing to prevent the food from even sliding off. You would have to be grilling on straight glass, just absolutely waveless, windless, and no one within 5 yards of this grill who could accidentally breathe a little too heavy and push the food off of it. I also like how the clip is in slow motion because I imagine they did this 4 or 5 times and the food kept flying off because of the waves, so they had to do it in slow motion. This is all the time they could get. Now, common sense tells you that a wave would absolutely destroy this little science project here of grilling on the water. Now, let's just go ahead and say this thing works like a dream. It stabilizes itself and it never moves with the wave, so there's no danger of it flying up and popping you in the mouth, giving you a nice little smooch and really f***ing up your face. Let's say it just works perfectly like the creator envisions here. Well, one thing that will not, under no circumstance, work is you will never be able to cut anything on this grill. You'll have to take it to land to cut the steaks anyway, so what is the point in grilling them on the water? You're gonna have to go to land anyway to finish off the food. It's just stupid, it makes no sense. It's a shit invention, but it's not getting funded anyway. Just thought it was worth throwing out there. That's it. So here's a nice Kickstarter project for you, the Eco Weather. It claims to be able to heat or cool the interior of any vehicle disregarding engine use and can be activated from any mobile device. Boy howdy does that sound amazing. I know it says it disregards engine use, but this is certainly getting my engine revved. This is some from the future. Let's go ahead and check out the Kickstarter video. Did you catch all that? I'll go ahead and replay it for all of you out there that may not have been able to digest all the information it just tossed at you. It was a lot, and it really explained a lot of different things, so I'll go ahead and replay it, just for the sake of clarity. And that about sums it up. There you have it. The Eco Weather. Everything you need to know about it. A 4-second video. It looks like a time bomb that you just set in your car. This looks like something Jack Bauer would have been diffusing during the 24 run. This shit doesn't look like it could heat or cool anything. It's basically just a computer fan, a little part of a fire extinguisher, and some spider web. I can't see this doing anything other than being a great weapon to use against a home intruder trying to burgle you. You just toss one of these at them, and if the impact doesn't give them a concussion, it'll at least scare them enough. Is that an Eco Weather? My god, this man's too real. I'm out of here. This looks like a toy from a cereal box that no kid would ever want. This looks like a placeholder in a video game, like a stock asset. It looks like a guitar amplifier mixed with dog. This is just a horrible project all around. I don't need to go into detail. There's no explanation of the team working on it, their qualifications. It doesn't explain exactly how it's going to accomplish its goal. Kickstarter, videos 4 seconds. That's it. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Someone sent me this commercial in an email, and it's something I'd like to break down and watch with all of you because it's very interesting for a very interesting product called the Mr. Pung. There was no sound for the commercial, so I added my own beatboxing track. Now the first scene, obviously their house is haunted by a dirty, stinky toilet. That's just yucky. But now I don't get this scene. Obviously I understand what the little girl on the right's trying to convey. She's got a tummy ache because she got to take a big old gotta drop that steaming loaf. Albeit she's a horrible actor here. She's not selling it at all. I don't really feel the cramps or the pain through her acting. She's like the Butterfield of infomercials. But the dude on the left I don't get. He's like holding his Johnson and he's screaming. It looks like he's coming in his pants. I guess even in that situation that could also call for a non-clogged toilet so you can just dump your load off in the toilet and flush it down for easy cleanup. There we go, those are the two most common items that fall into toilets and plague modern plumbing, a toupee and a stuffed bunny. I don't know why they felt the need to drown and torture that poor innocent bunny on the right, but it's gonna come back 10 times as strong like a fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. This is what happens when you eat too many marijuana cigarettes. You shit them all out and you clog up your toilet. Pretty standard protocol when you get this stinky stink toilet water on your hands. Go ahead and wipe it all over your body. I typically like to put my hands in my mouth to clean them when something like that happens, or maybe rub my eyes with them because it really helps accelerate the cleansing process. So here's the product, and you saw a little bit of the tech there. It's a little mustard capsule that makes its way into the Tesseract energy conversion beam, kind of similar to how Iron Man's chest piece works. And then it is quantum tunneled out through the pole, down the shaft, and then eventually farted out of the torpedo cannon launcher. So that's how it works. You just lodge this device right into your toilet's mouth, or as they call it in the plumbing business, the toilet's hole. Pull the trigger and it fires a f***ing missile down it. Now I know this product has a Japanese origin here, however this is the most American solution to any problem I've ever seen. Oh, what's the problem? Just shoot it. You know, toilet's clogged? Just shoot it. It's that easy. Now I'm assuming the one they're using for the sinks here is a different kind of Mr. Pung, like a Mr. Younger Pung, because the shells they were using to shotgun blast the toilets were like 50 cal BMG rounds. I imagine the ones for the sink were significantly smaller, like a 9mm round. Yummy. Toilet water. What's up everybody, it's Critical. Going through some Kickstarter projects again. Here's the potato doctor. This needs no introduction. It's a doctor for your potato. As all of us know, there's three big medical fields. There's cardiology, there's neurology, and there's potatology. And this one is at the top of the food chain for that discipline. Let's dive in.
We all love to eat.
I'm gonna stop it right there for a second. That's a horrible start to your Kickstarter pitch. That is f***ing stupid. No shit, we all love to eat. Our species relies on food to survive. No one likes when you point out something every single human being in the world knows. It's just stupid. It doesn't matter who you are, or where you're from, or what you've been through. Your sky is still blue. Go ahead and order this nutsack blanket. It's a blanket for your nutsack.
So the tools that help us prepare our food are invaluable. There's a new food prep tool, the first of its kind. Introducing the Potato Doctor.
It's a f***ing screwdriver. This looks like a rectal thermometer.
The world's first food prep tool that creates magnificent loaded baked potatoes. With the help of the Potato Doctor, we will show you how to get from this to this and even this.
Get to what? A picnic in the backyard with some friends while the baked potato looks all lonely and sad and in the corner? This looks like me during my freshman year of college at frat parties, just hiding on my phone in the back corners, hoping no one would see me and I was invisible. This isn't displaying a cool potato at all. Everyone's avoiding that potato. They're making fun of that potato over at the hot dog table over there. This potato just looks like a f***ing outcast.
So you won't get this.
That looks pretty damn good to me, but then again, what do I know? The baked potatoes I make can't afford healthcare, so they can't go to the Potato Doctor.
Step 2. Mix your desired seasoning with a liquid. either milk, water, butter, or whatever the recipe requires. Pour the seasoning mixture in the bottle of the Potato Doctor.
But why? Why wouldn't you just take those ingredients and put them in the potato? They'd be fresher and you wouldn't need to go through this extra step of including the Potato Doctor.
Step 3. Use the Potato Doctor to inject, scramble, and mix the seasoning mixture into your baked potato.
Yeah, then you just give your potatoes a rabies shot over here with your ingredients. The way she wiggles it around in there makes it look like some malpractice. What's the point? Is using a fork to mix it all around that difficult?
JSW Products created the Potato Doctor because, first, the potato is one of the healthiest things on this planet.
No, it's not.
It contains no fat, nor does it contain cholesterol.
That doesn't make it healthy. And I'm so tired of this stupid mentality that fat and cholesterol are bad for you, and if you see it in your food on the labels that you shouldn't eat it. I'm not gonna get into nutrition. Just know he's wrong. Fats are good for you, so are some cholesterols. And potatoes aren't that bad, but they're nowhere close to being the healthiest thing in the world a human being can consume.
This innovative tool is the epitome of what JSW Products stands for.
Well, that's sad. I'd be pretty embarrassed if my company was represented by a potato doctor, that the best thing my company could ever make and the thing that really represents my company and shows what we're all about is a needle that can help make your baked potatoes.
The Potato Doctor is awesome. It's easy to use, works fast, and needs almost no cleanup.
Bull. You know it needs almost no cleanup? A fork. With a Potato Doctor, you have to take that mother apart and clean each and every nook and cranny of it. It's a needle. That's going to be a real to clean. A fork. That's pretty simple.
You can receive the Potato Doctor, some Flavor Monsters.
Why are these called Flavor Monsters? It's not an Xbox Live gamer tag and you're not 12 years old. This is a company. Name them appropriately. That just sounds stupid and silly.
The special mixing container, and much more. So please, fund the Potato Doctor campaign and help us help you make life easier.
I'm sorry to say, JSW, but the Potato Doctor makes the process much more complicated and much more of a headache. A, having to clean the damn thing, and B, actually using it's going to be much more of a hassle instead of just putting the ingredients in the potato and mixing it with a fork, as everyone has done for many years. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no reason to reinvent the potato or modernize it. It's fine just as is. It's about as perfect as you can get. But yeah, really, just not a good product idea. And that's it. So yeah, we're certainly living in the future these days where all of our products are considered smart products, meaning they all have to be connected online via Wi-Fi, and you have to register them with a valid driver's license, fill out a survey, sign up for a newsletter. Got damn smart condoms coming next, I'm sure, where you have to be connected online at all times, otherwise the condom shuts down and it won't stretch so you can't use it. But this new revolutionary product is not a smart product. It will allow you to sit anywhere, but not comfortably. So this is a wearable chair. It just is two little legs that you put on your ass cheeks and you sit down, folds out, and then you kind of have to get into a pseudo squat to balance yourself. It kind of looks like you're balancing on two pogo sticks, or they kind of look like the legs of a robot stripper, you know, like wearing fishnets. They could have at least made the legs kick out and look kind of cool, but it just looks really odd. They look like the rollerblades from Alita Battle Angel. It looks like his asshole is dual-wielding the 007 Clobs. The design is an extension of your body, if your body is made out of PVC pipe and bubblegum, I suppose. This is also going to be the most uncomfortable bus ride of his life. He can't sit down wearing this, he's going to have to be standing. Though I suppose he could go full douchebag mode and just pop a squat in the middle of the aisle, giving the middle finger to everyone else on the bus. F you, I've got my Go-Go Gadget Extendo cheek chair. Yeah, 265 max carrying capacity is just not going to cut it, not winning the Nobel Prize there. This seems like a product that would be aimed at people far in excess of 265 because it appears to make the assumption that everyone is just the laziest slob who can't be bothered to stand for more than 2 minutes, and the only people this would appeal to are people that get winded when they're standing for more than 2 minutes waiting for a bus and their knees are about to explode. But that clientele is going to weigh more than 265, so they can't even use this. And at the end of the day, there's places to sit everywhere. In fact, any place is a place to sit if you're willing to just pop a squat on it, you know what I mean? Even on the ground is far more comfortable than this, I imagine. And also, you're not locked into wearing the saw trap all day. The creators also say it'll make your penis bigger. I can promise you this is not going to change how you use your workspace. No one's going to be using this will never catch on. But you know what, I'll toy around with the idea. I also think I can come up with a suggestion on how to change this workplace in particular. Why not just put a nice chair there? Why not just pull over a chair? What kind of damn sweatshop is this guy working in where he can't just pull over a chair that should already be there in the first place or readily available? Why does he have to come to work with these 2 aluminum sticks on his ass in order to sit down? This is just a job he might want to consider leaving. If you have to come to work wearing a strap-on just so you can sit down, it's probably not worth whatever you're getting paid to work there. One, I agree, this will change how they travel and how they commute, because you won't be able to sit down on anything comfortable, unless you take this thing off, and then even then you have the inconvenience of carrying this shit around and making everyone around you think that you're a psychopath. So yeah, that will change the game for you, but not positively. Almost every scam gets fully funded on Kickstarter. A man making a potato salad crushed his Kickstarter goal. This isn't a selling point. Just knowing it was on Kickstarter is enough to immediately make me question it and really kinda not want it. Kickstarter has such a negative reputation. Tech Insider speculates that this wearable chair could change how we work and travel. And at $145, I promise you it never will. A, no one wants it. B, that's too expensive for this piece of shit. And C, no one's gonna commit social by walking around wearing this anywhere in the world. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I come before you today as a man, a very sad man, because another stupid Kickstarter project annihilated its funding goal, and it's nothing more than overcomplicating a product for no reason and adding nothing more than a damn smartphone app to it. If you've been watching my videos where I shit on Kickstarters for the last month or so, then this is the final boss of everything I've been on. This is the unholy amalgamation of every possible complaint I've had over the last month with the horrible Kickstarters. The Smart Suitcase, introducing this pile of shit. Strike number 1 in the name alone. I know it's called the Samsara, but it also calls itself the world's first smart suitcase. That's strikes 1 and 2 in the name alone. World's first, that trend needs to go away, it's dumb. No one gives a shit if it's the world's first if no one's been asking for it. It's like me saying, you know what, I invented the world's first toenail condom. It's a condom made out of toenails. It's the world's first. That means people must want it, right? No, no one wants a condom made out of toenails. It's nothing to be happy about that I created the world's first condom made out of toenails. And strike number 2, smart. Putting smart in your product's name doesn't make it a better product. If anything, that just turns a lot of people off. It's like wearing a tap-out t-shirt where you can identify a douchebag from across the room. Putting smart in front of your gadget's name just lets you identify a piece of shit.
We created the first aluminum alloy smart suitcase. We live in a world of continuous movement. Creativity is everywhere.
There's no creativity here, it's just a giant aluminum brick with a handle on it. This is something I could have made out of tinfoil as a toddler. The only plus I can see to this design is it looks like you're carrying around a nuclear football, so I guess that's kinda cool.
And we are no longer limited by geographic boundaries. We developed a user-friendly mobile application.
Oh, holy shit, a mobile app for something that stands to gain nothing from having a mobile app? Man, now that's the epitome of innovation. It's like having a mobile app for a pad of sticky notes. What's it gonna tell me? Yep, sticky notes are still good to use. That's about it, and the suitcase is still working just fine.
That connects to sensors within the suitcase. These sensors notify you if the suitcase leaves your presence.
So the app can tell me when I'm not holding my suitcase. That's useful. I guess if you're blind that would actually come in handy, but I'm pretty sure your seeing eye dog could do the same thing. And the seeing eye dog could probably do it better because it could lead you to the suitcase as opposed to just telling you, hey, you don't have it anymore. I don't know what Neanderthal and their team thought this was a good feature. They must just think their customers are the stupidest people in the world, like koala bears who can't recognize eucalyptus that's not on the tree. Same with their customers. If they're not licking the aluminum off of their suitcase, they forget it exists, so luckily the mobile app will remind them. I'm kind of on their side, though. I think their customers are probably the stupidest people, too. With how much money they've raised and thrown at this horrible idea of a Kickstarter.
Or was opened out of eyesight. Our application will also allow you to control the LED light within the suitcase, which will assist you in the dark, and monitor the battery life powering your samsara.
Now the anti-tampering thing I can kind of see the merit in. If you're just too dumb to realize when someone's rummaged through your I guess it's nice to have a reminder like, hey, someone opened this up and it wasn't you. The LED thing, what the f***'s the point? I don't think there's a whole lot of people who open up their suitcases in the bottom of a well. I'm pretty sure there's lights that they can turn on. They don't need LEDs to see their And battery life monitoring, I mean, yeah, I guess that's kind of useful since this thing comes with a battery bank that's built in. That's basically all this whole thing is an aluminum suitcase with a battery bank and LEDs. So, I mean, monitoring battery life, I guess that's good.
The hardware will enable you to charge your electronic devices via USB-C cable. It will also allow you to charge your mobile device up to 10 times.
You know what else can let you do all of these things? Other products that are cheaper than this and aren't built in and constricted to an ugly suitcase.
Our unique wheel design maximizes packing space and allows you to move effortlessly across any surface.
Did they hire a robot to walk around with this suitcase here? This man's pathfinding like he's in RuneScape. It's like a NPC in The Sims.
And we ask you to join us for this exciting journey and support the creation of a new and better way to travel.
And there you have it, it's the Samsara. With every successful Kickstarter, that's nothing more than overcomplicating an already simple and effective product and adding nothing to it except a mobile app. I get closer and closer to launching my own tungsten-coated mobile phone app-compatible pair of underwear and put my own little pseudo-intellectual spin on it. The first smart undergarments, and give it a cool little slogan. It's so smart, it's nuts. You see, it's like a play on being underwear because it's going to be holding a scrotum and I think it's pretty clever. And then the mobile phone app, I'll give it a little science-y spin on it that's nothing but pseudoscience. The app would tell you what the temperature is down there, and then I'd come in with the fake science. According to Harvard academia scientists and the top neurologist cryptozoologists in the world, 90% of all human diseases could have been prevented if we could have only effectively monitored our genital biomes. And thanks to this new smart underwear, we can. You'll be a healthier, happier person, your balance will improve because it'll increase your chakra pull to the Earth's gravitational core. Get your smart pair of underwear for only $300 a package. I'm gonna give them 2 or 3 just for a good value. And I think that'd actually probably be pretty successful. But yeah, that's it. So yeah, what's up everybody, it's Critical, and I'm proud to finally be able to say, I can answer a question every pet owner asks themselves every day. Can I give my beloved pet some earphones so they can listen to some boner jams? Well, the answer is no, because for some unfathomable reason, this country did not want to fund the Kickstarter project for the very first set of pet earphones. I know, it's unbelievable. As dog whisperers have told us for years, animals would love a set of Walkmans or some iPods just for them so they can listen to their favorite tunes as well. And these Beats by Dr. Dreyhound for some reason just didn't get funded. But let's go ahead and look what if they did get funded. Let's see the Kickstarter pitch. Let's see how great these could have been. Oh, thank God they've further simplified the menu. My pets were complaining about how difficult it was to navigate these bad boys, but thankfully they've listened to the feedback and they have made the menu simpler for my dogs. It sounds like a ransom video that the kidnappers would send to the family. Why is there no background music? This is just creepy. This is a very odd vibe you're sending out right now. This looks like the menu to an old Nextel phone. Come on, this is a 2017 product. Make it look like it. Holy sh**. This is why it wasn't funded. Pets don't like the design. What are those? Barcodes? Serial numbers? What the f***? This looks like a McDonald's Happy Meal toy from the early 80s. Unbelievable. How are the pets supposed to navigate through this and choose different artists? They're gonna be stuck with one song on loop for like 14 hours or however long I decide to keep this on them. Now what is he playing? Is this the Air Bud soundtrack? Oh, I can't wait. What kind of music does his dog like to listen to? Oh, it's Britney Spears? Yeah, oh great. Yeah, my animals also love to listen to modern pop music. I'm sure they'll be thrilled. Why does this plastic have so many options? Why wouldn't it just be music? If you want it to be a pet boner jam device, why wouldn't you just have music on it? Why do you need 3 separate menus? Is it internet compatible as well? My pets can check their social media accounts on them? Is one of the other menus an old Tamagotchi show? This thing looks like an awful boomerang that Captain Boomerang would use, that piece of shit superhero. Yep, that dog looks thrilled to have this on him. You know, I do know that a lot of animals respond positively to music, but I don't think they're begging for a portable music device. In fact, I think that would probably scare the shit out of them to have constant music in their ears. But how would I know? I can't talk to animals. I'd have to ask Eliza Thornberry if she could help me out here and get me a conclusive answer. But yeah, I'm just surprised this product wasn't funded with some of the shit that gets funded on Kickstarter. And can't wait to see the next step of pet music earphones. I'm sure they'll start to evolve and become pretty commonplace eventually. But yeah, that's it. So yeah, here's clitori. I'm not quite sure the plural. But anyway, you don't take my word for it. Check this shit out. Let's blast some big old boner jams with no wires and no plugs and no hands. Because, I gotta call my girl real quick.
Hey Sully, it's Carla. I need you over at the studio for a production meeting.
Carla, I'm busy. I'll pop my dick in your mouth later, alright? Can you just wait a minute?
Okay.
I am not going to that production meeting. Listen here, assholes. You're losing money not buying the Jupiter Jack, honestly. I'm gonna change the name from the Jupiter Jack to the Jupiter Jack Off. Because you're gonna be jacking off with this hands-free phone system. You're gonna have both hands-free, might as well put them both on the dick, you know what I'm saying, boys and girls? This is the Jupiter Jack. I'm Anthony Sullivan. What more do you want me to say? What, you want to fight about it? It's no secret the world is a divided place. Not everyone can agree on the same things. That is, until early 2017 when a product known as Globe came together and in one unified voice said, "What a piece of shit." It's been 2 years since the common enemy Juicero was defeated. 2 years since I made the video talking about the Juicero. I also made a follow-up with the creator, what he's doing, how he's poisoning himself and others with raw, untreated water. So basically he's just a cholera dealer. He just distributes that to dumb people across the world. But what I haven't touched on is the products that aim to mimic what the Juicero did. Today we'll be talking about the Cleanest, which is a Juicero for soap.
Cleanest, a revolutionary system for mixing your favorite products with an easy-to-use appliance, concentrated ingredients, and reusable bottles.
For those of you that aren't familiar with the Juicero, who didn't achieve enlightenment in 2017 with the product, I'll go ahead and put it in a little nutshell for you, a tight little nutsack. The Juicero was basically pre-packaged things of juice and a giant $400 machine that would slowly squeeze the juice into a cup underneath. But all you needed to do was just squeeze the packets yourself to get the juice out, because it was literally just juice in a bag that would squeeze through a small opening. It was really f***ing stupid. And that's exactly what the Cleanest is, with a couple extra bells and whistles, and it probably tastes better than the juice Juicero shipped with.
Just add water from your own tap, and at the press of a button, you mix up products that are better for you and better for the planet. Why? Because you make them yourself, with naturally derived ingredients in these beautiful reusable bottles that will eliminate hundreds of single-use bottles and help shrink your carbon footprint.
Basically what you're paying for is a machine that squirts water and pre-packaged soap into a bottle and it stirs it underneath. It also gives you the ability for some DLC, some f***ing EA loot box style fragrances that you can buy for extra and squirt into your soap to make it feel like you did a little more with the soap making process than just press a button and have water squirt with your soap. It's a remarkably useless tool because you're just buying pre-packaged soap and having it stir it for you. There's nothing that would stop you from buying that soap, putting it in a bottle yourself, and then pouring hot water in and shaking it by hand like a caveman. But the creators of the Cleanest thought of that. They said there's no way the human touch could possibly get the correct viscosity when it comes to mixing these together, as if that really matters, considering it's just soap and water getting mixed by a little fan. Looks like just one of those fans children would walk around an amusement park with to squirt themselves with water and blast a little air in their face. It's not exactly the most heavy-duty industrial fan or stirring procedures. It's not that complex, it's just useless.
And the coolest part is that you save money because we're only shipping necessary ingredients in minimal packaging.
No, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'll tell you the coolest part. If you pledge $5 to this Kickstarter, you get nothing. You get absolutely nothing. Also, spoiler alert, I don't believe you would save money using this product. The packages that you have to buy individually come at $3 to $6, and they don't give you a whole lot of bang for your buck. They give you like 2 tiddlywinks worth of soap, which would last you maybe a week. As opposed to the kegs that you can buy at Walmart and Costco full of dish soap. More dish soap than you could ever imagine. More dish soap than God planned to exist.
Ingredients pouches are delivered directly to your door. You load them into the appliance along with an empty bottle. Select the mix type and Cleanest does the rest. In 2 to 3 minutes, you will have a perfectly mixed product that is ready to use and guaranteed to work.
Who gets this excited about soap? Look at this guy. He's full of just straight jubilation. He looks happier than hearing impaired children getting hearing aids for the first time. He is loving this soap.
We launch with a complete line of 10 everyday products, even thick ones you probably never thought could be easily mixed at home. All products will be available in either free and clear or naturally scented with botanical extracts and oils. If you're feeling creative, you can even personalize the free and clear concentrates to mix your own scent creations.
That's right, baby. Be your own chemist. The sky is the limit. There's no end to the creative flavor combinations you can create with these fragrances. Only if you're using our fragrances, though. But I swear to God, if you're using some other fragrances that aren't ours, it will turn this soap into hydrochloric acid. It will just straight up explode if you drop any other fragrances, a third-party fragrance, into our Cleanest soap mixture. Yeah, no, you're going to be using our products, or else you're going to pay the ultimate price.
Cleanest was co-founded by 3 brothers who spent most of their careers on the inside of the packaging and ingredients industries.
Holy sh*! The Gunnia family is behind this? Well, now I'm sold. My goodness, I have to buy it now with these 3 brothers. Now, I'm sure you don't need me to whip out the ruler like a Catholic school teacher on the desk and tell you exactly why this is a bad product. I think it's pretty clear to most people why this is useless. But I'm going to go a step further into something you probably didn't think about when watching this. This harps on being very good for the environment, very green, but I'd argue quite the opposite. This is far worse for the environment than going to a store and buying your soap. And it's not only because you're paying over $100 for this overpriced piece of plastic that doesn't do anything more than mix water and pre-packaged soap for you. The main problem, is their idea where everything is reusable, but it's used through the mail. So you get your pouches mailed to you, use them, and send them back through the mail. Do you see what I'm saying here? That's a lot of gas getting that to and from your place of residence. Plus, since you're not getting a whole lot of soap, you're going to be doing this a lot, as opposed to just going to the store and getting a giant oil drum full of soap that'll last you far longer than these pouches will. It costs the environment a lot less in the long run. I won't lie and say I'm shocked that this got more than double its funding. This is the exact kind of trendy that people love. You know, oh, I'm gonna make my own soap by squeezing 2 rocks together and then dumping a little bit of basil leaf in there. Oh, that's gonna be the perfect soap. It's gonna be great. I understand why something like this would catch fire in certain communities, but it is not a green product. It's not a useful product. This is just a product that emulates what the Juicero did, but for a different market. And we all saw what the Juicero was, a waste of time. And that's the exact same with the Cleanest. That's it. So yeah. Since the primordial soup that gave life to all on this planet, since the earliest human settlers of Earth, we've asked one another, do you love memes? Do you love food? And for the longest time there was never a holy place that combined these 2 human necessities into one convenient package, until now. Welcome to heaven. If you haven't puked yet, then you've likely entered a state of euphoria, similar to when Aang goes into the Avatar state, except this one is triggered by memes. This is similar to a Rorschach test more than anything. What do these stale, dank memes mean to you? When I see them, I think of social ineptitude. I think of nothing but pain and suffering. But some of you out there may see them and think, damn, that makes me hungry. I wish there was food structured around shit like this. I'm gonna have to put the brakes on this wild bull here. What the f*** do you mean by humor appreciators? That's one of the dumbest terms I've seen being tossed around in quite some time. It sounds like a failed job position, just a made-up one that somebody would use to get their family off their back and make them think they're at least doing something and have an accomplished title. Oh, what do you do, Richard? Well, I'm the chief humor appreciator at Google. Pretty prestigious position if I do say so myself. Yeah, you know, when I think of humor appreciator meme enthusiasts, I typically think of middle-aged, elderly men in business attire. Also, I have to disagree. I don't think even that boring guy at the party can become popular by sharing meme videos for the whole party. I don't see that going over very well in the real world. Memes just aren't used exclusively for the geeks and the humor appreciators, as you like to title them. It's pretty mainstream. Most people are familiar with popular memes and such. It's not like this underground thing. Also, why? Because we can? Well, clearly not. You can't do this because you're on Kickstarter asking for $350,000 to bring this abysmal idea to life. And you didn't even have the decency, the courtesy. You don't even know the way to good Kickstarter rewards here. There's 3 tiers, and the lowest one is $5,000. You gotta be f***ing kidding me. Epic Rage. Wow. Now, if this menu doesn't make you want to eat there, I just don't know what will. They have everything an 8-year-old boy could ever want. They got spaghetti, they got burgers, they got onion rings, man, they've got it all. And this is just the mock-up. This isn't even its final form. I can't wait for the full menu to be released. They'll have so much more. They'll probably have some super cool shit like the Damn Daniel, which will be a honey mustard salmon hot dog. The What Are Risottos, which will be a risotto. The possibilities are truly endless. A juice bar and tablets for internet surfing? You'll never want to leave. They've got everything. This place really is just all over the place. They don't know what they want to be here. They just looked at every restaurant that's successful, and they put all of it under this feces-covered umbrella of memes being the glue that holds it all together. And it's a horrible idea. Holy Lord, forgive my tits for I have sinned. I actually thought this was a bad idea until they gave me the examples of some of the things I could find there. Sign me the f*** up. 5,000, I'm in. Meme of the month, huh? Well, not all memes are as PG as the ones you're using at your restaurant, so I can't see that going over super well. I also really love how when they do the visual representation of is this a joke, they use a happy man smiling with thumbs up like, yeah, it's a good joke. When they say, no, it isn't, he turns into this sad-looking guy. He's like, thinking about it, seems like a really shit idea. I skipped a little bit there, but all it was is, how can you help? Give us money. That's the whole thing there that I skipped. I also really like this here. Even $1 helps? No, you clearly don't care about the $1 people. You don't even get out of bed for the $1 people. You wouldn't piss in their mouth if they were dying of thirst if they gave you $1. You only have tiers for 5,000 and above, so how can anyone think, anything less than that will be worth their while? I won't be doing that. I'd lose friends sending them this. I won't be sending it to them either. I'd lose families sending them this. And that's the whole pitch here. I'm sure you've all been sold on the idea and are eager to help them reach the $350,000 mark. That's it. See ya. Do you often find yourself daydreaming about old cleaning products while a mannequin looks at a TV? Does your oven smell like old soggy anus? What about shit? Is there shit on your stove? Well, no more. Now you can erase that shit thanks to our new, all-natural, non-toxic, biodegradable Dutch cleaner. You've heard of the Dutch oven, now meet the cleaning product. You got a piece of the Mercury Atlas 7 spacecraft you want to clean? Use the Dutch cleaner. Got some blood on the countertop? Use the Dutch cleaner. Takes it right off. No evidence. Just realized it's called the Dutch Glow, not the Dutch Cleaner. Doesn't matter, same thing. We're cleaning shit with Dutch liquids. Look at this fucking science experiment. Incoming spatula. But don't worry, no job's too big for the Dutch Glow. Goodbye, bubbly chocolate monster. I think Rene Descartes said it best when he said, I Dutch glow, therefore I am. This plate was once dirty, and now it's only half dirty. Here's the fucking science behind the thing. On the left there's some boring water and oil, but look at the party on the right. Look how exciting that is. You see the Dutch glow gets in there on the subatomic carbohydrate level, and the biceps femoris muscle works together with the right atrium of the heart, and clean things happen. Look at this. This lady found this on the street and just starts cleaning it. Why not? Look at this. This is dirty too. Fucking clean it. Why not? Buckle up for a surprise because this cheese grater bleeds. Now you feel bad for it, don't you? Well, you shouldn't because it's been Dutch glowed, therefore it's happy. With the Dutch Glow, you'll be cleaning all types of the Dutch way. Ordinarily, these things cost money, and the Dutch Glow costs money too, asshole. But you're going to be getting your money's worth with this product, and it's at a very reasonable price. It's only $14.99. $14.99, you get some high-quality Dutch fluids. Why wouldn't you want to do that? Go ahead and just call right now and buy this shit. I don't even care what the fuck you do with it. Use it as mouthwash. Substitute it for milk in your cereal bowl. It really doesn't matter. Just go ahead and buy this. You know what? If you buy this, I'm going to double size it. That is 2 times the Dutch cleaning fluids. Why wouldn't you want that? And you know what? Call right now, and I'll go ahead and throw in this up slinky I found in the dumpster outside. It's great. You can go ahead and use it for whatever you want to use it for. You can pull it, you can stretch it, you can f yourself with it. It really doesn't matter to me. All that matters to me is that you get yourself a very high quality Dutch cleaning product. Did I mention this bundle of hair is absolutely free? Why wouldn't you want that with this bonus offer? It looks like something you'd find in the Men in Black headquarters. It's a really cool product. Everything here is just some really good shit. And did I mention that 2 of these bottles can make up to 16 bottles of Windex, and I'm throwing in this entire pile of Tin Man's pubic hair? It's a great deal. Go ahead and call now. Hello, and welcome to solitary confinement. You might recognize this area when Squidward wanted to be all alone. I'm Ruth Gluten, reverse Santa Claus. I steal all this from kids every Christmas, but I keep running out of space. Luckily, the Lord has answered my prayers and has given me the Space Bag Storage Packs, and now you too can experience one of the Lord's greatest gifts to mankind since the erection. This high-capacity condom can store up to 4 times more useless shit than its competitors. Your wife left you and you quit your job to pursue Minecraft Let's Plays to put food on the table. It's not working, you've lost control of your life, but at least you can control the clutter with space bags. Just pack your items, seal the airtight zipper, plug in any vacuum hose, and flip-flopper, panty dropper. It's now been shrunken down to the size of one of Shaq's kidney stones. You want to grow a tree on top of it? Go wild, grow that tree. It's not going to penetrate the 4 layers of protection. We've used the finest tracing paper we could find and then put more tracing paper on top of it. Dirt, bugs, and moisture don't stand a chance. Look at this bad boy. Clean as a baby's taint. Whoops-a-daisy, camera cut. Go to a different shot with a clean jacket that wasn't even in the bag that got the diarrhea shower a second ago. Hope you're stupid enough not to have picked up on that. This is a real-life shrinking ray, ladies and gentlemen. Is your dirty clothes talking to you? Take them down to size with the space bags. Flat bags also work too. Compress your clothes into some type of f***ing mosaic here. Is your car taking up too much space in the driveway? Go ahead and throw that bitch into a space bag. It'll shrink it. Roger Ebert raves it's a smart solution for cramped closets. It started out this big, but ended up being this big when I was done. Look at this shit. This is clothes, and now it's over here. But now it's back in my hand like magic. But magic is the work of Satan. It's time you take control and space brag to your friends about all the space you're saving by using these space bags. We'll send you 1 jumbo cube, 2 large cubes, and 2 medium fries for only $19.95. So go ahead and call now. It's a space race to see who's going to be the first one to capitalize on this out-of-this-world deal. Does your dog not speak English? Does your dog try and escape your poor ownership? Yes. No. What's a dog? No more using Jigsaw's rejected contraptions. I'm sorry we can't help you if you're weak as and get pulled by your dog, but we have a product to be used by everyone of all strength levels. It's the Quit It, the air horn for your dog. Just sneak up behind your pet Sam Fisher style and scare the fuck out of them, guaranteed to terrify them. This product is vegan friendly and organic. It uses only canned natural instincts, no artificial instincts in this bitch. Just real fresh instincts. Does your dog want to help you put your shoes on? Scare him away from that. Here's a cobra. That's scary as but not scarier than the Quit It. The Quit It sends infrared signals to the dog's brain, triggering their self-destruct mechanism. Did you have a nightmare? Go ahead and spray the Quit It to scare away the bad dream demons. Is your cat chewing on your poison ivy? Go ahead and save its life. Please, somebody, anybody, I need help. My name is Tinkle Ballsniff. I'm being held hostage at one... Hello, I'm an actress playing a veterinarian. I touched an animal once. It was a bulldog. I think that's what it's called. Look at this f***ing steak. Now look at your f***ing self. Are you actually training your pets? Quit it. Buy this can of What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I made a joke in the Juicero video I made a little while back about Wi-Fi enabled shoes. The joke served to illustrate the point of not everything needs to be connected to the internet, because it's kind of stupid to connect everything to the internet for no reason. And then one of you out there must have heard that joke and thought of it as a legitimate business idea, because now there is Wi-Fi enabled shoes. Introducing the Smart Shoe, aka the Shoe. Somehow this horrendous idea for a product actually got funded, even overfunded, with a lot of days to go on its campaign. So to the CEO of this company, I believe you owe me at least 30% of the profits here, considering this was my idea. There it is, the next generation of Heelys. This little transformer for your foot certainly looks really cool. I wonder what would happen if it malfunctioned and just kept pressing down. Would it just hydraulic press your foot into a pancake? Now admittedly, I see the value of an activity tracker, but you don't need a special pair of shitty-looking shoes that are connected via a phone app to tell you what you've been doing. There's a lot of other products out there right now that make a lot more sense and aren't quite as stupid. Cushion monitoring. Who gives a f... What is that 97%? 97% cushioning? What the f does that even mean? 97% of your foot in that shoe is on the cushion, the other 3% is just being dragged through broken glass? I don't get it. I've never heard the term cushion monitoring. When buying a mattress, I don't ask what percentage of cushion this has. Oh, that chair looks mighty fine. What's its cushion percentage? What does that stupid graph on his phone even tell him? It just looks like the Bitcoin prices by hour. A walk analyzer. You've got me f***ed up. A strike pattern down there too? Alright, calm down there, Dr. Scholes. This is supposed to be a shoe app, not a f***ing golfing tutor. Just more stupid, useless sh**.
Walk 50% faster to be on time.
An AI audio coach. Yep, that's what I've always wanted my shoes to become. I wanted them to be my f***ing personal trainer. Your dick is small and you'll never find love with a walk pattern like this. Disgraceful. F*** you, I'm turning myself off. Heated soles because f*** socks, unless those socks are also Wi-Fi enabled and controlled via app. These shoes make a lot of bold claims here that'll be all of these things. Oh, it'll be a calculator, it can double as a protein shaker, it'll do your homework for you too. Oh, it can do everything you ever wanted it to do. Open heart surgery, just take out your digital smart shoes, it'll walk you through it with the AI audio coach. I would be highly surprised if it was able to do even half of the shit it says it can do here. Also, what about hackers? What about the anonymous 4chan, the infamous hackers? What if they get into my shoes data? They could probably get my bank account information from my digital smart shoes. What if they even take it to a more nefarious purpose? What if I'm exploring in the woods and I come across some train tracks and some hackers play a prank on me for some YouTube views where they shut down my shoes while I'm on the train tracks? Then I can't move. My shoes just become like fucking cement blocks that I just can't move because they've shut them down. They've cut the signal. Then I'm just left on those train tracks helpless, about to be obliterated by a train. More bold claims I don't believe they'll be able to follow through on, especially the temperature-controlled Modern technology can't even do that at the moment, I don't believe. But according to this marketing campaign, these shoes can do everything shy of making girls just throw their titties at you. Did we mention you have to charge these Who gives a shit if the battery life lasts 2 weeks? Do you know how long a normal battery life in a standard pair of shoes lasts? Forever, because there's no f***ing batteries in shoes. You don't have to charge shoes overnight. This would just be an absolute disaster. I'd wake up in the morning and remember I didn't charge my shoes. Well, I guess I just am not wearing shoes for that day, huh? What would happen if it rained, too? Would you just get electrocuted by these shoes? I just don't understand. It doesn't cover these things. I imagine there's some type of watertight thing in here, but wouldn't that throw off some of the data? I think that would really throw off the numbers here, and they wouldn't be very accurate or even come in at all. Especially with all the data it's saying it's collecting. It collects everything from the number of steps you take throughout the day to how long your nutsack hair has grown in the last 2 hours. Don't let the name deceive you. There's nothing smart about buying this pair of shoe. But what do I know? Already $87,000 from people who think it's a good idea? So maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe they will be able to do all the things they say it can do in this video and more. Perhaps they'll include a DLC or a new patch or a subscription service that'll monitor the amount of methane being emitted around you. All in all, I just think this is perhaps one of the stupidest ideas that has been funded. And not just funded, like, barely. Landslide funded. People are begging for this shit, apparently, judging by these numbers. It's unbelievable to me that anyone would watch this and think, A, yeah, that's possible, and B, yeah, that's a good idea. But, yeah, whatever. That's it. See ya. Do you suck at cooking? Do you constantly ruin the Thanksgiving turkey for everyone and disappoint your children and make them despise you? I'm Master Chef Paul Blart here with the Turbo Roaster. Just give your turkey a prostate exam with this pirate's hook and you'll have a beautiful Thanksgiving meal in no time for the whole family to enjoy. Perfect for every occasion, perfect for every masturbation, cooks in 45 minutes, comes in 30. This piece of shit that looks like half a question mark has vapor infusion that delivers heat and moisture right into the heart of the turkey. Damn near brings it back to life. Cooks quickly without drying it out, but watch this. You add liquid, and you put that bad boy in, and you're having a good time. Right up in that G-spot, roast for 45 minutes, insult everything about that turkey, make him feel real bad, make him tougher for it, prepared in half the time that a National Football League game takes to complete, assuming no overtime, of course. Now let's compare these two chickens here. We have a turbo roasted chicken over here, and a non-turbo roasted chicken, a turbo chicken. Here's the regular chicken. Just look how awful that looks. It looks like a baby's taint. No one wants that. Check out this turbo roasted chicken though. Now that looks scrumptious. No longer will you be the family's disappointment. Now, you will be giving them some great meals in only 45 minutes thanks to the turbo roaster. Just put that piece of shit in there. Used to take 5 hours, now it's taking 2 hours, and it's stuffed. I've been plugging that with my all morning. Look at how great that looks. Yum yum yum. So don't be shy. Order a turbo roaster from your favorite turbo broaster. What's up everybody, it's Critical. How many of you wish that your iPhone charger was a little bit sexier? If you're anything like me, you're disappointed every time you plug in your phone to charge it because it's just so boring and standard and generic. It's not hot at all. It's too small to go into my asshole and it's too big to go into my urethra. So what am I going to do with it besides just regularly charge my phone, which is just not sexy? Well, finally, there's a solution to that problem. It's called Paul. And it was a Kickstarter project that I just cannot believe was not successfully funded. And I'm going to say it's probably the name. I think Paul is a pretty stupid name for a sexy product like this. I would have given it a much cooler name, like Titanius Thorgore. Now let's just check out the pitch. Here it is, it's Paul, the half-a-mannequin torso people have been begging for years. I too like to caress the chest of mannequins as well as wipe their ass crack with my finger. Finally, I can have a statue at home I can not only molest, but I can also charge my phone on.
We live in a world where the number of Facebook friends you have and the elegance of your...
Oh yeah, nothing gets my engine fired up quite like girls blowing on charging ports. Yum.
selfies determine the quality of your mate. In this type of environment, it has become important to own really sexy technology.
Ugh, so hot, licking phone screen. Ugh. I don't get his f***ing idea here. It's important to have sexy technology because it's important we post selfies on the internet. Why does the technology have to be sexy? If I'm a big-tittied sexy girl who wants to post a sexy picture online, I don't need a slick sexy piece of technology to do it. I can take the picture with a rusty toilet paper roll that happens to have camera functionality, and it would just be the same. It would be the same result.
Meet Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Paul is the sexiest smartphone charger on the planet. Hi, I'm Justin, father of Paul. I created Paul because I wanted my technology to do more than just represent my sexuality. I want my technology to literally be sexy.
Yeah, nothing says sexy like Paul shitting out a charging cord wire. Oh yeah, that's great stuff, just pulling the small intestine out of his anus. Why do you need your technology to be expressive of your sexuality? What's the point? I like fettuccine alfredo, but I don't expect my technology to look or taste like fettuccine alfredo. It's just stupid. Why would it? What's the point?
This versatile design object doubles as a beautiful piece of classical art. It is a fantastic conversation object and can inspire creativity in the work.
Yep, that looks good to me. Just yanking a dingleberry out of his rectum here. Wow, that's great looking. I don't understand what he means by inspire creativity in the workplace. I don't exactly imagine a future where these are mandated by companies. Excuse me, employees, if you need to charge your phones, we have a room dedicated to some Paul outlets over there. They help inspire creativity. Feel free to use them at any point throughout the workday. And I don't think they'd see their productivity jump up 20% per quarter.
Paul is more than just a fun way to charge your smartphone. This project is about exploring mobile technology's effect on human sexuality. I need your help to move past the prototype phase and to do the first small production run of Paul. I'm really excited about this project, and I know that Paul will love it in your home. Adopt a Paul of your own by backing this project today. Thanks, Kickstarters.
Yeah, she's just square dancing with the Paul. How many of us dance with mannequins? Let's be honest here. Pretty much everyone's done it at some point. Really don't understand the point of this project, but, I'm sure there was a market for it. I'm sure there still is, and I'm sure it will eventually get tapped into at some point. But yeah, see ya. Good afternoon, viewer. You're watching the Face Trainer Basic Training Instructional video brought to you by Radiancy and No. It's in the game. I'm your host. This device is what you get when beauty and diarrhea amalgamate. Before you begin your abstract expedition through the human psyche using the Face Trainer, you must first learn the basic steps. The first step is learning the surprise puppy dog technique. This move is integral to the Face Trainer. Simply open your mouth as though you'll be bobbing for apples shortly, then look straight up into the sky. The final product should look as though you've just been hit by a phaser. Now that you've mastered the basics, it's time to move on to some advanced training, so strap in, you son of a... Now listen, just because you paid $200 for this poorly designed Power Rangers helmet doesn't mean you're entitled to a good face training. You need to put that work in. If you don't put that work in, the only thing you're training is my patience. I'm not gonna here and listen to your piss hit the toilet seat. The under eye, smoother. Once you're wearing the Face Trainer and are thoroughly embarrassed, you can begin by putting your fingers in this position. Think of it as though you're about to use the solar flare attack from Dragon Ball Z. Then initiate the surprise puppy dog technique. These two working in cahoots are guaranteed to drastically reduce your self-esteem. Isn't that wonderful? Let's have a recap of what the f*** you just witnessed. You saw the surprise puppy dog, fingers in place, head back, bring lower lid up. I believe that's supposed to be lip, must be a typo, whoopsie. And the puppy dog face. The puppy dog face is not to be confused with the surprise puppy dog. As I'm sure you're well aware, those are two entirely different emotions. You can go f*** yourself if you think they're similar. This is a human face without skin. The smile line smoother. Start by going into your surprise puppy dog stance, then put your finger under your nose and in front of your lips. You should look like you're telling a noisy giant to please be quiet while he's in the library because you're trying to read. Then give your finger a little old smooch. This exercise targets both your willpower and your will to live. This is the ultimate form of endurance and should be just what you need to get that perfect facial training. I'm still here. As you watch this gentleman practice the smile line smoothing technique, I'd like to share a few testimonials with you from our happy customers. The first one. This is I like therefore I like this. That one's from me. Here's another. If I could only take one article of clothing to a club, I'd take this. Because then I could wander into the women's bathroom, pretend to be a toilet seat, and have a bunch of women sit on my face. That one is also from me, and that's all the testimonials we have. Skinless face again, folks. The chin and neck toner. Now that you realize purchasing the Face Trainer was probably a mistake, it's time to punish yourself for it. Put your hands in a position that simulates strangling yourself, then look up to the sky and perform a series of complex ululations. If you have managed to survive the chin and neck toning procedure, then congratulations. You have trained your platysma. You gave that a workout. And you've trained your sternocleidomastoids, also known as the neck titties. The eye opener and forehead smoother. This is the most difficult technique because for this you have to read the mind of an alien. This is no easy task, I can assure you of that. Now, as you can see, she was unsuccessful in contacting extraterrestrial beings on that attempt. However, this does not daunt her. She still gives it a try, and you should too. You should try the face trainer now. Train your face, train your senses, train your ass cheeks. Use it as a Halloween costume and say you're a Ninja Turtle. I don't f***ing care, just order this. You could be sitting there not training your shit, or you could put this bitch on and train the f*** out of your shit. Pick your phone up right now and call the face training Yippee 800 number and order this. The ball's in your court, so what are you gonna do? Are you gonna ride the train that takes you to work? Or are you gonna ride the train that takes your face to work? Ordinarily, when it comes to Anthony Sullivan commercials, I dub over Mr. Anthony the Sex Master Sullivan, but for this one I'm so utterly confused on the purpose of this device that I can't help but want to insult it. So please join me as we watch the commercial and I try and convince you not to buy the Hurricane Spin Broom. And I know all of you were really eager to put this one in the Christmas stockings this year for 2019. I absolutely know there's more hype around the Hurricane Spin Broom than there is around AirPods these days, but for real, let me just go ahead and point out some shit about this piece of shit.
Hi, Anthony Sullivan here for the Hurricane Spin Broom. The lightweight, easy-to-use, cordless sweeper.
First thing I'd like to point out is look at the design of this. It actually looks like someone bending over. It looks like two ass cheeks and everything it picks up goes into the asshole. Let me give you a drawing as a side-by-side comparison to help you visualize what I mean. Now look at the Hurricane Spin Broom and then look at the ass that I've drawn here. Can you even spot the differences? So the hole on my drawing is where the Hurricane Spin Broom takes in its debris, takes in everything on the floor.
It picks up practically everything. It weighs less than 2 pounds.
Who cares if it weighs less than 2 pounds? It's not like modern vacuum cleaners or like Thor's hammer where only the chosen one can pick it up.
And its rotating bristles clean like a street sweeper. It gobbles up everything in its path.
Yeah, I guess it's great for these large objects on the floor due to its gaping mob hole containment facility that the bristles sweep it into. But that's super useless because no one's going to take a bite out of their donut, get all slippery fingered and drop it on the floor and then just all of a sudden gasp, oh, this looks like a job for my Hurricane Spin Broom, I'll be right back. You know, go upstairs, get the spin broom, come back downstairs, get it up with the spin broom, then go empty out the spin broom. You pick up the half-eaten donut with your hands, it's far more efficient and it's far quicker. No one would ever go out of their way to use the spin broom for this job, especially considering how small the spin broom is. You'd pick up this donut and it'd immediately be full, so you'd have to go empty it anyway. It's just a waste of time, extra steps.
Use it for dry food, wet food, pet hair, or tough sticky rice. It even sweeps slippery ice. It's so light, I can pick up a mess using my pinky.
Yeehaw. Wow, that'd be such a cool stunt you bring over your friends. Guys, look at this shit. I'm gonna dump out some gummy bears on the floor and then watch this. With one pinky going freestyle mode here, bang, spin broom that bitch up. Are you impressed with my magic trick yet? Please clap.
The secret's the triple brush technology that uses centrifugal force combined with the rotating action to sweep up everything in its path. Just push to empty in the trash, your hands never touch the mess. And
yeah, huge dustbin, and it advertises this by showing it dumping out half a shot glass worth of Fruit Loops. The dustpan on this is laughably small. You could pick up maybe 3 pencil erasers and it'd reach full capacity and you'd have to empty it out. That's totally useless. You are better off using a vacuum. It's just as easy for the most part, and you get a whole lot more bang for your you get to fill up so much more without having to constantly go to the garbage can and empty the shit out. This is totally useless.
Spin broom has a mega mouth that's big enough to pick up a ham sandwich. Look at that.
And then you'll immediately have to go empty it because the spin broom reaches max level and can't hold any more shit. And I highly doubt that this is a legitimate test here. I don't think that the little Hurricane Spin Broom prison cell that it has there could hold anything more than 2 tiddlywinks worth of rice. let alone an entire ham sandwich.
Plus, it stores practically anywhere.
Yeah, that's when you know your goose is cooked and you're out of compliments to give a product when you say you can store it anywhere. You know what else you can store anywhere? A vacuum. There's nothing that's preventing this woman from putting a vacuum in there. It's not like the universe would stop her with some type of invisible wall like it's a video game.
Vacuums are heavy, and the old way is back-breaking work. And stop chasing around the line from a dustpan and broom. Call now to get the original Hurricane Spin Broom for just $19.99.
I won't be doing that, but I'm not your dad, so if you thought the spin broom looked pretty swell, please, by all means, go for it. I actually saw this on the subreddit, someone posted it, and I just got so caught off guard by how bad this product was, and it made me upset to see Anthony Sullivan selling it, that I just felt compelled to shit on it and point out some things that I just don't get about it. So yeah, that's it, and I'm disappointed in you, Anthony Sullivan, I really am. So yeah, what's up everybody, it's Critical. I usually don't like to make anything on any Indiegogo projects because most of the projects on this site are the most unrealistic, putrescent piles of shit in existence that will never be completed, or just blatant scams. I truly believe Indiegogo is the most despicable, deplorable crowdfunding website in existence. However, this greasy stain of a product is something I couldn't ignore. It's called Smalt. It's a motherfucking smart salt shaker. I thought we'd hit the ceiling with stupid, smart products being crowdfunded with the smart shoes and the smart suitcase. However, it looks like we've gone one step further here.
Meet Smalt, the world's first interactive centerpiece that enhances your dining experience. Smalt has a sleek and portable design.
So this glowing pregnancy test of an item is the Smalt. Who gives a f*** if it's sleek and portable? I'm not going to be taking my salt shaker anywhere. I'm not going to go to a restaurant and just replace their salt shakers with mine. Ugh, these low-class Cro-Magnon aren't even using smart salt shakers. Where's my Smalt? Pfft. Ah, much better. Now I can safely use my salt from my smartphone.
Features a built-in mood light to set the ambience, a Bluetooth speaker that delivers a crisp and powerful sound, and it's a smart salt dispenser. Shake, pinch, or pour, all using your smartphone.
Or, you know, shake, pinch, and pour using your hand in a standard salt shaker. A salt shaker exists for one thing: hold salt and release salt when you want it. Why does it need anything else? It's going to be a shitty speaker. It's going to be a mood lighting. It's going to be everything, and now it's becoming a salt shaker because now you have to go through the hoops of using your smartphone to access the salt.
Smalt comes with Amazon Alexa integration for the times you need an extra hand. Simply say, Alexa, dispense half a teaspoon of salt.
So it drops the salt into a small condom that you still have to pour yourself. So basically this giant tampon serves no purpose because ultimately you're still pouring the salt yourself. Yes, if it works perfectly as advertised and you tell it how much you want and it gives you exactly how much you ask for, that's cool. But you know what's even cooler? Not spending the extra money on this stupid looking device and just pouring the exact amount you want yourself from a standard salt shaker.
You can also track and monitor your sodium with the Smalt app.
Gargle fat smegma, no you can't. What it can do is monitor your sodium levels just from what you've got from your Smalt shaker. Won't take into account whatever you're pouring the Smalt onto. Whatever sodium content's in there will not be involved in the calculations here. So your sodium level obviously won't be accurately reflected on the smartphone app. That's just a deceptive marketing tool by saying that.
Smalt's easily portable design makes it an on-the-go centerpiece no matter where you dine. Pair your phone with Smalt to stream your favorite music, and let the entertainment begin.
Oh yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are just begging to take their salt shakers with them where they go to dine, but they're just so embarrassed by the bad design. You find me 5 people that say they wish they could take a salt shaker that looked cool with them to where they dine, and I'll find you 5 liars. Also, check out the speaker here. Yeah, that looks like it's going to deliver a high-quality audio experience. It's like a spider bite on the side of this thing. There's no way that's going to sound decent. I'm almost certain it'll make it sound like your songs are being broadcast through a 1940s ham radio.
Let Smalt be the conversation piece of your dinner party.
If I ever host a dinner party that's so damn boring that people start talking about my salt shakers, just f***ing shoot me.
Open your Smalt app and simply pinch the screen or shake your phone to dispense salt. After all, Smalt is a smart salt dispenser.
I like how they try to make this seem like it's convenient. Oh, just simply pinch your smartphone to dispense the salt. Oh, you know what's even more easy and convenient than that? How about you just pour the f***ing salt? I can already imagine how this will go at a dinner party. Alright, can you pass the salt? Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna pinch it real quick. Alright, go ahead and grab it. Yeah, it's gonna be real nice.
Set the perfect ambience with Smalt's color-changing mood light. Engage all your senses with Smalt, the world's first interactive centerpiece. Support Smalt today and help us bring the world's first interactive centerpiece and smart salt dispenser to your dining table. Let's make everyday dining fun.
Yeah, when I think of fun, I think of salt shakers. I also love in their demonstration of the mood lighting, you couldn't even tell what f***ing color was being shown there. It would just, it's so insignificant. It's not cool looking. It doesn't make any difference to anything. It's just a massive inconvenience, and it tries to do a lot of things, and it's going to do them poorly. Also, this thing has to be charged and has 4 hours of battery life. So, if you forget to charge your salt shaker, ain't nobody at your f***ing dinner party having salt. Stupid item. That's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. It's not often that a product just infuriates me. I can usually see the merit in most products, and it's not the product's fault it exists. It didn't ask to be born into this world, and I can't hate it for it, you know? But there's a new product now that I feel nothing but hatred towards. It's called the Juicero, and it's the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. It's a $400 juicer, is what it's claiming, but all it does is it f***ing smashes a pre-packaged thing of juice into a cup. But that's not even the part that just makes me angry. It's this ridiculous need to make everything connected to the internet at all times. This juicer can only function as long as you're connected through Wi-Fi and on your smartphone with their stupid Juicero app. Slap in the face. Everything is connected to the internet these days for absolutely no reason, provides no benefits. It's nothing but a hindrance. Next, it'll be shoes that have to be connected to the internet to the where I'm off. My Wi-Fi's acting up a little bit. I guess I'm not wearing shoes today. Stupid. Let's just roll the instructional video here.
Open the outer box and use the handles on the side to lift the inner box out. Open the inner box and locate the Quick Start Setup Guide.
This is the best thing about the product, is the packaging. That's the only thing I like about it. It opens up really cool. It's like you're discovering an alien artifact. But then once you take that wiping cloth off, all you get is a f***ing brick.
Remove the cover from the press and lift it off the box. To get started, plug in your press and make sure the lights on the front flash a few times. Open your Juicero app and sign in with your account.
Ah, yes, a natural second step. After you plug it in, make sure to sign up on the app. You know, it's like if I bought a bowling ball, I'd have to download an app and sign up before I could use the bowling ball. It's f***ing stupid. And also, in the actual privacy statement from this company, it even says blatantly that it is going to give your private information at any business that asks. So that's good. I know no one really gives a fuck about privacy anymore, but that's just a nice slap in the face, just spitting right in your mouth.
The app will guide you through setting up your press. First, choose the Wi-Fi network you'd like your press to connect to, and then enter its password.
This is a pivotal second step here in the setup process. It's important to be on your Wi-Fi so that way you can watch porn while your shit's juicing.
Locate the scanner and read the instructions for generating your QR code. Tap the button to generate your QR code. Turn your phone for the beep. Your press will now try to... When it connects, your app will update, and the cloud light on the inside of your press will turn white.
Why the fuck are there all these steps? All this thing does is clobber a f***ing juice packet. Why does it need to connect to my phone, and what if the f*** does it need to update? It's not gonna get a more efficient boulder to smash it with. It's static, it can't change, it's not gonna morph into something, it's not a f***ing Power Ranger. It is just going to remain exactly the same. Why does it need to update? What is it updating? And why does it need to connect to something? What is it connecting to? The f***ing Code Lyoko? Holy shit.
Now that your press is all set up, you're ready to press your first pack and enjoy some juice.
Yeah, after you've already been taken to the hospital for dehydration because it took 45 minutes to set up this son of a bitch. Already lost your appetite now. You know, honestly though, I see why this is attractive to some people. Honestly, when I'm making some smoothies, sometimes I'll think to myself, you know, I really wish this quick and efficient process could be stretched out over the course of 30 minutes and require 14 different gadgets to accomplish. Now, thanks to the Juicero, I can set up my Indiana Jones of booby trap juicers, and it only requires one telephone, my TV remote, and my digital alarm clock to pull it off.
Start by removing your pack bundle from the packaging. Rip open the top of the bundle and remove a pack. Open your press and place the pack inside. Make sure the spout of the pack hangs outside of and below the door. Shut the door of the press. You will hear a lock after you close it. Place a tall glass under the press and then press the button. In a few moments, juice will start flowing out of the bottom of the pack. It will take a couple of minutes for the press to make the juice.
It's like magic. Wow, it's just that easy. Damn, all of that setup was certainly worth it, and obviously required to go ahead and hang a packet and then slam a door on it.
Your juice is ready when all of the noises stop and the light on the front turns off.
Ta-da! That's all. What, were you expecting more out of $400? What really shocks me about this thing is Google poured $120 million into this product. How the f*** would they ever think this is a good idea? What was the pitch like? Oh yeah, you know, we just kind of put a packet in there and close a door on it, but you can do it from anywhere, and you're connected to the internet while you do it. Oh, brilliant! Get on board, Johnson! Take out all the funds, we're going in. We're doubling down. This can juice from anywhere. Another business practice for this hunk of is that the Juicero will refuse to juice any package that is not a Juicero brand, which is what the QR code is for, to verify that this is an authentic Juicero brand. If it's anything else, it just won't work. It will refuse to smash it. You know, that's what I want with my technology. I want to buy a machine that can tell me no when I ask it to do what it's designed to do. If everything I've said and everything you've seen is not enough to convince you that the Juicero is not a necessity in life, let me just go ahead and play this video for you. Oh, what are the odds? What, you don't need a machine to smash a package? You can use your hands? It's barbaric. Oh, what kind of uncivilized future are we living in? I know. But believe me, it might save you $400 to just use your hands to squeeze the package. It's incredible. This is by far the worst product I've ever seen. Nothing has actually made me this angry at a product before. F*** you, Juicero. Yeah, that's it. So yeah. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I want to show the aftermath of a Kickstarter scam. Let me show you what happens when a Kickstarter goes wrong. Here's an old scam from 3 years ago called the Air Umbrella. I'll go ahead and play the campaign pitch.
This air umbrella shelters you from the rain using a powerful stream of air. And it comes in 3 different versions, with a fixed height of 30 centimeters.
This is really all I need to play of this pile of sh**. Basically, it's just a giant fan on a stick that repels rain by blasting it with air. It's a f***ing horrendous idea that somehow got $100,000 in funding. It looks like one of those vibrating wands you see in porn videos where the actress stimulates her that way so it's ready for the pounding. But here, instead of preparing for sex, it was preparing to empty their wallets on a product that had no chance of ever being delivered. Now, going to updates shows you that the last one was in 2016 where they said they're issuing refunds. This is 2 years after they failed to deliver the product. I don't believe they delivered even a f***ing penny to anyone, as evidenced by the comments. Now let's turn our attention to the evidence here where we can find the protagonist of this sad story, Michael, the super backer. So not much is known about Michael, super backer, other than he is very upset that he didn't get his air umbrella or his refund. I went 3 years back to his first comment, and we'll just go from there. I'm going to skip a few, because there's a ton of comments from him. He very rarely went that long without commenting on here, asking for a refund or updates on the project. So I'm just going to show enough to tell this sad story about what happens when a Kickstarter goes sour. Now this is where our story begins. It's January 9th, 2015. His first comment is innocent enough. It said a December delivery, January 9th, and I haven't received my umbrella yet. Are they already sent out? A slight bit of foreshadowing here for the events that are about to unfold on this Kickstarter scam. He kind of gets this stinky sniff of some asshole that, you know, I still haven't received it, and it said December. Maybe the postal guy might have stolen it because it's so high-tech and cool. Did anyone else get it? 4 months go by and Michael starts to get the itch for more knowledge on the air umbrella. What's going on, boys? Has human technology advanced far enough to bring to fruition this beautiful air umbrella idea? Looking for updates, but you don't go on these parts looking for updates on the air umbrella unless you're trying to get yourself killed. A couple weeks later, we're introduced to our supporting character, Raheem. Remember this name, it won't be the last time you see him during this saga. Another scam on Kickstarter, he says. Looks like Kickstarter is full of fraudsters. How right you are, Raheem. Michael then asks for an update. How is the umbrella coming along? A question that will forever be unanswered since the creators tucked their dicks in their holes and ran away. After 6 months of searching for updates, Michael finally reaches his breaking point, his limit, his boiling point, his coming point. This is the first time he demands a refund. In May, he tries again. Refund, please. May 17th, he just wants an update now. The refund, just give him some information. I would like an update, Kickstarter. You can't just sit around and do nothing. Air Umbrella and Kickstarter, this is unacceptable. Little doesn't give a fuck about anything on their website. There's no quality control, nor is there any responsibility. Michael, you know what Kickstarter says when it sees something like that? Ha ha ha. And then it spits in your mouth, because it's still, Kickstarter is still wiping their ass with a cut of the money you donated to a scam on their platform. Michael then says, after backing over 30 campaigns, I have never seen a project go silent. No updates, no comments, doesn't even sign into Kickstarter since 2014 until now. I want an update, my umbrella, or a refund. Kickstarter, do something already. Michael Superbacker, I have to say, I just don't believe you here. If you truly have backed over 30 projects that have all delivered on time as promised, the same project as pitched, then you should be playing the lottery weekly, because you'd be a multi-millionaire and you can make your own air umbrella that also sucks your while it's blocking the rain. Because the odds of you having backed 30 successful Kickstarter campaigns that all delivered on time as promised are about as low as the Earth actually being flat. It's impossible. Kickstarter has become known for the projects going silent, no updates, no refunds. It's just become known for giant scams. It's incredibly rare to find projects that actually deliver as promised and on time. November 2nd, 1 full year after successful funding. Christ, they haven't even signed into Kickstarter in over a year. These guys are horseshit. If they contact you, tell them we all want a refund. He has now become the voice of the air umbrella enthusiast community, and they all want their f***ing refund. Michael then talks about another scam crowdfunding project in which he finishes with an idea of his own here. With all these Kickstarter failures and frauds, I think I want to start my be able to deliver a quality product as stated in the launch video. Also, rate companies that have great track records for producing amazing products. My $128 will not go in vain. He may not have been able to save his $128, but you can be damn sure he's going to avenge it. Friendships are formed over the common interest of receiving a refund. Raheem states, Michael, I want my money back. To which Michael responds, Raheem, I want my money back. Michael attempts to boost morale in the comments section, wishing everyone a Merry Christmas, and then asking where is his air umbrella. It seems Santa Claus will not be delivering an air umbrella to him this year, next year, the year after, or any other Christmas. It's been over a year since successful funding of the air umbrella, and the season 1 of this Kickstarter anime is drawing to a close, and we finally get a word from our supervillain of the season. They don't have much to offer other than the empty promise of refunds on the prototype in secret, and wants pictures and updates of their progress in the last 15 months, unaware that they have done f*** all on the project. And it's truly just upsetting. In what was a truly shocking development in the Kickstarter anime, Season 2 began with a bang, with Air Umbrella coming out saying that they are going to be issuing refunds and have them all given to backers very soon. Unfortunately though, the anime doesn't end with refunds. This was also the last time the villain was ever heard from. Some say the villain died on this day, but me, I think this was truly the birth of the villain. Michael wastes no time letting it be known that he is ready to receive his refund of his $128 investment. The comment section erupts with people ready to get their refund and excited to finally wash their hands of this horrible scam they fell victim to. Keen suggests sending a private message to the creators to honor the refund, but they don't check private messages because they haven't logged in years. So they take to the comments still. Michael then asks if anyone has received a refund. Maybe they're just singling Michael out, but it turns out they don't hold a grudge against Michael Superbacker. Nobody has received a refund. As the months go on, more and more people start to abandon ship, realizing that asking for a refund is futile, and then it's just Michael and Raheem here, left waiting for their refund, constantly commenting, asking for that refund to come. But unfortunately, that refund never comes. It's May 8th, 2016. Michael, I need my money back now. And he's not alone. Raheem is still side by side with his friend waiting for that refund. As we fast forward through 2016, we see Michael is unrelenting in his quest to get his $128 back. His persistence not rewarded throughout all of 2016. Season 2 winds down to a close and we enter Season 3 in 2017. And that is where we currently are now. Michael asking hello. hello. Somebody to respond. Hello. Hello again, a little more polite. He then points out it was funded nearly 3 years ago. He once again resorts to saying hello, hello, hello. And then it brings us to November 8th, 2017. When am I receiving my product? He's given up on the refund, but he's still holding on to the hope that that air umbrella is out there waiting for him somewhere cold and alone. Raheem takes a different approach to getting his refund or his product. He then suggests murdering the scammers. I mean, I think scamming is absolutely horrible, and it's really hard to accept when you've been scammed. I've been there, especially when, on RuneScape. Free armor trimming will get you every time when you're a young boy, and you never forget it. So I can understand the anger. Murdering these scammers, I mean, the world would be better off without them, yeah, I can agree with that, but I don't think that's going to help get his refund or get his product. But this concludes the story so far on the Air Umbrella Kickstarter story. That's it. And may Kickstarter give Michael his refund. Please, Kickstarter, give Michael his refund. Give the Air Umbrella backers their refunds. They've waited long enough. That's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm here to slap those cheeks with another Kickstarter project. This one's the Hush Me, the world's first voice mask for smartphones. I've noticed a common theme among these horrible Kickstarter projects. They all say the world's first something. The world's first Wi-Fi enabled pencil eraser. Just a bunch of stupid sh**. Let's just dive into this one. I'm gonna go ahead and spoil the surprise so you're not shocked and just thrown off your seat by the pure just intensity of this reveal. The Hush Me is that electric shock collar he's got around his neck. Yeah, that bulky plastic neck pillow is the Hush Me. That covert piece of technology. One of those stupid breathing masks some people put on going to the gym, even though it does absolutely nothing for them to help with their gains or their workout other than make them look like an absolute psychopath. Just this disgusting looking dental tool and talk right in the presence of everyone. How well can this really muffle the sound though? Let's be honest, look at this piece of shit. It looks like a stretched out condom. It can't be perfect here. You can probably still be heard. If you're in a library and you get a call about your girlfriend cheating on you, I don't think you're going to feel comfortable putting the Hush Me around your mouth and then yelling on the phone in the presence of everyone there.
Beyond the mask, and from the other hand, keep the external noise from getting into the microphone.
Yeah, you're not fooling me here. That's literally just like screaming into a pillow. All that is just a little bit of padding for you to talk into. You can throw around all the cool hip buzzwords you want, like ergonomic and smegma infused. I just don't believe it. That does not look like it would actually keep people from hearing what you're saying.
So the person on the other end will hear you clearly, but the people nearby will not be able to understand a single word which you've pronounced while wearing the mask.
Now that's a big difference between not hearing and not understanding. If you can still hear them, just not quite make out what the words are, that's still disruptive. You're still an inconvenience to that person. It's just, this is solving a non-existent problem. Just step outside. It's a lot less disruptive to the people around you, a lot less of an eyesore because you're not wearing this weird set of braces like Jimmy from Ed, Edd n Eddy, and you don't have to worry about the FBI agents posted at the laundromat listening in on your business calls.
The active voice masking mode is provided by the electronic switches located in the headband. The button pressing activates the external speakers, which are located on the perimeter of the mask. These speakers will generate sound. While using the mask in the active mode, the resulting sound will, in any case, be lower than the sound from your voice itself without a mask, so you will not cause any inconvenience to others.
I have watched this small segment here about 6 times and I still don't get what the f this is about. So a speaker that I guess transmits some white noise at a low frequency that's lower than the sound of your voice without a mask, and that's somehow not an inconvenience to people. If I'm wearing a boombox around my mouth and transmitting white noise, even if it's not very loud, even if it's less loud than if I was just talking on the phone without this ridiculous Happy Meals toy around my face, that's still an inconvenience to people and a distraction. It'd be just much better to step outside.
On behalf of the entire Hashmi team, I would like to thank you all for the following us and supporting our project.
Hashmi, keep talking.
Amazing. Do I really need to point out how that could easily be faked? Overall, just a project. Even if it works as designed and as portrayed, it's still a stupid product. It makes no sense. This doesn't help anyone in any real situation. That's it. So yeah, time for more Kickstarter projects. This one's about sending your DNA into the future. Basically, this project is you pay for a receptacle that you can spit in or piss in, and then you can bury it somewhere and hope that 2,000 years from now, someone will revive you from that DNA they find in there.
In the future, human cloning will be a reality. Legal, regulated, safe, a sort of human immortality will exist. Unfortunately, it'll be too late for you. You'll be dead.
Getting morbid as quickly as possible in order to scare a consumer into buying this piece of product. That's very low, soccer mom.
But what if you could live again? Come back for a second round with your soulmate, your children, your best friends. 6 members of the football team?
Why only 6 members of the football team? Why wouldn't I want to spend time again with the whole football team? Was I only friends with 6 of them? And how would you know which 6 I was friends with? Maybe I was friends with the entire football team, and not just the SEAL Team 6 of the squad. Don't assume you know who I was friends with on my football team.
Well, now you can with It Goes On DNA Gene Bank Time Capsule. All that's needed is a tiny sample of your DNA, the building blocks of life that made you.
So the It Goes On Quantum Flux Capacitor DNA Time-Traveling Extraordinaire device is what they're selling here. Basically, that clown nose she's holding over there, you just kind of put fecal matter and, cum inside of it, then you seal it up, and then you wait.
Enough to grow another you and anybody with you. Just collect a few hairs, some nail clippings, or a tooth or bone fragment, and insert them into a glass vial.
It sounds like the start to some type of satanic ritual or demon magic. That right there is some straight-up sorcery ingredients. All it's missing is some lamb's blood.
Store the vials inside your capsule. As soon as you've collected all the samples you need from anybody you want to take on this journey with you, seal your capsule and deposit it anywhere. At sea, buried in the backyard, on the mantle as a tribute to your life and the lives of those you love.
Yep, and then that's it. You just kind of hide it like it's a f***ing Easter egg hunt. I don't understand the thought process here. You put all your DNA into this hollowed out nipple and then you hide it somewhere. And for some reason, someone in the future is going to find it and have an interest in reviving you, even though they have no idea who you are or what's inside of it. But let's go ahead and put that aside, that for some reason they decided to open up this jelly bean here. They look inside, and what do they find? Toenail clippings and bone fragment? I don't understand why they would be like, oh, I have to revive this person. It's just the amount of DNA I needed to bring them back to life. I can't imagine any futuristic mad scientist actually going through with reviving someone who happened to put all of their DNA into this zit thing. It just doesn't make any sense.
Nothing is lost forever. And someday an archaeologist, a scuba diver, a backyard explorer will find your capsule. And that unique sequence of DNA that is you will get a second chance at life. Just imagine what your future holds.
Yeah, and that's the end of the pitch. It cuts to like a Universal Studios introduction type animation. But yeah, this is probably the shit project I've seen on Kickstarter so far. The pitch itself, the video, it's not the worst in the world. It's just simply the idea is so unbelievably ridiculous that I can't understand at all how anyone would ever support this and think it was a good idea. That's it. So yeah, what's up everybody, it's Critical, and I believe I found the strangest project on Kickstarter. It's called the Butterfly Romper. Sounds innocent enough, just your standard fashion Kickstarter project, and I'm pretty up to date on fashion myself, so I know what a romper is. I also know about the backwards baseball caps, the fingerless gloves, all the cool shit that kids wear these days. So I understood right away what this was going to be about, but the Kickstarter video will leave many of you scarred. And that's it. This video looks like the VHS tape from the Ring movies. I'm sure half of you were expecting Samara to call you on the phone right when this ended. Now if that Kickstarter video doesn't sell you on how great the Butterfly Romper is, then I just don't know what will. I can't believe that this project wasn't funded. I can't imagine what turned people off from backing this one. The Kickstarter video was a masterpiece. It was like the I Feel Fantastic YouTube video. Now let's slow it down a little bit and go frame by frame to see what we missed. So here's the first frame. I'm guessing this is her showing off the Butterfly Romper. I don't understand why she went with some type of subliminal advertising Kickstarter video here. It would have been better just to kind of show it off in one fluid shot. The model's getting a little closer to the camera now, but this time the hashtag LookDope has popped up on screen. Not exactly the best hashtag to promote your romper, but then again, neither is anything in this Kickstarter video. Now I know I said a moment ago that this project wasn't funded, however that's not entirely accurate considering this is a newer project and it still has 20 days to go. I'm simply making this assumption that it won't be funded because there are 0 backers for it right now. I could be wrong, maybe there's going to be a huge influx of people that are just demanding the Butterfly Romper, who become brainwashed from this haunted Kickstarter pitch. But yeah, as of right now, it doesn't look like it's going to get funded. This briefly flashes on the screen for only a split second, but luckily thanks to my CSI investigation unit, I was able to slow it down and able to get a very clear, high-resolution, enhanced image of it. It's hashtag stay dressed. Good advice. It's probably good when you're in public to stay dressed. You know, nothing wrong with that. Now this is by far the creepiest part of this. It says Gigi and Bo in Long Island. This is like in the horror movies where there's a video over top of like an anniversary video, you know, Stacy and Herman in Idaho, you know, like the honeymoon or something, and then there's some type of sinister video on top of it. That's what this shit is. Maybe this was a Gigi and Bo anniversary video or wedding video or something, and then the Butterfly Romper curse took it over. Now at the end of the video it says you can scroll down for more information, but I didn't do that. I was worried if I scrolled down further perhaps the Curse of the Mummy would be finished, and I didn't want to with that. So whoever's brave enough to scroll down further on the Butterfly Romper, by all means, all power to you. But this is by far the strangest Kickstarter page I've come across. That's it. See ya. What's up everybody, it's Critical. Have you ever wanted to just throw money away and get nothing in return? Well, thanks to the magic and beauty of Kickstarter, there's now a project for you. It's called Maverick Business Solutions, or MBS for short, but I like to think the MBS stands for Maybe Buy Something Else. Welcome to the currency auto trader of the future. I'm going to go ahead and spoil this. There is no explanation of what the currency auto trader is, how it works, what it does. This whole video is nothing but pictures of these bulls and these bears. I guess it's trying to hint that, hey, this is bull or you're barely going to get anything in return for your investment. Did that answer all your questions? I'm sure it did. I really like this. This is exactly like a Microsoft PowerPoint presentation I would have made when I was running for middle school class council and I promised shrink raise to the class. That's exactly what they did here, but on Kickstarter. Oh, all those problems you're having, we have the solutions. That athlete's foot will take care of it. This hole smell like shit, no problem. We have the answers. Just go ahead and give us a couple $1,000s on Kickstarter. Now besides the horrendous little jigsaw puzzle of bulls and bears they were solving in the Kickstarter video, my favorite thing about this project is the backer rewards. It's Let's go ahead and scroll down and take a look at these bad boys. At $100, you get a thank you card. Talk about value. Now, if you think that's nuts, check out the crazy bang for your buck you get at $1,000. Another thank you card. I don't know what separates the two. I guess the $1,000 one's signed with his sperm or something, but damn, that is some good shit right there. That's what I expect to get when I'm dropping $100 or $1,000 on a piece of Kickstarter project like this. I know the title of this says investing in your future, but it looks like what you're actually investing in is thank you cards. I love Kickstarters like these where they come up with just a stupid idea and all it is an idea. There is no team, there is no proof of concept, it's just, hey, here's my idea. I think this idea is worth X amount of thousands of dollars. Please just give it to me and I'll give you a thank you card, or I'll even draw you a little picture with some crayons. It's just ridiculous, but yeah, that's it. So yeah, what's up everybody, it's Critical. Do you remember those Hulk hands growing up where you smash them together and they were made out of foam and they were kind of cool to play with as a kid? Well, this Kickstarter aims to take that idea, make the Hulk hands out of cast iron and use them for the same purposes you'd use a sledgehammer for, but it doesn't seem they understand why that's not a good idea. I'm just going to go ahead and play a little part of the Kickstarter pitch because the video itself is very boring, but I want to show the product.
Fun, and most of all, effective. You can use it anywhere. It's the ideal tool for remodeling or renovation. Made from approximately 5 pounds of cast iron, it's virtually indestructible. DemoFist is designed in such a way that the forces are perfectly balanced around your hand. It takes the best things about the hammer and combines it with modern-day design and engineering.
It takes the best things about a hammer and says, F those, we're gonna make this cool. It looks like the Doomfist's gauntlet from Overwatch. It's like the creators of the DemoFist either don't know or don't care that using a 5-pound cast iron fist like a sledgehammer is going to break a lot of wrists. It's also going to fuck up a lot of shoulders, that's for sure. But I can see some practical purposes here. If thing sucks as a sledgehammer or a demolition tool or pretty much any type of tool. However, this is a very adult and dangerous version of sock and boppers that I can really respect. Like, imagine if McGregor and Mayweather fought using the demo fists instead of boxing gloves. That would be nuts. I can also see this having a really useful purpose in gangs. Let's say you want to send a message to a rival gang. Well, you can smash someone's head with this thing, and won't no one give you anymore. You get yourself a cool nickname on the street, like Turbo Head Smasher Guy, something real scary like that, and you won't have any problems with any other gangs. Now, in all honesty, this is one of the cooler products I've seen on Kickstarter. This actually seems like some type of supervillain weapon. However, it's a terrible product. You'd be better off just slapping buildings down with your bare hands. At least you wouldn't injure yourself as much. It's not effective, it's not useful, it's not gonna help, it's dangerous, you're gonna hurt yourself with it, but damn does this thing look kinda cool. That's it. See ya. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I was at CVS and I saw these night view glasses and I remembered their commercial, so I just had to pick them up.
You need visual clarity. Get it instantly with Night View NV, the glare reduction glasses that turn fuzzy and dull into clear and bright, even at night.
Whoa, it's brighter, there's no glare.
Need night view glasses just to view the commercial clearly, it's so dark. But I'm not here to test whether or not it really does make things clearer at night, nor am I here to test the UV gamma radiation protective coating that the glasses are soaked in or whatever. I'm just here to test out one claim.
Your frames look great on anyone and are virtually indestructible.
This is what I'm here to put to the test. This man's heart wasn't in it with that hammer. He wasn't putting any elbow grease onto those glasses. There was no effort there at all. He didn't even try. He was giving it like a very gentle spank on the tuchus. That's not gonna break. That wouldn't break a eggshell. I'm here to put it to a manly test. Here's the packaging, looks beautiful. Let's go ahead and break this bitch open. Alright, so the box is what's virtually indestructible. Jesus! Finally. Had to crack open that pot of gold. There we go. Here's our reward. This nice hunk of I like how it comes with little directions here. Let's take a gander. Oh no, that's super duper cute. That is absolutely adorable. Look at the caution. Before using, please check to ensure that you can see properly. Well, no that caution can be applied to every single product out there right now. If you can read that warning, you're probably in good shape, but if you can't, then your battleship is already sunk and you shouldn't be driving in the first place. Here they are, the super slick, super stylish, yellow tinted turbo extreme night view glasses. Look at that. Can already see my shirt more clearly. Alright, let's put them through a simple test. Looks good. Hasn't broken yet. Let's do a little corkscrew action here, a little DNA helix type. Oh. Well, that was easy. You know, maybe I just found their weak spot. Like, this is a boss battle and I just happen to get lucky and go right for the weak spot. Let's go ahead and put this to a more realistic test, because when you're driving, no one's going to be trying to RKO your sunglasses. It's just not realistic. No one's going to be throwing your face into a full Nelson with these bad boys on. Alright, so I got a power drill. We're going to put this to the standardized stress test for sunglasses. So just picture this, you're driving down the highway, all of a sudden a power drill comes flying out of nowhere, hits your glasses. You don't want them to break on it. You want it to deflect that power drill, right? So let's see how it does. We're just going to put this to a nice realistic test here. Let's do a little surface scratching, see if it gives. That looks pretty good. Yeah, it's hanging on pretty strong. Now let's put a little more impact on it. A little more pressure. Let's get a better angle here. I'm quite the cinematographer. Look at this. Steven Spielberg, if you need me, I'm available. It's holding on pretty good so far. Oh man, it's even absorbing some of the impact. Impressive. It managed to withstand the whirlwind fury of my drill karate. It's worth mentioning I didn't go super hard here because although my neighbors make a whole bunch of noise upstairs like it's a f***ing war zone, they had the audacity to call a noise complaint on me when I accidentally dropped something and it made a loud noise. So I didn't want to risk a second noise complaint, so I didn't make it super duper hard because I didn't want to create a whole bunch of noise. Alright, test number 2. So it's an average Friday night. You're chasing a ninja who's riding a motorcycle. You're trying to get the nuclear football back from him, but he's armed with some kunai, and you're wearing your night view glasses, and he throws a kunai back. You're going to want to make sure it doesn't crack your glasses, right? That's common sense. So let's go ahead and put this to the standard kunai test and see how it holds up. I managed to break through the glasses and create a small hole. It didn't shatter the glasses or anything, which I was very surprised with. So these glasses are actually very effective if you're facing off against a rogue carpenter who's throwing power drills at you, or if you're in hot pursuit of a ninja throwing knives back at you. Overall, I'm very surprised the glasses didn't shatter, although I wasn't using a super huge amount of force or anything like that. I wasn't pushing on it with the force of 10,000 newtons or anything. I'm just very surprised they didn't just explode like most other as-seen-on-TV products would. Now, for all the FBI agents out there, this is no substitute for the good old-fashioned Kevlar eye patches for protection for your eyes, but if you're in a pinch and all you can find are some night view glasses, it's probably worth putting on. That's it. So yeah, nothing makes you question humanity more than going into a public restroom. That shit is absolutely yucky to the highest possible level. Just the amount of degeneracy that must unfold in these public restroom stalls is enough to make even God question his decision to make this species. But luckily there's potty packs to make the public restrooms just a little bit worse.
Remember the last time you used a public restroom?
I'm sure we can all relate to this scene right here. We've all shared a very similar experience going into the public restroom and then looking at like some Osmosis Jones shit going on in there. I like the way they illustrate it. It looks like a scene from Rick and Morty. You got like a pickle Rick flying out of the toilet water at them. That'd make anyone tremble in fear for sure.
Does the thought of germs and sitting on a dirty toilet make you cringe?
Yeah, it often does make me cringe and say yucko if I'm forced to use a public restroom because I gotta take a massive shit or something like that. But they're never quite this bad. I don't know what kind of demon of filth was using this restroom, but they've caked shit all over the place. They've high-fived the wall with a handful of shit behind the toilet there. Look at that. This is like a cave painting of feces. What kind of damn troglodyte wandered into this public restroom here and just decided to completely plaster the entire place with his juice? To be honest, I think this toilet is the least of this family's concern here because this establishment is obviously pretty f***ing disgusting to be having fiends wandering around throwing shit on the walls of the bathroom. Must not be a very nice place.
Ew! Tired of makeshift options that just don't work? Well, you never have to worry about that again. Introducing potty packs. the portable toilet seat cover and toiletry system that prevents your skin and clothing from touching the toilet seat and bowl when using a public restroom.
You know what accomplishes that same goal? Toilet paper. Putting toilet paper on the toilet seat does this same thing except better and more sanitary because you can flush it afterwards. Meanwhile, using this, they expect you to put it down and then put it back into your carrying case. You're literally taking all the joy of using a public toilet with you. You might as well just start licking the toilet seat.
Simply place the Potty Pack seat cover right on top of the toilet seat before using a public restroom. And when you're done, just wipe clean, fold it up, and go. Then just throw it in the machine when you get home. Yep, it's that easy.
Yep, it's that disgusting. This is basically a to-go box for your public restroom. All you're doing is taking all that gross from the toilet seat with you. No one's gonna want to be near you. No one's gonna want to be within 10 feet of the lunatic who's carrying around this rancid, fermenting purse that has this god-forsaken, gross-smelling toilet seat of in it. You're just going to be a stinky, stinching loser who's got the portable toilet seat with them that's been used, not only by your but the of everyone that used that toilet seat before you. What you basically have in your purse there is a septic tank. You've got a petri dish of with you. There's nothing you're going to be able to do for the smell, and it's obviously going to smell since you're putting it on a dirty public toilet seat. Toilet paper solves this problem by being flushable. You can't flush that.
The unique patented 4 side flaps hang over the front, back, and sides of the toilet to prevent your skin and clothes from having any contact with the toilet seat. Best of all, the Potty Packs is waterproof, bacteria and mold resistant, and machine washable.
There's few things I have less respect for than patented technology. Patents are an absolute scam these days. Patent squatters, it's such a corrupt market. F your patents. And in this case, patenting the fact that it drapes over the toilet, yeehaw. What a hero. God forbid someone take this genius idea. The only person that would want something even close to this is some psychotic fetishist that wants to always be sniffing toilet seats or some crazy. And who the f cares if it's machine washable? No one's going to want to wash this. No one's going to want to touch this. The second you use this, you're going to want to immediately throw it away. It's a waste. No one's going to want to keep reusing this, and they shouldn't want to, because it's just damn disgusting.
Unlike messy toilet paper or those flimsy paper seat covers, Potty Packs is made of a durable yet comfortable nylon material with non-skid pads underneath so it stays in place and leaks won't soak through.
I wouldn't care if this thing spit $100 bills into my butthole as I finish. It's not worth it. It's so gross. Just the idea of reusing toilet seat covers is just abhorrent. What an abysmal idea for a product.
Potty Packs even comes with a convenient and discreet carrying case with wrist strap for easy portability when you're on the go.
The last thing I think about when thinking of public toilet seat covers is portability. I want that to stay there. I don't want to see it again. Meanwhile, with this thing, it's going to be haunting you. Horrible idea for a product. Honestly, perhaps the worst I have genuinely ever seen in my life. I couldn't think of a more batshit product if I tried. It's such a horrible idea. I can't imagine anyone having watched this and think, you know what, I do need that. It's so gross. So gross. That's it. See ya. It's been a little while since I've seen a product so bad it leaves the taste of ass in my mouth. Allow me to introduce you to the Nightlight Mat. I'll share the commercial with you all. As you can immediately tell by this man's face, he's having some nightmares. His face is all scrunched up like someone planted a wet fart on it and he's grossed out. He's having a rough night's sleep and it's about to get even worse when he wakes up and his worst nightmare has been realized. He's been trapped in a Nightlight Mat commercial.
Nature calls, it's the same problem. You gotta go, but your bedroom is so dark, you stumble, fumble, and bang your toe.
Now, this is absolutely a real problem I can see people struggling with. I'd be lying if I said I've never gotten up to tinkle in the middle of the night and hit my shit on a ton of things on the way there. But it's not that they're trying to solve a non-issue, it's that their solution is so stupid it's convinced me Jesus isn't real.
Ow! Introducing Nightlight Mat, the sensor-activated floor mat with built-in LED path lighting. Now you'll never walk in the dark anymore, because the lights come on.
Ta-da! They're very tiny mats that barely light up, and you have to string them all together as if you're following a quest marker in a video game. Even in their own commercial, these lights look weak as shit. It looks like they run off half of a AAA battery. If you unlocked your phone screen, it'd light up more of a dark room than 5 of these put together in a huddle. It's super useless, and especially because they're on the floor, you're not really even going to see what it's illuminating. It's still going to be mainly dark. Plus it just looks terrible, just these tiny random pieces of rug that are booby-trapped to shoot the world's weakest lights out of them. I swear to God, the light from a digital alarm clock is more illuminating than these. It's just super useless. Totally useless. Especially when you consider that you have to remember exactly where you place these because they're only like 5 inches wide. So you're still going to be walking around in the dark, limp in hand, trying to find these things and stomping around looking like you're playing Dance Dance Revolution. And even if you do get lucky enough to find one, you're still not going to be able to see shit except for that small platform. There's absolutely no reason why you wouldn't just use your phone light to find your way around instead of having these rug samples tossed around. It's just absolutely useless.
The moment your feet hit the floor. The secret is the smart sensor technology that activates ultra-powerful LED lights when you step on the mat and then turns them off when you're safely away. So no matter how dark the room, the light you need is just one step away.
Calling these LEDs ultra-powerful is a sin. That has to be the biggest overstatement of all time. But even if they were ultra-powerful, really great LEDs, they're still totally useless. Just look at the scenario they give you here. I don't know exactly what's going on, but this elderly woman's taking the walk of shame. She just got done with a one-night stand, so she's carrying her high heels and she's got her purse and she's going back after getting dicked down. But she's walking along this preset path like she's a scripted NPC. That's not realistic. People aren't going to take the exact same walking path every time. Also, I don't understand, are the nightlight mats something you leave out 24 hours a day, or do you only break them out when you think you'll need them? For example, in this situation, Ruth gets the call for a penis appointment, and she knows by the time she gets back it's going to be late at night, it's going to be dark out. But she doesn't want to turn the overhead lights on because her husband Henry might catch notice of that and wake up and catch her being unfaithful. So she planned in advance, she set the nightlight mats out so that way when she came home she could just step on these and find her way around. I don't really understand the situation when these would ever be effective. Even in a power outage, these things would still suck, and a flashlight would be far superior and easier and cheaper and a lot more versatile.
Watch. Simply step on the mat once to activate, and once again to turn Nightlight Mat off. It's that easy. And Nightlight Mat is great to use in the kids' rooms. As soon as their feet hit the floor, it's not dark anymore.
You know what else would make it not dark? A phone flashlight that every kid and majority of older people have these days. I'm no special effects expert, but this looks faked. This looks like it was added post-production. This does not look like it was the same lights that the LEDs have been giving off this entire commercial. This looks like the lights were so weak that it didn't light up the teddy bear at all, so they added in a brightness to it in post-production.
Use Nightlight Mat in the kitchen for late-night snacks.
Just look at this picture here. What advantage did the nightlight mat give this little girl stealing cookies from the cookie jar? All the light is directed at the fucking ground, so unless she just dumps the entire jar onto the floor to look at the cookies on the ground, the nightlight mat's it's not gonna be any help to her at all. It's still pitch black from the ground up. It just so happens if you're maybe in the ant's life and someone steps on a nightlight mat, it'll be like getting shot with a spotlight, maybe. But to, stealing cookies in the middle of the night and you step on a nightlight mat, nothing happens. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't see a difference.
Or brighten up those hard-to-reach places in the closet. Be welcomed home with a light at your front door. Add brilliant light to your basement floor.
If your dad is relying on the light from the nightlight mat during his important work in the basement, he shouldn't be doing that work in the first place. That's a recipe for disaster. If there is something wrong down there, he should turn the light on in the basement or use his phone light instead of the world's weakest flashlight on the goddamn floor. I don't think even doomsday preppers would think to use a night light for an emergency. I don't think there would ever be a situation where someone would think, if a disaster unfolds, I want a nightlight mat near it so I can still have light in case everything's going wrong. Because they just choose a flashlight over the nightlight mat.
Or put one in the hall. Use Nightlight Mat anywhere at all. You can turn on the big light, but come on, that's way too bright. So why worry and trip at night? But with just one step, your floor is super bright.
That is the only good point this commercial makes at all. Turning on the big light being intrusive to someone else, so there needs to be something in the middle. But the nightlight mat is not that middle ground. All this allows you to do is see maybe a couple of extra centimeters on the floor. Kind of. Maybe. It's just totally worthless. A totally useless product. That's it. See ya. If you've been around the channel for a while, you'll know that I've made a lot of videos on bad Kickstarter projects like the Air Umbrella, which is an absolute timeless classic. and I've also made a lot of content just on bad products in general, and it's just been far too long since I dipped my tootsies back in this pool of bad Kickstarter projects, and boy do I have a doozy for you today. This is a product that aims to solve a problem that modern science has been unable to crack. How to protect our children on Halloween from those villains that are putting razor blades in our chocolate bars. Halloween is one of the deadliest holidays of the year. There's children dropping left and right, littering the streets with their mangled corpses, all because some bad actors are filling the chocolate bars with razors and pins and needles. And we've been defenseless against this menace for too long now. But luckily, this Kickstarter project has the answer with a metal-detecting Halloween candy bucket. Meet Boo the Ghost, the answer to all your prayers. It's a bucket that has a metal detector built in to alert you when a tampered candy bar comes in with a katana blade mounted inside of it. So it was unsuccessful in its funding, which is shocking. It only raised $213 out of its $36K goal, which, you know, just speaks to the state of society. If we're not willing to invest in life-saving products like this, we're too busy throwing dollar bills on OnlyFans. I mean, this is ridiculous. This would save countless lives on Halloween, and yet it was canceled because it didn't reach its goal.
Hi, my name is Sam. We've all heard the horror stories.
Holy sh**. That stock, royalty-free Facebook background music is about to have me acting up. That shit is hypnotizing. But let's talk about this real quick. So, the product aims to solve a problem that doesn't exist. It's a made-up boogeyman. The myth of, like, razor blades in chocolate bars and razor blades in apples, I think, is where it started back when I was in, like, elementary school with that urban legend of, like, this kid got an apple on Halloween, which I don't know what psychopath gives out apples on Halloween, and he took a bite and there was a razor blade in it, is the story we used to get told. And this actually dates back all the way to the 1950s, where someone even wrote a book on it, and then concludes that they couldn't find a single report of a child killed or seriously injured from a contaminated treat received during trick-or-treating, and it's a contemporary legend, and that's all it is. And if you look at the statistics, from 2008 to 2019, there were 4 cases of tampering, and none of them resulted in an injury. And among those, I'm pretty sure a couple of them had very sketchy details around it that seemed like it was there to drum up fear and hysteria. A couple of the articles he pulled up, one in particular with the Long Island 13-year-old who got like a razor blade in the Three Musketeers bar or whatever, that one had quite a lot of media hype and stir around it. No one was injured during it, but I have seen a couple of theories to suggest that this may have been planted there as more just fear-mongering. Though, of course, I can't fully state since I wasn't there and I don't know the whole situation. But, once again, there's been no real cases of people tampering with Halloween candy that's led to children getting injured or killed from it. It's just a f***ing myth, and also, if we're going to play ball with this whole idea of tampered Halloween candy, Boo the Bucket here is completely defenseless against drugs in the candy. I remember a couple years back there was this big hoopla about, you know, parents, be careful with your kids trick-or-treating on Halloween, there's some scum that's lacing the candy with drugs. And when I read that, I about fell out of my f***ing chair. Who's giving away free drugs on Halloween? Are you kidding me? That shit's more expensive than the candy. I highly doubt there was anyone just willy-nilly giving away free drugs in the damn trick-or-treat buckets. And if there were, Boo has no protocol to stop that. You know, this fentanyl-laced Hershey's bar is going to fly right under the radar under Boo's nose. That's going to be given the green light. No razor blades, no problem. But then all of a sudden, bang, little Jonathan's got a whole system full of fentanyl, and it could have been prevented if Boo only had drug-sniffing protocol as well built into the metal detector.
Boo the Ghost Inc. will stand by no further. We've developed and patented a proprietary detection system that picks up on these dangerous contaminants and alerts the user before any harm becomes them. His name is Boo the Ghost.
Could you have chosen a more creative name? This is so remarkably lazy. Boo the Ghost? Holy sh**. That name has been used billions of times by now. It could have just been anything else. Like, it doesn't even have to be, like, even ghost adjacent. You could have just called them, like, you know, Glorbus the Ghost. Like, anything at all that's not just Boo for the millionth time.
Boo is crafted with a fully integrated, patented detection system. This system consists of a detection coil in the rim that picks up on any metallic objects and uses a vibrating handle with a built-in LED light to alert your child when they are in potential danger.
It's pretty simple. It's a metal detector built into the rim, so when something metal passes through it, it has sirens that blare. You know, be careful, metal presence, initiating self-destruct protocol to protect the child, that kind of thing. Except instead of sirens, it just plays like a really weird honking sound. So, that's basically the system in a nutshell. Pass through a metal detector, if there's metal, you get a honk.
So that your child knows when there's a hazardous object present and that a thorough inspection of the candy should be conducted to eliminate the hazardous pin, needle, razor, or metal debris.
So you get the little happy birthday kazoo sound effect there when the metal passes through, and I'd like to digest that for a moment here. Let's assume you have this bucket, you get a handful of candy, you dump it in, you hear a honk. Well, now all of a sudden you have no idea which candy triggered it, so you have to go through each and every piece of individual candy and ruin every single one of them. No one's putting candy in one by one. That's not happening. This isn't the TSA, it's Halloween, and these are kids just reaching in the buckets, or parents taking a handful of candy and dumping it into their bucket. Like, this would never be practical, because if a honk did go off, you would then have to open every single piece of candy. And you then probably want to do it in front of the house where this honk happened, because maybe they put a razor blade in there, and now you're about to get into a confrontation with this family here. So you have to break every single piece of candy apart to see which one triggered it. And that just seems really ineffective. There's no way of knowing which one it was unless you literally do it one by one, which isn't happening.
Right now, it picks up on all metal objects that pass through the rim of the container. As you can see, when a detection is made, the handle vibrates, making your child aware of the danger.
Again, this aims to solve a problem that is completely non-existent and is just made up. But, you know, hats off to them for, you know, trying to tackle it. I always appreciate when someone at least tries to make something that they think will be helpful somewhere. But in this case, I think it's remarkably misguided. I think they have been brainwashed by media fear. And even then, this is so rare. Like, it's fine to, like, caution parents, like, hey, there are weird people on Halloween, you should probably trick-or-treat with your kids instead of letting them go all, you know, out in their own willy-nilly. I think that's good advice. Hey, just be with your kids, you know? When they're going out to trick-or-treat, you should just be with them. I think that's fine advice. That's not exactly, like, being fearful or anything. It's just, why not? Just take that safety measure. I think that's fine, but to try and put the fear of God in everyone, like, you need to be with your kids because there's people putting razor blades and drugs in the candy. Like, then it's a step too far, and then you lead to a situation like this, where this guy thinks that, man, I have to protect my kids on Halloween because no one else is. There's razor blades in every piece of candy out there, I guess, and this is an essential tool for it. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it to be pretty wacky. That's really about it. So, yeah. Introducing the new Need for Speed. So much testosterone you'll grow another. There's too much need for too much speed this time. Using a new graphical engine, it looks like real. Need for Speed 2017. Get those vaginis ready, cause it's blowing clits and dicks off. Look at these pancakes taking a bath. You can't make pancakes out of cum. The quantum physics just don't check out. Every amateur knows that. Hi there, Pee Wee Herman here with the flippin' fantastic pancake flipper. You just slam dunk the pancakes onto the pan, and you've got some bite-sized pancakes for the whole family to love. Just pour your pancake batter into this pancake condom, and then like a coin, you flip it. Except when you flip this coin, your odds of perfect pancakes are 100%. Let me let you in on the secret here. It's the same design used by the Wild West 6 shooters, except we're not putting bullets in these bad boys. We're putting pancakes in these. Check out our animated upskirt here of the pancakes. Got a little naughty there for ya. The family will love these pancakes. You're gonna love these pancakes. Put some rabbit shits on them, why not? Sprinkle some cocaine. Everyone's gonna love it. Strawberries go great on them too. Come on, pancake scientists, experiment a little. People say I can't make good eggs. To that I say, f*** you. Catch you on the flip side. Don't take your finger out of your hole yet, folks. You can even make Krabby Patties here. No, I'm not pulling your leg. I can snap them right into existence. Piss patties, urine cakes, cheese clumps. No matter what it is, it's gonna come out beautiful. The sky's the limit. fantastic. The flippin' fantastic perfect pancake flipper upper flick your bean extraordinaire comes with X's so you know where to put your hands in case you're stupid. Yeah, you'll be flipping everyone off. If it gets dirty, you can clean it, put it in the dishwasher. Butch Hartman is a man I have nothing but respect for. He helped bring to life some extremely creative cartoons that I grew up with, Fairly Odd Parents and Danny Phantom being the two biggest ones. But damn it, how the mighty have fallen. You either retire a hero, or you sniff your own farts long enough to see yourself become the 1D Mr. Hartman is now peddling an abysmal Kickstarter that I just need to talk about. It's also worth mentioning I still like Butch Hartman. You can criticize people you like and still like that person. So let's get into this.
Hey everybody, the show's on.
Gee Willikers, Mom and Dad, maybe you shouldn't have put on porn for the family movie night. Or perhaps at least refrain from putting on the hard R for your kids that you don't want seeing those things.
Look familiar?
Why, yes it does, Evangelist Butch. It looks like bad parenting. But no, that's not an option in Butch's world. He blames it on the media, as does most people these days. For some reason, there's this belief where it's never the parents' fault, it's always the media, despite the fact that the parents just hand their kids an iPad and tell them to go wild while they go lay in the bathtub with their soft dick in their hand and then get outraged when they find out their kids saw a nipple. Maybe it's time Butch and everyone else starts acknowledging that it's not the internet's responsibility to raise their kids. Maybe some of that falls on the parents.
It seems like today's shows are meant more to shock people than uplift and inspire them.
Yeah, if that's the kind of show you're watching. It's not like they've just phased out family-friendly content and just filled it with tits and blood and guts. There's still a lot of options out there.
I just recently met an 8-year-old who told me that they'd seen The Exorcist and loved it. Loved it? I mean, think about that. The only way the 8-year-old could have loved it is if they'd already seen so much other dark stuff that they'd become immune to that sort of thing.
No, Butch. I don't mean to poke holes in your bulletproof math here, but that's not the only way that kid could have enjoyed The Exorcist. It's almost like kids aren't the robots you think they are, and they all have different tastes, thus they're entertained by different things. Now, whether or not that 8-year-old should have seen The Exorcist, well, that falls on the parent. But it's ridiculous that the only thing that Butch can surmise from this story about the 8-year-old and The Exorcist is that he had to have been contaminated by dark stuff already to enjoy it, because it just doesn't compute with Butch that kids are humans, not machines, that all have different tastes. They're not pre-programmed to like the same type of shit. So it's not unbelievable that there's an 8-year-old that liked The Exorcist without already being exposed to the evil, dark media that you think he has, Butch.
The smartphone has become a gateway through which all kinds of questionable influences can enter. Parents, aren't you tired of being constantly terrified that your child is going to see something that they shouldn't?
Parents, aren't you tired of letting the internet do your job for you and then getting upset when it doesn't do the exact job you wanted it to? The solution is simple. Don't step in under any circumstances. Continue to let them roam the internet unsupervised, but make sure they roam Butch Hartman's O-Axis part of the internet, the only safe place.
Welcome to O-Axis. A 24/7 entertainment platform with high-quality, family-friendly entertainment as its central mission.
Sound familiar? Well, it should, because this already exists in a lot of different places. Biggest one being Netflix. You can create an entire kids account and they only have access to kids content. I don't know what hole he thinks he's seeing here that he's going to be butt-plugging with O-Axis, because it's fundamentally just a family-friendly streaming service. That's 100% what it is, and there's so much of that already.
We're going to use the power of the smartphone and other personal devices to our advantage. We're going to start off as a subscription-based streaming service, and we're going to have everything you've come to expect from networks you're familiar with, but without the heavy focus on negative subject matter.
That's such a non-statement that doesn't tell you shit. He might as well have just said, we're going to give you laser beams in your eyes. What do you mean, we're going to give you what you expect, except without the heavy focus on negative shit? So you're going to give me everything the other streaming services have so I can still watch the hard R shit, but you're going to censor it, I guess? I don't really know what you're saying with that, Butch. Or maybe he meant we're going to give you all the family-friendly content you're used to getting, but still without the negative impact. So you're going to censor the already family-friendly content? I really don't know what you're telling me with that, Butch.
We'll have all original, high-quality dramas, sitcoms, feature-length movies, animation, and kids shows. Plus all the other things you love. Sports, fitness, reality, news, video games, and more. We'll even have a user-based upload feature.
Man, Christmas has come early. Throw away everything else in your house that isn't an Oaxis subscription, because this apparently has everything. Do you need a new car? I'm sure Oaxis has one for you on its service somewhere. Jesus Christ, Oaxis is like Pandora's box that just unleashed all of the bad ideas at one time upon the world, and the only thing left in that box was Butch Hartman's soul. Even still, none of this is a unique idea. There's so much competition for this. YouTube Kids being a huge one, however poorly it's run, it's still a very viable family content streaming platform for the most part. But how are you going to take negative shit out of the news? Are you only going to broadcast news stories that are about sunshine and puppies made out of flowers? It makes no sense, and even if you did pull all of this off, it's already been done before, Butch. It's just not a good idea. And you're only asking for $250,000 to make all of this come to life? You've got to be snorting coke off of Danny Phantom's thermos to be thinking that number's enough to get your going. I understand you're not using $250K for the entire thing, but you're using it for your phase 1 like you say a bit later in their pitch. And it's still just way too low to get this going in any fashion whatsoever. You couldn't buy a single show for your streaming platform. You couldn't even get it all built for $250,000. Actual investors wouldn't even take the time to spit in your face for $250,000.
That will allow you to upload your own family-friendly content whenever you want. Daughter's birthday party? Let's see it. Son's graduation? Upload it. Anniversary? Trip to the zoo? Share it. But understand, this is family-friendly. It has to meet our high-quality standards and pass through our special Oaxis filter. Let's make it fun, but keep it clean.
Watch out, Oaxis is the YouTube killer here. I'm sure they're also going to be releasing a Battle Royale component of Oaxis as well to compete with Fortnite and take that down as well. I just can't see that going over well. There's just nothing else to say about that. I don't think there's any rational person out there that's ever used the internet that hears that part right there and doesn't think it's going to be abused and just a pile of shit.
Join us in our mission because we need to raise $250,000 for our first phase of startup costs. These include developing our video platform, hiring creative staff and producers to produce original content, and to acquire already finished projects that fit our entertainment model.
None of which can be achieved with $250,000. You might as well be trying to buy all of those things with packs of gum.
With the Oaxis platform, we can change family-friendly entertainment for the better.
Better in your opinion, Butch. Some people like modern family-friendly content just the way it is. All in all, this is just not a good idea at all. I'm not going to call it a scam because I genuinely think Butch thinks it can happen, which it absolutely can't for $250,000. So I really hope it doesn't reach his goal because then everyone's just going to lose a lot of money and be very disappointed when it doesn't deliver. But I mean, I f***ing love you, Butch. It's just, this idea has not only been done, but it's been done very well by companies that already have a background in this sort of thing. And essentially what you're doing is taking what they're doing and making it even more bloated by just taking every form of content that's ever existed in cyberspace. News, gaming, Twitch live streaming, kids like Fortnite, Fortnite News Hour. What about grass? Let's put grass in tubes on the Tube Grass channel on Oaxis. And then just run that through your family-friendly content filter. It's just not going to work. And especially with personal uploads where people are going to upload a whole bunch of shit, you're not going to have the infrastructure to go through each one of those manually and determine if that meets your high standards. It's just not going to work, and even if it did, it's not a good idea. Because there's already so many options for family-friendly content out there that fill everything you have already said in this video. So yeah, that's it. So yeah. I remember about 10 years ago, I saw a commercial for the most patriotic invention this nation has ever cooked up. This gadget is more American than the US Constitution. This thing should be the new face of freedom. I swear, as God is my witness, what you're about to see is more American than a bald eagle smoking a cigar and eating a cheeseburger. It's called the Backup.
Over 100 million Americans keep guns in their homes for protection. The Second Amendment to the Constitution guarantees all Americans the right to keep and bear arms, but these arms must be accessible.
That's right, baby. It's a shotgun gun rack attachment for beds. Hey, sorry, sweetheart. You're gonna need a new mattress. This one's not compatible with my tactical gun rack attachment. This is like some shit I'd see Duke Nukem using, or John Wayne. This is so goddamn American, I feel like just by watching this commercial, I've been rebaptized in gunpowder.
The patented backup gun rack keeps your shotgun at your bedside and is easily hidden by blankets and sheets.
The intruder won't see it coming. This is the last goddamn thing a burglar is expecting when he busts into your bedroom when you and your wife are trying to sleep peacefully at night. It's as it says in the good book, Matthew 6:12. Forgive us our trespasses, and we will not forgive those who trespass against us. We'll blast them with our bedside-mounted shotgun. I love how they make the claim that it's expertly hidden by sheets somehow, even though it's pretty much fully exposed 90% of the time when you're in bed, because you're going to be moving around with the sheets. You know, it's not exactly like it's incognito mode here. It's not disguised. What would be cool, though, if they do a follow-up, would be, like, a more covert spy-level, like, gun. Like, for example, you think this is a glass, but then, like, I flick it down here and it turns into a Glock or something. Like, I don't know. This isn't really hidden or secretive. It's just a shotgun that's slightly lifted off the ground. I don't even see how it saves you that much time or is easier access than just like leaning over the bed and grabbing it off the floor. I feel like this is a pretty niche invention here. I don't know how huge the market is for people that are sleeping with a loaded shotgun as close to them as possible. I don't know how many God-fearing Americans there are out there that are cuddling their loaded shotgun like a body pillow in bed, and this is the eureka moment for them, the solution they've been looking for. Now I can have the gun next to me as opposed to in the bed with me. It just doesn't seem to solve any problem.
The patented backup device slides easily between your mattress and box spring and mounts your shotgun flush at your bedside, enabling access to your shotgun while in the lying position in your bed.
That's a key point they make here. It allows you access to your gun from the lying position. Who's gonna get a good shot off laying down? They're gonna shoot the shotgun and knock themselves out with the recoil. They're not gonna be able to, like, brace themselves. Plus, they're still gonna be, like, still a little out of it after just waking up to a burglar kicking their door in. Like, I don't think anyone who's gonna own this is gonna be like John Wick, combat rolling out of the bed, grabbing the shotgun off the bedside gun rack, and getting ready for action. You know, like their spidey senses aren't tingling, danger afoot, and all of a sudden they ground themselves, grab the shotgun, and are prepared for battle. Like, this just, it's nothing but dangerous. Like, you know, God forbid your wife goes out to get a midnight snack. You hear shuffling around out there, and you just panic and grab your shotgun off the backup and start blasting through the door out of fear. Like, it doesn't do anything. This is just a safety hazard. Or you come home drunk, you had one too many Budweisers, and you try and stumble into bed, but you accidentally kick your shotgun that's mounted on your backup and blow your kneecap off.
For only $39.95, you can own the backup to make your guns accessible to you when you need them, yet hidden and out of the way when you don't.
Once again, they are neither hidden nor out of the way. They're both in plain sight and as in the way as they could possibly be. But I do think this invention would be awesome in the Mad Max universe. Like, if your bed was motorized, this would be a great weapon to have on it. Like some twisted metal like, you mount two backups with, like, two shotguns on the side of your bed, and you just crank the accelerator, like you got the pedals on the sheets, and as you're just drifting around the corners, you're firing from the sides of the bed. So you get, like, a smaller bed, like a twin mattress or something, and you just have two shotguns within arm's reach mounted to the bed, and blasting them like that. That would be pretty cool. But not like this.
For only $39.95, you'll get the valuable time that may be needed to adequately protect you and your home. It's the smartest money you'll spend in your life.
Trying a different approach here, the fear approach. This might buy you those valuable seconds to save your life in the event of an emergency, but it won't. Like, you can still just put the gun under the bed, and maybe you lose a few milliseconds, but I don't think that's going to be the difference between life and death. I just don't see there being a situation where you're sleeping on your back, your eyes fire open, you immediately register the situation, grab the shotgun, and immediately fire. Like it's just not gonna happen. It's just a useless novelty gift for your grandpappy to use or something. It's also highly inadvisable to have this if you have children. Like, just imagine you mount your shotgun, you got 8 shotguns octuple mounted to your bed. You're sleeping soundly at night, but then your kid busts in, he had a nightmare and he's screaming. So he, like, starts shaking you to wake you up, but he accidentally kicks one of the guns that are mounted to the bed and just blasts a hole into the wall. That kid's never sleeping again. Like, it's gonna go so hard. Like, it's just a bad, stupid idea, which is why it got discontinued. But for a glorious year or so that this was on the market, we had something special.
Make your firearms accessible by ordering the backup. It's adjustable to fit any shotgun. Many customers are buying one for each side of the bed.
Oh, well, of course, you have to buy 2. No bed set is complete without 2 backups for your shotguns. Like, the asymmetry would be disgusting. You only have a shotgun on the right side of the bed? No, you have to balance it out with like a phalanx turret mounted on the left side or something, at the very least, like bare minimum. This is, again, without a shadow of a doubt, the most American as seen on TV advertisement I've ever been blessed enough to watch. I saw this like 10 or so years ago, and I completely forgot about it. But today, for some reason, YouTube recommended me this commercial all these years later. It's like, Charles, I know you're going to want to go down on a nostalgic little ride today. So here's the backup gun rack again. Take a gander. Enjoy yourself. And I did. Oh my god. It's so beautifully silly.
Yourself and your loved ones from unwanted intruders. The backup. This patented protection device eliminates the crucial wasted time of searching for a handgun or other forms of protection stored away in your nightstand or closet. The patented backup makes your shotgun accessible from the lying position in your bed.
In this commercial, you can see a textbook demonstration on the proper way of using the backup. So you reach down in the event of an emergency, you grab the shotgun, and you wait in your sniper's nest. And when that door flies open, you say, "Crunchitize me, Captain." Blast them to Valhalla. But then why stop there? You reach over to the other side of the bed on your other backup, your backup, you grab your shotgun, now you're dual wielding, akimbo, right out of COD Modern Warfare 2. Like with the 1887s, then you just... and then you flick it to reload, bang, 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 bang. Really teach them a lesson. They came to the wrong house. They didn't know that you had backup. End of story. But I feel like 9 times out of 10 that this thing would be used, some paranoid dude immediately grabs the shotgun at the slightest sound of a noise at night, and it turns out like it's a squirrel on the roof, or worse, it's his wife that's just like getting water or something, and she opens the door and just immediately just staring down the barrel of a shotgun that old Cletus is wielding just out of fear. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to share this with all of you since it got recommended to me again, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah, I don't know what it is about chairs that compels people to constantly reinvent them by creating these batch insane ideas one after another. It seems every month there's a new horrible chair design. Ah, this one's made out of sawdust. You sit on it and it'll help your posture and also reduce body odor and combat swamp ants. I just made a video on a chair design not too long ago, and now there's an even design. It's just crazy the rate at which these awful chairs are being produced. So this is the anti-man-spreading chair, and Mashable says it's absolutely brilliant. So if Mashable says it's brilliant, it's probably the dumbest thing you've ever seen. It's basically a timeout chair from middle school. I'm surprised they don't put a dunce hat on the guy that sits in that. Just look at the way he's sitting. He looks depressed. He looks very scared, shy, like he's about to get beaten by his wife over there. Banging his knees together and his balls are constricted, and if he moves around it's going to be like a Newton cradle in his nutsack. This is just not a very comfortable sitting position for most men. If you took his pants off right there, it'd be looking like Homer Simpson strangling Bart Simpson if Bart Simpson was his nutsack. The testicles need room, and the sack needs room, otherwise everything gets strangled and uncomfortable. That being said, the men that flail out their legs are obvious douchebag assholes, but it's not just a man problem. Women do that same thing too. It's not exclusive to one of the genders. Anyone can spread their legs out, taking up way too much space. I don't know why all of a sudden it's been named after men. It happens for all genders. How socially inept are people these days? This isn't a solution to anything. The solution for someone taking up too much room is politely asking them, hey, can you scoot over a little bit or not take up this much room? A conversation with someone is typically enough. Unless you're squaring off with Cobra Commander from G.I. Joe who happens to be man-spreading on your subway, then yeah, maybe he won't budge, but most people aren't opposed to moving their legs a little closer together if you nicely ask them to. But to say they need to curl up into a fetal position, little ball sitting down like this chair makes them, that's not exactly considerate because that's super uncomfortable. The nutsack needs a little bit of room, which is why the legs typically get spread out a little bit. You see, if I saw a dude sitting like this with his hands on his knees and shit like this, I'd assume that he's hiding something from me, like he's concealing a deadly weapon down there that he intends to use. It's a suspicious-looking posture in seated position for most men. All curled over like that, looking all proper like they're at the bottom of the pyramid on a cheerleading team. It just doesn't make sense because no one's going to willingly sit like that because it is uncomfortable. And also, this chair doesn't help with the issue of spreading your legs too far, both men and women, because you can just rest your legs on top of it. It's not that high. Unless it's coated with barbed wire and broken glass, it's not going to hurt you that much. It's just it's a useless invention. I don't know if they plan on selling this. I didn't bother looking into it more. I imagine they will try and sell this as like a novelty chair for someone who thinks they're fighting some noble fight against the man-spreading menace, the epidemic of legs spread out too far. But it's still, no matter what, even as just a one-off thing, just a dumb idea. And this is where I get totally lost on what their idea is here. They make the kryptonite to their own chair with a man-spreading chair that teaches you to spread out further than you need to. I don't know why they say only women can use it. I don't see some type of biometric lock on it that's going to prevent a man from sitting on that chair and spreading out. And I don't know why you'd be teaching people to spread out if what you're trying to stop is the spreading out. I guess they just want the women to be the one to spread out, which I don't get at all. If I was a woman, I would be genuinely offended and insulted that this product exists because it treats women like they're too stupid to know how to spread out. So instead they're going to charge you money to buy this chair, to put a little wood block where your vagina is, that way you spread your legs out, charging you money for man-spreading training wheels. It's embarrassing. I just really don't get it. Again, I don't know if this is something they're trying to sell or not, but my god, even the fact that they invented these two prototypes is just insanity, just straight lunacy. You don't say. I mean, it won't even act as a band-aid on the problem. And it's not a problem in the first place, it's an imaginary problem. There's not some type of pandemic sweeping the world where men are spreading their legs out across the entire row of chairs or across the whole subway doing full-length splits. And you can ask someone to scoot their legs in closer if you need the space. I don't think there's going to be many people that are rolling up their sleeves ready to fight you because you asked them to scoot their legs a little closer in. It's ridiculous. And also, Mashable sucks. I hate this trend where they bold random letters, so they bolded forever and man-spreading. It's like they're subliminally trying to send me a message telling me to keep man-spreading forever. It's not a problem faced by only women. In fact, it's not a problem faced by many people at all, but it's not exclusive to women when there's someone spreading their legs too far. That affects anyone that wants to sit around the area. Yep, just absolute garbage, but hats off to anyone that wants to pay for some of these bad boys. You know, maybe I'm wrong and this will catch on huge and I'll be going to a restaurant and I'll have to ask to order the man-spread-proof booster seat. Or I'll have to take like a driver's ed course of man-spreading, learning the proper ways of sitting using these chairs. It's just an unbelievably ridiculous idea for a product and just a big old pile of shit. That's about it. See ya. There are some products out there that I'm convinced exist solely to capitalize off irresponsible idiots that serve as nothing more than a public dunce cap for people to point and laugh at you because they can immediately identify that you are just stupid because you bought it. These are things like a shake weight or an NFT. Now I know some sensitive Sally crypto bros are probably a little upset that I mentioned NFTs here, but you have to admit how incredibly comedic it is to watch all of that money burn up over JPEG pictures of monkeys wearing hats. It is remarkable that anyone ever bought into the scam to begin with, which is why they get laughed at so heavily when all of it crashes. It is just one of those products that people will make fun of you for. You know, sometimes tough love is required. I'm not going to sit here and baby you, pat you on the ass and tell you good game because you spent 15 grand on a Google image that's minted on the blockchain. You just gotta buckle down, grit your teeth, and face the reality that you bought something dumb. It's just that simple. But don't worry, I'm here to give you the final boss of dumb products. It's called the Mutalk. You probably already have heard of this because it went viral on Twitter recently. This is just one of those products that serves as this beacon to highlight financially irresponsible fools that are just so reckless with their money. They buy anything. Yeah, this absolutely looks like a fetish. This looks like some kind of BDSM gear out of Cyberpunk, but instead of getting a brain dance, you're getting a mouth dance. Now I know what you're thinking. Hallelujah, our prayers have been answered. For too long we've been plagued by voice leakage. It's probably one of the #1 complaints I have in the modern society. I'll go out in public and I just hear so much leakage, and it's overwhelming at times, you know. I just get sensory overloaded, I start to melt down, I curl up into a fetal position because I'm hearing all these conversations. But gone are the days of having that kind of meltdown, because now we have this muzzle that's available where you put it on your face during a phone call, a meeting, or a gaming session. You can yell, scream, hoot and holler all you want, and no one's gonna hear you. Also, for people who have been around the channel for a while, you'll know that 5 years ago I made a video on something very similar called the Hush Me, which is this little saw trap for your face. It basically aims to do the same thing, but it's more focused on making sure people can't read your lips. So it's only actually good if you're some kind of super spy engaging in espionage and you don't want anyone to see what you're saying or who you're saying it to. But it's fundamentally the same idea, just a f***ing muzzle. So taking a look under the hood here, you have a little toilet seat for your face, and it looks like it goes directly into the microphone. So my heart breaks for anyone that you're having a conversation with over the phone, because every time you answer a question, it's going to be just screamed at them. It's going to be some way too dang shit. It's going to sound like an absolute wall of noise. It'll be ear-piercing because it's directly into the microphone and all of it is concentrated right into it. Unless they've somehow dampened it, which I imagine they must have. Surely that would have been a problem that they would have identified during testing. But then I feel like an even bigger problem they should have identified is how stupid wearing this looks and why no one would ever subject themselves to the public embarrassment of having this strapped to their face. Now I think this is completely unusable in public unless you're cosplaying as Bane from Batman, or if you just want to make sure you can scare every single person in the immediate environment around you. It's just, I don't see any case where this could ever actually be acceptable to have on your face. It's alarming. But I think the idea of having some way of dampening sound for private conversations in your own home could be useful for people that live in apartments with thin walls, or if you're in a dormitory or any kind of shared housing, really, where, you know, you don't want to be, like, loud around other people and disturbing them. I could see the core idea itself having some merit of just, like, dampening sounds, that way, like, your roommates aren't hearing you, but it's certainly not this horse feeder. There's gotta be another way, because at that point you can just soundproof your room and it'd be a lot less creepy. So here you can see some ideal use cases, for instance, use in the metaverse, which no one's in the metaverse, so no one's going to be using it there. Though I think if you did buy into the metaverse, you're probably stupid enough to actually buy this, so perhaps this might see use from the 4 or 5 people that actually engage in metaverse. But the next one is gaming. So if you're a gamer who gets a little rowdy, maybe your parents would get this for you to, like, treat you like some kind of criminal in your own home, like Hannibal Lecter, strapped to the table with a muzzle over your mouth because you yell too loud when you celebrate a big dub with your boys. Like, I feel like that'd be so shameful. Like, hold on a second, guys. I'm going AFK. I need to grab my gamer muzzle because I'm about to get really excited and heated in this one. And you come back with your face strap on. Like, it's so goofy. And then the other one is use in meetings in a noisy place. Maybe I could see some mental gymnastics to justify that, but I'll raise you a better solution. Don't take your meetings in a noisy public place. Go anywhere else.
Yes, okay. No.
Quiet.
Oh geez, my wife just came out here and told me that my yelling is making it difficult for her and her boyfriend to fall asleep. I guess I was getting a little too rambunctious. I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to keep you two up. I'll go ahead and get the gamer muzzle out from the closet so that way you two can get a good night's rest. Another glaring issue with this is after some use, it's going to be revolting and just truly disgusting, and you're going to have to clean it out frequently because it's just a cup, a little diaper for your mouth where it's catching all of your spit, all of your everything that comes out of your mouth into one giant petri dish in front of your face. It's going to be like a trumpet spit valve. It's just going to be gross, and it'll probably end up breaking the mic over time because it's going to be constantly wet and moist. It's going to be this damp environment. You're going to form your own little biome in the goddamn mute talk. So you're going to have to be like actually scrubbing that shit out. It just seems like such a hassle with very little upside. You could also just control your own volume if you're someone that gets really, you know, animated and goes super hype mode for gaming and you live in an apartment with thin walls. Just maybe learn to simmer down a little bit until you can properly, like, soundproof the room. I wouldn't recommend getting this. I don't know why you'd want this muzzle. It makes no real sense when there's easier ways of, like, dampening sound that don't require you to look like this. Also, when you pair this with VR, which they're hyping up a lot, it makes it look like you've been kidnapped by some kind of kinky pervert. So, like, you actually just look like you're in distress when you wear this in combination with, like, all the VR gear. He's not wearing headphones in this screenshot here, but add the headphones, and you've got yourself, like, a hostage situation. Overall, I just don't see any practical use for the Mutalk other than just being, like, this badge of dishonor, where you can proudly display that you bought the Mutalk and people can laugh at you for it. That's it. I don't see why anyone would actually want this. Again, I do think there is merit to the idea of having something to dampen sound for like a shared home environment or thin walls, but this isn't it. There's definitely something else that can capitalize on that idea. So yeah, I just want to talk about this. That's about it. See ya. Welcome to another riveting story time from my compendium of social ineptitude. Today's story takes place during high school when I thought breakdancing was the dopest. I used to think breakdancers were society's alpha males that couldn't walk 5 steps in public without falling penis first into a consenting vagina. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to learn to be a b-boy, an ultimate breakdancing Chad to impress girls. Keep in mind, this was about a decade ago, so there was movies coming out that focused on breakdancing and how cool it was. The one that had the biggest impact on me was called You Got Served. That movie was like my eye of the tiger. I would throw that shit on religiously to get myself pumped up and motivated, start pumping testosterone into my dick like, yeah, alright, I'll start serving people soon, I can do this. So I'd watch a shitload of shitty Expert Village tutorials on breakdancing till I got to a point where I was like, I'm confident, I can do this in front of people now and it'll be really cool. Spoiler alert, I was never actually good at it and it was never cool, but that didn't stop me. Every single school dance function from probably freshman year of high school to senior year of high school, I would be that sociopath on the dance floor during the first song, busting it wide open. You know, like at all the dances like homecoming and shit, the first song nobody's on the dance floor because it's not cool? Well, I'd cherish that moment. I would charge that dance floor like a football team storming the stadium field. I was all about that first song life. And this was during the time where The Jerk was popular. Well, not really, it was kind of on its way out anyway, but I was still trying to hold on to that glory of The Jerk. So I had this little routine that I would do at every dance function, every single one of them. And unfortunately, I still remember kind of the beginning of it, so I'm going to give you a little sneak preview of what it looked like. Breakdancing. I know, ladies, just leave your sodden panties in the dirty clothes and wash them later. What you just saw right there, what you just bore witness to, was a body wave into a 6-step combination, a little groundwork that I tossed in there for flair, then the jerk tacked on at the end. a combination move only fit for the most elite b-boy gods out there. Now, at the time, this was 10 years ago, I was far more limber, so I could go from the kneeling position to the standing position without blowing up my meniscus. Now is a different story. I can't exactly do it as well as I did back then, but in a nutshell, that's kind of what it looked like back then too, honestly. And let me tell you, it wasn't cool. I don't think that routine I came up with will ever be cool. If I'm wrong, please, some b-boys out there, make it better and send it to me. I'd love to see how that could possibly be improved, because in my eyes, that's as good as breakdancing gets. And they didn't appreciate it. So my high school just didn't really have a taste for the finer breakdancing things, because no girls ever thought that was cool, surprisingly. And let's fast forward, so I do that at all the dances. It never really got me anywhere or anything, and I never changed the routine. That was about the extent of it. That was my breakdancing prowess on full display. That was me sailing at full mast, full erection, red alert, and nobody gave a shit. It wasn't cool to them, and it clearly just objectively is not a very good routine. But let's fast forward to senior year. I'm still doing that routine, and I finally worked up the courage to ask a girl for her number, and she humored me by actually giving it to me. She was clearly not interested, but that didn't stop good old b-boy Charlie from trying. So in order to try and get her genuinely interested in at least, like, kissing me on the cheek or asking me to tie her shoes or something romantic like that, I would send her videos of me doing routines like that. But I didn't have any friends to videotape that because no one was that close to me. In fact, I don't think any of my friends would do that now because it's just embarrassing. So what I would do is I would have my dad take videos of me doing breakdancing like you just saw, except by senior year I was a little bit better. So I was able to do, like, kind of head spins. I couldn't do, like, a head spin without supporting myself with my hands. So I could kind of just, like, walk my head around very slowly. And I would have my dad videotape that. It'd be like a 2-minute video of me just walking my head around slowly like that on the floor. And I would send her that. And she was such a sweetheart. She would send me things like, "That's so cool," or "rad." It just, man, it was pathetic. Genuinely pathetic. So I'd continue to do this. And then she stopped replying. That's how that story ends. So, in a nutshell, I still think, power moves and breakdancing are cool as shit. I can't do them. My body just wasn't made for that type of activity. But I respect the men who can, and I still think that's cool. But the lesson here is, if you're not good at breakdancing, don't try. Don't use it to impress people. Definitely don't do it at parties or at bars or at school dance functions or anything. Just keep it to yourself. And definitely don't have your father videotape them, because that's equally as embarrassing. And trust me, I wasn't shy about telling her who videotaped that. I said, "Look at what my dad just filmed me doing," like it was some type of candid photo shoot or shot. So, the lesson here, just, don't be a idiot, I guess. There's really no lesson here. I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are trying to breakdance to impress girls in 2018. Now it's all about your Fortnite wins. But even if there is still that splinter cell of dudes out there that are blood, sweat, and tears pouring cum into the breakdance art, make sure you're really good at it before you show anyone that. Trust me, it'll save you a lot of embarrassment. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I decided to kick this month off with a story. This actually happened last night, and this is for anyone out there who in the last 24 hours have embarrassed yourself in front of the person you're attracted to or completely ruined your chances with that person. This is for you, to let you know you're not alone. I'm in the same boat and we're in this together. So last night some friends and I decided to go to the bar, and while at the bar there was a girl I found extremely attractive there, and I'd seen her around quite a few times at this same bar, but never really went up and talked to her. I was too shy for that. But last night I was feeling particularly confident because I had won a stuffed animal from the crane game at the International House of Pancakes, so I wasn't around with the rounds anymore. So I gave my nipple some stimulation, a few circles around them on the areolas, and I decided to buckle down and go up and start a conversation with her. And to my surprise, the conversation was flowing nicely. We went through about 4 or 5 sentences, and I hadn't even spilled my drink on her yet. I didn't even mention the word turbo, so this was going far better than anything I had done in the past, until my friend comes along. My friend's a big Pokemon Go player, and I play too. I have a lot of good Pokemon. I put up on the Pokemon Go front. And he starts talking about Pokemon Go, and I'm like, "You just sank my battleship. She's not going to want to talk about this." Especially because my friend was doing calf raises and just giddy with excitement, just absolutely jubilant over nothing. He just couldn't sit still. I couldn't understand why he was doing this. It didn't make any sense at all. He had no reason for it. But she actually went along with the conversation. She played Pokemon Go too. She loved it. And my friend was saying, how insane my Pokemon were, because my Pokemon, there's some pretty powerful in that arsenal. I got a lot of 2000 CPs and 1600 CPs. I'm not trying to flex too hard right now, you know, but I got some high CP Pokemon over there. My sucks. And he wanted me to show her, but I insisted I wasn't going to do that. I didn't think it was a good idea. So he reached into my pocket, real swift like a real master thief, pulled out my phone, brought up the Pokemon Go app, and then showed her my top CP Pokemon. Now the problem with this is I've named all of my top CP Pokemon some variation of the word cum, such as Cum Duck for my Gold Duck, Cumcutioner for my 1619 Executioner. You know, he's a pretty big boy, he means business. But yeah, all of my Pokemon are named some variation of word cum, except for one of my Pokemon, which I named something far grosser. I named him Smegma Saucer. And he shows her this without thinking at all. She sees it and is immediately disgusted with me. She even scoffed at me. And you could just feel the mood swing from a mile away. I'm sure the whole bar knew that something sinister had just unfolded. Some type of dark presence just came over this bar as she saw all of these Pokemon names. I could feel my urethra prolapsing like it was eating my penis. It was just such an uncomfortable situation to be in, and my friend just kept going on and on. Look at these Pokemon, can you believe this? Oh, he caught these. It just on and on and on. And she'd had just about enough of it. She put her foot down. She tried to trooper it out. She gave a real valiant attempt, but he just kept going about these Pokemon. He was like the world's worst Energizer Bunny wingman. It was ridiculous. So she walked away as he was still spouting out this shit about these Pokemon I caught. And my buddy just couldn't believe it. He was baffled. Can you believe this, Charlie? She just walked away. What is that about? And I was just beside myself. I was very upset about the situation. I don't even know why he came over there. We've never even talked about Pokemon Go together. We've played a few times, but we don't play that much anymore. So I don't know why he did that. He was plastered, so I'll give him that excuse. But it was just so ridiculous and unnecessary. But you know what? Looking back on it, you know, if she can't handle me when I'm naming my Pokemon cum, she doesn't deserve me when I'm not naming my Pokemon cum. Or at least that's how I'll sleep at night, I guess. But that's fine. It's alright. It was a learning experience. Now I know not to... I didn't learn from it. But, yeah, that's the story. And that's it. See ya. Anime is a word that inspires confusion, fear, and boners. On the surface, it's just another form of entertainment, but what it actually is a weapon. And like all weapons, there's the potential for misuse. This is the story of how I misused anime in my first year of college, and potentially led the entire student body to believe that I was some type of f***ing lunatic who was one bad Naruto episode away from crashing his car into the side of the on-campus gym. It all started in high school. I was pretty reclusive, I didn't go out much, but I did watch a lot of anime, and it taught me two very important lessons. The first being, the power of friendship is the strongest force in the universe that not even God himself can compete with. Friendship probably led to the Big Bang creating our f***ing universe. The second lesson being, the mysterious guy is always the coolest guy that big-titted girls want to f***, and smaller-titted girls want to f***. And I really took that lesson to heart, and I super shouldn't have. Absolutely not. But I did. And what happened is, as I graduated high school, I realized that college was my chance to really reinvent myself and change what people think about me, my perception, because no one knows about me. In high school, everyone knew me because I went to a small school, so I couldn't exactly just kick down the door one day sporting a leather jacket and riding a Harley Davidson and have everyone think I was super cool all of a sudden. They'd probably just think I was possessed by the spirit of a 40-year-old father going through his midlife crisis. But in college, nobody knew me, so I could be anything I wanted to be. And man, I wanted to be the anime mysterious guy. And holy shit, did it lead to a very embarrassing and lonely first year of my college. So my college anime opened up with an incredible season opener, just a beautiful introduction. On move-in day, the literal first time setting foot in college soil, being an adult, a full-grown, full-hairy, penised adult on a college campus. On move-in day, I had my dad helping me. And going to my dorm, moving in the elevator, there was a girl and her father who were moving in there on the same floor. And my dad was talking to her dad and her a little bit. I didn't say a word. I was too cool to say a word. And my dad tried to throw me into the conversation. So he asked me a real softball question that even a toddler could fumble his way through. I don't remember exactly what he asked me, but it was something like, "Oh, are you excited to move into this dorm, Charlie?" And I'll never forget my response because I remember this verbatim. I said, "You know I can't talk about that, Dad." I don't know why I said that. I guess in my head I thought that she would think that was super dope, like I was some type of super secret agent that can't talk about his opinions. But really it just came across like, wow, this is a guy that I should be afraid of. But I didn't, at the time, it didn't register with me like that was a weird thing to say. I went through the rest of that day being really proud of that, like, damn, nailed it in the elevator, college is gonna be great. I just expected, like, if we saw each other in the hallway, she'd just be overcome with ecstasy and just charge me like, Charlie's son, and then give me a smooch on my smoochers. But in reality, as you can imagine, that never happened. And that was really just setting the tone for the rest of that entire year for me. I wanted to, and luckily Kaya talked me out of it, I wanted to put an Xbox disc of Psychonauts around a chain on my neck, so that way people would know that I like Psychonauts. It's not exactly mysterious because I'm kind of beating you on the urethra with, you know, I like this, I'm clearly wearing it. But I was like, this is so different. This is totally what an anime guy would do, like the mysterious guy. Another thing that I wanted to do, and Kaya again talked me out of it, he really saved me from having an even more catastrophic freshman year of college, is I wanted to carry around a deck of cards and do magic tricks at house parties or just around campus to really make people be like, damn, that was cool. I need that guy's number. Who was that guy? That guy's super cool. Let's invite the magic deck guy back, the magic card trick guy. That super awesome and fun guy. I didn't end up doing that, but I did used to do some magic tricks at house parties, which is still embarrassing, but the cards were already there. I didn't bring them or, like, come up to people, hey, you want to see a magic trick? They were at least there. It made sense at the time. But bringing them around like a mysterious guy, keeping them in like a Ziploc bag, there was no coming back from that. If I went down that destructive path, I'd probably be behind bars right now just from scaring the general populace. Like, what is this guy up to with this deck of cards? This is a maniac. Get him off the streets, this menace. But now let's talk about the things that the social savior Kaya wasn't able to prevent me from doing. One of the biggest ones that I can remember is I used to go to clubs because I obviously wasn't really getting invited to house parties. Because who's going to want to invite the guy who doesn't talk because he thinks it's cool not to? Like, I would blatantly just avoid answering questions in class if I got called on. I'd just blow it off like, oh yeah. I wouldn't even give like a yes or a no. I wouldn't be like no, I don't know the answer. I wouldn't even give the answer. I'd just be like, oh yeah. Just like mumble it out like I was overdosing on Xanax. So obviously no one was going to come out of their way to invite me to a house party. No one got to know me my freshman year. So I'd go to clubs by myself. And one time, it was New Year's, and I had these light up New Year's glasses. And they were some pretty cool glasses, not going to lie. And I was wearing them around my neck because they were so bright I couldn't really see. I was basically just flashbanging myself when I was wearing them normally with the lights going on and So I had them around my neck. And this girl came up to me and started talking to me about them. And instead of like answering any of your questions, I was playing it the same way I did everything else. I just didn't say a word. She said something about my glasses, but she f***ed up and called them a necklace. She said something like, I like your necklace, that's a cool necklace. They're glasses. How dare you f*** that up? But anyway, I just disregarded it and I stared at her blankly like a f***ing robot whose programming just malfunctioned, or I just fell asleep standing up. But she kept trying to get me to talk to her, get me to open up that damn hero, that trooper. She just kept really trying to pry me open, but it just wasn't happening. Getting me to talk and not be mysterious in my freshman year of college would be like trying to open up a dumpster and not have a wave of shit hit your nostrils. But she kept trying. She pulled out her shirt saying, do you like my shirt? And it said something like, short girls know how to have fun, or something like that, or something to that extent. And I glanced at it, and then I immediately went back to staring at her without commenting on the shirt or even saying a word. I didn't make a noise. I didn't even make like a caveman grunt, like a Tim Allen. I didn't do anything. I didn't make a single audible noise. So I was basically just a fucking statue there. She tried again. She said something else about my necklace, and this time it must have just struck a chord, because I remember I pulled them off of my neck slowly and I put them on my eyes, and then I flicked them on the next setting, which was like this intense, glowing, like strobe light, like some blinding, banging strobe light. And then she walked away. I still didn't say anything because I just put them on my eyes and then turned that setting on and kept staring at her. So I don't blame her for walking away. And that was really when it hit me, like, you know, maybe being the mysterious weirdo isn't going to pay off. But I still committed to it. I still kept going past that. That was New Year's, and we still had another 5 or so months of me being an odd, weird, anime-inspired, mysterious loser. There's really no other big events that really stick out to me, just a bunch of small stuff that I kept doing throughout the entirety of my freshman year. Like if it was raining and everyone was like, oh, it's raining and I forgot my umbrella, I'm just going to wait it out. I'd walk right by them, just kind of like wiggle my way through them, and then I'd just walk out in the rain like I didn't give a like I didn't even know it was raining. Like I'd pull out my phone, much to the detriment of my phone, just be like, oh, rain? too mysterious to feel rain. I really don't know why I ever thought walking out in the rain looking like some kind of dumb asshole would be cool or mysterious, because it doesn't fit either category. But that was another thing I'd partake in almost every time it rained. The only other big event that I can really think of, one that I still think about and it keeps me up at night and really haunts my boners to this day, is when I took an art therapy course towards the second semester of my freshman year. I don't remember exactly what it was. It wasn't art therapy, but it was something similar. It was just an art class, basically, where you express yourself. And I thought it would be amazingly mysterious and really get girls' panties super f***ing wet, just sodden panties being tossed at me. Is every assignment I tried to make it as dark and bland as possible. So one of the assignments being, what do you think of your friends? You were supposed to do one about 12 friends. You make a drawing to represent each friend. And for mine, I did the same thing for all of them. It was a black box. I don't know why, I don't know what at all was my thought process with that, but I just did 12 black boxes to represent all of my friends, and when I was supposed to present it, I gave them each a name, and I did name 12 friends. I'm kind of more acquaintances. I didn't really have any like super close friends or anything, but I did name 12 people that I knew and who also knew of my existence. And that just made me seem like I belonged in an insane asylum looking back on it. But at the time I was like, oh, girls love the troubled artist, the mysterious troubled artist. This is beautiful. There's going to be tears in their eyes. I already know it. I'm going to get an A on this project. Spoiler alert, I didn't get an A because she thought I just blew it off and goofed on it, so I got a D because I at least turned something in. But even still, I drew 12 black boxes. That's some that you see in a horror movie, like when the weird kid's scribbling on paper in a black crayon, and then you find out that the kid's actually a demon. That's that kind of shit that I presented to the class, and there's no doubt in my mind those students walked away deeply disturbed and afraid of me from that moment on. So, you know, that's how I spent the entire first year of my college experience, emulating the anime mysterious guy. It wasn't until I moved out of my dorm and in with a new group of guys who put the kibosh on that and taught me how to be social, because they did not want to be living with some f***ing weirdo that's trying to be an anime mysterious guy. So that's kind of that's how my first year of college went. The lesson to take away from this is don't emulate what you see on anime, because it's just not gonna work unless you have some like superpowers that you might like, some really cool superpowers. You might be able to get away with being weirdly mysterious, but I didn't. The only superpower I had was being below average male height. But if you have some cool superpowers, maybe you can emulate anime to some extent and still be cool, but I couldn't. But I wouldn't recommend it to most people, the non-superpowered people out there. To the people that aren't X-Men, don't try and be an anime mysterious guy. Don't be weird. That's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I wanted to share a story with you all about an experience I've had with Tinder. I haven't told a story in a while, and I thought this was a good one to tell. I still have Tinder, but I don't use it anymore. And over the last year, I only really used it to survey my matches about Brendan Fraser and just kind of gauge their interest in a Brendan Fraser comeback. Basically, I was just a Brendan Fraser epidemiologist on Tinder. But that wasn't always the case. Back when Tinder was first starting to get big a few years ago, I put a lot of effort there and went on a few dates from Tinder. The majority of the dates were absolutely atrocious, just abysmal. But one date in particular will stand out as the worst date I've ever had, and probably will ever have. It's the worst date you could ever have. So I was talking to this girl from Tinder, and she was a real cutie patootie, and I was making some smooth moves. Hey girl, you got that baloney, I got that turbo dick, let's make a sex sandwich. You know, some real suave shit. Yahar, matey, your cooter be wet and me Willie wants to set sail. Let's, you know, some good shit. She was into it. So we'd come up with a whole date day, you know, we were gonna meet and do all these things together, and it was gonna be a fun day. And when that day rolled around, it turned out there was no fun to be had whatsoever. So the plan was I was gonna pick her up and we were gonna get food first, but I couldn't really figure out which house was hers because the address was all kind of f***ed up in the GPS. I guess she lived in an underground bunker. So I pulled up to this weird looking house. It looked like a little crack shack, and then an old man exited the door as I was texting her. So I was like, oh, this guy that looks like a ZZ Top member's coming into my car. I've been bamboozled. I've been schmeckeldorfed. But then she calls me, and it turns out I was just at her neighbor's house. But then when I pulled up to her house and she exited the door, it was the exact same experience. This girl looked nothing like her Tinder pictures or any of the Snapchats she sent me. This was a completely different person. But she was fun to talk to, so, you know, I still thought it was still going to be a fun day, even though she didn't look like what I expected or anything like that. So she opens my car, and as she sits down, she just rips ass. Just explodes from the anus. It's like she just jumped on a whoopee cushion once she got in my car. And there was no reasonable excuse you could make here, you know, like, oh, damn sneaky sneakers making fart noises down there. No. It was very clear to everyone, including God, that that was a really hard breaking of wind. But she tried her best to try and hide the sound, so she just started coughing super loud, so that way, you know, oh, it was just a cough, a really loud cough. But she really overdid it. She went into a fucking 40-second coughing fit for a 1-second rippage. I don't understand. Maybe she was just farting the whole time she was under this coughing spell, just shitting her pants in my passenger seat. But I was worried I was going to have to take her to the hospital. She just kept coughing and coughing and coughing, and I was panicking. And then, all of a sudden, she stopped and apologizes, and that's when the smell hits. This disgusting, foul Methodist fills my car, and it takes the breath right out of me. It makes my eyes water and my nose burn. It's like a biological weapon was just unleashed within my vehicle. I didn't know how to react, but I couldn't point out this elephant in the anus here. I just needed to pretend like I didn't smell anything. So I tried to act completely normal, but she was saying something to me and I couldn't make out what she was saying because it was as if a grenade had just gone off in this car. My ears were ringing, my vision was blurry, her voice was muffled, her words were gibberish. She sounded like a f***ing adult character in the Charlie Brown cartoon. Nothing was making sense. For a moment, I had exited this corporeal world through a fart. But then the dust began to settle and I came back to reality. And I just asked her to repeat what she said, and she did. I don't remember what she said. All that was on my mind is, how can I get out of this? So I came up with this genius plan, this absolutely brilliant scheme. So I told her, hey, look, I forgot my dad told me he wanted to go bowling today. We already made the plan last week, and I can't leave him hanging like this, so we can go get lunch, but after that, I've got to skedaddle. And she wasn't buying it. She knew something was awry here. What bowling alley are you going to, she asks. As beads of sweat start streaming down my face, I start trying to connect words that could sound like a bowling alley. So I came up with Sky King Pins. It doesn't really sound like a bowling alley. It sounds like somewhere you'd go to watch airplanes race against each other, but it was the best I could do at the time. And she was okay with that. What pound of bowling ball do I use? 15. First one that came to mind. I usually use a 16. I throw the lead down there. I throw cannonballs when I go bowling, but 15 because it's the first number that popped into my head when she said that. Next question. How old's my dad? That one caught me off guard. I don't know why she asked me that. I don't understand the relevance, but still she asked, and the only thing I could think of was my dad wouldn't be happy if I told someone else's age. Then she asked me a couple other really stupid questions, but one that was a real tit slapper, one that I knew I'd have to be very careful with how I answered. She asked, okay, can we hang out after you're done bowling with your dad? I didn't know what to do. This was the Gordian knot that I'd need to cut here. How could I address this question? Because I don't like to hurt anyone's feelings. I don't like to make anyone feel bad. So I couldn't just say, no, of course we can't. I just had to tiptoe around it. So I came up with this really long-winded story, this very elaborate novel of what we were going to participate in after bowling. Oh, you know, after we go get a few strikes, we were all going to go to my grandma's house where she's making her world-famous salmon sugar pancakes. I'm sorry, it's just got a whole lot of plans for the rest of the day I won't be able to. And she was disappointed but understood because, you know, grandma's whipping up her good old-fashioned dirt and soil crumpets or whatever the fuck I told her that she was making. I don't even remember what meal I said. But she understood. And then we got to the restaurant, we got our food, things were winding down. Eating, there was nothing too out of the ordinary that happened there, just general small talk, until she got a phone call from her parents. They had called her to yell and scream at her because her grades were slipping. I could hear most of it. It was extremely uncomfortable to sit through. It sounded like she was being shouted at by a f***ing drill sergeant. And then she started breaking down into tears in the restaurant. And I'm not really good when people are crying around me. I don't really know how to handle that. So I would just kind of, you know, cheer up, sport. You know, they don't know you. You're strong, and it's just school. Come on, champ. You don't let that affect you. We're having such a great day. Come on, just think of all the fun we're having here. You know, you're farting and in my car and stuff, and now you're crying in this restaurant. Come on, let's just get you home. You know. It was just very uncomfortable. There's not even words I could use to describe just how awful that situation was for the both of us. Because I know it was for her too. Because, you know, she's crying in front of this person she hardly knows. And that was pretty much the end of the date. I brought her home. The car ride was completely silent for the 15 minutes from the restaurant to her place. And then she just said, "Alright, see ya." And I was like, "Alright, take it easy. Peace out. I'm outski. I'm bouncing." I said all of those to her. And then I went and left. And then I checked with her later to see if she was feeling better about that whole situation with her parents, and she said she was, so that's good. But yeah, that's the worst date I've ever had, and also pretty much my experience with Tinder summed up into one story. And yeah, that's it. See ya. It's been a little while since the last time I sat you down at the fireplace with my bathrobe slightly ajar to tell you an embarrassing story from the period in my life where I've LARPed as a mysterious anime character. This was around the time I was like 18, 19 years old, so like freshman, early sophomore year of college. And I've told many a pathetic story from this sad compendium of miserable social ineptitude, and there's one I haven't shared with you that I thought I'd share today. This was actually the first date I ever went on, like first official date. I'll just give you a brief lore update for those that haven't seen any of the other videos. Back in early college years, I thought it'd be great to reinvent myself as a mysterious anime character in real life. It worked for the anime characters. Girls were always trying to constantly like gobble on their meat. And so I thought, well, if it worked for them, it could work for me. So I wanted to be like super unique. I wanted to wear a chain with my favorite video game disc on it, Psychonauts, so just be like a chain with Psychonauts on it. I also refused to talk to people, so if people talked to me or asked me questions, I'd respond with like moans and grunts instead of words. It was really goofy. Like, talking to me would be like talking to an NPC in Banjo-Kazooie where they just respond with that's how I would pretty much respond to or just complete silence. I have no doubt a lot of people on campus probably reported me to authorities as a potential threat to the university in those early year and a half, however long I spent doing that. But I eventually grew out of it. But during this time, I actually did get a date. My first real official date. Now, while this was my first date, it wasn't like I was a completely kissless virgin. I was a virgin who had been kissed once. It was a dare. A girl was once dared to kiss me because that was seen as such a punishment that in a truth or dare game, they made it a dare to kiss me. And I was like, yeah, this is my time to shine. Probably pre-came and my pants at the same time. But anyway, I managed to get this date because a friend of mine from high school actually invited me to a party. We hadn't seen each other in quite some time, and they invited me out to go drink with them. At the time, I was completely straight edge. I didn't want to touch drugs. I didn't want to touch beer. I also wasn't even sure I ever wanted to lose my virginity. I was starting to think it might even be best if I didn't. But they invited me to this party, and I was still in this mysterious anime phase, and he invited me to play beer pong with him, and I was like, well, as long as I don't drink. And he's like, Charlie, I'll just drink for you. Just play with me. And I was like, sure, let's go. So we were playing. And then eventually his friends called him to do like a keg stand or something, so I needed a partner, and a girl hopped in to play with me. And I didn't say a word to her. And I guess that must have been cool enough because she started talking to me, and then I eventually like mumbled out like, do you want to go to the beach? And she said yes. She gave me her number, and we set up a beach date for the next day. And my god, I don't even think I slept that night. I remember that night after the party, I went back to the dorm and I was just busting out hundreds of crunches and like bicycle crunches and trying to sculpt out my abs speedrun style. I didn't eat, I only drank a ton of water, just trying desperately to get my six-pack to pop out a bit more. I was a lot leaner back then because all I focused on was being like ripped, but my arms were super skinny, so I just kind of looked like an actual poorly drawn anime character physique-wise. Nowadays, I'm just actually jacked, but back then I was like, all I need is abs, and girls will want to f me real good. So I'm in my dorm for hours just doing an impromptu P90X routine till the sun comes up, and I text her, she doesn't respond, I start to panic, I texted her again, still didn't respond, I'm freaking out, I'm like, oh my god, I've ruined it, I blew it, holy shit. It's all over. She hates me. She probably reported me to the police because I was creepy. Oh my god. I text her again. I triple texted her. Literally the worst possible thing you could do. She finally responds just saying she was sleeping, and then I realized that that's probably about par for the course because it was like 9 a.m. I was like, it's like Saturday, and I'm texting her at 9 a.m. like 1,000 times. It stands to reason that she might just be sleeping in. Having a manic episode in the text messages there at 9 a.m. and then she still agrees to meet with me. She's like, yeah, we're still down for the beach, let's go. So we meet at my car. I play my boner jams, which was a real risk for me because the music I listened to then and the music I still listen to now isn't really popular. It's mainly like metal like that. And luckily she likes that music. In fact, she even knew some of the bands like Cybreed. She likes Cybreed, which is still my favorite band right now. So that was cool, but I'd never done small talk or anything. so I didn't know how that was supposed to go, and I think she was picking up on that, so she took the initiative to talk to me. So she asked me, hey, did you have fun at the party last night? I said, nope. Which is a great response, because, I mean, that's super cool. Like, hey, this guy is so damn badass, he didn't have any fun last night. But I do remember saying the only cool thing about the party was meeting you. I was like, that's kind of suave. So I hit her with that bit of smooth ass cheeks right there, to which she didn't really say anything. At least I don't remember her saying anything. Maybe she had just gotten completely sodden panties and, you know, that's probably what happened. But she continues, you know, standard stuff. What's your major? At the time it was digital arts. This was before I switched. Do you like digital arts? It sounds cool. What is that? And I was like, I hate it. It's just making 3D animations. It sucks. So I'm just constantly doing my best to ruin any kind of positivity. That whole car ride was basically like condensed pessimism on wheels. And so she just keeps asking me these questions, to which I'm giving like the worst responses to imaginable, convinced, like the anime characters I've seen before, that being different or being negative is cool to women, which it's definitely not. But she eventually gets to the dagger. What do you do? Like, she probably assumed I had like a job or something, because she did. So she's like, well, what do you do for work? You know, what do you do? And I was like, can't get into that. It's a secret. Which obviously piqued her interest, because like, what the f*** does that mean? Am I like a CIA spy? Am I a hitman? An assassin? Like, what the f*** is that? She's like, well, what do you mean it's a secret? I was like, I just can't get into that. I can't talk about it. So she keeps poking the sleeping bear. She's like, well, what do you mean? What do you do? Like, it's kind of weird. Like, what do you do? And eventually I'm like, I make videos on the internet. Keep in mind, this is 2013. The idea of being a YouTuber was a foreign concept back then. I'd also never told anyone about this. I never said out loud that I made videos online. I always kept that like my biggest top secret. I never ever talked about it, but in this instance, I was fucking desperate. I was pulling out all the stops. I was emptying my pockets of all the possible spaghetti I could fill on the floor, vomiting anything that might help my chances of getting me laid. I would have told her I was Santa Claus if I thought it would help my chances of getting my cock wet. I was just going all out, just this once, just trying. So I told her I make videos on the internet, and she laughed at me, which just felt phenomenal. She thought I was just kidding because I had hyped it up so much to that grand wet fart of a reveal. She was probably just relieved more than anything, because she probably thought I was a psychopath with the way I was answering, but I dropped that nugget of truth on her, and at the time, like I said, this wasn't really anything anyone talked about. Like, YouTuber wasn't a thing back then. Most of the most popular shit was like Facebook pages that people knew, and when it came to YouTubers, most people only knew like the biggest ones. The big one back then that I remember most people talking about was Epic Mealtime, and I also remember even things like I'm Schmacked were kind of big back then, but other than that, there wasn't a ton else that college students would think of when they hear of internet content creator YouTuber. So she didn't really find that all that impressive, and I've never treated it like a job or anything, but I just thought it was going to be a good answer to that question, one that she probably hadn't heard before, and she probably never did hear it before because she just straight laughed at it, which didn't make me feel like my chances were being helped. She thought that I was just making like a joke out of it because I just made it like this hyped up thing, like, no, it's a big secret, it's a government secret, I'm not allowed to say it, if I say it, the government's going to come kill me, and then I just reveal like I make gameplay and commentary videos on YouTube. So she giggled at that, and then she asked what the channel was, so I showed it to her when we parked. I brought up the channel, and at the time the channel video that would autoplay was my titty simulator game, which of course was a kind of weird look, so I bring that up. At the time I had like 800,000 subscribers, which is a ton, and she was impressed by the number, but the content itself I don't think she was too fond of, because it was titty simulator with me talking about honkin' milkers being dragged around by their nipple, and then some of the other related ones were other weird games like don't shit your pants and things. So she didn't really want to stay on the channel that long, but she said congratulations to me, and I was like, oh, okay, that didn't really work very well now, did it? So we finally arrive at the beach, confidence is shot, I can tell that this mysterious anime character facade's not doing me any favors. So we end up just going to like a pretty crowded area on the beach at Clearwater, and just laying down, and she played music with her earbuds in, and I just kind of laid there, you know, pretending like this was productive, like, yeah, I'd always wanted a tan, I'll just lay here with my ass cheeks hanging out, I guess, why not? And just sit there doing nothing while she's listening to music at the beach. At the end of it, I just kind of felt like I was an Uber driver who stayed a little too long. Like, she requested a ride, but then I had nothing else to do, so I also just went to the same destination. So we just kind of stayed there for like an hour, and then she's like, alright, I'm ready to head back, I'm kind of hungry. I didn't even bother asking if she wanted to get food with me, because I could already just pick up on the vibe here that it wasn't really going anywhere. So we go back, and then she hugged me, and I was like, it was all worth it, I got a hug, let's go! Woo! So I got a hug out of it, which means I was a champion that day, but we never talked again, surprisingly. And that's how my first date went, so overall, pretty successful. Got off to a great start, really, in the whole romance world. And yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. I also think it's a pretty interesting look at how things have changed recently, because back then, YouTuber wasn't even a word in anyone's vernacular. No one had ever really like heard of that before. It wasn't really an explored concept, just kind of like this emerging hobby that some people would pick up on. But nowadays, I think it's like 60% of kids want to grow up to be like a YouTuber or internet creator, which is wild. So in less than a decade, it has completely changed. But back then, yeah, that was not looked at too positively. But anyway, I just wanted to share this story because I haven't done this one before, and I thought it was worth sharing. That's about it. See ya. I'll go ahead and tell another story where I f***ed up with a woman. I have so many of those. I wish I could animate those so I could animate the story to really help give a visual. But anyway, it was my freshman year of college, I think. I'm pretty sure it was. And I went to a club, because that's what a lot of freshmen did. They would go to clubs. And I wasn't a big fan of clubs, but you know, I put on the facade that I loved clubs. I would flail my arms around like a buffoon, maybe get a little hip gyration in there, and generally look like I was having a good time. I mean, if you saw me at the club, you'd be like, wow, this man really likes his clubs. But I didn't, at all. But I still went. And this one time in particular, I decided to wear these like light-up glasses that looked like something a pop singer during the 70s would wear in a music video. And I was dancing around in them, and you know, doing my thing. Getting a little footwork action in there, and by that I mean I was doing the hokey pokey on the dance floor. And I saw a girl, she was really pretty, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna buckle down, I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna talk to her. So I did everything right, I went up to her, and then I didn't say a word, I just went up to her and stared at her. She didn't see me at first, she had to turn around, and then she looked at me, and then she's just looking back at me, and I wasn't saying a word. She probably thought I was lagging, or just frozen. And, you know, she must have liked something about my approach, because then she started trying to talk to me, and I just didn't answer any of her questions. I didn't say a word to her. She was like, what's your name? Didn't answer. And then she pointed out my glasses, which were now around my neck because they weighed damn near 40 pounds and my nose and eye muscles weren't up to that challenge. So I put them on my neck. She pointed them out. She said, hey, I really like that necklace. Without saying a word, I just picked up the glasses off my neck and put them on my eyes. And then I just continued to look right at her. It was like I was trying to predict the future. I was reading a crystal ball. And then she said, oh, they're glasses. Well, that's even cooler. So I'm just looking at her like a tacky time traveler with these light-up, blinking glasses. And I was just doing what any sane man would do. I was staring directly into the eyes of a stranger without saying a word. And she was starting to get a little uncomfortable with this, like a little bothered. But she still wanted to try and salvage this really odd interaction with me. So she said, do you like what my shirt says? And naturally, I just didn't look at the shirt. I kept looking at her, just right into her eyes. And then she noticed this and was a little put off by it, but then she lifted her shirt up, like all the way up, like above her head almost. She nearly took it off so that way I could see it, because I was taller than her. So that way I could see nothing but the shirt. She put it in front of her face, and then I just stared blankly at the shirt without actually reading it. And after a couple of seconds she said, so what do you think of the shirt? And I just nodded. And then she stormed off, because that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And my friend happened to see most of it, and he came over and he said, well, what the f*** was that about? You didn't say a thing to that girl. And then I turned around and I just looked at him without saying anything too, and I really don't know why. I don't know why I didn't say anything to her, I don't know why I didn't say anything to him. I don't know what the f*** was going on there. I was completely sober, and my brain was just processing some really complex algorithms or something, I don't know, but it was a really embarrassing time, and then I continued to just dance around like an absolute loser. And then I threw those glasses right in the garbage. I should have set them on fire, but I just got rid of them because that was very embarrassing. So yeah, that was that story. I wasn't always this sex god you see before you, the apex of raw sexual energy. In fact, I actually came into this world a virgin. I was born with virginity. My father, he wasn't a virgin, and yet, embarrassingly, I was. And it stayed that way for 19 years, until in the spring break of my 19th year in this plane of existence, it all changed when my wiener nation landed on the shores of a vagina nation, consensually, of course. It was an invite for the Wiener Nation to make landfall. At 2,013 years after the death of Christ, I had finally lost my virginity. Like a crab shedding its shell, I molted. But what did I do up until that point? Well, I've already shared with you a little bit of my freshman year of college where I pretended to be a mysterious anime character, but this arc doesn't stop there. I used to think it was cool and unique to be a virgin in college, so I used to wear it like a Boy Scouts badge of honor. You know, I would talk about my virginity to any female that made the mistake of listening. It was one of the first things I'd do. I'd basically fucking shake a hand and say, I'm a virgin. You're shaking a virgin's hand, which is probably the grossest hand you could ever shake, because you know that shit is crusty. If these hands could talk, well, if this hand could talk, the stories it would tell you. So, but anyway, I thought because everyone else wasn't a virgin in college, at least none of my friends were, I was one of the I was the last one to lose their virginity in my group of friends, I thought it'd make me stand out. I thought it'd be like, wow, that guy's a virgin? Holy shit. I didn't even know this existed in this college anymore. Damn, that's exotic. I gotta get in there. It wasn't the case. In fact, it was just super creepy. But I wouldn't listen to my friends. One of my friends sat me down as like a intervention. He was like, Charlie, look, you gotta stop telling people you're a virgin. It's weird and it's not gonna work. But I didn't believe him. I thought he was working with like the Illuminati, trying to restrict my power. But today I look back on that and I see he was a f***ing saint. He knew what I didn't. How creepy that was. I was like a vegan. I wouldn't shut the fuck up about being a virgin. Like in parties and shit, if I'd been drinking, you know the virginity talk was coming. I was like a parent giving the birds and the bees talk to their children. And God help the poor women that talked to me when I was drunk and talking about virginity, because sometimes I'd talk about it in different accents. Sometimes I'd be an Irish virgin, other times a Russian virgin. I thought it would be something different and cool. And I acted like I was proud of it. You know, I've held on to my virginity this long. Yeah, baby, this one's for Jesus Christ up there. But I wasn't proud of it, and I knew Jesus wasn't proud of my virginity either, nor my attempt to spit the game at the parties by talking about virginity. That was never going to work. But it didn't stop me. You see, this all took place around the time that I got my main lead acting role in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I've already shared that story with you. So when I used to meet these women at parties and shit, I would have this 1-2 combo. Hey, I'm in the Hunger Games. And I'm a virgin. That's a irresistible man right there. That right there is a recipe for an Adonis. And let me tell you what, that didn't help very much. But I used to have the Mockingjay trailer on my phone, and I'd show the trailer if they were unfamiliar and just pretend that I was in it, and I wouldn't go back to show them. I'd just be like, oh, there I am. Oh, I was quick, you missed it. I must have tried this combination move 100 times. Like a Japanese bladesmith, I'd keep folding it over, smashing it down, making it sharper, better, refining it, until finally it worked one time. I met a girl at a party, we talked, we made out, exchanged numbers, and we're going to get together for a date. Date comes around and you can already guess the conversational topics. Hey, what's your major? Where are you from? Are you a virgin? No? Why not? I am. Bang. Game over. There's no coming back from that kind of shit. I don't know why I just felt this compulsive desire to constantly talk about it. It's really not like it was a crowning achievement, and not even to me. I constantly wanted to lose my virginity, and yet I'd constantly hype it up like it was the best part of me. It's just wild shit, and, you know, it taught me a hard lesson. That's pretty much when I learned the most important lesson. Stop bragging about virginity. This desire to be unique between being an anime character in college, a mysterious anime character, to being a virgin evangelist constantly preaching the good word of virginity. This desire to be unique really f***ed me and hindered me very much in my early formative college years. Also, during this time I had a friend that was a female. I very much liked her. We were friends for like a year. The feelings weren't mutual. I was very into her. She had none of those same feelings for me, but it didn't stop me from telling her that I was saving my virginity for her. How noble. They say chivalry's dead, but yeah, I used to tell her that my virginity is going to be hers for the taking. That had to be the last thing on her Christmas list every damn year. It must have been the scariest and most alarming thing someone could tell you like that. And it wasn't just like a 1 or 2 time fluke thing where I mentioned that by accident. No, I told her that like all the time. If we texted, it'd be like a lullaby for me. You know, I'm going to bed now. Do you want to kiss my virginity to sleep with your lips? No? Alright, just keep in mind I'm a virgin when you go to sleep tonight. Have dreams about my virginity. It's something I mentioned frequently because I really thought in my delusion that being a virgin and being unique like that was cool and not weird. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe nowadays things have changed and being a virgin's the coolest damn thing in the world next to pissing in your pants. But back then it certainly wasn't, and definitely not my approach of mentioning it all the time. I think you could be the coolest man in the world, but if you keep mentioning the same shit over and over again, it's gonna make you look like a weirdo. Actually, let me hit you with a fun trivia fact for when you play Critical Jeopardy with your family. The girl I'm talking about in this story here is actually the reason I kept the beard. You see, for the Hunger Games role I got, they asked that you grow out your facial hair, which I'd never even considered doing before. I'd always been clean-shaven. I looked like an 8th grader in debate club. But when I grew it out for that role, she said it looked good, so I kept it, and I never looked back. And now if I shaved it, I'm sure I'd look like a bag of assholes collided with another bag of assholes. So yeah, I guess gloating about virginity wasn't all bad. But trust me, it was all bad. If there's any lesson to take away here from my experience for all of you watching, it would be, don't use like a defining characteristic and shove it down people's throats. Don't try and force people into thinking you are special or unique. Just be yourself, and if they view you as special or unique, great. If they don't, who gives a shit? The two that come to mind right away are vegan and atheist, where people constantly mention those two things that they're associated with that. At least that's the big meme on the internet, and I've only seen it in real life a couple of times, so I don't know how prevalent that is. But just going around and saying things like, I'm a vegan, I'm an atheist, I'm a virgin, and constantly bringing those things up and calling attention to it just makes people not want to be around you. It's a pretty toxic social environment when you're just constantly talking about what you think makes you unique and special. That would be kind of the takeaway from this virginity bragging story, I'd say. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. It's been a little while since I've told this story, so go ahead and hop on my lap here by the fireplace and I'll tell you a tale. As is common with most of my stories I've told on the channel, this takes place during the period of my life where I thought it was cool to be a mysterious anime character. This was like my early years of college. As you can probably imagine, my ability to socialize during this time was absolutely pathetic. Having a conversation with a magic 8-ball would have been more fun and engaging than talking to me back then. Those poor souls that talked to me back then probably instantly regretted it, because having a conversation with old Charlie was like talking to Alexa if she was overdosing on Xanax. It was rough. Why is this important though? Because this is setting the stage for one story I haven't told yet. I've told so many stories when it comes to all of the weird and creepy interactions I've had with women, all my fault, of course, just because I was so unbelievably socially inept. Like, it's hard to put into words how bad I was at recognizing social cues and how to be, like, acceptable in society. I bought one of those fake cigarettes one time. You know that kids would buy from Spencer's when they were like 12? I bought one of those things when I was 18 because I thought it looked cool and I hated real cigarettes. You know how sad that is? I'm surprised I didn't buy one of those colorful propeller hats and started spinning it to try and look cool or something. It was rough. So what I'm saying is, socially, I was the worst thing you could imagine, but it didn't stop me from trying to have conversations with women. I tried to fake confidence, fake it to make it, and all of that shit. And today's story will be in that ballpark. So this story takes place in a location where all good social interactions take place, at GameStop. So let me take you back to the past when my social interactions sucked ass. This is GameStop 2012, 2011, somewhere in that ballpark. I was, of course, Virgin Boy Charlie, if you can even believe that. Some say I lost my virginity before my dad, but the truth is, I was actually a virgin, embarrassingly enough. And I was doing what all virgins did, using Reddit for some advice. And Reddit is one of the worst places when it comes to seduction and just general advice when it comes to human interaction, because it's the blind leading the blind. The people giving that advice, they have likely never talked to a human being before. They're probably getting all of their social cues the same place I was. Anime. So I was using anime and r/relationship or something, I don't remember what subreddit, and these two things were clashing, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to take both of these, do like a little unholy fusion dance, and become this Ultra Chad, the product of great advice and great animation. And I was going to channel this and show that, you know, I'm becoming more confident in myself by flirting with girls in public. And I chose my first rodeo to be at GameStop. Before going to GameStop, I had decided that I was going to march into GameStop, right up to the counter to the girl that worked there and call her beautiful right to her face. I was going to look her in the eyes. I was going to say, ma'am, you are beautiful. You are gorgeous. I don't know what I expected to happen next because I didn't have a follow-up. Maybe I was fantasizing like one of those dream scenes where all of a sudden, like an anime, the girl blushes and then she calls out her 3 twin sisters or something. And they all fall in love with me. I don't know. But that was my game plan. and I was hyping myself up. I was like a football player in the locker room before the championship game, headbutting lockers. I put on a necklace, and I never wear a necklace. I found like this old gold necklace from probably when I was a kid, but my neck is still the same size as a kid's, so it still fit. I spiked my hair up real well, drowned it in gel, and I mean drowned it in gel. I looked like a freshly born baby covered in amniotic fluid up there, and I felt like $1,000,000. Today was the day I was going to say to a girl, she is beautiful. So I hop into my Batmobile and I cruise on over to GameStop. I get to the door, I open it, and it's like everything else just melted around me. Time froze, and there she was, behind the desk, the only female employee at this particular GameStop, and she looked miserable. Probably because she's working at a GameStop, but I was going to make her day better by being the only man in GameStop history with the confidence to say that she was beautiful. You know, I'm sure she doesn't hear that every day from other socially inept slime balls, so I was going to be the first, the trendsetter, truly a pioneer. So I meandered around a little bit, just making sure I was building up enough confidence, going over the lines in my head. The line I was going to use was when she was done ringing me up, I was going to say, "Thank you, beautiful," and then wait to see her response, see what she says to this, hoping that she wouldn't call the police or have security come tackle me. So, I finally pick out a game, some used game I'm sure, because I was big into used games for a long time. I slam that shit on the counter because I'm ready. She starts by asking me a couple questions. Am I a member of GameStop Power Plus Ultra program? Well, no, I'm not. She's going off script. I wasn't accounting for this. It's freeform now. The dialogue has been all f***ed up. I'm getting a little jumbled in my head. I'm getting nervous. I wasn't expecting to be interrogated by her today. I'm not a member of this GameStop program. Would I like to be? Well, would it help my chances with you? I don't know. I'm going through all kinds of scenarios in my head. It's like a visual novel. There's a bunch of different branching paths I could choose from. I'm panicking. I'm breaking down a bit. My composure is starting to falter. There's sweat on my brow and a tickle in my sack. I was not prepared for this at all. She then asked me, do I want my receipt? Another question I wasn't anticipating. Do I say, "Thank you, beautiful"? Now, no, that wouldn't make sense because she asked me a question. I can't just respond with a... I have to answer the question. Everything's all falling apart at once. It's like Salvador Dali's painting where the clocks are melting. I'm running out of time. I don't know when to say this line. And no, I don't really want this receipt. What am I going to do? Wipe my ass with it? I paid $3 for some garbage used game. I tell her, no, thank you, you keep the receipt. And that's when she says it. A sentence that could dampen the pants of any man, even the strongest men. She says, "Thank you for shopping at GameStop." I freeze. I don't know how to respond. I stand there for what feels like hours, looking at the ground, wondering, is now the time? And then I decide I muster the courage within myself, the strength to go forward. I say, "Thank you, beautiful." I'm still looking at the ground when I say this, because I haven't earned the right to look my GameStop queen in the eyes yet. And then I do what any sane man would do. I ran away. I jogged away. Before she could even actually respond, I started jogging away with the bag in my hand like I just stole the game from GameStop. But I did hear her say, "Oh." I know for a fact she said "oh" as I turned my back to run away. I ran all the way to my car, hearing that "oh" in my head the entire way there, got in, slammed the door, and I thought to myself, Charlie, you did it. We just made that employee extremely uncomfortable. And man, do I feel like shit about it. It was a good lesson to learn. That was probably already the 5th or 6th time that lady had been hit on that day by weirdos like me. She probably just up and quit that day. That was probably the last straw right there. I don't know, because I never went back. I was just so goddamn embarrassed about this whole thing, but I do imagine she quit that day. But yeah, I tell you this story in the hopes that people will learn from it. Don't make the same mistakes I did. Don't be a weirdo, and don't, yeah, that's basically it, really. That's about it. So yeah. You know what, I'm gonna tell a story. I haven't told a story in a really long time. I don't know what story to tell, though. Please get out of the doorway, I'm about to tell a story. You're welcome to listen, but do it from the other side of the door, please. You know what, I'm gonna tell a story I've only told once to one person, because it's probably the most embarrassing story I have. That might not be true, but it is super embarrassing. No shame though. When I was 19, I met a girl at a party, and I got her number, and we were talking, and the next day I ended up at her place, and she wanted to give me a job, but the timing could not have been worse. It was suboptimal timing. It would have been better timing if she gave me a job when I was feeding my dogs in front of my parents, but this was just inhumane. I really, really had to take a piss, and for some reason, I didn't just excuse myself and was like, excuse me, I really need to use your restroom to urinate. I wanted to tough it out. I wanted to really, like, be a big man, a big strong man, and, you know, get a job while having to take a piss, and, you know, I thought everything would be fine. So she starts going to town, and I piss all over her. Right in her mouth, in her face. There was no mistaking, it was piss. Like, you know, you can put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. This didn't even try to disguise its true identity. It was yellow as a pineapple, and it indiscriminately soaked everything in her room. It was like I was firing a Thompson submachine gun. It was propelling at speeds I could only imagine a space shuttle could travel at. And I was just shocked, because I don't usually piss with the force of 1,000 ballistas, but this piss was leaving my urethra with a mission, and that mission was to cover the world in itself, to drown the universe in this vile liquid I was producing. It was absolutely remarkable, and I felt it coming too. I could feel it just surging. I could feel the calm before the storm, and then the storm itself. I knew I had opened Pandora's box, and I was gonna try and play it off cool. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna be like, you know, I ejaculate pretty hard sometimes, but when I saw how yellow it was, I knew this is how the world was going to end. And I remember, after the apocalypse erupted from me, I remember verbatim what she said. She said, I just can't deal with this. And then I don't remember exactly what she said next, and I don't remember exactly how she dealt with the mess I created, but I do remember that it has a happy ending, and we ended up still hooking up, so that was fine. But on that day I learned a valuable lesson. Humanity received a grim reminder that when you need to piss, you should absolutely piss. It was also really cool of her though, because she didn't get extremely pissed off that I pissed on everything she held dear in the world. We saw each other a lot after that actually. We didn't date, but we did see each other a lot. She was really cool. I really liked her. I also just realized I'm almost out of power here. And I also realized this is the first story I've shared about one of my many fuck-ups with women. Zoinks, the lights are off, oh no. I've got a secret, and I'm not afraid to share it right now. Much like Bruce Wayne keeping his Batman identity a secret, I've got something that I've been keeping from you. And you're not going to believe me when I tell you this, but it is the truth. I used to be a virgin. Not only did I used to be a virgin, I used to be a turbo virgin who was extremely proud of the fact that he was a virgin. In my early college years, I used to brag about being a virgin to anyone that would listen. I was like those dudes that stand on corners with a sign saying the end is near, just talking about doomsday. I was that with virginity. And every day was virginity day for me. I made a video talking about this a little while back, about how I used to brag about being a virgin. I really went hard on that being a core part of my identity in my early college years. When I did talk to girls, I would treat it like I was on Shark Tank and I was pitching my virginity to them like a business that they should invest in. It was very sad and pathetic. But I figured I'd share a few more stories from this era of my life, this arc in the Charlie anime, because there's some real golden nuggets in there that I think maybe a few of you could learn from. Though I don't imagine too many of you watching this right now think virginity is cool or something worth bragging about all the time, unless of course you're trying to be a pastor or teaching abstinence at a high school or some shit like a sex ed teacher. But anyway, I wanted to share a couple of these stories. So the first tale from the compendium of Charles White's virginity stories is actually one that I shared on a stream recently. It was my sophomore year of college, 2014. Five Nights at Freddy's is the hottest shit, just came out. We've never seen anything like that. Our assholes blown wide open by Five Nights at Freddy's. It was a dark and stormy night, and my roommate had a girl over. It wasn't anyone romantic. They weren't together. They weren't, anything at all. It was a friend of his from high school who came down to party at the university. I did not go to a party that night. I stayed in the dorm room watching cartoons. After the partying had ceased and everyone had their fun, my roommate went to bed, but she didn't. She sat on the couch and watched whatever cartoon I was watching at the time. I think I was watching Justice League or something. So she was wet. And she just started talking about how much fun she had at the party and eventually asked me why I didn't go with them. And I tried to play it cool. I said, I had better things to do. And if I had a cigar, I would have lit it in that moment right there and just blew a big puff. I was really trying to be suave about it, but the reality is the reason I didn't go was because I wasn't invited. It was a very low-key party, and this was when I still wasn't super familiar with my roommates. They were probably afraid I'd crawl on top of one of the tables and start trying to lead like a virginity chant, like, raise your hands if you're a virgin. Oh, just me? Even better, you know, something weird. So they didn't ask me to go, which is why I wasn't there. But anyway, of course, me being this virginity evangelist that wouldn't shut the fuck up about virginity, we talked more about some shit, I don't remember what, but of course, me being the mysterious anime loser virgin extraordinaire back then, I eventually steered our conversation into a talk of virginity. And I started telling her about, you know, how great it is being a virgin and how, you know, maybe I'll lose it soon if I'm really feeling like it, as if I had, you know, a ton of options, like my cell phone was full of applicants to take my virginity. And she said something that still rings in my ears sometimes when I'm trying to go to bed. After telling her all of this about my virginity and telling it with a, you know, a real smile on my face, really saying it with my chest like I am a virgin, she hit 19-year-old Charles with a giggle and a wow, that's so sad. And she thought I was kidding, so she started making jokes about it, and I insisted that no, I was being serious, and I was like, damn. You know, on the inside I was like, damn, that was brutal, that hurt, but she's not wrong. The more I say it out loud, the more I realize how sad it is. And then she goes on to say, I'll suck your dick if you want. And I went into a full meltdown mode. It was like something out of Tom and Jerry when, like, the stars are going around when they're, like, knocked out. I was having, like, a meltdown, and I eventually just went into, like, full Redditor mode. I was like, oh, gee, whoa. No, madame, I could never ask such a thing of you. Absolutely not. I would not have that. I'd like my virginity to stay, thank you very much, you harpy, you succubus. So I stood my ground and declined the job, which was a more than generous offer from her, might I add. She was just gonna take one for the team, a real champion. Like, what a great friend my roommate had. And honestly, I probably saved her life by declining that job, because I don't think she quite knew what she was dealing with and getting into. She was about to bite off more than she could chew. She was like Icarus flying way too close to the sun. If she did give me that job, I would have blasted an unholy cum shot at an unreal velocity that probably would have pierced the back of her throat and gone out the other side. It would have looked like she got hit by a sniper. My wiener had never even been accidentally touched by a human female. The closest thing my cock ever got to a girl touching it back during that time was when a girl accidentally hit me in the balls with her criminology book when we were standing up from the table in the classroom. So if she blew me, I would have busted a nut of biblical proportion, a dangerous nut. So really, I made a noble decision and saved her life by declining that. And I think that incident right there where she said it was so sad that she was just going to offer me a job really put it in perspective how sad it really was. Because it was so sad that not only did she tell me to my face how sad it was, but she tried to offer like consolation, as if she was trying to console someone who was grieving. Pretty wild stuff. And I figured I'll share one more story, because this one's just as embarrassing. Probably not as embarrassing, though. It's probably worse. Before my sophomore year of college, my high school had a reunion party at one of the girls' houses, and this is when I had just started drinking, and I was getting after it. I was hitting that alcohol real hard. And one thing that I talked about this in the previous bragging about virginity video, but one thing I used to do is I would get drunk and start bragging about my virginity in different accents. Well, I remember at this high school reunion party with all my old high school classmates, I reached that level of drunk where it was time that Irish Charlie come out and start talking about his virginity. So, for the whole night that I can remember before total blackout, I was talking in an Irish accent about how great it is being a virgin and how everyone who had lost their virginity had just failed to reach enlightenment. I was the happiest one being a virgin, all in an Irish accent, of course. And then I do remember one of the girls kissed me, and I pre-came down my leg. I don't know if it was like a pity kiss or something, or like pent-up feelings from high school, though I doubt it, because I was a real weirdo in high school. But I remember one of the girls kissing me, and I pre-came down my leg. At least that's what I tell myself, that it was pre-cum. Honestly, it could have just been a full load that I blew down my leg. I really don't know. But I do know I wasn't invited to the follow-up high school reunion party the next year. So there's a very good chance that I might have just shit myself, honestly, down my leg. It could have been anything. It could have been any mystery fluid coming out of there. I couldn't tell you. But yeah, Just a couple more tales from this time where I thought bragging about being a virgin was cool. Again, the lesson to take away: bragging about virginity is a weird thing to do. So yeah, probably just avoid that. Don't do that. That's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. For years, I've gotten emails asking me to tell more stories, so that's what I'm gonna do tonight. Cozy on up, pop a squat down by the fireplace, and listen to my nipples. Ashamedly, this tale isn't that old. It happened last year. After my long-term relationship ended, I had devolved into a socially inept husk. I had completely forgotten how to flirt or talk to females in a romantic way. It was bad. Every time I even tried to talk to a girl, I sounded like a troglodyte ODing on sleeping pills, and God forbid a girl ever made the mistake of starting a conversation with me. They would soon find out that I was fundamentally fluent in aphasia. This shit that was coming out of my mouth was just unintelligible. It was downright disrespectful to humanity how bad I was at flirting. But there's one night in particular that I still lose sleep over when I think back on. One event that to this day, when I'm about to ejaculate, makes my penis tingle in an unpleasant way. It was the very first weekend after my breakup, and I was going to a bar with my friends. I was going out with the intent of just drinking and having a good time and not worrying about anything. But my friend's sister insisted she wingman me that night, and I knew deep down in my soul that it would be a train wreck. The night was darker than usual, the moon tucked away behind the clouds as if trying to cover its eyes and shield itself from the awkwardness that was about to unfold at this poor little bar. As if the moon knew just how this experiment was going to turn out. But anyways, in my friend's sister's defense, she was an outstanding wingman, but the odds were stacked against her because she was trying to wingman a sinking ship of social skills. So she was taking me to meet everyone at the bar. We met a ton of people. She was just dragging me along like I was her suitcase, except this suitcase wasn't filled with clothes or toiletries, it was just filled with awkwardness. And nothing too noteworthy happened. I managed to meet all of these new people without my britches, which was a Herculean task, so that's an accomplishment that I'm very proud of. But then the very last two people we met will forever be etched into my memory. It was two attractive women, just casually drinking at one of the tables by the bar, as the bar was clearing out since it was getting late. The weatherman may have predicted cloudy with moderate humidity, but what he couldn't predict, what no one could have predicted, was the storm of awkwardness that was about to befall the area. My friend approached them the same as she had all the others, and as I trailed behind her, I could feel something deep inside of me pulling me, as if a future version of myself was trying to yank me away from the situation so I wouldn't have this memory. But alas, I disregarded the feeling and continued forward, each step towards their table, a new scar that I bear. We make it to the table. Small talk begins. Names are exchanged. I instantly forget both of their names, but I remember how I introduced myself to them. I extended my hand for a handshake like I'm conducting a business meeting. Oh yes, ladies, I'll need the stock reports on my desk, 8 a.m. sharp. But the worst part of this gesture is when they do oblige my handshake, I kung fu grip them. I grab their hands hard as It's like that scene in The Predator where Arnold Schwarzenegger and Carl Weathers get in the handshaking competition. Oh, they got you pushing too many pencils. Well, I was pushing too much awkwardness right from the get-go. So yeah, suboptimal start, bit of a rocky beginning. Chalk that one up to nerves though, you know, that's excusable. So my friend's sister starts distracting one of the girls. Oh, do you go to UT too? What sorority are you in? This and that. Working under the assumption that I am not a bumbling goober and can handle a one-on-one conversation with the other girl. Rookie mistake. I absolutely could not handle that in any capacity. It was abysmal. I have no doubt. I can say with confidence that it is the worst conversation she had ever been a part of, and probably to this day is still the worst conversation she has ever been a part of. With each sentence that I diarrheaed out, I could feel it getting more and more uncomfortable for the both of us. So, do you like alcohol? I mean, it's a good beverage. Envelope adhesives, how do they keep those damn things together? You know, some strong shit. Oh, some nice shoes. I like shoes. I wear shoes sometimes, too. I don't wear shoes when I sleep, though. I take shoes off when I sleep. I'm not weird. I don't take the shoes. It was miserable. And this continues for about 15 or 20 minutes. I don't know how she resisted the urge to just puke in my face, but she just let me keep going. I'm just over here hooting and hollering about our universe being a simulation or some shit. And then eventually she gets so bored, and I'm confused because I'm having a conversation with myself in my head, and I'm having one with her, So I was just, by the end of it, I didn't know if I was talking to myself or talking to her. It was just a weird situation altogether. But she gets so bored, and she puts the kibosh on it. She says, "Look, I've been having a week, and I just want to go home with a guy tonight, okay?" And then she puts her hand on my hand. And then I looked her in the eyes. We locked eyes for a minute. And I said to her, "Well, you're going to have to hurry up because the bar's clearing out. I wish you the best of luck finding a guy, but if you don't find one, I'll eat you for a little bit if you want." That is verbatim what I said to her in response to that. I could never forget those words. They're burned into my brain. The second those escaped my mouth, I became sober. I was inebriated going into it. I said that, and then I could have flown a plane at that point. I could feel my pucker. My anus was becoming the universe. It was like every cell in my body was being bludgeoned by a cactus. For me, this was proof that whatever higher power or creator exists, they truly don't care about this world. Because if they did, they would have sent a wild ice cream truck to take me out right then and there. And the look on her face, I will never forget it. It was a look of pure shock, confusion, and anger. Every emotion a human is capable of feeling, she felt in that moment. And then she pretended to get a phone call so she had an excuse to leave. That makes her a good person in my book, because what she should have done is say, "Hey, get the f*** away from me, you creepy homunculus," or something to that effect, because that's what I deserved. She was nice enough to actually make it seem like she just had something else to do instead of just telling me to f*** off, which she absolutely had a right to do because she had just put up with my ranting and raving for 20 minutes, and then I basically just rejected her to her face with my last little humdinger there. So to me, that woman is a hero. Now, to make matters even worse, though, my friend's sister and the girl's friend heard what I said. It's like the music in the bar just cut out and everyone stopped talking right before I uttered those words. But luckily, she never mentioned it because I'm assuming she erased it from her memory immediately after, so that way she would spare her mind the anguish of trying to comprehend what the f*** I was thinking when I said that. But yeah, so that's the story. It was by far the most uncomfortable situation I'd ever been a part of and created. I mean, I did both. I was both the participant and the orchestrator. So it was weird. But yeah, that's the story. That's it. See ya. I don't think I've ever shared a story about myself so embarrassing that it changes the way you look at me. I've shared a lot of embarrassing stories with girls and that I've had in the past, but nothing that's so goddamn game-changingly cringe-inducing that you vomit and think less of me until today. I was trying to think of a story that I wanted to talk about because I wanted to tell a really embarrassing one today, but I wanted to like amp this shit up to like the highest level I could. So I was going to my past, of which there's a myriad of embarrassing stories to choose, but I wanted to find the perfect one, and then I remembered something that made me sick to my damn stomach, so I can't wait to share it with all of you. So to preface this happened in high school. The year is 2011. This was right after my third lung collapse. If you've been following me for a while, you know my lung collapsed 3 times, and the last time it happened was 2011. Well, in 2011 I got surgery to have it fixed, and before I went into surgery, there was a girl I had a crush on that had just added me back on Facebook, and I decided I'd send her like this damn scholarly "oorah, I love you" message to her, and we had never spoken. So this girl and I never spoke once in our lives, not even by accident. If I farted somewhere in school, there's no way she would ever smell it because we were never even close to each other in any sense of the word. The only reason we even knew about each other, or rather the only reason I knew about her, was because she was a cheerleader and I played basketball. Other than that, no communication, literally not even eye contact. And yet for some reason, in 2011, I sent this girl the most disgustingly embarrassing messages when I was in the hospital. I haven't read them. I screenshotted them today, and I sent them to myself so I could read them to you today, and we can experience this together as a lesson in how not to ever approach a woman in any way. So allow me, please. Pickup artist legend Charlie is going to guide you through the how-don'ts, the do-nots of women. So let's go ahead and get into these messages here. So Ace slang god Charles in 2011 leads with, "I know you and I have never talked, but I just wanted to tell you that you are one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen." Now, some of you might hear that and think I came on a little too strong. Looking back on it now, hindsight's 2020, I don't think I came on strong enough. I should have led with, "I love you." Signed, Charles, and then like a little kiss, and then, maybe go from there. So after I said this, she responds with a simple question mark. Nothing else, just one character, a question mark. I was already in the hospital, but if I wasn't, that right there would have sent me into the hospital with cardiac arrest. That hurt so damn bad at the time. But I mean, what can you expect when someone leads with some shit like this? This is the kind of shit you see on Twitter with like a bad English associated with it, with a send Bob's in lasagna, please. Vagina look good with penis and stuff like that. It's a creepy message. Any girl should respond with a question mark or nothing at all. But anyway, my spirits weren't deterred. I continued. Yeah, I'm in the hospital and just said it's worth a try. You probably don't think the same. You probably don't think the same about me, but I just wanted to say that. That's some nice guy right there. Jesus. Well, this is pretty bad. Let's keep going. To that she says, oh, I'm sorry, frowny face, but thanks, I guess. Why are you in the hospital? I'm surprised she even believed I was in the hospital, to be honest. You got a stranger coming at you, pretending like he's going off to war and sending a love letter out there like it's some damn type of anime. If someone sent me shit like this, I'd be like, yeah, sure, buddy. I'm sure you're in the hospital. What do you have? Small dick syndrome going on? There's no cure. Get out of my DMs. I have recurrent pneumothorax in my left lung. It has collapsed 3 times, and tomorrow I have surgery to repair it. Sad violins playing, I'm sure, when I was typing this. I just wanted to tell you that before I had the surgery. I know that it is... Excuse me, I've got to scroll to the next one. It's a little out of order. 2019 Charlie clearly doesn't know how to screenshot things in order. Here we go. I know that it is a weird way to start a conversation. I also know that I came on way too strong telling you that. Self-awareness, key. Even back then I had it. Even back then I'm like, Jesus, I'm sounding really weird, but I'm still going for it. Didn't stop me. Should have stopped me, to be honest. Yeah, that's the lesson to take away here. Don't do this. You know, at this, when you're starting to recognize like, holy shit, this is too strong and I'm being very weird, just stop. Then she says something very odd. On behalf of all the YouTube comments, Charles, I hope you cut your hair. I'm not cutting my hair. She didn't say that. I'm just telling you, stop telling me to cut my hair. I want to see what it looks like real long. I want to look like a damn lead singer in a mid-2000s emo band. Just let me fucking have this, alright? So anyway, she asked about the surgery and nothing to talk about there. But then, as we're starting to wrap up, I say, just wondering, do you know who I am? If you don't, I bet this is the most conversation you've ever been a part of. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a fucked up way of going about things, past Charles. Jesus. I sound like some type of spoiled rich kid. Do you know who my father is? He invented Bing. I'm a big deal. Please, just please love me, please. Damn it. I'm in the hospital. For God's sakes, do you know who I am? God, these are such embarrassing messages. She says, haha, no, I do know who you are. Like, I've seen you, but that's it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that sounds about right. I was a very odd guy. Odd looking, too. I had this really weird... My hair looks like now, but back then I had an even weirder hairstyle where I shaved all, like, the side, the back, and the top of my head like it was a one with the clippers, but the front was about as long as it is now. So everything was pretty shaven except the bangs. So yeah, I was a lunatic. It'd be hard to forget it'd be hard not to see me and make fun of me. I was one step shy of like a trench coat fedora wearing fucking loser in high school. I really was. So yeah, it makes sense that she at least remembered what I looked like, because I looked like a damn psychopath. So to that I said, oh, sorry. I bet this is weird for you, huh? The only way to make things like this not weird is to keep saying, yeah, this is probably weird, right? That way it's, it takes the tension off. It's like, oh, he's saying it's weird. It can't be weird if he keeps talking about how weird it is. All right, it makes sense. Like, pretty much every line I say in here is about how weird it is, and yet I keep going. To that she says, I don't mind at all. So then in closing, this is my finisher. This is my Mortal Kombat fatality, my big grand finale here. All right, cool. Maybe when I get out of here, we can talk more so I can get to know you a little better. I'm not as weird as this conversation makes me seem. You know. Little pro tip to the ladies: don't take someone up on that offer. They most likely are pretty socially inept. I certainly was, 100%. We never talked after this. I can't imagine why, but we never spoke or anything. Nothing ever came of this, unsurprisingly. However, I'm sure if we did, I would have been still just as socially inept talking in person as I was on the Facebook Messenger. So the lesson, ladies and gentlemen, don't be weird. That's always the advice I give to someone going into college. And just don't be weird. Don't be super forward. Don't be super out there. Just be normal conversations. Let things
simmer, develop, sniff things out. Don't just come in there guns blazing, off. I love you. Do you love me? Like, come on, 2011 Charlie. I look back on like this and I'm like, Jesus. I never recognized how bad I was until you get older. So it's a pretty embarrassing story. Maybe it's not as embarrassing for listening to it, but for me recollecting on this, it's bad, man. Like, Jesus, that girl was probably scared for her life, thinking I'd be tossing pebbles at her window late at night at like 2 a.m. Hey, did you think about me in the hospital? I'm all right now. You want to talk? Man, well, that's the end of the story. Another nice tale for the compendium of awful interactions I've had with women, all of which being my fault from my past. So, yeah, that's it. See ya.
How big is my penis? A question I've been asked millions of times, so much so that it's infiltrated my dreams, where even the figments in my dreams are asking me that question. During every stream I ever do, I'm asked, how big is your wiener? How big is your... How big is that womb broom? And I make it no secret, I don't hide the fact, that my schlong is 6.5 inches of pure steel, bravery, and courage. So now, again, I'm sure I will continue to be asked it during my Twitch streams. I'll link my Twitch below so that way you too can see how many times I'm asked that question per stream. But this brought up something pretty interesting. Because always the follow-up when I say 6.5 inches pure sledgehammer is that flaccid or erect? And it got me thinking, who the f*** has a 6.5 inch flaccid dick? That is downright unholy. That would be biblical link that would rival God himself as the creator of the universe. That's just downright ridiculous. No, my penis is not 6.5 inches flaccid. I don't think any man's is. I'm sure I'm wrong. But speaking purely biologically, it just doesn't make any sense. The science you can't comprehend how a penis could be 6.5 inches flaccid, soft. It's unreal. So that got me thinking, let's talk about growing versus showing. A grower versus a shower. I am a grower. Now, what is a grower? A grower is a man whose penis is only presentable when it's fully erect, at full mast. A shower is a man whose penis is presentable when even when it's soft. It doesn't need to put its makeup on and get in a good mood and stimulated before it can be presented and have people applaud it and be proud about it. However, the majority of men are not showers. I believe it is only 5% of the global population of wielding men are considered showers. That statistic may be wrong, maybe I just made it up, I'm really not sure, but I'm going to present it as a fact anyway. It's a very small portion of men in the world that are showers. Now, like I said, I'm not a shower, not at all. My flaccid dick is embarrassing. If I get out of a shower and I look at it in the mirror, I feel like a fucking vampire and just wish my reflection wasn't there because I saw my flaccid dick. I never take dick pics, no flaccid dick pics, because I always fear the day that somehow it ended up on the internet, and then I'd never be allowed back on the internet just out of pure shame, because it's my flaccid dick. The pencil eraser flaccid dick out there. Now, like I said, it gets up to 6.5 inches of steel and bravery. Take my word for it, I swear to God. But, up until that point, it is a sad fucking ice cream cone. If my soft penis fell out of my pants in front of an on-duty police officer, he wouldn't even arrest me. He'd feel too bad about it. And the point I'm making here is, let's just go ahead and drop the, when you ask for dick size, is it flaccid or hard? The size the man gives is always going to be when it's performing its best. No man is going to say his flaccid dick size, because they're all flaccid dicks are sad. Like, what guy's going to say, yeah, I'm 3 inches soft. Oh, cool. Well, now you've completely lost that person's interest and they think less of you. That's why every time I've ever done the bedroom rodeo, as it's called around the college campuses, I'm not quite too familiar with the term for f***ing or anything, but always in the past, I would never let my flaccid dick be seen. I just scramble around the room like Batman who just lost his mask, so now Bruce Wayne's desperately trying to conceal his identity. I do that, but with my dick, making sure that it was not seen in any light whatsoever. So again, why am I bringing this up? Well, to answer the Twitch question that I always get, A, and B, just assume when you ask for dick size that it's being dealt with in erect units. No one's gonna tell you flaccid dick size because they're all fucking small when they're flaccid. Mine, like I said, is around like the 3-inch mark flaccid. Yahoo, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and give that as my answer to the how big is your dick. I'm gonna tell you it when it's doing its best, which is And it's erect. It's 6.5 inches. Don't forget it. So yeah. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. This week I've been flooded with an unusual volume of emails pertaining to something I talked about in the past, and usually my emails consist of websites like Habbo Hotel telling me that my son has signed up for an account. I don't have a son. Daily Betty Crocker updates because some sick out there signed me up for a Betty Crocker newsletter, but damn it if some of those aren't some surprising meals from Betty Crocker, I'll give her that much. So I was a bit shocked this week when I looked past all of the strange newsletters and questions like if my was a dog, what would its name be and what breed, to see that I was getting questions about something I talked about in minimal detail a while back. So I figured I'd dive a bit deeper into this tale to give closure to those people that are asking for it. So it would have been about 2 years ago now, maybe a little more than 2 years ago. The story begins as all good tales do. The previous night I was out drinking heavily, and I woke up the next morning with a pretty bad hangover. And as one does when they're faced with a rough hangover and regret from spotty memories from the previous night where you're claiming you're Alexei Vanderwolf, famed bear wrestler from Russia, you get out of bed and you start masturbating to help get over the hangover. I don't understand why it works, but it does. It helps get over the hangover. So I began cleaning the clarinet, and I was really in the zone. I threw on my favorite porn film. It's a threesome called Menage a Trois. It's on Pornhub if any of you would like to watch it. I believe it's probably the best hangover cure out there right now. And I was really just enjoying it, and I wasn't even considering it a masturbatory task. It was just me, this beautiful video I was watching, and my in my hand. Also, as a side note, I like to watch the porn on my phone because you can double tap and zoom in so you can kind of be your own cameraman, and I like that aspect because sometimes the camera angles aren't great, so I like the double tap feature. It's not really pertinent to the story at all, but I just thought it's worth throwing in there. And as by the time the video started winding down, and it's a 30+ minute video, and this was an entire 30 minutes of me going at it pretty hard, I was beating my dick like it owed me money, and eventually my dick deployed its cream, and my mission was complete. I ejaculated, in other words. Or if I want to be more hip with lingo, I made cum. So I paused the video, and I closed my eyes and thanked Jesus for what I had just watched on my screen, and then I turned off my phone, and I went to clean up my and my neck was stiff because I was holding it at eye level, and I guess I just hadn't moved very much. I was like a fucking statue just looking at this thing. You probably could have mistaken me for a wax figure, except for the rapid hand movement on my penis. And I very slowly looked down to begin the cleanup process, and I noticed my dick was extremely red. And it was also beginning to swell because my dick did not have this type of girth. It looked like my dick had been replaced with a head of cauliflower. The skin surrounding the pecker had it inflated so much so it was like someone was trying to make a fucking balloon animal out of it. I immediately was able to recognize that something had gone awry in this masturbatory process. I decided I didn't want to go get it seen right away because that's kind of an embarrassing thing to tell a doctor, hey look, I beat my meat so hard that now it looks like I've hurt myself, what do I do? So I decided to wait it out. I gave it like an hour to see if the swelling or the redness would go down, but it just continued to get worse. By the time I did go get it checked out, it looked like a fucking bowling ball down there. It's not really a good comparison though, because it wasn't like a fucking bowling ball. It didn't turn into a giant ball or anything. It still had like a penis shape, but since it was flaccid, there was more girth than length to it, and it was super swollen. It looked like you could have sucked helium out of it. But anyway, I went to a walk-in clinic because I wanted to get seen right away. And if any of you have been following me for a long time, you know that I am very much a hypochondriac. That's not an exaggeration. I am genuinely a hypochondriac. So I was freaking out about this. I was worried they're going to have to cut my dick off or something like that. Now when I did get into the waiting room at the walk-in clinic and the nurse was asking me why I'm there and all this such, I wasn't embarrassed. I told them, because there's no reason to be embarrassed. It's important to have shit like that checked out. And the nurse left, and I was already 2 steps ahead of the doctor. I knew they were going to want to see my penis, so I already had my pants around my ankles, basically. I didn't know if I was going to be seen by a male or female, and it didn't matter to me. If it was a female, I definitely wasn't going to be embarrassed, maybe even a little bit proud, because it looked like I was packing heat down there. Albeit probably not the color or shape she'd be used to because it was extremely red and inflamed, and it looked like a UFO, or a soup dish turned over. Eventually the doctor comes in, he examines my wiener, and he immediately asks what happened, and I'm honest with him. I said, look doc, I had a hangover and I gave my chicken a hard choking this morning to try and get over it. And he said, well, it definitely doesn't look good, it looks like it's been injured. I mean, it definitely did look like that. I didn't need a doctor to tell me that. It looked like it had been hit by a sledgehammer. And he says if it continues to swell and it starts blocking urine, there'll have to be some surgery done on it because that's very dangerous, obviously. So I start freaking out. I'm already kissing my goodbye. I'm debating just walking down the wall in the office there and giving myself a job just for one last ooh-rah to send my cock off in style. But he gives me these pills to help with inflammation, and obviously I start taking the pills to try and help with this problem. It was supposed to be taken every 6 hours, and I swear to God, not one fucking millisecond went over 6 hours before I was popping that next one. I wanted to get this problem rectified, so that way I could continue to rectify this wood down here. And it did help. It took about 3 or 4 days, and the swelling started to gradually go down, and I was still able to pee, and yeah, it had a happy ending, luckily. But let this be a lesson to all masturbators out there. You know who you are, all 7 billion of you. Be careful when you're masturbating down there. It's a very sensitive area. If you're not paying attention, you might just fuck up your dick or vagina. I don't know if that's possible. Maybe if you just rub your clitoris too hard, you can injure it and it can swell up and look like a head of broccoli like my did. But yeah, there's the story. That's it. So yeah. Today, after I finished my bowl of steel nails and motor oil, I decided to hit the gym a little bit early today. So I went to the local LA Fitness and I was repping out 225 for 10 reps, and as I was finishing my first set, this big old meatball monster, like a real man's man with a big thick beard, a real deep voice, came up to me. He's like, "Hey bro, you mind if I jump in with you? Can you spot me?" And I was like, "Of course bro, I got you." So he was repping out, you know, like 185 or something pitiful like that, and no big deal, right? I'm spotting him, and he's talking to me about some prior engagement he has later today and how he doesn't know how to tie a tie for it, and I was like, what the f***? This man's man doesn't know how to tie a tie. Dude's got AirPods in, so I know he's like a real hotshot dude, like a real hairy-chested dude. How the f*** can he not know how to tie a tie? That's when it occurred to me. Nobody in these days knows how to tie a f***ing tie. And that reminds me of what I made last year on Twitter. I posted a video on how to tie a tie fast because a lot of people ask me how I tie my tie fast. So I made a video tutorial about it, and I decided, you know what, it's time to share that again, because none of these fucking idiots know how to tie a tie these days, unfortunately. No offense to anyone that doesn't know how to tie a tie. Maybe your dad didn't teach you, or maybe your dad's Tom Brady and he decides to just kiss you on the lips instead. So I'll be the father figure here and teach you how to tie a tie in record time so you can stop being a little slob and wear a tie. Also, I very rarely wear a tie. I wear it once every couple of years, but I know how to do it like an expert. So this is what I posted on Twitter last year, and it's applicable now. Obviously, the story I told isn't true. I just overheard someone at the gym as I was repping out 130 talking about how they can't tie a tie, and that made me want to bring this topic up again. So enjoy, and please learn from this. It's not often you'll find me wearing anything other than a white t-shirt, but that doesn't mean that I'm some subhuman baby virgin boy that doesn't know how to tie a tie, so I'm going to teach you how to do it very fast. I don't know the anatomy of a tie, so I'm going to call it very plainly: skinny part, fat part. You start by draping it over your hand, then you want to take the fat part, drop it over the skinny guy. So you go chode over Slim Jim, flop it down. From here, you want to supinate your hand, poopinate your elbow, then you want to come behind the fat guy and execute a backdoor reach around with a McTwisty and drop it over this hand. Let's see that again in slow motion on the Jumbotron for the sports fans at home. Bang, bang, then right here, a little breakdance move, turn it around, and then just drop it back over your other hand. And then you have this contraption going on, this unholy concoction. It's called the Garshaspian Finkelhorn. From here, take the skinny part, go over your neck, push it through the anus, pull it out the other side, and then from here it's just smooth sailing. Pull down. And there you have it. A very fast four-in-hand knot. Hello my friends, happy afternoon to all of you. Christmas season is upon us, as I'm sure we all know, so please don't forget to leave out a joint and lighter and glass of milk for Santa Claus as he wiggles his fat ass down your chimney to deliver your Fortnite skins this year. Today, to get into the Christmas spirit, I thought I'd share a story. It's a story as old as time itself. I'm sure anyone out there can relate to it. It's a story of when I first tried to suck my own penis. All men have tried it. There's two types of men in this world: men who have tried to suck their own and liars. So obviously I have tried before. And I'm pretty sure I've talked about this on the podcast, but I figured I'd make this entire video dedicated to it because I keep getting emails asking if I suck my own penis and Twitch chat comments how I suck my own penis. So let's just tell the whole story start to finish the way it was written by Homer in the Odyssey. So, to set the stage, I was probably around like 13 or 14, I'm not exactly sure when, and I was just starting to refine my palate and get a taste for what I liked from pornography and titties and stuff on the internet. And during this time I was very religious, so I was kind of fearful and ashamed of watching porn. I thought anytime I even touched my wiener, I was giving God the middle finger and he was ashamed of me and sad and he'd frown, so I didn't do it all that often. but occasionally the mood would strike me right, and I'd Google image search for boobies and butts and vaginis, and, you know, get very excited looking at these things, you know, give it 2 thumbs up, and sometimes even save it to favorites on my folder. But anyway, one particular evening, I was extremely horny. I was Googling boobies left and right. I was like fucking Professor Xavier jacking into Cerebro. I was looking at boobies all over the place. I could see them all over the internet. And man, I was just really feeling myself. I didn't jerk off or anything though, because like I said, I thought jerking off was a bit too far in the eyes of Christianity, and Google Images was tame enough where, you know, I'd be forgiven. So I was looking at these images, and I eventually said, you know, this is enough. I went into the bathroom, I was going to take my shower, I was still sailing full mast, I was hard as a diamond, and man, I was just so horny, I would have my own ass if I could. But anyway, I'm standing there super erect in front of my shower, and I look at my wiener, and I'm like, damn, that's my winky doodle right there. It's going in my mouth. But I was never a flexible guy. I could never throw my legs behind my head and start nibbling on my sack or anything. I just was never flexible at any point in my life. But for some reason, I got the idea that I could absolutely accomplish the sucking of my own. So I attempted. I get like halfway down, and then I damn near need life alert because I thought I was going to snap my spine in half going for this advanced contortionist move. So I'm just locked in this demonic pose, looking like Schmeagol admiring his precious in Lord of the Rings. And then I start to worry, like, damn, if I die here, the authorities are going to find my body looking like some type of sexual deviant. This is going to be the worst way of going out. I'm not even going to have like a cool going out story. It's just the obituary is going to read, yeah, he died doing what he loved, attempting to blow himself or something like that. He broke himself in half going for a self job. That's not like cool at all. But I still wanted to keep trying. I wasn't deterred. I really thought I could pull it off if I just kept giving it my all. I started to get like anime inspired, like with the power of friendship and by never giving up, resiliency, persistence. And if I get real angry, I'll go Super Saiyan and suck my own real quick. So I kept trying. I probably tried for in total maybe like a minute, but it felt like an hour. And it just wasn't happening. I knew it wasn't happening, and then I decided it's time to pee, but I never really adjusted myself. I was still looking at my because it was looking at me. We're making eye contact. I was staring down the hole of the one-eyed snake there, and I started to, you know, fire on all cylinders to pee. And it's a little harder to pee with an erection. It takes a little bit longer to travel up the urethra, so I had a little bit of time here. And it wasn't until the pee was about to reach the point of no return where I'm like, damn, I'm about to golden shower myself. My face is looking right down the barrel of this loaded gun. So like a fucking Matrix move or like a superhero move, I start peeing and I dodge it. I lift my head back up and then I just start fountaining it over myself, and I'm safe, I'm dry, I don't get pee in my face or anything, but I almost did. The point I'm making is, yes, I've tried to suck my own. It did not go well. God did not bless me with the gift of being able to suck myself off. And I'm sure most men probably can't do it, but there are some select few champions out there that can, and don't let any man tell you they haven't tried. I promise you, nearly every single man on this planet has tried to suck their own penis at one point or another. You don't have to be embarrassed. There's so many of us out there. Come home. Tell your story of sucking your own penis to friends and family to let them know that, yes, you're human. Yes, you've tried. Amen, brother. Take it easy, everyone. See ya. During one of my streams a while ago, someone asked me if I could get Riley Reid to come on the podcast, you know, to talk about wieners, vaginas, pussies, and RuneScape, just the normal type of porn talk on the podcast. And I responded saying I don't think Riley Reid would ever want to do that because she doesn't like me, personally. And that led to me telling the story of the beef between Riley Reid and myself. Beef being the wrong word, but for lack of a better term, the bad blood between us. Although this was a while ago, so I'm sure she probably doesn't remember or just doesn't care anymore. But now, ever since I told that story on a stream, people are constantly asking me during streams to tell the story again. And it's kind of cute, kind of like, you know, a kid asking their grandfather who fought in Vietnam to tell him war stories that they've heard a million times from him. Except in my case, the only war I fought was on the shores of Riley Reid's butthole. So I figured I'd make a video dedicated to telling the story. So it all started when I made a video about Riley Reid's abominable rap, which remains today one of the worst raps I've ever heard. Now there's definitely a lot worse raps on YouTube from small channels with like 30 views, maybe from like Old Pop Hickey Yokel's barnyard rap ballad about cunnilingus on his animals and making love to his sister, or maybe a chemistry professor's educational rap that's just fucking horrible. But those aren't fully produced raps. Those are all very amateur attempts at it, so I don't really count those as actual raps. Riley Reid had a team behind her and fully produced, so it was a genuine attempt at it, and it was horrible, the worst I'd heard in that department. So I stand by that. I stand by that analysis. On the moist meter, that'd be a 5%. Now, when I published the video, I was made aware she wasn't too happy with my critique of her song here. And I can understand why, because it's clear she put a lot of heart and soul in that. There was inspired lyrics in there, such as, "Spit stringing from my mouth, let you f*** my face, good nutritious nut." And who could forget when she really takes it home with, "Jerk it out, jerk it out, jerk it out, beat it out, beat it out, beat it out, jerk it out, jerk it out, beat it out, jerk it out." So I can understand when I insulted her magnum opus of music that she wasn't too happy with that. And that's when it really started, when I made that video. So she didn't like that I made that, she didn't like me, and then about 2 or 3 months after that, I went on her Twitter page, just browsing and perusing, learning more than anything. Well, honestly, I was just looking for lack of a better cover story. I went through a lot of different stars pages just to see what productions they were taking part in, really. But while on Riley Reid's, I noticed she had retweeted some fan art, and let me tell you what, that fan art, bingo, bango, bongo, that's the epitome of fan art right there. What it was a crayon drawing of Riley Reid spreading her cheeks apart and just having her brown balloon knot winking at the camera. It was beautiful. And I saw this, and I made a tweet about it. It was a very vague tweet. I didn't say what star. All I said was, haha, I just saw, star's fan art with her gaping hole in crayon. It was great. And then I guess people found it and told the artist that I said that, and then the artist called me an asshole, and then Riley Reid retweeted that saying I'm an asshole, so then they were just double teaming me. And it all stemmed because, I mean, come on, it's a crayon drawing of a porn star's asshole. How's that not entertaining? I don't want to show the fan art, but instead I took it upon myself to try and doodle it myself. I did 2 attempts here, neither one of them really capture it. This was my first attempt. It doesn't really convey what it looked like. This looks more like a God of War enemy. So then I tried again, and this one just kind of looks like a Wallace and Gromit character doing some naughty shit. This isn't what the fan art looked like. It definitely looked a lot better than this, and I went on the artist's page, and she's talented. But this particular piece, I had a giggle about. Come on. You got a star spreading her chocolate starfish, and you're doing it in crayon? That's great. That's gonna put a smile on anyone's face. And to be totally honest, as far as crayon drawings of stars spreading their fudge cutters go, this is probably the best it can ever get. It was really well done. I could see where the hole was. I could see the butthole clearly. There was even some labia draping down like some beef curtains, and the pose was really well conveyed. Like, you could see the stretching of the ass cheeks, pulling it apart and seeing what's between them. It was really well done. It had a side by side, so you could see what the pose was not in crayon, and then in crayon. Really well translated. But I honestly don't know why they both got so offended about me making it a joke. I thought the piece was done lightheartedly, as just kind of like, hey, look at this little doodle I did. You remember when you did that photo shoot where you spread your butthole wide? Well, here it is in crayon. Oh, that's cool. Retweet. I didn't know it was going to be a hill you want to die on defending it as some type of artistic masterpiece or anything. Like, if someone out there wanted to make a fan art of me with my legs over my head and soft slapping me in the face, and they did it out of Sharpie or Legos or pipe cleaner or something, I'd be like, haha, that's entertaining, that's cool. And then if people start turning into a joke, I don't think they'd turn to me and be like, defend this. I'd be like, well, at the end of the day, that's my soft slapping me in my face out of some goofy material, you know what I mean? That's probably worth making a joke out of. But, anyway, that's why Riley Reid doesn't like me and probably will never come on the podcast. If I'm wrong, Riley, and you do want to come on the podcast, just go ahead and reach out to me on Twitter. But yep, there's the story, and that's it. So yeah, porn, the great uniter. The one force that ties strangers to strangers in a way they don't even realize. The one thing every human being has in common, the love of porn, the art of porn, the ethereal beauty of the craft. Now, as the title of the video suggests, I used to watch the same porn video for the better part of 2 years, perhaps a little longer than 2 years, but I'm going to say 2 years just to err on the side of caution. I've made it no secret that I refuse to get a haircut at the moment, and that I also used to have very bad OCD. Not your generic watered-down meaningless version of OCD where you move your car keys from the counter to the drawer because you don't like them on the counter. That's not an OCD, you damn bigot. Don't you hijack what OCD actually means. I had literal OCD, and one of my rituals was watching the exact same lesbian porn video for the better part of 2 years. And I want to tell you what happened as a result of doing that. Now, let's go ahead and start. The video was called Nice Pair of Lesbians. Let's take a moment of silence to remember that beautiful video from redtube.com. It is no longer on redtube.com. Okay, thank you for participating. The video still exists. I know, I get emails all the time like, hey, I found that lesbian porn that you used to jerk off to, you know, that used to haunt your boners. Here it is. Yes, I know it's still on the internet, but in like 240 and 360p. On RedTube, it used to be 480. 480p or higher does not exist anywhere on the internet anymore. Trust me, I have looked. But that's besides the point. That's just to give you the context of what the video is. Maybe someone else out there used to also have OCD and jerk off to this video for 2 years straight. And if so, you're not alone, my brother, or my sister. You and I now share a cosmic bond, a bond stronger than the bond between a mother and her child. I love you. Now, it wasn't just watching this lesbian porno. I had an entire routine for it, like a choreographed dance routine for jerking off to this video. And I know I've talked about a little of this on the podcast before, but I still get emails asking me to talk more about that porno that I jerked off to for 2 years. So I figured I'd talk more about it. I also get emails asking me what's my Twitch account, and I'm glad you asked. It's twitch.tv/moistcritical. Go drop a follow, subscribe. Love to see you over there. I stream daily. Twitch.tv/moistcritical. Yeah. But anyway, so this routine that I came up with, well, not that I came up with, that I kind of cursed myself with and burdened myself with at the time. I would make certain facial expressions during certain points in the video. I would say certain things to the actresses in the video, and make no mistake, you damn delusional incels. The porn actresses are just that, they're actresses. They have a script of certain moves they're going to do. It's not like they're just fingering themselves and blasting their assholes with their fists for your enjoyment alone. It is a job, and they are actresses. Get it through your skull. But anyway, I would say things to them like, oh, you're so hot, that's so sexy, I'm touching my dick to you. As if they could hear me, and as if I was communicating to them directly as like the director of this video. It was a really weird routine, it really was. To kind of give you a brief oversight of all of it, I'm not going to walk you through every step that I would do here. In fact, I don't even remember all of them anymore. But before I would watch the video, I would queue it up and let it all buffer and load, because this was a long time ago. I've been using RedTube, so obviously it's a long time ago. And while it was buffering and loading, I would turn around from the video, so that way I couldn't see them, and they couldn't see me, obviously. And I would look at my penis until it was completely flaccid, entirely soft. So that way I was coming in there with like a clean canvas, and they were going to 100% get me from 0 to hero. So once I was certain that my was super soft, I would then sit down and get ready for the action. As it would start, I would say hello to the girls, and I'd compliment them on their beauty. The video started with a girl fingering herself, and I would compliment her on how great she was doing, and then the other girl joined in, and then I'd say hi to her, like, oh, hey, you just stopping by? Like that. It was really weird, and honestly, I hope the NSA was watching during those times, because I would love to see those documents. I'd love to see that film. I think that shit would make for a really incredible case study on OCD, because that shit was goofy as fuck, and I would love to remember exactly all the that I would say. I don't necessarily want to see underage me jerking himself off into the webcam or anything. I could skip that part, but I at least want to see what I was saying to the girls during the video. But that's kind of how it went. Facial expressions, words and things I would say to the girls. It was always the same. I had to make sure I said the same things to the girls. I had to make sure I made the same facial expressions. I even made sure to keep track of licking my lips. I had certain time marks where I felt I needed to lick my lips at those times, otherwise I was disrespecting them. It was very weird. Now, I did this for, like I said, the better part of 2 years, and honestly probably a little bit more, but we'll say 2 years, and I didn't deviate from that video. I didn't venture out. That was my home. I lived in Nice Pair of Lesbians on RedTube, and they took my home away. It's not there anymore. I'd like to remind you all that it's not fucking there. It's a goddamn crime. It's a fucking sin what they've done removing that. But now, to tie it back to the title of the video, I watched the lesbian porn for 2 years. Here's what happened. What happened is I recognized how weird it was, and I started to really combat my OCD, and I started cheating on the porno by watching other videos. I did. I'll come out and say it. I cheated on that porn video and watched other ones. And that's what happened. I stopped being so f***ing weird through a lot of effort to try and combat my OCD rituals. I've talked about that in the past, so I'm not going to get into how I did that or the steps I took. But that's the result of watching porn for 2 years. You feel like a f***ing degenerate loser, and then eventually you stop, hopefully, if you try hard enough. But anyway, that's the story for today. Thank you all. See ya. Here's a little touching story for all of you from my past. I believe this was in my freshman or sophomore year of high school, and puberty was coming in full swing. My body was changing, I was getting hair on my nutsack, my butthole. My height really wasn't changing. I've pretty much been short my whole life. 5'6" has pretty much been my max level cap. Hopefully soon there'll be a new patch or a new expansion set to this godforsaken world where they can increase my height without having to obliterate my f***ing legs in some back alley meth lab. But anyway, that's not really part of the story about me being short. Anyway, I was going through a really hard porn addiction phase. I was an absolute porn fiend, and one day before class, I wanted to see some vagina. I wanted to ejaculate. I wanted to just bust a nut real hard before class. But I couldn't. I watched a lot of porn for the better part of 25 minutes, which for me was a bender and a half. Usually I would have come 3 times during that period back then. But on this cursed day, my well was dried up, and I had no more semen left to give my boxers. It's also worth noting as an important detail, during this time, I never needed to jerk off. I never even knew how. I'd always just ejaculate after getting an erection, and sometimes I'd try different techniques like slapping it around or something to see if that helped the sensations or anything, but I never really jerked off. That's the point here. I could ejaculate using just the power of my intellect and euphoric gamer senses. I was able to just propel cum when I was stimulated visually or mentally. Alright, so now take that little nugget of wisdom and put it in your back pocket and save it for trivia night. It's going to play a major role in the plot a little further down the line in this story. So, I wanted to stay home and just ejaculate because I thought something was wrong with me. I thought my dick stopped working or God banned me from ejaculating. I just thought something was awry. And I wanted to stay home, but my parents wouldn't let me because that day we had a school play to perform. It was Hamlet, and I was playing the role of P. Diddy. Who's the character with the P in his name? Palpatine? Jesus, it's definitely not Palpatine. I'm not playing Chancellor Palpatine or anything like that. It's like Polonius. I was playing Polonius, and he gets stabbed, and I guess that's like crucial to the story maybe. So I couldn't miss it. My parents didn't want me to miss it. They'd already planned on going to see it. So I couldn't skip school that day to ejaculate. Plus, that's not exactly a strong reason. I was very forward with why I didn't want to go to school. I was telling my parents, look, I just want to come. No sane parent's gonna be like, you know what, that's a good excuse, Harold, let's not send him to school today. So I get sent to school, I go through school per usual, and the play was supposed to take place right after school ended. So, I was able to push back the desire to ejaculate and all that for the entire school day. And up till the play, and I was rehearsing my lines or my actions, and all of a sudden, all at once, it was like a light switch went off. It was like I was having a Jimmy Neutron brain blast in like the costume room, and all I was seeing was porn. Like my eyes just rolled into the back of my head, and all I was looking at was porn. Like I was Professor Xavier who just jacked into Cerebro, and I was seeing all of the porn that I'd ever seen in my life all at once. And I got hard as a fucking rock. And I knew that was dangerous because, like I said earlier, I never needed to like physically stimulate myself to ejaculate. So I'm sitting there in my Polonius costume on the verge of just blowing a hard load into it right before going on stage, and I'm panicking because we're about to perform this play and I have some I gotta do in the play. Like, I'd hate to be the guy that gets stabbed in the play, the curtain rolls back, and then all of a sudden I'm just laying on the floor with a boner and a wet spot in front of the whole school and all the school's parents. That'd be terrifying for all of them and myself. So I'm trying to brainstorm ideas. I didn't want to just go blow a load into the toilet because that thought never really occurred to me then. So my plan was to just start chugging water as quickly as I could and just try and pee out my erection. I thought that would work if I just kept urine flowing the best I could. I only had like T-minus 20 minutes till showtime, so I killed like 2 water bottles and the plan worked. I was able to like basically piss out all of my boner, and I was able to perform the play the best I could. But the lesson here is no half measures. If you feel like you need to ejaculate, then do it. Get it out of the way because you never know when it might come back to haunt you. You might be in the middle of a school play and then all of a sudden you're spitting out baby gravy into your costume and trying not to cry in front of the whole class. Just don't edge for like 9 hours. Just get it done, get it over with, and then be productive for the rest of the day. That's the lesson. I guess the lesson is quite literally jerk off if you need to. That's it. So yeah. Defining art's been extremely difficult for our species for many years, and I'm not going to sit here and try and define it because I really just don't give about it. But on Vimeo, the line between what's art and what's bullshit is blurred. There's a fine line between creativity, art, and just plain lunacy, and Vimeo tap dances on it and shuns anything that it believes doesn't quite meet that criteria of being art. And I'm banned on that site, and I never really talked about why. I got asked about it on stream last night at twitch.tv/moistcritical, and I figured I'd elaborate. On Vimeo, anything pretty much passes as art. I saw a series of videos on there of an old woman in a morph suit that had the vagina cut out of it, and she had a bodyguard pick her up like he was giving her like a Heimlich maneuver or going for a German suplex, pick her up, and she urinated in a circle as he carried her. He carried her in a circle, and she just urinated in a circle, and it was a pretty impressive stream because it was a circle that took about 30 seconds to complete, so I can applaud her for her stamina with urinating and peeing everywhere. But that's art. That was the whole piece. She pissed in this circle, the bodyguard mopped it up, and then, everyone gave a little golf clap to him, and that was the end of the performance. And there was a 3-part performance. It wasn't always a circle she was peeing in and shit, but it was called, like, the Fountain of Youth or something, some really pretentious name. And that's on Vimeo, and that's promoted on there. So how the f*** was I banned from Vimeo when their threshold for what's art is this low, where I could go on stage, fart into a jar, huff it, put it on Vimeo, and get 2 million views, and the pseudo-intellectuals applauding me for my art piece, my modern art? How the f*** did I get banned? That's what I'm here to talk about. In 2016, I made what I still believe is a very fine piece of art that I called Turbo Hotness. It's a modern take on the human figure. What it is I took a video from Twisty of a porn star fingering herself. The porn star's name was Euphrat, the actress, and she was fingering herself. And I looked at this and I thought, there's something I can do here. There's potential to expand upon this piece. It's a great piece as is, don't get me wrong. Like, on its own, it stands still. It's a good piece, but I thought as a art connoisseur that I could bring it to the next level and really just take the whole modern art world by storm. So I took her fingering herself, that video footage, and I synced it to Dragon Force's Through the Fire and Flames. I meticulously synced the performance. So as she was fingering her clitoris, you were hearing the... It was really good. I'm really proud of the work I put into it. And honestly, I have to give credit where credit's due, because at the time when I made that, I was actually inspired myself by an artist on Snapchat, back when I used Snapchat. I haven't touched that shit in years now because they fucking ruined it, but I got sent to Snapchat by someone, and he was watching porn, and Through the Fire and the Flames was in the background, and I was like, wait a minute, this visionary is onto something here. And then I thought, what if I combined both mediums and I took music with fingering? And thus, Turbo Hotness was born. And by all definitions, it was a masterpiece. It truly was. But Vimeo didn't see it that way. Perhaps Turbo Hotness was too much for Vimeo, and they got rid of it and banned me. But I honestly think it's pretty up that you'll allow all these weird pseudo-art piece pretentious bullshit things where you hang like a blank canvas on a wall and call it art, but you won't allow me to sync fingering with Through the Fire and Flames. And I put a lot of work into that. I was like a skilled surgeon behind the editing program there, watching the fingering in slow motion, frame by frame, mapping it to the Through the Fire and the Flames melody. It really was outstanding work. For instance, during the song, I'm sure most of you are familiar with it by now from Guitar Hero and other types of shit, but you know in the beginning where it goes dun 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 and then well, at that dun dun dun, I heard that and I was like, wait a minute, check this out. So I had her regularly fingering herself, and then when the first dun clipped, bang, I flipped it around, so now she's fingering herself on the ceiling. Next dun, bang, flipped it back on the ground, bang, back on the ceiling. It was beautifully synced, a lot of work went into it and a lot of thought. And yeah, on the surface, maybe it seems a bit juvenile to sync something like fingering, something so sacred, to Through the Fire and the Flames. But you have to, Vimeo, you have to dig deeper, you have to look in there with your artistic eyes. Like, what I was saying, it's a commentary on the modern human figure, and the societal pressure to pleasure yourself as fast as possible, so that way you can go right back into the working world, like what the society's telling you to do, that you have to be constantly working and being productive, that you can't take a moment to satisfy yourself and really take your time with it. Thus, the chaotic nature of Through the Fire and the Flames represents society's pressure to just finish yourself off quickly so you can get right back to work into the real world. And that's what I was really saying with the piece, Vimeo, and I think if you had just taken a bit more time and really analyzed Turbo Hotness, you would have seen that. I think you really would have. You were too quick to ban me for just some nonsense. It's a wrongful ban, and I truly think there needs to be justice for Turbo Hotness, like a hashtag why, Vimeo. It's just baffling to me, and I thought you all deserved an explanation. Not that I'm getting, people emailing me every day wondering where Turbo Hotness has gone. It's not exactly, like the holy grail people are trying to find again, but it is gone. It's not on the internet anymore because I couldn't upload it to Pornhub at the time, which is why I used Vimeo, because Pornhub's uploader was being really shitty. So I went to Vimeo, And it didn't last very long on Vimeo. It was only up there for a week, and then after that, bang, poof, gone. So you can't find Turbo Hotness anywhere, and that's a goddamn shame. I think maybe the higher-ups at Vimeo are keeping it to themselves. Perhaps it was so beautiful, they didn't want to share it with the rest of the world, like some pirate's treasure that they're now hoarding. Either way, banning my for that, just downright wrong. I have to say, Vimeo, I'm very disappointed. And now you all know why I'm banned on Vimeo. So yeah. During one of my yearly I look like a f***ing psychopath with my hair like this. But I'm not getting a haircut, don't even tell me. I'm just gonna let it grow. We're gonna see what happens with the hair. But anyway, during one of my yearly answering question videos, I was asked about a secret talent that I have that no one knows about. And I said I had one, which was doing magic tricks, more specifically card magic. And yeah, it's a pretty fucking cool hobby, a secret talent to have. It definitely slays some. The women watching this right now are probably completely wet just knowing that I can do card magic. Those are some sodden panties, no doubt. But I lied to all of you. I did. I actually have two secret talents, but the second one I don't often talk about because I feel like a lot of you will look at me differently. Like I'm too powerful. Like I'm this champion of masculinity. But I figured it's about time I talk about it. I am a carnival connoisseur. I can always win the big prizes. I am unstoppable when it comes to winning those huge, ginormous prizes from the carnivals. So, yesterday the state fair rolled around and I decided, you know what, let's go flex some of that shit again. I have an entire closet full of big stuffed animals, so typically what I do now when this rolls around is I win the big prize and give it away to a kid or something at the park. Anyone that really wants it, honestly. I just like winning the fucking prizes. It really makes a lot of blood rush to my penis. It makes me feel super fucking powerful, like an X-Men with a really useless power like winning carnival games. But I had Tiana record this so you guys could see how it's done. How the master goes to work like this. What you're about to see is like watching Da Vinci go to work, like taking a peek into the genius. Now the game I win all the big prizes on is called Bottle Up. It's pretty simple. You have a stick, you have a ring, you have a string connecting the ring to the stick. Pretty much what cavemen used to do in their spare time, just stand up beer bottles. It's at an angle, you only have to stand up one beer bottle using only the stick and ring and you get the biggest prize that is there. It's all it takes. The guy there, typically at Bottle Up, will just start standing up left and right like he's some type of android with the sole purpose of standing up beer bottles with a ring and stick. And I just kind of emulate what he does. To give it a brief summary, you lift it up halfway, and then once it's halfway, you just lean forward like you're about to fucking fall face first and eat shit. And 100% of the time it stands up. I also win the big prize on the basketball game, but there's no life hacks there. There's no pro tips, no Mr. Gear style life hacks there. That one's just pure raw skill. I have a disgusting basketball shot. Absolutely legendary. If I was just a little bit taller than 5'6", I'd probably be in the NBA, making everyone look like amateurs. But anyway, here's the clips. I feel like a superhero. About 2 weeks ago, I was taking a late night pee-pee and something hit me, something extraordinary. A eureka moment, not too dissimilar from when Benjamin Franklin discovered electricity with a kite and a lightning bolt. At least that's what Jimmy Neutron tells us happened. But it was in the same vein as that discovery. I was peeing and something hit my ears. I noticed a similarity between the sound of my pee-pee, the acoustics of my piss hitting the water, and the sound effects in Scooby-Doo. I haven't seen the original Scooby-Doo since I was a kid, but all of a sudden, the wires connected in my brain, and I'm like, wait a minute, is this how they made the Scooby-Doo sound effects? So then I began to investigate. I began to dig deeper, and I could find no information on how the effects were made. Thus, my imagination continued to run wild. Well, maybe the producer just pissed into a bowl and recorded it with a bad ham radio microphone or something. And then I was like, well, can I do that? Do I have the technical know-how to record myself pissing into a bowl? So I did. Well, the toilet bowl. I didn't just like piss into Tupperware or anything. I'm not a caveman. But I did that. And look at the results. The results speak for themselves. I think I have discovered the very disturbing truth behind the Scooby-Doo running sound effect. Check this shit out. So I'll start by playing a normal clip of Scooby-Doo where you can hear the running sound effect I'm talking about. I'll play it twice, once normal volume, and then I'll raise it the second time around just so you get like a really clear description, audio description of what the sound effect sounds like. Now you've heard the authentic sound effect with no editing done to it whatsoever. That's how it aired on the show. This is canon. This is part of the established lore of Scooby-Doo. That is the running sound effect. Now, let's hear a little excerpt from when I took a piss a couple minutes ago. This is only a short little segment from my long pee-pee session, but this should be enough to give you a taste. So now that may not sound exactly the same as the sound effect on the surface, but I doubt they would just take straight urine hitting water and put it as the running sound effect. I'm sure they did a little audio engineering. I'm no audio engineer. In fact, I suck some fat asshole in that department, but I gave it my best attempt, and I think I got kind of close. So this is my pee put to the scene, and also edited a little bit to sound a bit closer to how the editors probably did it back in the 90s. You probably couldn't tell a difference, right? I swear to God, that is my piss, not the actual running sound effect. Look, the similarities are uncanny. I would like the producers to come out and admit that the sound effect they used in Scooby-Doo running was them peeing. That's what I would like them to admit, because I have just blown the lid wide off this, right the fuck off, blown it wide open. I wouldn't be surprised if Scooby-Doo assassins came in right now to take me away. But damn it, the truth needed to come out, and I cracked the fucking code. That's it. See ya.
John, if this flies, I'm gonna shit my pants.
There's been one more encounter with a cockroach that I was unable to find the footage of because I posted it on Snapchat back when I was still using that, and I don't have it anymore, so I'm just going to go ahead and describe it to you and paint a picture with words. It was very late at night. I was tired, but I knew that there was something foul afoot. I could smell evil intention in my house, and I was right. There's a cockroach in my bathtub. It was one of the flying ones too, so I knew I had to act quick. And in a split second, my decision-making went amped up to level 100, and I grabbed a plastic trash bin that I had in the bathroom, and I slammed it on it in the bathtub and trapped it. But I didn't know how to take it from there, so I turned to Snapchat and I was asking for advice on how to kill the cockroach, because I knew the second I lifted up the plastic thing, it'd fly away, and it would probably destroy my entire family, and maybe even all of the city. This was a very big life or death situation, so I needed it to be handled by the experts on Snapchat. So they gave me some bulletproof suggestions like yelling at it or peeing on the trash bin, and then one person in particular recommended making chlorine gas. They didn't say, they gave me the instructions for it, they didn't say it was for chlorine gas, and I wasn't thinking, so they said mix bleach and ammonia on top of the trash bin, and it should gas it out. And it didn't register with me that I'm making fucking chlorine gas a literal chemical weapon in my bathtub, so it did kill the roach, because I used biological warfare on it, but then I had to evacuate the bathroom and call poison control on how to handle it. But I guess the takeaway here is I did kill the roach, so I came away victorious yet again, so the score is 3-0. 3 Charlie, 0 for the cockroach putrid piles of shit. Hello, my name's Charlie. I'm a 24-year-old man, and yesterday I was 5'6". Living life as a 5'6" man wasn't easy. The constant ridicule, the belittling, the pointing and laughing. I'd go to Target, the employees would ask me if I was separated from my parental guardian, if I needed assistance finding them. I'd go to the bar at Beef O'Brady's and be asked if I wanted a booster seat and an apple juice. I'd look at a full-body mirror, totally nude, flaccid-dicked, soft cock, and I'd sit there wondering, man, if only I was taller. Then I'd stand on my tippy toes, get erect, and start jerking off at the height that I could have had. Sorry, it's just a bit of a dark time to be reflecting on, but I'm happy to say I now live life as a 5'10" alpha male. Yesterday I found some insoles that you put in your shoe that give you 4 inches in added height. But not only do they give you 4 inches in bonus height, they're also discreet, so no one's going to suspect anything's out of the ordinary with you because they're so well hidden in the shoe. McGruff the crime dog couldn't sniff out the solution to this crime. But I'm letting you in on the secret as to how I got this height. It's the insoles here. I broke the magician's code telling you how it happened. But in the wild, if I didn't tell you that I had these on, you wouldn't sniff a goddamn thing. You'd have no idea. You thought I just had a quick little growth spurt. Now, obviously, I'm still a bit of a novice when it comes to this, so I'm walking around like I got some f***ing high heels on, but I imagine as I train my body to adapt to this bonus height, I can make it look far more natural. And I thought to myself, well, that's only for insecure baby boys, I can't use that, but then I got to thinking, wait a minute, there's a glitch in the system. Using this technology in my high IQ, I was able to sniff out a loophole, a cosmic loophole, where if you never take the shoes off, you always have the height. You see, it's genius when you think about it, because when you wear the shoes with the insoles in them, you're 4 inches taller, but it's ephemeral because you have to take them off to shower, to sleep, and just generally you don't want to just have shoes on the entire time. You'll get athlete's foot, you'll get syphilis, you'll get small dickitis. There's a lot of bad things that come with that, but what if you don't care? What if you just keep them on the entire time? And that's what I've done. Now, I am constantly 4 inches taller, and I live at a perpetual 5'10". Tiana, you want any cereal?
No, not that glass out.
I've now moved all the important materials to the top shelf in the kitchen because I can easily reach them now. And yes, you bet your sweet ass I sleep with these bad boys on every single night. I wouldn't want to have wet dreams where I'm not 5'10" and I'm back to a 5'6" baby boy. Oh, you're wondering if my power level decreases when I shower because I have to take off the shoes? No, you stupid. See, I keep the shoes on during every single shower as well. You couldn't rip these shoes from my feet with the damn jaws of life. There's like Thor's hammer on my feet right now. Only I can move them around and take them off and on if I choose to. No one else has the strength. It's just, you know, now at 5'10", I'm like Frieza who's reached his final form. I feel complete. Just look at these old photos of me. Look, in all of these photos, I was a 5'6" man. Can you even believe it? It's disgusting. Yucky. I look at these in pure disgust. I honestly want them purged from everyone's memory and just the internet in general. But yeah, I mean, all in all, it just feels good to finally be a member of the super tall elite Alpha Chad crew. That's about it. See ya. A couple nights ago, I got pretty faced, absolutely annihilated actually, and I had myself a little bit of a drunk Twitch stream around 2 or 3 AM as I've been known to do when I get inebriated. And to dive a little bit deeper into that stream lore, what many of you probably don't know about that stream is after I ended it, I filmed the mukbang video right before bed. Completely fucking forgot I did that, but I looked in my Dropbox yesterday and I saw it there as kind of like a nice little surprise early Christmas present from my drunk self, so I figured I'd share that with you today. And I'm sure some of you have already seen some clips from the drunk Twitch stream I did floating around on like Twitch subreddits and highlights and shit like this one right here. Let me show you a little something here. Like, let's say a cop came up to me, he's like, "Hey son, you been sniffing that alcohol?" I'd be like, "No sir." And he'd say, "Prove it." I'd say, "Alright, what's the test?" And he'd say, "Alright, hop in this Fortnite match, and then pop this baby boy in the mouth with the fucking shotgun. Let me show you what I do to him." Maybe I'm a little drunk, I'm sorry officer. But now let's show you behind the scenes what happened when the webcam turned off and the stream ended. How's it going, elite gamers and mukbang enthusiasts? It's me, the Carb Crusader, the Calorie Cavalier, the Meat Machine, meat in between his legs, the fast food ass dude, me. I'm here with another mukbanger, so let's just get right into it, Muck Squad. If I was Superman, I'd say Zod. Jesus. So on today's menu, it's Pedialyte. Cause I don't want a hangover. Cheers. I bet you're wondering what that tasted like. Tasted like I avoided a hangover. Thanks for tuning into this hardcore mukbang. See ya. You ever watch a video that just makes you feel nostalgic? It feels like you transport back in time. That's what happened to me today. It felt like Jimmy Neutron had built a time travel device that took me back to the most embarrassing era of my life. My first year and a half of college. This was the real goofy goober era of my life where I tried to emulate a mysterious anime character and was just genuinely creepy and uncomfortable to be around. I have no doubt my fellow peers were reporting me to the student body as just someone to be aware of as a potential threat. it was scary. Like, it was such a bad idea. I was built on awful Reddit advice and delusion of anime characters. I thought it'd be a good idea. I've talked about it at length before, and today I watched a video that served as a reminder of my shame. And this had to do with the couple of times I went to parties, which I've talked about a little bit. During this period, I did try and socialize to the best of my ability, and I'd argue I was the life of parties when I went out. And by that I mean I made people scared for their lives when I went out to parties. Let me show you a little clip of the video and then dive deep into what I mean. Yeah, so this lady's really busting it wide open on the dance floor here of this local dive bar. She's just going hog wild. I don't know if it's drug related or just the spirit of music has taken over, but she is transformed into the demon of dance. Her eyes are like glossed over, and thanks to the camera, they're like glow in the dark, so it's really intense. And she's throwing out all kinds of advanced maneuvers right there. That's like a million dance moves in 10 seconds. It's like she's trying to go for a high score combo in Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 here. But what it reminded me of is how I used to act at like bars and parties back in the early college days, because there was a couple bars near our campus that didn't ID check, so we would go there and I'd try and do like this because I thought by trying to be the center of attention it would be good in helping me get laid. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. But I'd go f***ing wild. I'd start popping and locking. It was like I was doing Wing Chun on invisible enemies, because I didn't really know how to dance super well, but I kept trying. I'd hit like sloppy body waves and shit. And I made a video a while ago talking about how I tried to learn to breakdance to impress girls. So, you know, I'd drop to the floor and hit them with like the 6-step shuffle or whatever. And of course, you know me, I'm famous for the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse dance hot dog. But I'd drop to the floor and just like get after it. Like this. Give them some of that shit. It's just, yep, a little out of breath already. It's been a while since I busted that bad boy out. But yeah, you know, I'd just serve it out on the dance floor there, and no one stopped me, like my friends that I'd go with, and they never told me it was a bad idea, because I think they just liked laughing at it. So I spent like an hour doing this shit on the dance floor, looking like I was on bath salts, and I never learned my lesson. So when I saw this video today, seeing her go after it like this, I was like, damn, it's like looking in a mirror 8 years ago. Watching her dance is like watching a dog with the zoomies, where they just start like running in circles and going crazy. I mean, hats off to her. Like, the confidence to do this and really just go wild at it, I think is fantastic. I always enjoyed doing it back in college, even though I know it made me look very odd to most people, but I still did find it to be enjoyable at the very least. But goddamn, the people next to her are going to be leaving this bar with scars. The way she's whipping her hair like that shit is an actual weapon. That's some like actual bayonet using her hair for offensive attacks. This right here is my favorite moment in the routine. I definitely think this would win, so you think you can dance. She hits him with like the praying mantis up here, and then into like a T-Rex arm combo. It's very rare you see a move like that executed so fluidly. So I thought she did a wonderful job there, and I really think it just helped put a nice bow on the entire choreography here. Unfortunately, that's where the video ends, but I'm sure the dancing continued for a couple hours there. She was definitely just getting started. This was only Act 1 of the performance. I think it's great all around. It seemed like she was having a good time. The people around her also seemed to enjoy the show. And I just wanted to talk about it because it reminded me of a silly time during my college days that I thought would be fun to share. That's really about it. I still think I'm one of the best dancers on the East Coast. And yeah, so yeah. What's up everybody, it's Critical. About 2 months ago I mentioned in a video that I had OCD when I was growing up and throughout my teenage years, most of my teenage years. And since then I've been getting a lot of emails and questions in general about how I was able to get rid of it or at least keep it under control. So I wanted to talk about that. So this is for anyone out there that has obsessive compulsive disorder, and I hope I can help you out a little bit. So my universe got blasted when I was around 12 years old. I started having these routines that I needed to follow or else I just didn't feel right. And then eventually these routines evolved into these rituals that I absolutely had to follow and could not break. And they were very weird rituals. I mentioned one of them in that video 2 months ago, but there was at least 100 different rituals. I had to sleep in a certain position on my bed. I couldn't even go to sleep unless I put on the movie National Treasure every fucking night. So I had that movie run every night for 2 years, and I'd just fall asleep during it. And God forbid if that CD ever got scratched, I just wasn't sleeping that night. I also had to make certain facial expressions when I was watching porn. This isn't a joke. And it had to be the same porn video. I watched the same porn video for I don't know how many years, and I had these set times in that porn video where I had to make a certain expression or else I just couldn't jerk off. I'd have to take a 5-minute break and just let myself recuperate before I could go back at it. It was a horrible time, really. I mean, I'm kind of laughing at it now, but then it was horrible and I was miserable. At first I thought it was normal behavior. I thought to myself, well, I'm sure every young man out there is making Regis Philbin facial expressions like he's on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire every time they're trying to choke the chicken, so I didn't think anything of it. But after a while I started to think, you know, this really can't be normal. I don't want to live in a world where there's a bunch of people doing these stupid rituals that I'm doing. So I googled it and narrowed it down to 2 possible ailments, the first being obsessive compulsive disorder and the second a faulty wireless router. I thought I could confidently scratch off the latter, so I was left with OCD. Then I had this debate with myself if I should go see a professional about it, a therapist, because I was almost 100% sure it was OCD. All the pieces just fell into place like a jigsaw puzzle of anus. But then I thought, you know, they're probably going to prescribe me medication, and I didn't have a lot of faith in the medication a therapist would have prescribed me because I thought, one, the medication would either perpetuate the illness further and I would have to keep going back to them to get more drugs that would cost my family a lot of money and it wouldn't even solve the problem, and I definitely didn't want to do that. Or 2, would make it worse because I had read that sometimes makes it worse, and I definitely didn't want to take that chance. I don't even know how it could have gotten worse. I guess it would have just had to follow like a specific set of steps every single day and never deviate from these specific walking patterns. I have no idea how it could have gotten worse, but I didn't want to take either of those chances. So I thought it would be best for everyone if I just tried to figure it out by myself. Now, I was really good at hiding it. None of my friends knew I had OCD. No one knew I had OCD outside of my family, and even my family really didn't know the extent of it. They only knew some very small bits and pieces of it. And I feel like a lot of people with OCD are really good at hiding it, so you would never know if somebody actually has it. And that means that they don't ask for help, and I didn't either. But looking back on it, it really probably would have been beneficial if I involved some people in helping me get over this. But I didn't, and I eventually did figure out a plan that got it under control and pretty much got rid of it. So I looked at it in a big scale. I knew I was in control of my actions. I knew I was the one doing these rituals. I was making this conscious decision to do these things, and I was in control of that, nobody else. So I knew I couldn't just break these rituals, get rid of them all at once. I had to go in small steps in order to do this. So I started to break them down into smaller rituals. I started to break them down piece by piece, making them just a tiny bit shorter than they were, or eliminating some very tiny things. And the first one I really targeted was one I had with eating. I had to eat a meal at an exact time every day. I had to eat each meal at an exact time, and you started to make bargains with myself. I would eat this meal a little bit sooner or this meal a little bit later, and that was the first thing I really went after, because that was something very small that I could control every time. So I started to change the meal times up, and once I started to get those more flexible, I was eating meals 30 minutes sooner or whenever I felt like, then I started to go for the bigger ones and make those a little bit shorter. Instead of sleeping in a specific position on my bed, I would move over a little bit, or I would do this, or I would do that, stuff like that. The National Treasure one I had already gotten over because the DVD actually did break, thankfully. So after 2 years of being hostage to Nicolas Cage's acting in that movie, despite it being a pretty decent movie, I was finally free of that one. So that was before really I knew I had OCD. But with the sleeping habits, I managed to just convince myself to sleep in different positions, different sides of the bed. And I just started making these little changes to my rituals, and eventually I made the changes bigger and bigger and bigger until eventually I could convince myself to just not do the ritual at all. The ritual was so short and consisted of so little things, what's the point in even doing the ritual? And I was able to do that. I was able to just not do the rituals, and now I don't do any of it anymore. Now there are still a few remnants of my OCD that I just cannot seem to get rid of. For instance, my YouTube profile picture has been the same negative 50p image for the last 7 years, and I just cannot, no matter what, convince myself to change it because I feel it would just cause such a discomfort to me. And a few other little things that are still reminding me of OCD are still there because of OCD. But for the most part, it is completely gone. I don't struggle with it anymore. I'm not miserable because of it anymore, or miserable in general. And I know how hard it is to ask for help, especially if you have embarrassing rituals, but it's really, that's the best piece of advice I can offer you, is to ask somebody for help in breaking the rituals. For instance, I would have loved if I asked somebody to make sure I don't do this specific component of a ritual or something like that and make sure I stick to it. That would have definitely made it easier, and I probably would have gotten over it a lot sooner. Overall, I just hope me talking about the subject and sharing my experience with OCD and how I got over it helps somebody out there come up with a plan, or inspires them to ask somebody for help in getting past it and getting rid of it or keeping it under control or something along those lines. So hopefully this helps somebody out there. And yeah, that's it. See ya. What's up everybody, it's Critical. I just got back from the gym and I had a pretty interesting experience. This isn't your standard tale of seeing an old man schlong or just some old dude flopping his wiener around in the locker room. Those are a dime a dozen. This is a true tale of discomfort. So I went to my apartment's little gym. It's pretty shit. It has like 2 treadmills and a slab of concrete that you're supposed to use for everything else, and I only go there because it's so close by. There's no reason not to. So I'm going to the Iron Temple trying to get my pump on to pray to the creatine gods, way men. It was just me and this one dude and his girlfriend. The dude looked like the offspring of the Naked Brothers band lead singer and Popeye. He was massive but was somehow shorter than me, which is extremely rare. His face also looked like he had just gotten out of middle school, but I'm sure he was around my age, like 23, 24. And he was bumping some really shitty music from a small 1990s boombox. The audio quality was just abysmal. It sounded like it was being transmitted via ham radio while underwater. I could barely make out some of this shit, but I could recognize some of the songs. Already this man has checked one pet peeve of mine, which is just playing music for everyone to hear. Why not just put on headphones? But regardless, he's just letting these flaccid jams blare, and he's singing along too, and he's dancing. He doesn't even care that I'm there. I don't even think he's registered my presence, even though I'm right in front of him. So I'm immediately uncomfortable before I've even started any of my sets. And this man's just an animal. He's going straight barbarian mode. He was on a cable machine that the gym has, and he was just like throwing it forward. It was like he was doing, it wasn't even an exercise I'd seen before. It was like he was throwing footballs with both of his hands, like working on his passing technique. His girlfriend was doing squats. All the while he's doing this tribal rain dance, he's singing the song that's playing. I don't know what song it was, but the chorus he was singing goes, "Fuck me to sleep." So he was just singing that, just letting it howl. I don't know why you would sing that chorus out loud. It's a pretty chorus, and it's a pretty stupid thing to be singing out loud, but whatever. This man's, he's letting it go. He's doing his thing. I respect that. He's feeling himself. And I'm just trying not to laugh, because it was just so goofy to me seeing this meatball of a man just saying, "Fuck me to sleep." I didn't want to laugh because I didn't want to feel his wrath. He would probably fuck me up. He'd break me in half, I bet. He was super huge, and he was pumping some big weight. I'm not going to sell the dude short. But this was just one of many weird things he engaged in my 30-45 minutes in that gym today. He had a bunch of dumbbells thrown about everywhere that he was using for alternating bicep curl sets. He was also using the cable machine, the bench for bench pressing, the Smith machine, and then one other machine that I'm blanking on the name of. Literally every machine that the gym has he was using. Cartwheels on the treadmill, you name it, he was going to be using it. And whenever he wasn't using, his girlfriend was using. All I got was some 25-pound dumbbells I could shove up my hole. So that kind of rubbed my cock the wrong way, but there's nothing I can do about it. I tried to work in with him. I asked if I could, and he just said no because his girlfriend was working in with him or something. That checks another one of my pet peeves, which is hogging everything, even though you're not going to be using it at the time. But I wasn't going to fight him or anything. I'm not going to try and pick a fight with this human sloppy Joe. I'm just going to use my 25-pound dumbbells. F*** it, I guess it's better than nothing. So I'm just doing my thing, you know, with my 25-pound dumbbells, and then this man goes and checks off another one of my pet peeves, which is flexing in the mirror and taking his shirt off. Absolutely hate when people do that at the gym, where they start checking themselves out. This man's just fucking feeling his titties and flexing really hard in front of his girlfriend. And once again, I was trying not to laugh at him because his girlfriend was about 8 or 9 inches taller than him, looking down and pretending to be impressed by it. I could tell she didn't really care and just wanted to finish her workout and be done for the day. But I started to get used to his singing and the hogging of all the weights and his bizarre exercises he was doing. I wouldn't have been surprised if they had picked up the boombox and started playing volleyball with it to train their triceps. I'm starting to wind down my workout, and I could tell they were starting to be towards the end of theirs as well. And then they did something I've never seen before. It's that kind of shit that you only see on YouTube from like fitness couples that do some wacky, crazy shit. They gave it their best attempt and it didn't work. So the girl went down into like a pretzel position and the guy was doing like a reverse praying dog yoga pose. And then the girl rolled on top of the guy and he assumed a planking position. And then she just started doing some push-ups on his back. And meanwhile, the dude's acting like an old fitness DVD workout guy who's, you know, come on, keep at it, you could do better, I expect more from you. What, you milk babies with those titties? I don't believe it, come on. And this girl's fucking sweating trying to do push-ups on his back and he's not happy with it. She was busted for these push-ups, but he didn't think she was giving it her all. So then it was his turn to do this on her back. So she gets in a plank position and this man gets in his push-up position on her back and he starts jackhammering her with push-ups, just nailing him out, and this girl's just like wobbling all over the place. It was like a Street Fighter Turbo Ultimate finishing move. This man was trying to drive his girlfriend into the Earth's core. He was like a bodybuilding plunger and his girlfriend was the clogged toilet. This was brutal. Just absolutely brutalizing his poor girlfriend with these push-ups. I have no doubt that there was some lumbar issues afterwards. It was truly fantastic, an experience I really can't do justice with words. It's one of those things that if you saw it, it would be something you'd never forget, and I will definitely never forget that. I was pretty much done working out. 25 pounds isn't enough to get in a decent workout in any capacity. I was really just kind of killing time to watch them. I was just kind of a spectator for their show they were putting on. And then they pretty much wrapped up after that. They did like 1 or 2 more sets that were really boring, and then they just kind of left. So then I left shortly after. But it was a fantastic experience, and it made me really appreciate my apartment complex's gym. I'm going to try and sync up my workout schedule with theirs now and hope that they go there at this time usually, because I want to see some more of this. But yeah, that's it. So yeah.
My was talking some serious shit right now.
A classic. My farts don't sound anything like these wet celebrations of flatulence. Mine sound like very slowly letting the air out of a balloon. I've actually had this idea for a video for quite some time now, but I kept debating with myself on whether or not it was a good idea to make something about fart porn, and then today I found Harley Quinn farts, and I knew this is what God put me on the earth for.
That jalapeno chili's talking back at me.
Yeah, I feel her on that one. I can't eat jalapeno chili without ending up spreading my cheeks in front of my phone camera and blasting farts at it.
Don't be a stinker. I'll be stinking this place up soon enough.
No, you're bluffing. Harley, show some mercy. Gotham is doomed. What tremendous foreplay. This could be the end of Batman as we know him, his most powerful adversary yet. Now, obviously, I can't show you the video past this point because then it just becomes in the camera, bare in the camera, with a pulsating chocolate starfish playing a symphony of flatulence, like this crescendo of farts throughout the rest of the video. So instead, I'll play the audio, and we can react to it together. Come on, goddammit, I'm ready. Play me a song on that rectum radio.
I'm the worst of the worst. Ooh, wow.
You see, now this is my problem when it comes to fart. Unrealistic expectations of men in the real world. See, this is all just fantasy. You can't fart like this all the time, ladies. Yeah, you know, a girl will watch this, get super horny, and then she'll have sex with a man, and he can't even fart like this. This kind of paints this unrealistic picture of what fart sex is supposed to be like and sound like. My farts don't sound anything like these wet celebrations of flatulence. Mine sound like very slowly letting the air out of a balloon. My farts are embarrassing. Girls would laugh at my farts if I did these kind of videos in a Harley Quinn cosplay. Now, the only criticism I can really give here, she's doing a great job blowing some farts out here. She truly is absolutely killing it, but I don't like that she laughs about it. It's not supposed to be comedy. This is fart porn. It's supposed to be hot. Don't laugh. Don't like shame me because I'm over here jerking off to your farts. All right? Take it seriously a little bit next time, Harley Quinn, please, but keep farting. a classic. Truly a classic. That's a line that's gonna echo throughout time. You know, like you got Blade Runner, like Tears Lost in the Rain, and then right underneath that you'll have my asshole's talking some serious shit right now, as Harley Quinn is blowing some fat farts into the camera.
Pay up, B-man. Gas ain't free.
Jesus, hit the deck. That fart had some power behind it. I could feel that one through the computer screen. Nearly threw me back into my seat there in the recoil. This lady has some incredible one-liners. Like, you know, gas ain't free. My asshole's talking some serious shit right now. This shit's gold. This is honestly, it feels like a comic book writer wrote her script. Like, if there was an evil Batman villain that was a fart fetishist, and she was taking down Batman with some fat, gnarly farts, these are the one-liners I think they'd actually use. This is fantastic. This is all like one take, too. She is a professional. This is just probably the perfect fart porn video. Granted, I haven't seen too many. My horizons haven't really been expanded that much in the world of fart porn or anything, but of the few that I've seen, this one is by far S tier. Whereas all the other fart porns that I've, taken a sampling of, a quick little taste test of, they all seem to just want to show the farting, and there's really no art to it. But this is almost like a poetic celebration of what it means to be human and to fart. It's just such a well-made video that'll no doubt bring a tear to your eye and some to your penis.
Oh, ooh, them stinkers. Oops, I think I got you in the eye. Ooh, ooh.
In conclusion, fart porn is art. I rest my case. Thank you. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. For years, I've gotten emails asking me to tell more stories, so that's what I'm gonna do tonight. Cozy on up, pop a squat down by the fireplace, and listen to my nipples. Ashamedly, this tale isn't that old. It happened last year. After my long-term relationship ended, I had devolved into a socially inept husk. I had completely forgotten how to flirt or talk to females in a romantic way. It was bad. Every time I even tried to talk to a girl, I sounded like a troglodyte ODing on sleeping pills, and God forbid a girl ever made the mistake of starting a conversation with me. They would soon find out that I was fundamentally fluent in aphasia. This shit that was coming out of my mouth was just unintelligible. It was downright disrespectful to humanity how bad I was at flirting. But there's one night in particular that I still lose sleep over when I think back on. One event that to this day, when I'm about to ejaculate, makes my penis tingle in an unpleasant way. It was the very first weekend after my breakup, and I was going to a bar with my friends. I was going out with the intent of just drinking and having a good time and not worrying about anything. But my friend's sister insisted she wingman me that night, and I knew deep down in my soul that it would be a train wreck. The night was darker than usual. The moon tucked away behind the clouds, as if trying to cover its eyes and shield itself from the awkwardness that was about to unfold at this poor little bar. As if the moon knew just how this experiment was going to turn out. But anyways, in my friend's sister's defense, she was an outstanding wingman, but the odds were stacked against her because she was trying to wingman a sinking ship of social skills. So she was taking me to meet everyone at the bar. We met a ton of people. She was just dragging me along like I was her suitcase, except this suitcase wasn't filled with clothes or toiletries. It was just filled with awkwardness. And nothing too noteworthy happened. I managed to meet all of these new people without my britches, which was a Herculean task, so that's an accomplishment that I'm very proud of. But then the very last two people we met will forever be etched into my memory. It was two attractive women, just casually drinking at one of the tables by the bar, as the bar was clearing out since it was getting late. The weatherman may have predicted cloudy with moderate humidity, but what he couldn't predict, what no one could have predicted, was the storm of awkwardness that was about to befall the area. My friend approached them the same as she had all the others, and as I trailed behind her, I could feel something deep inside of me pulling me, as if a future version of myself was trying to yank me away from the situation so I wouldn't have this memory. But alas, I disregarded the feeling and continued forward, each step towards their table, a new scar that I bear. We make it to the table. Small talk begins. Names are exchanged. I instantly forget both of their names, but I remember how I introduced myself to them. I extended my hand for a handshake like I'm conducting a business meeting. Oh yes, ladies, I'll need the stock reports on my desk, 8 a.m. sharp. But the worst part of this gesture is when they do oblige my handshake, I kung fu grip them. I grab their hands hard as It's like that scene in The Predator where Arnold Schwarzenegger and Carl Weathers get in the handshaking competition. Oh, they got you pushing too many pencils. Well, I was pushing too much awkwardness right from the get-go. So yeah, suboptimal start, bit of a rocky beginning. Chalk that one up to nerves, though. You know, that's excusable. So my friend's sister starts distracting one of the girls. Oh, do you go to UT too? What sorority are you in? This and that. Working under the assumption that I am not a bumbling goober and can handle a one-on-one conversation with the other girl. Rookie mistake. I absolutely could not handle that in any capacity. It was abysmal. I have no doubt. I can say with confidence that it is the worst conversation she had ever been a part of, and probably to this day is still the worst conversation she has ever been a part of. With each sentence that I diarrheaed out, I could feel it getting more and more uncomfortable for the both of us. So, do you like alcohol? I mean, it's a good beverage. Envelope adhesives, how do they keep those damn things together? You know, some strong shit. Oh, this is some nice shoes. I like shoes. I wear shoes sometimes, too. I don't wear shoes when I sleep, though. I take shoes off when I sleep. I'm not weird. I don't take the shoes. It was miserable. And this continues for about 15 or 20 minutes. I don't know how she resisted the urge to just puke in my face, but she just let me keep going. I'm just over here hooting and hollering about our universe being a simulation or some shit. And then eventually she gets so bored, and I'm confused because I'm having a conversation with myself in my head, and I'm having one with her. So I was just, by the end of it, I didn't know if I was talking to myself or talking to her. It was just a weird situation altogether. But she gets so bored, and she puts the kibosh on it. She says, "Look, I've been having a week, and I just want to go home with a guy tonight, okay?" And then she puts her hand on my hand. And then I looked her in the eyes. We locked eyes for a minute. And I said to her, "Well, you're going to have to hurry up because the bar's clearing out. I wish you the best of luck finding a guy, but if you don't find one, I'll eat you for a little bit if you want." That is verbatim what I said to her in response to that. I could never forget those words. They're burned into my brain. The second those escaped my mouth, I became sober. I was inebriated going into it. I said that, and then I could have flown a plane at that point. I could feel my pucker. My anus was becoming the universe. It was like every cell in my body was being bludgeoned by a cactus. For me, this was proof that whatever higher power or creator exists, they truly don't care about this world. Because if they did, they would have sent a wild ice cream truck to take me out right then and there. And the look on her face, I will never forget it. It was a look of pure shock, confusion, and anger. Every emotion a human is capable of feeling, she felt in that moment. And then she pretended to get a phone call so she had an excuse to leave. That makes her a good person in my book, because what she should have done is say, "Hey, get the f*** away from me, you creepy homunculus," or something to that effect, because that's what I deserved. She was nice enough to actually make it seem like she just had something else to do instead of just telling me to f*** off, which she absolutely had a right to do because she had just put up with my ranting and raving for 20 minutes, and then I basically just rejected her to her face with my last little humdinger there. So to me, that woman is a hero. Now to make matters even worse though, my friend's sister and the girl's friend heard what I said. It's like the music in the bar just cut out and everyone stopped talking right before I uttered those words. But luckily, she never mentioned it because I'm assuming she erased it from her memory immediately after, so that way she would spare her mind the anguish of trying to comprehend what the f*** I was thinking when I said that. But yeah, so that's the story. It was by far the most uncomfortable situation I'd ever been a part of and created. I mean, I did both. I was both the participant and the orchestrator. So it was weird, but yeah, that's the story. That's it. So yeah. I don't think I've ever shared a story about myself so embarrassing that it changes the way you look at me. I've shared a lot of embarrassing stories with girls and that I've had in the past, but nothing that's so goddamn game-changingly cringe-inducing that you vomit and think less of me until today. I was trying to think of a story that I wanted to talk about because I wanted to tell a really embarrassing one today, but I wanted to like amp this shit up to like the highest level I could. So I was going to my past, of which there's a myriad of embarrassing stories to choose, but I wanted to find the perfect one, and then I remembered something that made me sick to my damn stomach, so I can't wait to share it with all of you. So to preface this happened in high school. The year is 2011. This was right after my third lung collapse. If you've been following me for a while, you know my lung collapsed 3 times, and the last time it happened was 2011. Well, in 2011 I got surgery to have it fixed, and before I went into surgery, there was a girl I had a crush on that had just added me back on Facebook,
and I decided I'd send her like this damn scholarly "oorah, I love you" message to her, and we had never spoken. So this girl and I never spoke once in our lives, not even by accident. If I farted somewhere in school, there's no way she would ever smell it because we were never even close to each other in any sense of the word. The only reason we even knew about each other, or rather the only reason I knew about her, was because she was a cheerleader and I played basketball. Other than that, no communication, literally not even eye contact. And yet for some reason, in 2011, I sent this girl the most disgustingly embarrassing messages when I was in the hospital. I haven't read them. I screenshotted them today, and I sent them to myself so I could read them to you today, and we can experience this together as a lesson in how not to ever approach a woman in any way. So allow me, please. Pickup artist legend Charlie is going to guide you through the how-don'ts, the do-nots of women. So let's go ahead and get into these messages here. So Ace slaying God Charles in 2011 leads with, I know you and I have never talked, but I just wanted to tell you that you are one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen. Now, some of you might hear that and think I came on a little too strong. Looking back on it now, hindsight's 2020, I don't think I came on strong enough. I should have led with, I love you. Signed, Charles. And then like a little kiss. And then, maybe go from there. So after I said this, she responds with a simple question mark. Nothing else, just one character, a question mark. I was already in the hospital, but if I wasn't, that right there would have sent me into the hospital with cardiac arrest. That hurt so damn bad at the time. But I mean, what can you expect when someone leads with some shit like this? This is the kind of shit you see on Twitter with like a bad English associated with it, with a send Bob's in lasagna, please. Vagina look good with penis and stuff like that. It's a creepy message. Any girl should respond with a question mark or nothing at all. But anyway, my spirits weren't deterred. I continued. Yeah. I'm in the hospital and just said it's worth a try. You probably don't think the same about me, but I just wanted to say that. That's some nice guy right there. Jesus. Well, this is pretty bad. Let's keep going. To that she says, "Oh, I'm sorry," frowny face, "but thanks, I guess. Why are you in the hospital?" I'm surprised she even believed I was in the hospital, to be honest. You got a stranger coming at you, pretending like he's going off to war and sending a love letter out there like it's some damn type of anime. If someone sent me shit like this, I'd be like, yeah, sure, buddy. I'm sure you're in the hospital. What do you have? Small dick syndrome going on? There's no cure. Get out of my DMs. I have recurrent pneumothorax in my left lung. It has collapsed 3 times, and tomorrow I have surgery to repair it. Sad violins playing, I'm sure, when I was typing this. I just wanted to tell you that before I had the surgery. I know that it is... Excuse me, I've got to scroll to the next one. It's a little out of order. 2019 Charlie clearly doesn't know how to screenshot things in order. Here we go. I know that it is a weird way to start a conversation. I also know that I came on way too strong telling you that. Self-awareness, key. Even back then I had it. Even back then I'm like, Jesus, I'm sounding really weird, but I'm still going for it. Didn't stop me. Should have stopped me, to be honest. Yeah, that's the lesson to take away here. Don't do this. You know, at this, when you're starting to recognize like, holy shit, this is too strong and I'm being very weird, just stop. Then she says something very odd. On behalf of all the YouTube comments, Charles, I hope you cut your hair. I'm not cutting my hair. She didn't say that. I'm just telling you, stop telling me to cut my hair. I want to see what it looks like real long. I want to look like a damn lead singer in a mid-2000s emo band. Just let me fucking have this, alright? So anyway, she asked about the surgery and nothing to talk about there. But then, as we're starting to wrap up, I say, just wondering, do you know who I am? If you don't, I bet this is the most conversation you've ever been a part of. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a up way of going about things, past Charles. Jesus. I sound like some type of spoiled rich kid. Do you know who my father is? He invented Bing. I'm a big deal. Please love me, please. Damn it. I'm in the hospital. For God's sakes, do you know who I am? God, these are such embarrassing messages. She says, haha, no, I do know who you are. Like, I've seen you, but that's it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that sounds about right. I was a very odd guy. Odd looking, too. I had this really weird... My hair looks like now, but back then I had an even weirder hairstyle where I shaved all, like, the side, the back, and the top of my head. Like, it was a one with the clippers. But the front was about as long as it is now. So everything was pretty shaven except the bangs. So yeah, I was a lunatic. It'd be hard to forget it'd be hard not to see me and make fun of me. I was one step shy of like a trench coat fedora wearing fucking loser in high school. I really was. So yeah, it makes sense that she at least remembered what I looked like, because I looked like a damn psychopath. So to that I said, "Oh, sorry. I bet this is weird for you, huh?" The only way to make things like this not weird is to keep saying, "Yeah, this is probably weird, right?" That way, it's, it takes the tension off. It's like, oh, he's saying it's weird. It can't be weird if he keeps talking about how weird it is. All right, it makes sense. Like, pretty much every line I say in here is about how weird it is, and yet I keep going. To that, she says, "I don't mind at all." So then, in closing, this is my finisher. This is my Mortal Kombat fatality. My big grand finale here. All right, cool. Maybe when I get out of here, we can talk more so I can get to know you a little better. I'm not as weird as this conversation makes me seem. You know. Little pro tip to the ladies: don't take someone up on that offer. They most likely are pretty socially inept. I certainly was, 100%. We never talked after this. I can't imagine why, but we never spoke or anything. Nothing ever came of this, unsurprisingly. However, I'm sure if we did, I would have been still just as socially inept talking in person as I was on the Facebook Messenger. So the lesson, ladies and gentlemen, don't be weird. That's always the advice I give to someone going into college. And just don't be weird. Don't be super forward. Don't be super out there. Just be normal conversations. Let things, simmer, develop, sniff things out. Don't just come in there guns blazing off. I love you. Do you love me? Like, come on, 2011 Charlie. I look back on like this and I'm like, Jesus, I never recognized how bad I was until you get older. So, it's a pretty embarrassing story. Maybe it's not as embarrassing for listening to it, but for me recollecting on this, it's bad, man. Like, Jesus, that girl was probably scared for her life, thinking I'd be tossing pebbles at her window late at night at like 2 a.m. Hey, did you think about me in the hospital? I'm alright now. You want to talk? Man, well, that's the end of the story. Another nice tale for the compendium of awful interactions I've had with women, all of which being my fault from my past. So, yeah, that's it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Go ahead and snuggle up in your bed. Get nice and tight and cozy in the covers. I'll hand you your favorite stuffed animal, and I'll tell you another story of a very strange encounter I've had at a bar. This happened quite a while ago. I was still just a college-aged man, freshly 21 years old, basically just stopped sucking on my mother's, and I was at a bar with my friends and we were having a good old night out. And as you know from previous stories, I've never been a good flirt or anything of that nature, but tonight I had quite a few drinks in me and I was feeling good about myself, so I decided I was going to strike up a conversation with a good-looking girl, which I did flawlessly. That was textbook. And Ryan Gosling would have been proud of it. The girl I was talking to was a little bit older than me, and we were just having a nice little conversation, just talking about general getting to know each other. My attempts at flirting probably fell flat. I don't think she was too enamored with my compliments. Oh, it's a great drink. You know how to order a good drink, and just like that, really awful compliments because I'm a horrible flirt. But anyway, we were just having a conversation. Everything was going well until I made a pivotal mistake. I asked her where she was from. This was a can of worms no one should have ever opened. This one simple question led to a cascade of some of the most incomprehensible verbal diarrhea I have ever been victim to. So I asked her where she was from, and she told me that that's not an easy question to answer since she's lived so many lives. It's hard to say which one she really came from, like the genesis of her being. This was very serious to her. She was getting very personal with me, so I returned the favor and I was asking her questions. Well, which was your favorite life you lived? And she said that's not an easy one either. She said she really enjoyed when she was a 45-year-old Army lieutenant. And to that I asked her, what branch, how long were you in the service for, what happened? She gave me the answers. Apparently she had died in like a flak explosion or like something on an aircraft carrier. I can't quite remember the details surrounding that one. I'll have to check the fucking history books. She was telling me one about how she used to be a barbarian back during the, Norse times or during the Ottoman Empire or something in that time period. Apparently this girl is just like in the Animus or something. She's like the next Assassin's Creed character. It was really just interesting. Apparently she had visions of her past lives and she also time traveled to go see them firsthand and take notes on them, but of course she didn't have the notes at the bar. But anyway, we just kept having this conversation about her past lives, and then she had a vision while we were talking, and this scared the fuck out of me. I thought she had just shut down, like her programming malfunctioned, mid-sentence she just stopped talking and blankly stared at me. It was like, that's so Raven having a vision, but of the past. And then she apologized for having this vision. She said she can't control her powers or something like that. And I said, you know, I understand it's a very, very big burden to carry. It's quite a blessing and maybe even a curse. And yeah, we just kind of had this conversation. I don't remember all of her past lives or all the questions I asked her, but she did have some interesting ones from other planets, but I didn't really know much about those planets she was from, so I couldn't ask anything interesting there, so... really, the whole thing was just a big old cluster that I wasn't expecting. Then I excused myself to go get a drink, which I desperately needed after listening to James Cameron's next movie plot lines. And what's incredible about this is one of the friends I was with went up to the same girl because I told him that he would enjoy her company. So he went up to her and started talking to her. And then at the end of the night, I asked him how it went. And he said that almost immediately she mentioned that she lived other lives and he just peaced out. And I respected him for that because he got to be spared the very long, detailed story about some incredible shit. But he also missed out on some amazing war stories. But yeah, I thought that was a story that was worth sharing. So, that's it. See ya. Most of you know I hate cockroaches. I wouldn't go as far as to call it a phobia, because I don't pee my pants, cry, and call my mom when I see one or anything like that. But when I do encounter one, I get a bit icky feeling, you know, it feels a bit yucky in the atmosphere around me, like something has truly gone awry in the force to allow this cockroach to exist and be near me at that moment. Cockroaches are disgusting. I think human beings are hardwired, programmed to hate cockroaches, something embedded deep within our DNA, from when we were primitive little fish in the sea to where we are now, jumping off the hentai. Humans have probably always hated cockroaches. The reason I'm bringing up this ancient menace is because during a recent stream, one crawled on my leg and I slapped it off and freaked out. And most people view this as cowardice and me being a big old... However, I view it quite the opposite. I viewed it as me being a fearless warrior, slapping down a sneaky assassin on my leg, coming back and finishing the job with huge nuts, big loads of testosterone flowing through my veins. However, most people don't see it that way because they're misinterpreting my battle cry as more of like a whimpering scream of a baby, and I don't view it that way, so I wanted to play the clip for all of you so you could be the judge of yourself whether or not I am a... I don't think so. I think I handle cockroaches the way most sensible people do, and I'm pretty proud of the work I did on that cockroach during the stream. It's twitch.tv/moistcritical if you want to see me fight more cockroaches. But anyway, here it is.
What it looks like.
This is her Colorado cases.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Smoking device with suspected marijuana in the pipe bowl, small red hot tin containing used syringe, 3 Ziploc baggies with white the sister.
Baby Lisa.
He crawled on my leg. Jesus Christ. My leg's never gonna feel clean again. My whole area has been compromised. I have no f***ing idea where it went. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. This thing's gonna be f***ing haunting my dreams now. It's not a phobia. It snuck up on me in my moment of weakness. Dog the bounty hunter just dropped some sage wisdom. I was feeling vulnerable and then a cockroach crawls on my leg. It just got me at the right time. I swear, if it shows its face again, I won't even blink. But, just, you know, got the best of me at the moment. I should have used the Spider-Man training lessons to really take him down, but I panicked.
Didn't tell me, will you?
You guys don't understand. You probably get those ass cockroaches that can't even fly. In Florida, we get the palmetto bugs, which can fly. Actual nightmares. Why is he shirtless now? I don't know.
Okay, get out of the way. Search him good. Okay, we want to make sure that that's for you, Jason, so just let him rap. Oh! You like it, don't you, homie?
Everybody calm down for a minute.
Oh, I did it.
Outside, let's go.
All that grunting you heard right there was the sound of a hero. A fearless hero who looked the cockroach in the eyes and took it down. We got him, baby! Jackpot! You see that? My methods are unorthodox. My battle cry may be misconstrued as being a pussy, but damn it, the results speak for themselves, baby! We got him! Tell your friends. Now I know how Dog the Bounty Hunter feels when he catches a fugitive. I fucking looked that bitch in the face and I'm like, you know what? I'm standing my ground like a real man. And then I screamed and slapped it with a large book. Like a real man, baby. That's how we do it. Bang! What the f going on, everyone? It's Soccer Mom Charlie here, ready to tell you what my least favorite video I've ever made is. The video that I think is by far the worst pile of I have ever made, and most people agreed. Now let me take you back to the past. The year is 2012. It's an interesting time. Only 90s kids remember 2012. The Mayan calendar said on December of 2012 everyone would stop being able to ejaculate, thus the world would end or some bullshit like that. BioWare also didn't suck huge wiener holes. Mass Effect used to be good. I know it's hard to believe now, but Mass Effect was a very strong series and one of my favorite at the time. Now, Mass Effect 3 was slated to come out very soon, and in order to get myself hyped up and get everyone in the mood, I came up with this banger of an idea for a video where I would make a bunch of weird-looking characters in the Mass Effect Create a Character section, and I would sync them moving their heads left and right to a song. In my head, it seemed like such a fucking great idea, on par with Turbo Hotness, which is the porn video I made, where I took the porn star Euphrat fingering her to the sound of Through the Fire and the Flames, and I synced those up. And to me, the Commander Shepard video that I made back then was like the precursor to that. Like, I couldn't quite grasp the porn set to Through the Fire and the Flames, so instead I settled for a video game character moving his head to a song. Now, I made the video, and it took me over 6 hours worth of editing to sync up his head movements with the song's hits, and I was so damn proud of that work. I thought for sure this was going to be the one to put me in the history books. I'll go ahead and show you the result of all that hard work now, and trust me when I say it's not pretty. It's certainly not a good video. It is a big old stinky one.
To my party, we're just getting started. A life is a dream or a nightmare scarring. Hand me a drink cause I think I'm going all in. Get me a shrink who can catch me when I'm falling. Cover up my scars, flip the handlebars. Crashing in my car, wake up in a bar. I'll be a superstar, just on my avatar. This world is so bizarre, empty out the reservoir. Yeah, I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way, so I'm taking.
I know many of you are probably very disappointed that a supreme intellect being like myself, an enlightened euphoric redditor like me, was able to even conceive something as childish and juvenile as that. I know it's disappointing, but I did. I made that and it took me over 6 hours, and I know it doesn't seem like a lot of work, but a lot of fucking work went into that, let me tell you that. I went on a damn hunger strike for like 6 hours for that. I didn't leave my computer. Damn near gave myself some deep vein thrombosis making that piece of shit. So I went through the fire and the flames for that one for sure, and the results, it just didn't translate. It's not a good video, and pretty much everyone agreed. When I initially posted it, it was met with overwhelmingly negative reviews, like a 10% on Rotten Tomatoes, basically, and I got very upset, and I was like, I worked really hard on this, but they don't like it, I'm taking it down. So I took it down like an hour or two after I uploaded it, but then I looked at myself in the mirror, I was like, Charlie, you worked so hard on this, you're gonna post it again, this time they're gonna love it. As if someone had just deneuralized them Men in Black style, rewrote their memories to make them love the video. Getting myself hyped up like a boxer before the fight. Come on, Charlie, you can do it, like slapping my own ass, getting myself ready in the zone. So I posted it again, and again everyone hated it, and I was like, okay, it's done. It's never seen the light of day. I'm gonna pretend like I never posted it, my account was hacked. So I took it down again, and then I waited until the next day after I lost sleep over it, like, you know, I waited one more time and I posted it one more time, and this time it was met with overwhelmingly negative reviews again, but I wrote it out. I was like, Charlie, you worked hard on it, it's alright, you enjoyed making it, so I posted it again, and I think that is a lesson in this video everyone should take away. If you're proud of something and you worked hard on something, what people think. Unless it is like super, like really bad. Yeah, Commander Shepard, the video I made, it's not good, it's a stinky dog diaper, but it's not like I'm gonna be thrown in jail because it's such a video. It's just, you know, a bit of a subpar one. So, you know, be proud of your unless it is really bad, then at that point, yeah, maybe just forget it happened. But anyway, this is the answer to the question I get, what is my least favorite video I've ever made? It's Commander Shepard, because I put a whole lot of work into it, and it got nothing but insults, you slimy vermin. It's a great video! Damn it. But yeah, anyway, that's the answer. It's a video, to be honest. And that's it. Don't forget to go to twitch.tv/moistcritical, baby! Yeah! See ya. I've had this chair since I was a teenager. It's approaching 10 years old, and it's actually held together by socks with pillow feathers stuffed underneath them for cushions, because the cushions rotted away about 5 or 6 years ago. This chair is a fucking time bomb of filth, and it feels like I have 2 cactuses constantly on both my cheeks. Oftentimes I'll stand up and my cheeks are cramped, mainly because the chair is uncomfortable, and I figured it was time to upgrade. And I'm an elite gamer, as most of you know, a gamer barbarian, assassin, guru, so I decided to get a gaming chair, but I didn't want any gaming chair. I'm not all too familiar with gaming chairs in general, and I knew PewDiePie had one, and I trust Felix, so I got his gaming chair. And I thought to myself, well, that's kind of boring, just a chair. Why not take that to the next level? So I recruited the East Coast top engineer, my father, and my dad and I built a historic machine, a fucking weaponized gaming chair on wheels. It's like a damn twisted metal contraption gizmo. It looks like a Mad Max style dinghy, like a dinghy that would be used in a Mad Max universe. It's fucking awesome, and I'm gonna show you the process of how we built it and how fast it goes. This pumps up to 40 miles an hour. This shit hauls. This is a world first, baby. A couple nights ago during a stream, I was asked a very flattering question in between the normal questions I get during streams like, why are you short? Does your girlfriend peg your asshole? Do you wish you weren't short? Someone asked me if I'd ever considered stand-up comedy. It's super cute and super sweet you would ever even say something like that, very flattering, but the answer is no, I don't really like stand-up comedy. I like the greats like Mitch Hedberg, Dave Chappelle, Norm Macdonald, Amy Schumer, really. But other than those legends, I just don't really like stand-up, especially the Netflix specials. It's pretty goddamn bad for the most part. They give it to like everyone, like introducing Phil, a friend of the janitor who works at Netflix, who told a joke one time at Starbucks and the barista laughed. And here he is with his Netflix special, Fill in Holes, or something like that, and it doesn't exactly have me doing big old hearty belly laughs, ho 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 ho. I just don't like stand-up, I really don't. That being said, I did write a stand-up routine a little while back, and I don't say this lightly, but this genuinely might be one of the most powerful pieces of human work that has ever been put onto paper since Homer's Odyssey. I'm not going to share the whole stand-up routine with you, but I will share the intro. I'll honestly probably just save the whole routine to try and sell to a struggling comic like Dane Cook or something. Maybe he could revitalize his career on the back of my incredible routine. But anyway, here's the intro. Hope you're ready for some gut-busting, side-splitting comedy. Actually, you just reminded me of something. Delirious, I wrote down, like... this was like at 4 a.m. I'd been drinking, and I wrote down... I saw this the other day. I wrote down, like, a pseudo stand-up routine, and I found it pretty recently. I'll read you the first part of this. It seems we have a bunch of couples in the crowd tonight. How do we feel about children? I put in parentheses, crowd goes wild. Yeah, make some noise if you like kids. Crowd continues cheering. I say, you pedophiles. That's a banger. I might use that at some point. I think that's gold. That right there is gonna launch me. That launch my career right there, I'm telling you. But it's entirely reliant on the crowd going wild when I talk about children. So it's really hit or miss. It's been a little while since I told a story, so I figured it was about time that I sit you all down by the campfire and put some fear in your boners. I'm going to tell you a really recent story, something that I think everyone can take a lesson away from and use it in their everyday lives. So before I really dig into the meat of this, I want to preface this by saying I have not pissed my pants in a very long time. Now that that's off the table, let's get into what the story is about. As you probably surmised from that intro, it's about pee-peeing in the pants. It's about a time where I flirted with that devil. And this all takes place in the mythical year of 2019 AD on October 4th. It was literally 6 days ago as of recording this video. It was right before going to happy hour, and if you watch my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical, you know that the streams are f***ing bangers, and that I also pee a lot. I drink a lot of water, which means I'm constantly expelling a lot of urine from my body at jet stream-like pace. I really f***ing pressure wash my toilet when I get in there to do that business, so if urinating is considered a game of chess, then I'm the goddamn grandmaster. Now, this was right before going to happy hour. I had just gotten all dressed up and spruced up, ready for action, and we needed to pick my friends up before going to the bars we were going to. But before going, I had the little inkling of a PP coming on. It was still brewing, but it hadn't matured yet. So I figured there really wasn't any point to doing that. The bars weren't far, my friends weren't far. I'd just hold it till I got there and then just do my business out there in public. Just kind of to assert my dominance, like, hey, I'm not afraid to mark a urinal with my seal of approval. I'm not afraid to stamp this with my penis juice. So I just wanted to wait. I didn't see the point in going before heading over. That being said, on the journey to my friend's place, it was still very tame, very manageable, barely even noticed it. Got to my friend's place, didn't notice it. The second they got in my car, it's like they unleashed the piss demon. All of a sudden, all at once, it hit me like a f***ing brick. Like a train had left the station, a bullet train, and it was hitting my bladder. There was no putting this genie back in the bottle. I was going to tinkle, it was just a matter of where. In my nice trousers, in a dirty bathroom somewhere on the way, or on the side of the road. The last two options weren't exactly options, because to get to the bar you had to go over this pretty long bridge, and there was no way I was going to be able to hold it through the duration of the bridge, so I'd be just trapped like a prisoner in its cell in the car, just urinating all over my friends, or I'd have to hold it and literally cork my and I'd probably fucking drown internally with urine pouring out of my mouth like I just swallowed a cyanide capsule of urine. It was just a nightmarish situation, because I really had to go. So I informed Tiana, who was now driving, and I told my friends, look, I'm sorry to be an inconvenience, but we gotta pull over somewhere to go to the bathroom, because I'm going to literally ruin our happy hour and turn it into the not-so-happy hour by coating this entire car in piss. So they understood, but the problem was there really wasn't anywhere to stop. There was no real gas stations on the way to the bridge, so we'd have to go out of our way to find one for me, and my friends didn't really want to do that, so they're trying to encourage me to just go piss somewhere next to a dumpster around some of the dilapidated buildings, because the area on the way to the bar looks like it's been hit by a nuclear missile, but I didn't want to take that chance, because a friend of mine got put on the sex offenders registry for public urination. He got caught while peeing next to a building, or on the side of a building, and I just didn't want to roll those dice at all. I bet if I had just went down to take a piss by a building, a fucking cop would have popped out of a bush in a ghillie suit and said, gotcha on me. I didn't want to, risk that at all. I'd drop trow for 1 second, just unzip, and all of a sudden a police car drift in sideways, and just sirens blaring, and then take me down just for public urination, and then all of a sudden, bang, I'm a sex offender. I just didn't want to risk that at all. I didn't want to take that chance at all, so that was not an option for me. We were going to go out of our way to one of the gas stations that I knew of, and it wasn't that far out of the way, so it wasn't a huge inconvenience, but I still felt bad. Unfortunately, the gas stations were of no help, and also the gas stations look like something straight out of the Fallout universe as well. But the first gas station we go to, everything looks okay. There's a bathroom there, which is a plus. It's one of the bathrooms that's on the outside, so you need a key to get into it. So all confidently, while I'm like basically grabbing my just trying to keep everything where it needs to be before I explode with urine, I go in there waddling in and I say to the guy, hey look, I've got to use your shitter. Can I get the key to that bad boy? And he's not all there. He sounds like he's one Xanax bar away from just total overdose and collapse, so I couldn't understand most of the words he said, but he kept mumbling about the hot dog man. I didn't know what that meant. I thought he was making like idle conversation. Maybe there was a hot dog vendor outside that he wanted me to go buy from before he gave me the key. I didn't know, so I asked him, what are you talking about? The hot dog man? Who's a hot dog man? I love hot dogs, even though I hate hot dogs. Just anything to get that fucking key. Felt like it was a mission in a video game that I needed to get that key to complete the quest. But so I'm making the small talk, and his answers make no sense to me. He's like, no bathroom, hot dog man. So then I'm starting to connect these dots in my head. Okay, so the hot dog man, no bathroom. Hot dog man must have gone in there and wreaked havoc. He must have just tore that bitch down and lit it on fire with an explosion from his or something. So this bathroom is decommissioned is what you're telling me, right? Bathroom is not working because of hot dog man. He just shakes his head, no. Hot dog man. I felt like I was in a goddamn horror movie, as if like the hot dog man was terrorizing this area like the fucking Slender Man. I didn't know what he was talking about with the hot dog man. All I knew was I was not getting that key from him. So I walked out all disappointed because I knew I wasn't getting the key, and it's all because of this menace, the hot dog man, who I'd never even fucking heard of in fairy tales. So I had to waddle back to the car disappointedly, and even in more of a rush, the sense of urgency was overwhelming. Felt like the entire universe was collapsing inside on me. Also, as a side, there was no hot dog vendor outside. There wasn't even the remnants of what could have been a hot dog vendor at any point in time. So I don't know who the f*** this hot dog man is. But anyway, we go up another maybe mile up the road where I know another gas station is, and it's just as decrepit as this one, and this one was like a damn orgy of weirdos. There was one guy who I am 100% sure was on spice, because he was just fucking fumbling around. Luckily, he had hit just enough spice so he wasn't totally nude and dragging his dick on the floor, but he was at that level of spice where he can't really stand up properly, and he has a football that he's throwing against a wall and hitting himself with in the face off the rebound. So that's the kind of place we were at, looking for this bathroom, and I knew it was going to be gross, and I'm a bit of a germaphobe, but I was throwing that aside because I needed to be strong, because I didn't want to piss myself, because I hadn't pissed myself in at least a long time. I don't know, I was trying to think of like an exact time I pissed myself, but it's been a long time. I have a pretty clean streak there, and I wasn't about to have that collapse on this night. So we get to this disgusting gas station, and it's another one where the bathroom's on the outside, so I need to go in to get the keys. There's a guy in there playing the lottery, and he's taking a long time scratching it off. That's fine, that's not his fault. He doesn't know that I'm about to explode behind him like an IED of urine. So I'm not mad at him at all. He was none the wiser, not his fault or anything. When he's finally done, I go up to the counter, I say, "Hey man, can I get the keys to that turbo shooter? I gotta go do some business over there." He's super cool about it, gives me the keys, and I'm on my way. The guy who's throwing the football now fixates his eyes on me, and he wants to get me involved in his game. I can tell because while he couldn't really get the words out properly, he was making motions like, "I'm gonna hit you with this spiral real quick, Tom Brady style," and I just, I'm putting my hands up like, "Please, no, thank you," politely. I've got to use the restroom. Finally get around the corner to where the bathrooms are on the side of the place. There's a man asleep on the curb in front of the bathrooms. I don't know if he was passed out or just really tired. Maybe at one point he was the gate guardian of the bathrooms, but now that he found bath salts, now he just sleeps there. I really don't know. But, I go, not over him because I was already on the side. I go around him, and then I finally put that key into the bathroom, and a sense of elation and jubilation just fills my whole body as I finally turn it, and I open it, and I'm greeted with the most unholy smell this world has ever concocted. It smelled like a fucking hate crime. It was the most repulsive, revolting smell I've ever smelled in my life, and I've smelled some serious, but this was something else. This smelled like the hot dog man had gone there, killed somebody, and then took a shit all over the corpse. And it's really weird because the toilet itself was pristine. The toilet was clean enough to drink out of, eat off of. It was a fantastic looking toilet, not a speck of dirt or poopy in sight. But the bathroom itself was tainted with the remnants of 1,000 angry spirits that were all in unison. It's no doubt the work of the hot dog man. There's not a single doubt in my mind. He must just be like a serial bathroom. Just goes around in all the bathrooms and terrorizing them, ruining them for people that gotta pee like me. But I really don't know. Anyway, the smell was so overwhelming. For just a brief moment, I relaxed my penis sphincter, and a little bit of urine dripped onto my boxers. I don't count that as pissing my pants because it was just enough where it only dribbled out, and I was able to once again voluntarily collapse the muscle so it didn't squeak out anymore. As I finally approached the toilet, and I finally released the sweet relief into the toilet, and I finally peed. I couldn't breathe. It was f***ing hazardous to my health, no doubt, with all the particles floating around in the air, but damn it, I finally peed. So the lesson to take away from here: just when you feel like even like the smallest amount of pee building inside of you, just piss. It's gonna get worse. You're gonna just need to pee. Don't try and hold it. Don't be a hero like I was, because you might find yourself in a similar situation where you dribble on yourself and you visit a really disgusting smelling bathroom that really just ruins your sense of smell for like a good 2 hours. But anyway, that's the story. The lesson to learn: pee when you feel like you have to, even a little bit. Don't try and hold it, because that is just absolutely devastating and leads to this domino effect of unfortunate circumstances and a lot of stress. That's it. So yeah. Many of you already know this, but magic tricks were a very big part of my childhood, and even into my adult elite gamer years in college I was dabbling in magic tricks. In fact, the very first video I ever posted on YouTube was of myself performing a magic trick, but I've since deleted it. YouTube still has it, and I guarantee they're still trying to crack the code on how I performed it. Luckily I deleted it though, because otherwise Randy Pitchford would have dedicated his life to figuring out how I solved that and just abandoned the Borderlands series. And Randy Pitchford spent a year trying to figure out how a cam girl squirted so much. Imagine what he would have done if he saw my magic trick. The point I'm making is, magic was a huge part of me growing up. And today, I'm going to reveal to you a secret I invented myself to try and get laid in college. And this works like a charm. It's almost impossible not to work. You don't even need to be around women for it to work. If you just perform the trick in your own little isolation chamber, women will probably flock to you somehow, rappelling down into your window. It's a very powerful magic trick, and I'm going to break the magician's code and teach you how I do it. I'm going to fucking full throttle sin, raw and no rubber. Magicians are going to hate me. Chris Angel's going to have a wet nightmare. David Blaine's going to throw in the towel and retire tomorrow, I bet. I actually taught people how to do this magic trick on my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical, and people haven't been able to stop getting laid. It's almost been a curse. Every time they do the trick, it's just so much. So I'm going to now take the lesson I taught on stream and teach it to all of you over here on YouTube, and just hope that you can use it for good instead of evil. Now there's an up-and-coming magician named Jerry Presley who actually performed this trick as he heard me explain it on stream. Performed it for these two women here, one of them looking like Alinity, might actually be Alinity, there's no telling, and he performs it very well and hopefully got a threesome out of it. Now, let's go ahead and get into it. First you're going to need a deck of playing cards. They don't need to be as cool as mine, but these are my old bicycle ghosts, as they were called. Back in like 2009, 2010, there was like a really cool looking Alpha Chad magician who was like flourishing these cards one time on YouTube, and I asked my parents to buy them for me, and I got them for like Christmas or something. But you don't need to be this cool, is what I'm saying. You can just use any old piece of deck of cards you want. You can use Yu-Gi-Oh cards if you wanted to. Now let me give you an overview of the trick. The objective is to get a phone number, man, woman, police officer, it doesn't really matter who, but it was to get an excuse to ask for the phone number. You don't need an excuse to ask for a phone number, but when you're a fucking 19-year-old college student who's pretending to be a mysterious anime character, it helps to have a fucking excuse, because you're just a fucking weirdo. But anyway, what I'm saying is, it's to get the phone number. So I'm going to perform it, kind of, for you guys here. So I'd say, hey, ma'am, I like those milkers on you, those honkers mean business, can I have your phone number for the sake of this magic trick with my ghost cards? And she'd be like, oh my god, are those real ghost cards? Jesus, I'm already wet, but yeah, show me the trick. So she gives me her phone number. I now send her a text with what card she is going to pull from this deck, and I'm going to give her a free choice of it, but she can't look at that text message till it's over. So I say, hey, you can't look at that, but just wait till after the trick, and it's going to blow your wide open. It's going to be the coolest damn thing you've ever seen in your life. So, you know, it's just small talk a little bit, and then I get to the trick. I just ask her to cut the deck, or I can flip through the deck. It doesn't really matter. But the deck ends up getting cut in two like this. It doesn't matter where. It doesn't really matter. And then I go ahead and put it on top of it so that there's no trickery here. And then I let her take the card off the top, because this is where she cut, and she takes the card, and it's the 7 of clubs. Okay? And I've texted her that already way before the trick even happened. So now the question is, how did I know that? Am I truly just the messiah of magic? The mind freak of madness? The torpedo of trickery? No, I'm something more. I'm a gamer. So my trick is literally one move and then just distracting the person. A single card force. Every card trick ever done pretty much uses a card force. What's a card force? It's exactly what the name implies. You're forcing someone to pick the card you know. The easiest one, the one I always used, was you'd close your eyes, you'd rifle through the deck of cards, someone would tell you stop right there, and you always know their card. That's the 4 of spades. It doesn't matter when you're doing it, it doesn't matter how many times you do it, you can just endlessly do this for as long as you want, because you're forcing the cards. Stop. Oh, Jesus. Stop. 6 of clubs. You can always know exactly what card you're forcing on someone. How does that one work? You know the bottom card. So when you rifle through, they say stop, you're pulling the bottom card off, as long as you have a good grip, and you're always going to know exactly what you're giving them. I invented my own card force, though, and it's even easier. And I swear to God, I should have gotten a Nobel Prize for this discovery. This is almost as important as discovering gravity. This card force is a game changer in Magic. So all you need to know is the top card, 2 of diamonds. That's the top card, and that's the card they're going to pick 100% of the time in this trick. So you text them 2 of diamonds once you get the number, because that's 100% what they're going to pick. And now, all it is a matter of distracting the person you're doing the trick to. So you have them cut the deck if they want to themselves and make another pile of it. They can ask you if they want you to cut it, you can cut it wherever you want. It doesn't matter where the deck gets cut. So let's just say for this time it got cut right down the middle, so now you have these 2 piles. They now give you these 2 piles, and now you start making small talk and moving your hands around. Sports, porn. Then you take this part, which is where they actually cut. This is what their card should be, but now you've distracted them enough, you've moved them over enough where you put this on top, and then you set the whole pile down so that way they have the illusion that you're not messing with anything. You know, oh, my hand's over here, I can't do anything now, nothing crazy going on. And then you tell them that this card is where they cut. And hopefully they don't realize that it should be this one. So then you take this piece off, you have them take their top card, and of course it's the 2 of diamonds, because, I mean, it's just a top card, but they don't know that. They think this is where they cut when they had free choice, but it's not. Because you have outsmarted them. You are the intellectual of the group. You're the enlightened Reddit atheist of this shindig. Again, I'll demonstrate. Top card, 6 of hearts. You say, hey, listen, lady, cut this shit. I've already sent you a text. I know what you're pulling. They cut it. Bang. You get 2 piles. You're distracting them. Bang. Put that shit on top. Take your hands off. Tell them that's the card. They pick the card. 6 of hearts again. It's incredible how simple it is, and yet nobody ever figured it out. Ever. And no one could figure it out unless I told them. Because this trick is beyond intelligence. This has transcended magic tricks and become a cult movement in and of itself. It is fucking phenomenal. So please, ladies and gentlemen, after having revealed this remarkable secret, a top secret government secret, please use it responsibly. And when you use it, make sure you tell them it came from me. And then you link them to my Twitch channel and my YouTube and stuff. You give me credit for this discovery, this trick, because it's huge. I'm unironically proud of that trick. I actually did get a few numbers with it. I never did all with the numbers, but just the fact that it even got to that point and they could at least fake excitement and wonder from the magic is enough for me. And maybe it will be for you too. Maybe this will launch your social life or destroy it, one or the other. But yeah, that's about it. That's my big magic trick that I invented. So yeah.
Many of you know me for my keen sense of fashion. I'm something of an icon when it comes to modern style. I've single-handedly brought about a renaissance for casual wear, and really am just a pioneer in the field. A lot of you have picked up on a very subtle detail about me, and it's the fact that I typically wear white t-shirts. And I've never really gone too deep into why, or the genesis of this white t-shirt only movement for fashion. So I figured I'd do that today. This will come as a shock to most of you watching this, and it might even sound blasphemous, but I don't only own white t-shirts. I have tons of other shirts, from black to green, some gray shirts. I even have some wacky blue ones too. I have a really cool mummy shirt that I got from Universal when I was younger, and I think that's even brown. So I have a lot of different colors, the entire color spectrum, in fact, in my closet. It's just, when I'm making videos or I'm just at home, or if I'm going to like the movies or to jerk off in the movie theater bathroom or something, I'm always just wearing a white shirt because it's convenient. I have a ton of them and I get them in bulk at Walmart. I know most of you look at me like a cartoon character because I'm always wearing the same shit, but I really do have other clothes that I just don't often wear. Now it's time for the biggest reveal of 2021. I know the government just declassified a ton of UFO shit, but that is meaningless in comparison to what I'm about to show you. I'm going to show you my pile of white t-shirts in my closet so you can see exactly how many white t-shirts I have in storage here in my Fort Knox. Bingo bango, look at that. That's better than finding a pile of diamonds. Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's right around 40 white t-shirts, and I imagine this is significantly less than you probably thought I had. I'm not some gluttonous monster or maniacal supervillain who needs more than 40 shirts. Each shirt here is unique and has its own story to tell. It's woven with love from the finest labor that children can provide overseas. Every single thread in this shirt has another memory attached to it over the years that I've worn them. The only time I ever switch out these shirts is when they get too crusty to continue and it feels like wearing sandpaper. When they reach that point in their life cycle, I know they've fulfilled their purpose, and I politely throw them in the dumpster and get a new pack of white shirts from Walmart. So when did I start wearing white shirts so often? Contrary to popular belief, I wasn't born this way. I wasn't always this cool. Growing up, in fact, it was quite the opposite. I only wanted whatever the most popular kids at school were wearing, the same brand of shirts. Those cool jocks that would shoot spitballs at the teacher's full when she turns around in class. I wanted to wear what they were wearing, and at the time it was mainly Paxson and Hollister. So growing up, that's pretty much all I wore, was like Paxson and Hollister shirts when I could afford them. So I'd be walking around in Volcom, Billabong, like, you know, I think those are like surfer brands, despite the fact that I was never really athletic and definitely didn't have a surfer's body, looking like a fat meatball in middle school. I thought by wearing similar clothes, it would make me just as popular as them. Surprisingly, that magic just never happened, and it was in high school, I believe my sophomore, maybe junior year of high school, I realized it's not the clothes that make a man, It's the clothes that make a man sad in their wallet. It was way too expensive buying Paxson brand clothes, and I was like, that's not really doing me any favors. It doesn't really matter that much. So then I just went to cheap Walmart bulk clothes, and white t-shirts were the cheapest. They had the most abundant supply. I was like, f it, we'll run it. So I started buying white t-shirts in high school, and I never really looked back. It's comfortable. It's cheap. You get a lot of them for a little bit of money, and I never really have to think too hard about what I want to wear. I only ever really need to ask myself 2 questions. Am I going somewhere important? Am I going somewhere where I'm going to be eating spaghetti? If the answer to both of these questions is no, the white t-shirt is coming on. Now, speaking of spaghetti and I like to wear a white t-shirt because I think it presents myself to the world as a very clean person. You know, I'm living on the edge wearing a white t-shirt. At any moment, something could spill on it and immediately stain it, and then that marks me for the entire day. That this guy's a fucking grease monster slob who can't handle food. Fucking baby just spitting up over himself, getting it all over. So, the fact that I wear a white t-shirt that stays stainless shows to people that I'm responsible. I'm trustworthy. I'm loyal. You know, look at this white shirt. You don't see a single stain on it, do you? No poop stains, no sauce stains, because I haven't touched spaghetti today. I'm a strong man, and this shirt proves it. You see, it's not only food that can stain a white shirt, pretty much anything does. If I get a little too sweaty, you'll get like kind of a little sweat outline on a white shirt sometimes, depending on how much you perspire. So the fact you don't see those things really shows a lot about me as a person, right? It shows how tough and masculine I am, but also clean. So, I don't know, I think a white t-shirt just comes with a myriad of benefits, but the main reason I always rock white t-shirts is just because it's easy to get a lot of them, and I don't put a whole lot of effort into thinking about what I want to wear places, because I don't go too many places where I'd need to be, like, dressed up or anything, so what's the point in even bothering doing, like, a half-decent dress-up? Who gives a So yeah, anyway, that's about it. It's also the same reason I wear basketball shorts too, by the way. It's just easy to get a lot of them for cheap in bulk. So they're comfortable as well. That's all it boils down to. Being at least comfortable and easy to get a lot of. That's really about it. It's not that deep. So yeah.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Over the last 4 or 5 years, there's a question that's constantly popped up that I keep forgetting to bring up in my yearly answering questions video. So I figured I might as well make a whole video about it today. A lot of you might not remember, but about 4 or 5 years ago, I was involved in a car accident, and then a lady faked an injury and sued me for it, and it was just a really period for me. And I made a video after the whole lawsuit and everything was finished and done with, but I still get asked a lot to go into more detail about what happened, so I figured, why not? It's kind of an interesting story. So I was on my way home from my figure drawing art class, and I'm pretty at art, and drawing nude models was just incredibly difficult. They'd strike the most bizarre poses like the Inquisitive Masturbator or the YMCA, and I'd do my best to doodle them, but it always came out looking like something out of a 3-year-old sketchbook. It basically just looked like you were looking at bacteria under a microscope. But regardless of my artistic ineptitude, it's irrelevant. So I was driving home from that class, and it's just an ordinary commute and bumping some boner jams, and then all of a sudden, the car in front of me slams on their brakes, and I had absolutely no time to react. So I rear-ended that car, and then that car rear-ended the car in front of them. Now, it wasn't a high-speed impact. At most, I was going 25, but I didn't have time to slam on my brakes because I was driving a little too close to them, so that was like a full 25 in the anus. And luckily, no one was hurt in the accident, but I turn off the boner jams, and I go check on the passengers in both cars, and I swear I couldn't have gotten in an accident with 2 worse groups of people in those cars. The car that I rear-ended was driven by a nurse who was also the babysitter of the 2 kids in the car whom she was bringing to their families, and the kid in the front seat, the front passenger seat, had an artificial sternum and set of ribs. So when she told me that, I just figured the kid wasn't going to make it, even though I don't think he was injured. Maybe the airbag clipped him and just destroyed the poor guy. But he was fine. The kid in the back seat was on like an oxygen tank or something, or I don't know what he had back there. He had some type of Star Trek contraption that was keeping him afloat. So I just thought they were both gone for. The lady was totally fine, and turns out the kids were both fine, but I was panicked once I heard all this information and saw when I looked in the car. And then the car they rear-ended was driven by a mid-90s woman transporting her 74-year-old son to a doctor's appointment to check on the condition of his up leg. And when I went up to this car to check if they were alright, I thought it was just driven by 2 statues. They didn't even react. They were confused as to why I was up there. I don't even think they knew they were in an accident. until all the dust settled and then they realized their car was kind of damaged. When I saw them though, I thought it was game over. I thought there was no way they survived this. It looked like a rogue tumbleweed could take them out. Turns out they were totally fine and more so just annoyed that they were going to be late to the doctor's appointment. So luckily everyone was 100% fine. The only one who even sustained any type of injury was me, and it was from when I went to check on the car in front of me. It was covered in broken glass that I didn't see, and I just cut the shit out of my hand on it. So the police show up, the paramedics show up, they give everyone the okay, a clean bill of health, no one needs to go to the hospitals or anything, they can all just go home, everyone's fine. But unfortunately the car that I rear-ended must have been made out of tissue paper because that just crumbled. The entire rear end of that was just in shambles. My car had absolutely no damage to it, and that's not an exaggeration. There wasn't even a scratch on my car. I guess I just rear-ended a block of styrofoam. But anyway, so everyone's fine, everyone's safe, we all go our separate ways. And then about a week later, the woman driving the car with the 2 glass children issues a lawsuit. She's suing me and my family, stating that she suffered severe neck injuries as a result of the accident, which is just bull. And we tried to fight it, but there really wasn't much we could do, because she went to one of the most corrupt doctors in Tampa, who was well known for performing fake surgeries on ambulance chasers. So she goes to this bogus doctor, and over the course of a year, gets a bunch of injections of Dorito dust into her, and then gets her polished or something. Then after about a year, she got a settlement from my insurance company for a very mediocre sum of money, and I imagine at most she probably pocketed about $5,000, so I don't know if it was really worth her time and effort, but whatever. All power to you, you f***hole. So yeah, that's the whole story about what happened there. Luckily everyone was alright, even the girl who faked the injury. I'm glad she was safe, although she's a big old piece of shit. So yeah, that's about it. See ya.
父は私がちょうどバグだと言った。お母さんは私が僕だと言った。先生は私が小さな陰形のバグだと言った。しかし、私はバグだけではない。私は英雄です。私はライノ。これはあなたの元気ですか、ライノ様。
あなたは私の人気の無駄にしてる。あなたは英雄はない。あなたは田中の手で塔がただだ。
いえ。
何？
記憶の動き。スメグマパンケーキ。
ライノ様。
やったよ。
この野郎ライノ様。
いや、私は英雄です。
Morbius is absolutely miserable. I can completely confirm that everything you've heard about it is absolutely true, and it's even worse than you're probably thinking it is. It's not so bad that it's entertaining like I expected it to be. It is mind-numbingly boring. It was agonizing. I was in a constant struggle to stay awake for the movie. I cannot believe that they even bothered to release this. They should have just scrapped it and said it got stolen in a burglary or something. It should not have gone to theaters. When watching Morbius, I felt like I time traveled back to 2004 when almost every superhero movie was trash, like Elektra and all that. That's what this movie felt like. I feel like at some point along the way there was an idea for Morbius, and then they overdosed on Xanax and then produced this. It is, in all aspects, lackluster. Top to bottom. There is almost nothing redeeming about this movie. But Jared Leto made history. Not with like a great performance here or anything, but he now has one of the worst DC movies ever made with Suicide Squad 2016, and now one of the worst Marvel-based movies ever made with Morbius. This is crazy how hard this one missed the mark. So let's just go ahead and get started talking about the movie. Let's get after it. Let's get a little stinky in the cesspool. The story, it's trash. It's the most predictable superhero plot I think I've heard since the creation of the MCU. There is no attempt here to make a compelling narrative whatsoever. Everything you think is going to happen in this movie happens. If you watch the trailer to this movie, you probably already know everything that's going to happen in this movie with the characters. It's just a complete throwaway. There was no effort there whatsoever. It's like they had an AI write this plot after the AI sat down to watch 3 superhero films from the late 90s. It didn't try, didn't bother. So, not a whole lot to say there, just wasteful. I will say though that this movie feels like it was supposed to be completely different than what we got, It feels like all of the editing really betrayed it. Not that I think there's some Snyder cut version out there that's going to somehow save this absolute abominable septic tank explosion, but it definitely feels like it was changed drastically from the editing with a lot of shit removed, because it moves so quickly all the time when it comes to exposition. It gives you so much info in the fastest time possible with this absolutely ballistic speed run of vomit of information, and then things will just happen for no reason. Like, things will just happen with nothing that really got you there or made you care about it. There's not a single character in this movie that you will give a fuck about. The characters don't seem to give a shit about themselves either. Like, one of the main detectives, every time he's on screen, he's like, oh my god, more dead bodies. Oh my god, dead cops in my city? Not now. Why would he do that? And then at the very end of the movie, I'm gonna try and avoid spoilers, but this movie sucks. I'll give you a spoiler warning if I get into it. This might be a minor spoiler. At the end of the movie, there's a bunch of bats that fly out of the ground, and the cops are looking down, they're like, oh, bats. Except for one of the cops, like the main one. The bats are going up, and he just looks at him angry, he's like, He just stares him down, he's like, And that's it. Like, none of the characters have any variety of emotions to them. They're all just like robots. Except for Jared Leto, admittedly, he kind of tries as Morbius. There's times where he, like, gives an attempt at acting. Like, he wasn't horrible in the role, it's just everything about it was bad in general, but it's not because his acting was super turbo shitty or anything. It's just they didn't try anywhere in this film. So yeah, again, I think a lot of what's going to be really confusing to people is because of the editing, where things are happening for no reason, or things are happening, like, off-screen, it feels like, that you just have to accept. It's just bad. Everything about the story, as well as the way that it's edited, is terrible. Absolutely terrible. And let's get to the most offensive part about this movie, is the fighting. The fighting is so disorienting. Anytime there's a fight, it's obviously all CGI, but they do it in a way that obstructs your view entirely. So when Morbius is fighting someone, it's just like a bunch of, like, smoke and tendrils and, like, shit flying off of him, a bunch of, like, really dark particles that obstruct your view, so half the time you don't even know what he did. And when he's fighting the villain, who is horrible, the villain is absolutely nonsensically trash. When those two collide, it's like action figures being blasted together in pure pitch black. Like, you can hear things happening, but you can't see it, because both of them have just a bunch of, like, dark debris flying off of them, so you can't tell what is actually going on screen in a fight. It is disorienting and just genuinely confusing in all aspects. So you're praying that you don't have to see a fight because it just hurts your eyes. It's just bad. Like, it's bad CGI, it's bad everything. Literally everything is not good. I don't know why they even bothered to release the film. They should have just got rid of it. Like, just have some shame. Be like, you know what? This is a net loss, but at least we can save our reputations going further. It just wasn't worth it. I do think this movie was supposed to be R-rated, because in some of the scenes, like when Morbius slashes someone, or what I assume is a slash, because what he does is he, like, cranks his hand for a slap, and then 1,000 pieces of debris and pixels fly off of him, and you're supposed to, you know, connect the dots that he just slapped or slashed the guy. And then you'll hear a bunch of blood sound effects, like as if their throat just got slashed, but none of it's on screen. There's no, like, blood on screen or anything, so you're never really sure, but I'm assuming there was supposed to be blood and gore. And there are times where there is, like, some blood here and there, so you get, like, the general idea, but I have the feeling, based on the sound effects and the way that it's presented, it was supposed to be a lot more violent and show a lot more blood. But in an effort to keep it PG-13, they decided against it last minute, but they didn't change anything about the scenes, so it's all just a mess. Morbius is horrible. The movie's really, really bad. If I had to fish for one compliment, I would say, at least it's not long. Like, at the very least, the movie's short, and the theater is probably empty. My showing had like 8 people in there, and I didn't even see them when I walked in, so they might have just decided not to go last minute, which is probably the right call to make. That's really like the only few things I can find to even say almost nice things about. And then there is one cop, like the cop's partner, who has a lot of speaking roles, and I didn't mind him. It looks like he put a lot of effort into his acting. I'm not sure what the actor's name is, or even what the character's name was in the movie. But there was a scene where he like brought holy water to the investigation, and he was charismatic. I liked him. But yeah, that's about it. Plugging Morbius into the moist meter, I'm giving it a 15%. Even that feels a little high, because it's not entertainingly bad, it's really boring bad. Now I feel like I have to justify why I gave it a 15% and not lower, and I think it's because I like some of the ideas. I think Morbius could have been a cool movie conceptually, but this one was just executed so poorly. There's a couple of things in the film, and again, I'm not trying to get too deep into spoilers, that I think could have worked really well if it wasn't this movie that tried them. So, I do like a couple of things that it wanted to do, it just didn't do them well. But anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Moist meter. Have it your way. As long as that way is wet. Spider-Man Homecoming. I just saw that What did I think of that How moist was that I'll tell you in a minute, so you have to wait to find out that This is the third new Spider-Man universe to come out in theaters. I'm happy to say it's a lot better than their last sorry attempt with the Amazing Spider-Man. That urethral swab of a movie franchise attempt. And a lot of people are calling Spider-Man Homecoming the best superhero movie ever made, and by far the best Spider-Man movie ever made. Do I think it's the best superhero movie ever made? Nope. Do I think it's the best Spider-Man movie ever made? Nope. I think Tobey Maguire's first two Spider-Man movies, not counting the third one because that's just a rotten shit stain, were superior, but I do think Tom Holland is a much better fit for the character. I feel like he was just absolutely perfect in this role and just completely nailed everything about the character. My only gripe with this movie is it focused far too much on showing us just how immature this high school Peter Parker is, you know? He's got Tony Stark as his father figure, and he's trying so hard to make him proud and to be one of the Avengers and living up to Tony Stark's expectations. They show us how Peter Parker's just like any one of us, you know? He's awkward in school, he has a crush on a girl, doesn't think he has a chance, he jerks off under the table and hides his cum under it, just like one of us. All of us do those things, and they're showing that with Peter Parker. And they're showing that he's also a superhero, which kind of drives home the idea of, you know, anyone could be a superhero. And I feel like they did this whole Degrassi thing with the high school really well, and showing just how outcasted and awkward Peter Parker is, and that was cool and all. But the whole movie kind of focused around that. There really wasn't any memorable action scenes or anything really cool happening. The main supervillain Vulture, you know, the geriatrics jetpack wearing grandpa Rocketeer. And I'm not saying that about Michael Keaton, I'm just talking about Vulture as a character from the comic books. I thought he was very well executed in this movie as well. I thought Michael Keaton did a great job with Vulture. However, just all of the action scenes with Vulture, or really with anyone in general, were just so underwhelming and not very satisfying. It's just the whole movie just didn't have a whole lot of memorable scenes or anything about it. Yes, the whole movie overall I thought was good, and I enjoyed watching it, definitely. I thought it was a very good superhero movie. Story was even pretty interesting at points, with a nice little plot twist towards the end, and the lighthearted nature of the film overall, it was well written. It's just underwhelming when you get to these action scenes, and, you know, you've got Shocker, who doesn't really do anything at all. They really kind of ruined his character in this movie, who just kind of punches some cars towards Spider-Man. Doesn't really do too much at all. And Michael Keaton as Vulture, every time Spider-Man fought him, it was like someone wrestling with a f***ing kite. There was just nothing cool about any of the action scenes at all. And I know to some people, who cares, it's just action scenes. If everything else is great, who gives a shit about the action scenes? Well, when I go to a superhero movie, I expect a couple things. A cliche kind of story, nothing too thought-provoking, although that would be a nice surprise. You're not going to find it here, the story's not too riveting. It's a good story though, I think it's a nice story. And two, I expect some superhuman action. These are superheroes. I want to see them doing something more than Ronald Rimjob, the vigilante who goes around slapping criminals and running away. I want to see some really cool action that I won't find in a more realistic movie or in real life. I want to see Spider-Man doing some cool action. And there is no action here that is cool. It's just very boring fights that kind of just devolve into Spider-Man throws 2 punches and then glues someone to something with his webs. That's about the extent of it, and then when he sees Vulture, he throws a web and just kind of wrestles with him like it's a remote control car out of control. It was just very underwhelming. So let's go ahead and pop this bitch into the moist meeting toaster, and we're clocking this at 75% moisture. I definitely think it's worth watching. It is a very solid superhero movie, and I think everything about it is very well done, except the very underwhelming action. There's not a whole lot of action here, and the action that is here is not very fun to watch. But I do think it is a very good movie, and definitely worth seeing for fans of superhero movies. That's it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
The new Venom movie is PG-13. Let me make that clear because it seems everyone in the fucking world expected this movie to be R and were under the impression that this was the same R-rated movie Tom Hardy signed up for initially. It is not. This movie is a highly edited Venom movie that is a PG-13 rating and a very casual PG-13 at that. This movie is also a big pile of dog. It is really bad. And my expectations for this were super low, and brought even lower when 2 days ago Tom Hardy was interviewed and asked his favorite scene, and he said his favorite scenes are the 40 minutes that didn't even make it into the final cut. So that's really nice to hear that the lead actor's favorite scenes aren't even in the movie. So it doesn't seem like he even stands behind the project. So then my expectations were even lower after hearing that. And then I saw the movie, and I was still disappointed. I don't know how you could fuck up this movie as badly as they did. There was so much potential in this one. I really like the cast. I think everyone fit well in the universe, and I really like Venom. I thought Venom was super nice to look at, and he was a cool character, and I enjoyed his little quips every now and then, but the movie as a whole is just an absolute mess. Also, I don't know what kind of accent Tom Hardy was going for with his performance, because he just sounds like a kid half the time. In one of the scenes, he says that he has a problem, but instead of saying he has a problem, he says, I have a problem. And that's, that's adorable, and you go, oh, it's so cute, but then you realize, that's a man right there. That's Tom Hardy. That's a man's man. Why is he sounding like some Girl Scout that's 6 years old trying to sell cookies? It's a dumb accent, but I thought he did a good job with the character of Eddie Brock. But, I mean, it's just a bad movie. This movie is an absolute mess in terms of plot. Nothing really seems to flow. It feels like they cut 40 minutes out of this movie. It honestly feels like half the scenes just end abruptly. A lot of times there'll be a mid-fight, cut away from the action, and then we're on to the next scene where the fight's already over. I don't mean to make it sound like there's a lot of fighting or action in the first place, because there's not. The entire first half of this movie is boring and uninteresting and doesn't even set the stage in a great way. But this whole movie just feels like it's missing everything that could have made it good. It's like a book report that was written by a student that only read the cliff notes, and then went back and edited and took shit out because they went over the word count, so they were going to get points deducted for going over. The point I'm making is, it seems like everything they took out was the important shit. Let me give you an example. Like, the plot just isn't cohesive at all, and I'm going to give you an example, and it's a little bit of a spoiler, but not too big of a spoiler. Venom is, he's on top of a building with Eddie, and he says, this planet's kind of cool, but it's going to end, and that's alright. Sorry, your planet's going to end. In the next scene, Eddie betrays Venom, gets Venom taken out of him. After that, Eddie gets captured. And then, after Eddie gets captured, Venom finds him in the disguise of a female Venom and makes out with Eddie to give himself to him. And then, Venom says, Eddie, you've changed my mind, I'm saving this planet. How the f did Eddie change Venom's mind? 15 minutes ago, Venom was totally fine with letting the planet die, and then nothing happened except Eddie betraying him. It doesn't make sense. It seems like it missed everything. There's no character building. The entire time Eddie and Venom are together, they're not really doing anything. They have a couple of quips and that's about it, and then they kill a couple of people, but there's nothing that would have made an impact on Venom because it was taken out of the movie. So out of nowhere, Venom just decides he wants to save the planet, he's gonna fight for the humans, and he wants to be a superhero. Well, how the f did he come to that conclusion, we'll never know, because it's not in the movie. I can understand how Tom Hardy's favorite shit is not in this movie, because there's nothing in this movie. It's just left with these soulless, uninteresting plot points, and some kind of cool action occasionally. Like, there's a lot of potential here. Venom could have been a great player in the superhero universe, but this movie is a complete failure in that regard. And the final fight in this movie is nauseating and confusing. It just looks like two handfuls of cum that are being shaken around in a cup. You can't make heads or tails of who's doing what or what the f is happening on screen. It's a mess. It's a gooey, ooey mess at the end of this movie. And then it just kind of ends. That's the entire, it just ends abruptly. Just like every other f***ing scene in this entire fucking movie. It's such a disappointment because I really do think there was a lot of potential, and I would love to see the original cut of this movie, because I have a hunch that it's really good. I really feel like the original vision here and the original cut would have been spectacular, but what we're left with is a choppily edited and really watered down piece of shit that makes no sense. The only positives I can give this movie are, I thought Venom was pretty cool, and like the way they used his powers in some situations was kind of cool. But it's just not good. It's really not good. It's not the worst superhero movie ever made, but it's a really bad one. It's a f***ing stinker. Let's plug this into the moist meter. I'm giving Venom a 25%. It's such a f***ing shame because there's so much potential there. And I just can't help but wonder what the f*** they're gonna do with all the original footage that they still have, that Tom Hardy holds near and dear to his boner, and that fans really want to see. I'm very curious what they're gonna do with that. But for now, this is just not a good movie. Not at all.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the newest Marvel movie, Eternals. This one had a lot of bad press around it, people saying this is the worst one ever made before it came out. It had a lower Rotten Tomato scores than usual. DEFCON alerts were sounding, people going into full meltdown mode, shitting on it before it came out, or defending it before it came out without any of them ever seeing it. So it was pandemonium on Twitter. I went into this expecting it to not be great because I don't know anything about the Eternals or any of that shit. I thought the trailer was okay, just some more generic Marvel stuff. Now, after having sat through the movie, I can tell you that I was 100% right. It was just some more generic Marvel stuff. I don't think it was bad. I don't think it was great either. It's a movie where I watched it, and I'll probably never think about it again. I like the concept of the movie. I'm a sucker for, like, space and celestials and gods and all of that, and that plays a huge role in this movie without giving anything away. So I love the ideas of the movie, but the execution is kinda doggy at points. I don't think it's like ever like horrible, like laughably bad or anything, but like there's some really rough CGI moments that a lot of people were also picking out before it came out that is present in the final film during some of the fights. It gets real noodly, where some of the characters like stretching all over the place out of nowhere, spaghettifying. So like, yeah, there's definitely some silly moments like that, which is weird for a Marvel movie, which is known for their big CGI fights and all that. You'd think it'd be super clean, but it definitely isn't at points here. That's not to say that the movie looks bad, because like I said, I love the space and when they're doing all the space and all of the space powers, celestials and gods, and showcasing all that, it looks magnificent. It looks f***ing great. I love the visuals there. But their fights can get kinda rough. And there's one bad guy in particular who's a real goofy villain, probably one of the worst villains in the MCU. Doesn't even have a name, but he's like the main person that they keep clashing against, and he's completely nameless, and he's not very cool either. He's not as bad as Black Widow's villain, whose superpower was he's stinky, so when you smell him, you can't hurt him. Spoiler alert, but he's not as bad as that guy, but he's still pretty silly. Anyway, I'm already getting, like, way off course. Like I said, I like the ideas of the movie. The main Eternals, they're living on Earth for 7,000 years now after their mission, and, you know, they're viewed as gods. They're not really hiding anything, so throughout history, the gods are basically structured around the actual Eternals. And that's a cool thing to explore, so you get to see them going through history, doing some shit and influencing some things. But just overall, it wasn't super engaging. I wouldn't say it's boring by any means, because I think the characters had good chemistry, so even when they're just like bantering, which is classic Marvel formula, it's still enjoyable to listen to them. I think they all work together well. But it just wasn't like, I wasn't like really invested. And I think that's mainly because like the things they're fighting are just mutant dogs. The deviants are just like these dog creatures that they just use golden glowing energy against, so they just slash at the dog legs, and then That's about it for like action and all that. And when there's not action, it's them discussing the deviants and like, humans, do we like them? We like them. But are they worth liking? I don't know. It's like you can only hear that conversation so many times. But on a more positive note, I really like what the Eternals sets up. It introduces some really cool characters into the mix that I'm pretty excited to see explored throughout the rest of the MCU here. I like where it's going. I just feel like this movie wasn't a super fun ride to get there. I really don't have much else to say about this movie. Like, it's not even that I'm trying to avoid spoilers, it's just a very underwhelming MCU entry. I don't think it's a horrible movie by any means. I think it's fine on its own feet, but it's just not a movie where you're going to be excited. And you'd probably forget the characters' names by the end of it if they weren't named after gods. I just really don't think it's a very memorable movie, but I do like the direction it pushed the MCU by the end. So I'm excited to see where it goes, but overall, I just don't think it was that great. But again, I don't think it's horrible either. Plugging Eternals into the moist meter, I'm just going to give it like a 60%, I feel. Like I said, there's nothing about it that's bad, but it is just the same Marvel formula you're used to, that it doesn't try to do anything super different. And by doing that, by playing it so incredibly safe, it becomes this forgettable movie. So that's just kind of where I'm at with it, and that's about it. So yeah.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Loki. It's extremely hard for me to get excited for anything Marvel related these days because we've just been inundated with the content for so long now. Just constantly fisted with superhero shit. So I don't really get like giddy for the next big Marvel release. Not because I think they're bad or anything, I always do enjoy them when I watch them. I'm not one of those like aggressive Twitter users that are irrationally angry about Marvel stuff where they'll march into like 8th graders Avenger themed birthday party and just slam their fist into the cake and spit in their face telling them that it's bad movies. Like, I do find them enjoyable, they're just forgettable, and there's just way too much of it. I still haven't even finished Falcon and the Winter Soldier. But Loki I always found to be a very interesting character in the universe, so I definitely did want to finish this one. And I'm glad I did. I enjoyed it. I found it to be unique in the way that it introduces an absolutely major thing for the Marvel Cinematic Universe going forward. I don't want to spoil anything about this, because if you're going in here not knowing anything, I think it's going to be a lot better. I knew nothing about where this was heading, nor did I have any expectations, and I think it was better that way. I thought this was just going to be some kind of cash-in where it's like, you know, here's Loki in the past. He's pretending to be D.B. Cooper. Watch him f***s and eat pussy. But it wasn't really like a cash-in at all, I felt. This really seemed like they had a great idea for the character and how to progress the series forward. This wasn't just like a throwaway show. It really had huge implications on the entire universe of Marvel, I feel, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I respect that. I think they did it in a very bold way. I liked it quite a bit, to be honest. Of course, there were some things that were pretty weak about the show, which I'll get to in a minute. I want to start on a positive note. I really liked a lot of the new characters they introduced here. I think they introduced an extremely great villain too, by the way, but I don't want to spoil anything there. So I'll start with the new characters that I really liked. So obviously well, I probably can't even say my favorite character because that would probably be a spoiler too. So I'll start with my second favorite character, Owen Wilson. My boy Owen Wilson is in this movie, in this show. Wow. He crushes it. I love Owen Wilson. I've always liked him as an actor. I think he's just charming and fun to watch. He plays a really cool character named Mobius, which is the name of a Yu-Gi-Oh card too, and just an awesome name. And when he's in any scene here, it's hard not to just like him. He just has like this sage wisdom about him and like this swagger that's just cute. Probably a weird word for it, but I don't know, there's something about Owen Wilson playing Mobius here that I just really appreciated. I thought there was a lot of chemistry between him and Loki, so they'd banter back and forth and it just felt pretty natural. And I could really respect that. It felt like actual conversations that two pretty smart people would have, where both of them are trained liars and both trained to pick apart lies. So it's like this battle of intellect that, you know, you'd watch as two Redditors duke it out in the comments. I just really liked Mobius. I thought the character did really well. I thought in the last episode it was a little, I'm not going to get... It's kind of hard to talk about this show, to be honest, because if you don't know what it's trying to set up, even talking about it's a spoiler, so I won't. But yeah, Mobius is great. Another thing I really liked about it is a spoiler. Jesus Christ. The show's good. Yeah, I really like the narrative. Okay, this has a lot of things that I like. It has like a super secret organization doing some very big things that may or may not involve time. And I've always had a very soft spot for that. It oftentimes leads to really convoluted plot lines, but here I think they do a good enough job with it as a plot device. So I liked it. I also liked a lot of the visuals, but not all of them. Sometimes it really felt like it was unfinished at certain points. This is going to get into a couple complaints. There were times when watching this where I was like, man, that just doesn't look that good. Especially for something as huge budget as a Marvel production. It was like, wow, that kind of looks like ass. Like, there were definitely some moments throughout this where I was like, Jesus Christ, what happened here? Who's using Maya in the college courses right now to make this? You know, it felt off sometimes. And the fighting was bad. Almost all of the action was pretty bad. There were very few times... Like, this is one of the rare Marvel shows where the action is not going to be the highlight. Because there were very few times in this where there was anything more than, like, a couple of punches that would get caught and turned to the side, and then deliver a punch of their own, or maybe, like, a stab in the back. It was really underwhelming in terms of, like, the high-octane action department. I also felt it was stupid that the bad guys use, like, electric batons with a twist. You would think with the kind of crazy technology this organization has, they would have the idea to use, like, projectiles because it's significantly more efficient, but they're just using, like, these 2-inch wet noodle floppy dildo electric batons, and then they're surprised when it's a pretty highly inefficient weapon against most people. So that was kind of dumb, too. But yeah, I thought that was, like, one of the glaring weaknesses of this, is the action was really not good. Which really, I guess, does fit in line with Loki as a character. He's more about mischief and using intellect and wits to outsmart his opponents as opposed to just like brute force his way through it. But pretty much every episode has a couple of fight scenes and they're just not very good. There is other action besides just like hand-to-hand combat, and I think in that regard it's done well. I can't explain what kind that is, but because that would be a spoiler, but I do like that component as opposed to like the actual traditional fighting stuff, because it's kind of stinky. It doesn't really do super well here. It's a show that very clearly wanted the emphasis to be on its characters and its story, and I think it succeeds in that regard. That's not to say every character is good, though. In fact, one of the main bad guys who's introduced, not the huge villain, but one of like the smaller mini-bosses, is not fleshed out at all, and a lot of the things they say and do aren't really thoroughly explored nor explained and seem really weak because of that. So you'll have this character that's kind of this loose cannon, and they're doing things that don't really add up, and they're saying things that kind of contradict with the things they've been doing, and you never really know their goal or anything. And I imagine that's setting that character up to be a bigger character in Season 2, which is confirmed. But for Season 1, I feel like they still could have done a little bit more making this character more grounded and fleshed out. I think it would have done wonders to make them more interesting. Because when they're there, it's more of kind of like this sigh, like, ugh, guess we have to, you know, hear more from this character going on about something that we don't really care about. Would rather go to the bigger stuff. So that was a little disappointing. But overall, I did enjoy the show a lot. There are some weaknesses for sure, but I thought it was a very fun ride and a very interesting one, and I'm extremely excited to see where this actually takes the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This made me a lot more interested in the future Marvel projects, since it's going to be following the events that happen here, I imagine. So that was nice, and yeah, let's plug this into the Moist Meter. I'm giving Loki an 80%. I think this is absolutely worth a watch. I think this is probably the better Marvel show they've made so far. I thought it was enjoyable. It never really falls off or anything. Like with WandaVision, I was really enjoying the first few episodes, but as it continued on, I got less and less interested and really didn't like the conclusion all that much. But here, I was interested the whole way, and it only kept increasing as it kept introducing more and more wrenches into the cogs of the story. And I appreciated that. I thought it was very well done. That's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today I'll be analyzing the moisture content found within the new Deadpool movie. If I was in a desert dying of thirst and you showed me Deadpool 2 and gave me no beverages, would the wetness of this movie alone hydrate me and allow me to survive? You're about to find out.
I'm of the few people that thought the first Deadpool wasn't a masterpiece. I thought it was a good movie. I thought it was a very good movie at times. But I didn't think it was like this magnum opus of R-rated comedy to usher in a new age of boners. I thought it was just a good movie. But I can say with confidence that Deadpool 2 is significantly better than the first, and it's among a very short list of comedy movies that actually make me laugh really hard in the theaters. And the action in this one is a lot better than the first. So it's a great comedy, it's a great action, it's a nutsack with both testicles in it, which is what you want. My biggest complaint about the movie is the first 30 or so minutes of it. It's just overfilled with references that start to lose their luster, and I think it really boils down to them trying way too hard to emulate everything the first movie did, all the way down to the opening credits having the same kind of shit made by these people with small actors from the visionary director of The Last Time I Ejaculated, just kind of shit like that, and it makes you roll your eyes, because you'd seen it before and it seems like they're just really trying hard to do that again, and it doesn't land very well, I think, in the first 30 or so minutes. It's a bit stinky. But the second the X-Force gets together, the movie becomes absolutely amazing. From that point all the way till the credits roll, everything just starts to click and the movie gets this momentum that it never really loses. All of the new characters they introduce are all really good, except for, in my opinion, the main kid, Fire Fist, it's all kind of the same action. It's fisting with fire. I didn't think his character was all that great or super fleshed out or anything. He was just kind of like an angry kid. And he was just always angry until he just wasn't angry. I didn't think he was a great character, but all the others, Domino, Cable, Peter damn near stole the show, all of them just so fucking good. I really think this movie just has something for any audience member. If you're going to watch some action, it has a ton of action, all of it really good. If you're going to laugh, it has some great jokes, some really clever zingers and humdingers. Now, not all of them are going to land, obviously. Not all of them are going to be a knee slapper or a gut buster or have you ringing up your mom during the movie to say, "Damn, Mom, I'm laughing real hard." But a lot of them do land, and they're really well done jokes, and they have really great gags. I just think the whole movie is just so well put together once the X-Force gets together. Before that, it's a bit sloppy and stinky, like I said, but after that, everything works super fucking well. The soundtrack is one thing that I'd really like to make a note of because it impressed me so much. The soundtrack is fantastic, splendid, spectacular, second only to the Annihilation soundtrack, which is my favorite movie soundtrack. It's not quite to that level, I'm exaggerating, but it's a great soundtrack, but Annihilation soundtrack will always be better. It's a great soundtrack, and they have this really great orchestral piece they made for the movie that I can't talk about because it'll spoil some story but it's a great orchestral piece that I think anyone will appreciate when they hear it in the scenes that it's in. There's one more problem that I need to point out, and I don't have an explanation for why the movie's like this, but it points, the movie has some downright abominable CGI, just some abysmal, stinky CGI out of nowhere that looks like it was made in Unity game engine. It's actually like a video game cutscene that didn't fully load, and it didn't render all of the model's textures properly, so you're left with like this textureless husk of an object that's not believable at all. It would have been better if they just did like a Deadpool crayon drawing in place of some of that CGI. It was really f***ing bad sometimes for no reason at all, just inexplicable, jarring, and distracting. But, I mean, it's still a very good movie. Let's go ahead and plug this into the moist meter. I'm giving Deadpool 2 an 80%. This should have been much higher. I want to give it a 90 because I laughed harder in this movie than pretty much any other comedy I can think of in a movie theater, and the audience was constantly laughing. Not every joke landed, like I said, but the majority of them did hit, and they hit really hard with the audience and me personally sometimes. It's a great movie, and I think it has something for pretty much everyone to enjoy. If you want good action, you'll get it here. If you want good comedy, you'll get it here. It's also got this incredible showdown between two iconic X-Men characters that if you are a fan of comic books or superheroes in general, you've probably been waiting to see unfold on the big screen, and it's beautiful to watch. But even that kind of gets the unfortunate treatment of bad CGI during the fight. I really don't know why the CGI got so bad sometimes. That is a huge bummer. But the movie is still fantastic. That's it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the Black Widow movie. This was supposed to come out a while ago, but it didn't, and now it did. So that's a pretty thrilling ride. What a story to tell. This movie feels old, because it feels like there's absolutely no reason it should exist in the first place. I want to make it clear that I think it's a fine movie. Like, there's nothing, like, glaringly wrong with it. I didn't have a bad time. I wasn't sitting there with a frown and arms crossed and pouty because I wasn't having fun. It's a good movie, but it just feels like a giant nothing burger. Since we all know what happens to Black Widow in the MCU, all of the development that she experiences in this movie doesn't have any weight, because it wasn't explored in the movies that came before it, which take place after it. And I really think that takes away from this movie massively. I can't really call it a nothing burger though, because there is substance here, and I think it does serve to introduce a few new characters into the MCU, but this movie should have come out years ago. This movie should have been released before we knew what happened to Black Widow, because it would have made all the development and the fleshing out of her character in this movie be more impactful and weighty in the universe going forward. So I just really think it was a stupid idea to do this after the fact, because it takes away from it. This is like going to your favorite French fry place. You know, you go to Checkers and you get these incredible orgasm-inducing fries, but by the time that they deliver them to you, they're cold. It's like, oh, I mean, the fries are still okay, I guess, but it would have been a lot better if I had gotten them sooner. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about this movie. This movie has everything a 14-year-old could want in a movie. It pretty much checks every single box for generic MCU film. It has action, comedy, occasional emotional moments that don't last long, and then back to action and comedy. There's nothing wrong with that. I think the formula works. The MCU movies are extremely popular for a reason. I had fun watching it, and the action's really cool. Since Black Widow's not a superhuman, she's not going around slamming skulls together like Stone Cold's beers or anything and flying around, so the action is grounded more in reality. She's using martial arts, she's using weapons, and I think that's great to see, and I think it's choreographed well. I don't like the rapid cuts that the action has, but that's just a plague of most modern action movies, unfortunately. But they get creative with it. It's very over the top, which I always enjoy. I thought the new characters they introduced were fun. They're not like the most interesting characters of all time, but David Harbour put a smile on my face. I'm a big fan of him. So seeing him put on a Russian accent and talk about his glory days and how he got his hands pissed on by his dad, I thought was enjoyable. I also thought Florence Pugh's character was really cool as well. I thought she had some good lines. None of these characters are like super deep or anything, but I mean, it's a Marvel movie, and this is their first time there. They haven't had the time to really build them out. This was mainly about Black Widow. And Scarlett Johansson did a great job with the character. Like, there's nothing wrong with the movie. Story's goofy, and I don't think it's like an incredible narrative or anything like that, but I thought the intro was really nice. They had like a James Bond style intro where they have Smells Like Teen Spirit remix, and they have like a whole anime music video and AMV going for Black Widow training and like what they've gone through, so that was cool. It really is overall, the movie's just fine. It's extremely forgettable. I know I'm going to forget this movie came out in a month, but for the hour and a half or however long it was I spent there, I enjoyed my time with it. But it really is a movie that serves no purpose unless they really want to explore David Harbour and have the Red Guardian have a standalone movie or make him like the new Captain America. This movie just doesn't do anything to push MCU forward. It's just a movie that I feel like they made because they felt obligated to. They kind of backed themselves into a corner and said they were going to do it, so now they just did it. It's not exactly the most spirited MCU, nor does it try to be. It's just a by-the-numbers, formulaic superhero movie. I will say, though, that even though it is very generic, there are a couple things that I think people are going to find really silly about this. I don't want to get too deep into spoilers, but I will say smell becomes extremely important with the main villain. They have literal Stinkler smell gore powers here at the end, out of nowhere, where all of a sudden, if you have a super sniffer, you're f***ed. Because the main villain, he's like a smell sorcerer. He's got all kinds of stink, and using that stink, he might have some kind of secret abilities, which gets pulled out of nowhere, and it's so dumb that I couldn't help but appreciate it, and the absurdity of it. Also, Taskmaster's in this movie, but they do absolutely nothing. They keep hyping up Taskmaster as the raid boss, the villain's ace in the hole. If Taskmaster's called, your ass is getting f***ed. But then they don't do anything. Every time they show up, they're unsuccessful in their mission. They just don't succeed a single time. And the character doesn't say anything. they just don't do anything at all with Taskmaster, and I think that's a really big missed opportunity, because Taskmaster as a character I think is great, and they completely blow that opportunity here. So that's just another thing I wanted to point out. Plugging Black Widow into the moist meter, I'm giving it a 70%. Like I said, it's an enjoyable way of spending some time, but I think most people will forget this movie came out in a month, if it even makes it that long in people's memories. It's just very generic, and knowing where the story ends up with the main character, Black Widow, takes away from this massively, because all of that development that they try and get in here in this movie doesn't translate to a movie that's already come out that tells the end of that character's story. So, just doesn't even really make sense why this movie even came out, but it is out there. So if you just want to see some mindless action, it might be worth checking out. But that's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at WandaVision, Marvel's newest show, which just concluded. And this show split people like cheeks here. There was some people that really hated the show, and then some that praised it as Marvel's best work. So let's just dive in. I'll let you know right away. I hate sitcoms. I've never liked sitcoms, even as a kid growing up. I just couldn't really stand it. That laugh track is a thing of nightmares. It ruins anything that it's in. I've never liked sitcoms, so this was really a bit of a rough genre for me to get excited about. But I really found myself kind of enjoying it. It wasn't like laughing out loud, slapping my knee at the sitcom jokes in WandaVision, but they were using the sitcom setting as a way of portraying a very interesting narrative and universe, and making the viewer constantly ask why. And that's when WandaVision's at its best. You get all kinds of decades of sitcoms that it's very tongue-in-cheek, very self-aware, which I can appreciate because it's not taking itself super seriously. But throughout these episodes in the sitcom, you're seeing things that just aren't right, you know? Like in the very first episode, at dinner, there's a man that starts choking, and his wife just keeps saying, "Stop it," with a smile on her face, kind of teasing, but then as she keeps saying "stop it" a million times, she gets to be a little more fearful, not so much that her husband's choking to death, more so at the whole atmosphere, because something's not really going according to script. You can see fear set in on Wanda's face as well as Vision, and it's a really eerie scene that starts to set the tone to the viewer like, huh, this isn't just a sitcom, there's clearly something more sinister going on here. And as the sitcom continues to go, more of these anomalies happen, and you're starting to piece together things, and a lot of fan theories were popping up all over the place online, which was pretty cool because I haven't really seen too many these days. And I really enjoyed that, but by the end, I really felt like it started to lose its footing. Of course, all the fan theories, as always, are wrong, even though some of them are really fun food for thought to play with, but a lot of it was just kind of thrown out the window, going for a more generic conclusion. I am going to get into a little bit of spoiler territory here, because I do want to talk about it, since it is, like, my chief complaint with the show. So just fair warning, there's going to be some minor spoilers here. Nothing huge. I'm not going to tell you Santa Claus isn't real and ruin the show or whatever. But just wanted to give that warning. So really, this show is two different shows that go ass to ass, and I don't think they work very well together. There's the sitcom portion of the show, which is the Wanda world that's been created, full of all kinds of wild shit that goes on there. And then the generic Marvel Cinematic Universe world, where you have S.W.O.R.D. that's been investigating. And everything involving S.W.O.R.D. is just really generic shit. You know, we're hacking in to see what's going on under the covers. We're using infrared drone technology to see if we can get a read on what's happening in there. And then it's just really boring. The characters, I think, are fun on the S.W.O.R.D. side, especially Jimmy in particular. I really enjoyed his character every scene he was in. But I really feel like it just didn't add very much. It was just so cliche from the S.W.O.R.D. side of things that I felt like it just took away from the more interesting and unique aspect of WandaVision, which was everything happening in Westview. The sitcom, why it was happening. Was Wanda the villain? She's done a lot of f***ed up things with what she's doing in there. She's more of a villain than a protagonist, and it was really an interesting thing to play with, because Marvel hasn't really explored that very well, in my opinion, where they have, like, this character that is supposed to be a good guy doing some real f***ed up shit, and that's what WandaVision really was to me in the beginning. But then by episode 6, it takes a huge turn for the worst, in my opinion. It gets painfully standard. There's still some elements of the good WandaVision left, but overall, it's a really generic conclusion to what I thought was a more interesting approach to a superhero story. The show spends about 7 episodes showing Wanda doing some fucked up shit, where she's basically torturing people and taking away their free will. And it's you know, it's a character you can't really root for, but you can certainly sympathize with given everything Wanda's been through. But by episode 7, and this is like the biggest spoiler here, they, for some reason, decide to bring in a new villain, an actual cliche, standard, cartoonish supervillain, like straight out of a comic book. A villain comes in and it's like, I am actually evil, and this is why I'm evil, and here's some evil shit I've done. And then that's what happens. She now squares off against an evil bad person, and they have a superhero fight where they're throwing punches and shooting laser beams at each other and using magic at the end, and then that's really where it concludes. I felt like that was such a wet fart to send off this show that I thought did a great job of at least trying new things in the superhero genre. I just couldn't help but be really let down by the conclusion. And I really feel like this whole show could have done without Sword. Sword really didn't do much until like the very end when it got very generic. All they were doing were serving as a lens for the viewer to piece together what was happening, which is fine, of course, but I feel like maybe there could have been another way of doing that. Again, that's not really to say it was bad. Like, for example, Jimmy and Monica I think were really good, Darcy as well. Like, I thought they were good characters, but I really feel like that whole arc detracted from the more interesting aspects of WandaVision in Westview. And really, the end, I can't stress enough just how out of place that felt. It was like actual 1940s comic book writing where everything is explained to you, just beaten into your asshole about what's actually going on. The supervillain comes in and monologues, I want power, I am here for power, I want all this power, 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 oh, you did this because of power. Like, it's so silly, and it was really just a big old letdown, to be honest, when probably like the last 2 episodes, I would say. Though there were still good moments in them, it really just kind of hindered a pretty decent show. So I'm just going to go ahead and plug WandaVision into the Moist Meter now. I'm going to give it a 70%. I think the show is very enjoyable and interesting. Even if you hate sitcoms like I do, there was still quite a bit to like about the show. I really enjoyed most aspects of it. And even with lackluster ending, it still was a fine experience. And I want to again say, like, the ending's not, like, bad, it's just disappointing. Like, it's still an entertaining ending. Like, the fighting's still good, everything looks good. It's a Marvel show, so, I mean, obviously it's going to look good. So there's no real problem with how the fight goes or anything. It's just, I felt like there could have been more they could have done with the conclusion, considering how long they spent setting up a very unique and interesting premise. But anyway, that's about it.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at Dark Phoenix, the newest X-Men movie following the massive stinker that was X-Men Apocalypse. This movie's not a whole lot better. Is it a great movie? No. Is it worth 20% on Rotten Tomatoes? No, it's not an abominable, terrible piece of shit or anything like that. It's just this underwhelming, forgettable movie. It's just not a whole lot of great things going for it, but it's not the worst X-Men movie either. It's a movie that you'll go there, you won't be overly entertained where you're shoving popcorn in your face on the edge of your seat ready to ejaculate, nor will you be falling asleep with your eyes open watching it. You'll walk out of the theater and then kind of just forget all about it. It's tough because they wanted to follow the Dark Phoenix story, which is a hard source material to adapt. It'd be a lot, and it was never going to get close, and it doesn't get close. The whole movie feels extremely uninspired, and everyone going through the motions, like, hey guys, we gotta shoot something, can you come on to set, we'll just make it up as we go, who gives a The script is awful, the dialogue's the most cliche, generic ever. Charles is showing you your past, I will show you your future. And then they even use the most overused line in all of movies, your emotions make you weak, no, they make me strong. Verbatim, that's one of the biggest lines in the movie. It's just awful. It's really bad, very phoned in. Hans Zimmer does the score for this movie, and even the score is lazy and uninspired. I didn't care for it at all. That's Hans Zimmer. That's like the Jesus Christ of music. He must not have cared either. No one really seemed to, save for a couple of good scenes with good performances from Sophie Turner and Michael Fassbender. They did seem to put some passion into some of their scenes, other scenes not so much, but it's hard with a script like what they were given that piece of dog shit.
But there is some good scenes in the movie. I think they do a good job of displaying the X-Men's powers in a fun way occasionally. Nightcrawler shines like a mother in this movie. And the final fight on the train, I think, is the best in all of the modern X-Men movies. The whole entire train fight was nice. Every X-Men had their own time in the spotlight. So I enjoyed that, but overall the movie's just uninteresting and boring, with almost no character development. The characters start one way, and then they all finish the exact same way, except Jean's a little more powerful. It's just not good. And the villains in this movie are probably the worst in any superhero movie I've ever seen. They don't even give the main villain a name that I remember. I'm almost positive they didn't give her a name unless her name was like a series of grunts. Because there is just absolutely nothing going on with the villains. They have no drive, personality, dimensions to them. Honestly, every villain in this movie could have been played by a mannequin, and you would get the same emotional response and the same attachment or investment in the characters, or care about them the same amount. I cared more about watching a scene that had a piece of gum on the concrete than I did about the villains. There was more character in that gum. The main villain is a very talented actress, played by a talented actress. I'm not calling her a villain, although her performance here was criminally it's played by a talented actress whose entire range that she had to go through here was... That's all she had to do. I can do that. Let me play the main villain. You don't even have to pay me very much. I'll do it for the love of the sport, just to get on the big screen. It was just an underwhelming, horrible attempt at villains. And their motivation is the most cliche shit in the world as well. They want to come to Earth and take it over. Spoiler alert, sorry, I didn't want to ruin it for you guys, but it's that bad. It's genuinely that bad. It's like a storyline I would come up with playing with my action figures on the side of the bathtub as a kid. It's just very lazy. Very, very lazy, uninspired, boring, and that leads the audience to feel the same way. So plugging this shit into the moist meter, I'm giving the new X-Men movie Dark Phoenix a 30%, and I'm giving it a 30 because that fight scene at the end really is very nice. Visually, they do a great job with the X-Men's power. I have to defend a low score, because I think most people are thinking it's probably deserving lower or maybe higher, I don't know. But the thing is, there are good moments. There are moments where I can see someone wanted to try, whether it be the actors in some good scenes. There's even some good scenes between the Beast and Charles Xavier. There's a lot going on sometimes, and then other times it's just bad high school theater performances where nobody really cares, including the writers and production team. Not great, not the worst X-Men movie. There was potential, there was at points an attempt with good scenes. Probably not worth seeing though. That's it, see ya.
Initiating moisture protocol.
Hi there, and welcome to the newest entry into the Moist Expanded Universe. Today we're looking at the new Black Panther movie. I'm gonna go ahead and start with my biggest complaint about this, and it has nothing to do with the movie. The troglodyte, Cro-Magnon, homunculus, cave-dwelling lunatic that sat next to me made this the most unpleasant experience I've ever had at a movie theater. She was so unbelievably loud at every single point in this movie for the first hour and a half. I swear to God this might have been her first time seeing a movie. She'd only been explained the concept of movies but hadn't seen it in practice, and she dove into this one, and of course sat right next to me. Every single thing that happened on screen she was making a loud comment, and I don't mean just like a loud whisper or like a normal talking voice. I'm talking literally shouting like a soccer commentator every time they score a goal. If a character breathed on screen, you were going to get an earful of what she thought about that nice deep breath, or a speech. If there was action, God forbid there was action, she was louder than any sound effect. It was so bad to the point where 3 seats down there was these 2 dudes that kept looking at me because I was sitting right next to her, giving me one of these bro nods, you know, one of these and then some of these, just enough to tell me, hey, get her to stop, as if I'm going to lean over and stick a binky in this bitch's mouth. She just would not stop being so disruptive to everyone in the theater, and of course she had her phone out because all children do. But luckily, just like all children with a sugar rush, she crashed. About an hour and a half in, she fell asleep, and that was my favorite part of the movie, when she slept. Definitely the best arc of the movie. But now let's get to the actual movie. It was fantastic. I think this is probably Marvel's most visually breathtaking movie. The setting, the costume, the special effects, all of it top-notch, and I genuinely do believe it's probably Marvel's best. Also, Marvel at the top of their game in terms of music here. The music in this, the score, really, really surprisingly good. extremely good even. It was a very, very enjoyable eye candy movie with a lot of audio stimulus that's sure to get even the most stubborn of audio snobs erect. It was really good in both departments, but there were a few shortcomings here. The biggest one being comedy. Most Marvel movies these days have a lot of comedy in them. This one doesn't, and that's not a complaint. I actually like that it went for a more serious approach, but it did try and sprinkle some half-assed attempt at comedy in here, and it didn't land. Nobody in the theater laughed at any of them, and in fact, they even shoehorned in a tired old dank meme with a "what are those?" I wanted to leave right there, I'm not gonna lie. In fact, even a few people in the audience groaned when they shoehorned in a "what are those?" as a front row center stage joke in the movie. It was pathetic. But I really do like that this was a more serious Marvel movie. I just wish they really just didn't even bother with such bad jokes. I also think this movie has one of Marvel's best villains. Michael B. Jordan with Killmonger is a fantastic villain. A lot of viewers can really relate to him. He's very sympathetic, which is surprising because he has no problems just slaughtering a bunch of people, but still his cause is one that you can kind of rally behind. Even if you don't agree with his methods, you can still kind of support what he's going for, his ideals. The story here is also pretty good. I do feel like it's not as impactful on the universe as the other entries in the Marvel Cinematic Universe until the end, where Wakanda gets involved directly with the universe. That's about the biggest thing here, and it is a very big deal, but in terms of, you know, the bad thing that's going on in the movie here, it kind of just boils down to, well, we have some good weapons, we're gonna go ahead and give these weapons away. It's, you know, it's not really one of those things where like, that's super f***ing evil, oh my god, we gotta put the kibosh on that right away. But it's still a good story. Just to me, it's not one that really carries a lot of weight until the end with the Wakanda entering the world, basically. Another big complaint I have is the action falls into the same standard shit as a lot of standard action movies. It's taken levels of jump cuts during action. You can't tell who's getting hit or what's hitting them. For all you know, they're fighting a f***ing phantom. You can't really make out the action at a lot of points in here, which is a shame because Marvel's been doing a pretty decent job recently of not making it just look like two action figures colliding in a washing machine like most action movies do these days. But I really just don't have a whole lot of complaints about this movie, so let's pop this to the moist meter. I'm giving this an 85%. Just another really strong Marvel movie here. I just don't have a whole lot to say about it without giving away any spoilers, so overall, just another good Marvel movie. That's it. See ya.
You know how everyone's been saying that Marvel's kind of fallen off? The quality of its shows and even its movies has just been dwindling to a point where it's not really exciting to see them anymore and they're kind of stinky. Whoo-wee! Wait until you see the Marvels. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. I mean this with no exaggeration. The Marvels is the MCU's messiest movie to date, and it's not even close. I actually can't even believe the movie released in its current state. It almost feels like this is internal sabotage from someone on the inside trying to sink the MCU and make it go even lower, because it's like nobody even bothered to watch what they were putting out there. I really thought Ant-Man Quantumania would probably be the worst modern Marvel movie we'd ever get. How wrong I was. It's like they took every single criticism that's ever been thrown against the MCU and said, oh, you thought that was bad, watch this, and then did all of it 10 times worse. It feels as though they shot 4 different films, and then took some elements from each one, haphazardly threw them all together into this witch's cauldron here, bubbling over into this potion that induces a headache in all of the spectators. This movie is fundamentally like 4 action sequences that are loosely strung together with the worst narrative the MCU's ever had, because it doesn't even try to develop the characters or their relationships. I'm gonna go ahead and get my only compliment about this movie out of the way right now. I've never seen the Ms. Marvel show, so this movie was my introduction to Ms. Marvel, and she is great. Both the actress playing Ms. Marvel and even the character I think has so much potential in the universe. She is the only good thing about this movie. She kills it. Ms. Marvel is the only thing this movie does well, but it's not nearly enough to save it or even make this worth watching. It doesn't redeem the 150 minutes that get flushed down the shitter. So let's go ahead and dive in. The biggest mistake this movie makes is with its villain. The most forgettable villain in MCU history, the most underdeveloped villain in MCU history. I don't know how we're in 2023 with like 15 years worth of MCU movies, and a big criticism was underdeveloped villains in some of the movies, and somehow, this deep into the game, Phase 5 here, they deliver the worst villain they've ever had. I can't even remember her name. I have to keep looking it up, and then I still forget it. That's how forgettable she is. I think her name is Danber. I looked it up again. Darbin. Her name is Darbin. Fundamentally, she is like Ronin if Ronin was written in 5 minutes. Like, all she does is she creates some portals that suck things up occasionally. And that's it. Spoilers, I'll tell you her motivation, and it's only explained in a couple of lines of dialogue. Instead of showing you, they just tell you. It really does feel like a lot of this was AI generated at the last possible second. I'm just gonna say it. Basically, Captain Marvel made a decision that had a huge effect on the Kree and caused a lot of problems for them. Darbin, being one of the Kree, will do anything to try and save them. She hates Captain Marvel and thus wants to take things from her in order to help save the Kree, basically. And since this is only explained in a few lines of dialogue that feel almost like throwaway lines, there's no actual emotional investment here. Since they don't bother to flesh out Darbin at all, she becomes kind of like this villain caricature, this cartoonishly evil presence that's evil for the sake of being nasty. And even when Darbin and Captain Marvel are on screen together, there's still no emotional weight to anything that happens because they're speedrunning through shit and barely even attempting to make something cohesive. But she's not really a big threat, because they make it clear early on that the only reason she's not defeated easily by Captain Marvel is because the big gimmick of the movie keeps happening where they switch places when they use their powers. So Miss Marvel even says, like, I know you could absolutely just clobber her if we would stop switching places, and I'm sorry about that. And she's right, because the main villain isn't very strong. And in fact, every time they meet her, they pretty much do defeat her until she just miraculously pulls out like a big force blast that opens up that portal at the last possible second. But even aside from just the super weak villain, this movie is tonally all over the place. The vast majority of the film doesn't take itself seriously. It's mainly like a Thor Love and Thunder flat comedy where almost none of the jokes are landing. The worst offender is actually Nick Fury. Nick Fury has a prominent role here, but he's just literally a clown. I don't think he has a single line of dialogue in this movie that isn't a joke or leading into a punchline. Even when the stakes are super high, like, oh, we might, lose the world here if Darbin's plan goes correctly. And even when he's about to die, he's making jokes the entire time. What happened to this character? It's not even consistent with the Nick Fury that we know, or the one that was in Secret Invasion, which I didn't finish because I didn't really like it that much. But this is not the same character. They replaced him with a goofball. Like I don't understand what even happened here. Almost every single scene outside of action is all over the place. It wants to be like this wacky, quirky, zany comedy, and then sometimes it wants to be like a drama, and then sometimes it wants to be more action-focused. It's at its best when it's doing action. I think some of the action scenes are pretty decent, though there are moments here where you can really feel the tears from the CGI artists that have to work on this. They are just overworked. The VFX department at Marvel, like, I can feel their pain through some of these scenes, because a lot of them feel as though they didn't have time to actually finish it. I don't hold it against them. It's just the Marvel pipeline where they're constantly just pumping shit out as quickly as possible without a care in the world. But there are some action sequences that look alarmingly rough in the CGI department. But for the most part, the action is pretty okay. Like, it's pretty fun, especially like the final fight is interesting, I guess. But it doesn't really matter that much because there's not a real movie around it. You're basically just watching like a montage of some decent action moments, and that's it. So anyway, back to what I was saying. In between these action sequences, when it's trying to do a bunch of different things, it fails on all fronts. Let me give you an example. So there's a planet they visit, and it's a planet that means a lot to Captain Marvel. And the inhabitants of that world only communicate through song. If you just speak, they can't understand you. It basically has to be a musical. And I think it is the most insufferable sequence, or series of scenes the MCU's ever had. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, if this was a Rick and Morty sketch, fine. Like, this feels like it fit right at home in some kind of Saturday morning cartoon special as like a joke. But this comes in the middle of the film where things are getting desperate, where the villain's succeeding, and like, this is a planet Captain Marvel really cares about, and it's about to get in the ass. And it's like, okay, why are we having like a musical here about this and not taking anything seriously? And even when they fail to protect it, 10 seconds later, Captain Marvel's joking! Like, this is a place she called home 5 minutes ago. She fails to protect it from Dar-Benn, and she immediately just starts joking about it. And then the next scene, pretty much, they go into this whole cat subplot. This whole side quest with cats, and Nick Fury, and cats. Like, it's all over the place. You can't take it seriously if the movie itself doesn't take it seriously and isn't actually held together by anything at all. There's no real substance here. The only time this movie even comes close to making an emotional beat work is between Captain Marvel and Monica Rambeau. They have a relationship that is loosely explored and only one time successfully gets across the weight of it. And that's through this sequence where they're seeing each other's memories. They all kind of tap into this thing that's showing memories, and they do a good job of setting up Captain Marvel and Monica there. But outside of that, anytime they try and explore that, they don't give it any real chance. Like, it just falls flat again. They have one good emotional scene with that, and then completely forgot how to do it appropriately because they were too busy focusing on lame humor. And going into the film, I imagine a lot of you think that the switching of places is going to be integral to the plot. It's really not. Like, it's used occasionally, but it doesn't even follow its own rules for the switching sometimes. Like, they forget to switch. It's supposed to be when they, like, use their powers at the same time they switch. But there's multiple scenes where they both, or all three of them really, will use their powers at pretty much the same time and not switch. It's like they forgot that that gimmick was even present sometimes. And it doesn't really play a role in the narrative outside of explaining why Dar-Benn just can't be easily defeated by Captain Marvel. So while I think the concept could have been fun to explore, like, these three characters need to work together in order to overcome an overwhelmingly powerful enemy and somehow use this to their advantage, the ability to switch places. Somehow they take that and just make it like, we'll utilize it sometimes, but it doesn't really matter. And even at the end of the movie, they just kind of throw it away. They just wipe their ass with it. They just say like, oh, we're not entangled anymore. It's like, oh, okay. Well, okay then. I guess so. It's like, come on, like, I don't know what went wrong here. In its current state, the movie only works if you want to go and just watch some mindless action and then not listen to any of the dialogue or the story. Like, that's probably the only way you can get any amount of enjoyment out of it. Because like I said, some of the action is pretty good, but, like, that doesn't make a movie. You still need more than that. And it's not like the action is anything new to the MCU. It's all still very generic for the most part. There's nothing new here, aside from new lows that it reached with how little it actually cared. And now I have no idea what they're even going to do with these characters going forward, because this movie did nothing to progress any of them except Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel, like I said, is the only component of this film that works at all. She is the only good part of this movie. Monica, I think, could have been great here. I think WandaVision was building up to Monica being a very strong and interesting character, but this movie just ruined it. They didn't let her do anything until the very end. I won't spoil that, but at the very end she becomes the most important character pretty much out of nowhere, because up until then, she didn't get to do anything. Like, they didn't develop her or even try, and it's such a shame. And I don't know what the they're going to do with Nick Fury going forward. Maybe they'll try and explain away his behavior here as him being some kind of variant from an alternate universe or something that got slapped into this movie. Because I don't know what their plan is. They turned him into comic relief, purely just comic relief and nothing else, which is such a wild decision. Anyway, plugging the Marvels into the moist meter, I'm going to have to give it like a 25%. It is the messiest MCU movie that has been made. I think I can comfortably say that. Just, I'm still shocked that it released in this current state that it's in. That's really about it. It's not looking great for the MCU going forward here. I don't know how they bounce back. I don't know what direction they even take the MCU anymore. But I guess we'll just have to see. That's it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
50 years from now, your grandchildren will be asking you if you saw Avengers Endgame in theaters, and the answer that you'll give them is most likely yes, because everyone, their grandmother, I'm sure people are even bringing corpses to the movie, everyone is seeing this fucking movie. And for good reason. It's 11 years in the making. This is the final chapter to 11 years of incredible innovation. I don't care about your opinion on superhero movies. They are nothing if not innovative. They're impressive. It's nothing else. What they've done, what the MCU has done, has never been done before, and it was done extremely, extremely well. I absolutely loved Infinity War. I'm not a huge superhero fan. I don't, count the days till the next superhero movie drops or anything. I don't have posters or body pillows, of superheroes or anything. But I do appreciate them when I see them. They're always pretty decently enjoyable. And Infinity War blew me away. I was extremely excited to see Endgame, and I've got to be honest, it's not as good as Infinity War. It is still a good movie with a satisfying conclusion, but I have to be upfront and tell you, it is not as good as Infinity War. It didn't reach that bar that Infinity War set. And I don't think it ever even had a chance, because Infinity War, they wrote themselves into the corner of being beaten and take away a lot of the Avengers. So you're left with just, a few of them, a very important few, mind you, and then you have to talk about the despair. So they spend the first hour or so of the movie in pure despair. Here's 5 years after the Thanos snap and everyone's been, wiped out to another dimension where there's no ejaculation or dreams or anything. They're all just gone. And now you have to see 5 years of the damage it's done to the Avengers and people in general, and it humanizes the entire crew, and it is enjoyable to see that. They use humor throughout some of those parts, and the humor lands as it normally does in MCU movies. And you also get this sense of dread, and you see the effect that it's had on them, and I appreciate that. However, that tone goes on for far too long. I'd say the first hour and a half, maybe even up to 2 hours of this movie, is just pretty uninteresting and a bit of a letdown. Their solution to the problem, I can't spoil anything, though I would like to because this is where most of my complaints are. The solution to the problem is a fun one. However, it's way past its welcome in the movie. It goes on far too long with far too little happening. And then at the end you get a very satisfying climactic battle, as you would expect, and that's very chaotic, a lot of fun. There's a lot of really cool badass moments, nuts being blasted by laser beams and fat meaty hands being exchanged, broken bones, bruised faces. It's fun. I'm not a huge fan of huge battle things, because I think it gets a little too cluttered and a little too clunky looking, and it just kind of all over the place and makes my eyes want to But in this movie it's done very well. I enjoyed the last hour-ish, maybe a little less. The last 45 I thought was absolutely spectacular. But everything up to then was just very slow, and I don't want to use the word boring, but it kind of was boring, because it just felt, without spoiling anything, it just felt like you were on a carnival ride, and that's it. It felt like you were watching someone's video giving a tribute to all these characters with a lot of fan service and stuff, and I don't use fan service in a negative way because I don't think it's a bad thing, but it just was so much. It seemed like the first 2 hours was just giving you a brief overview of everything that 11 years has covered in a nutshell. And I found that, while it was cute to, go through some of these things, I just found that to be very underwhelming. And speaking of underwhelming, Thanos in this movie is very underwhelming. After being this incredible landmark and making a good villain of Infinity War, he comes into this movie and he kind of sucks some ass. The first half of it, he's just like this emo, sulking teen. Yeah, I did my destiny. I'm totally fine with whatever. Let the darkness come. Ugh. I thought he'd start reading poetry out of his book that he has Pierce the Veil lyrics etched into. It was depressing to see him utilized this way. He wasn't the same incredible villain from the last movie. Towards the end he picks up and he's a little bit better, but even then he's not like this imposing, well-rounded character. And I guess since this movie's not supposed to be a self-contained movie, this is a movie you're supposed to go in having seen Infinity War and hopefully having been on this 11-year ride with them. So I can understand them not making him again like a fully fleshed out great character. But to have him come in here and kind of be like a shell of his former self, in my opinion, it was just kind of underwhelming. He was great in the final climactic fights, but otherwise he just didn't really have the same power or the same, You know, he didn't command the scenes the way he did in Infinity War, which was a letdown. The movie is not bad by any stretch of imagination. I'm just pointing out the things that I found to be underwhelming for a conclusion of this magnitude. I think it was an absolutely great movie. I did enjoy it. I wouldn't say I was let down. I just have to say it didn't live up to what you would hope and expect after seeing Infinity War. All the characters, there was a lot of development in this movie with the characters, and I really appreciated that. All of the characters got so much more depth to them throughout, and it turned it from more of like superheroes doing superhero ass-pounding shit to superheroes being broken people for a lot of it, and trying to bounce back after suffering a hard loss. It was very touching, but again, it does overstay its welcome in that area. I really enjoyed the conclusion. I think it wraps it all up nicely. I'd say 11 years of hard work with a nice payoff at the end here, but I would have hoped and expected a little more. Plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving Avengers Endgame an 80%. A movie that I'm sure all of you are going to see anyway, and you absolutely should see because it is good, it is enjoyable, but there are things that I think it didn't do all that well, or things it didn't do enough, things it did too much. It didn't hit all of the great notes that Infinity War did, and that's alright. That's not that big of a deal. I liked it, and that's it.
Initiating moisture.
Hi, and welcome to the latest installment in the Sodden Cinematic Universe. Today I'll be analyzing the moisture content in the new Thor movie, called Thor Ragnarok. Full disclosure, I think the previous two Thor movies were stinky ass. I think they are by far the weakest in the MCU, but I still went into this movie with high expectations and wasn't let down. The movie trailers try to sell you that this is a different approach to a standard superhero action flick, and for the most part they're right. This is a pretty different approach. It's a more comedic approach, a different visual style for the most part as well. And it is pretty different from most of the others, until it gets to the end, then it kind of falls into cliches and what you'd expect, but it does it well enough where that's not a big complaint. This movie's about 80% great, 10% what we've seen a million times, and 100% reason to remember the name. It is a really fun movie to watch, especially when it comes to comedy. There was a lot of comic bits throughout this entire movie, and they did it surprisingly well. I've talked about this before, but I'm not one to laugh out loud during comedy movies or anything like that. Occasionally I'll blow a little light load out of my nose during a scene or something, but for the most part, I find modern comedy movies to be about as enjoyable as watching your beloved cat get run over by a f***ing steamroller. However, this movie actually surprised me with how decently the comedy was executed here. I'm not saying I was laughing out loud, having a hoot and a holler the whole time, rolling down the aisle, pissing my trousers, laughing or anything like that. But it actually got me giggling quite a bit. There was one character they introduced here who's perhaps one of my favorite in the entire MCU, called Korg. I thought Korg was just so f***ing great. He was a purely comic relief character who did comic relief really well. And the comedy wasn't the only surprisingly good element here. The visuals were a bit different to what you're accustomed to seeing in modern superhero movies, and really modern movies in general, since everything has this trend of trying to be super dark and gritty and This movie was very colorful, and it had a different style than most other MCU movies, especially one that stood out to me is during a flashback where Valkyries had a showdown with the main antagonist. It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The whole movie just looked really great, and very different from most of the other ones, in my personal opinion. Now, the story isn't super strong, but it's not weak either. It's just predictable, and that's not a big complaint or anything. It's a superhero movie. You can't expect it to reinvent the condom with some type of groundbreaking story. It's a very decent story, and it's told very well, and it's the first standalone MCU movie that I feel will have an actual impact on the MCU universe as a whole. Whereas other MCU standalone films like Iron Man 3 don't feel like they have any weight at all. You know, they have the main hero just go off on this side adventure that doesn't feel important. You know, he goes to the local diner where a madman selling chicken wings that are too spicy. The astoundingly high Scoville poses a threat to taste buds all over the world, overloading these taste buds. The hero stops him, yippee, it was a fun adventure while it lasted. But it doesn't have any weight in that universe. This movie has a whole lot of shit that happens that I feel will have a huge impact on that universe, and it's f***ing great. Now, the villain, I think, is a good villain. She didn't have a whole lot of screen time here to really develop, in my opinion, but she was played very well by Cate Blanchett, and I thought she was super cool. But they kind of shoehorned in an undead zombie army, which was kind of f***ing lame, in my opinion. But overall, I think she could be a cool villain if we see her again and she's more fleshed out. And I might as well at least touch on it. Soundtrack's good. I never really have a whole lot to say about soundtrack unless it really wows me or really disappoints me and makes me feel bad about myself for even hearing that music. This movie ran that middle ground where it was good. It was, there was no complaints. It was fun to listen to. Let's go ahead and pop this into the moist meter here. I'm giving Thor Ragnarok an 85%. It was a genuinely fun movie to sit through. The entire audience loved it. All the comedy bits really hit pretty hard with the audience I was in. And it even got a little giggle out of me here and there. Korg had a one-liner that actually gave me a bit of a hoot, so that was a surprise since I don't typically laugh at movies, like I said earlier. And the whole movie was just a fun ride to go on, and it felt like it had a real weight in the MCU. Easily the best Thor movie, while the previous two Thor movies just ate shithole. This movie pounded shithole with a lot of fun in there. That was meant as a compliment, but I realize saying shithole in a positive way doesn't exactly convey the idea of something being good. So just know, the last two movies ate shit. This movie was serving out shit, and it was good shit. I enjoyed it. That's it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
There's a lot of controversy surrounding Captain Marvel. I don't give a shit about any of it. We're not going to talk about it or touch on it. We're just going to look at the movie and see if it was a good movie or not. So, the movie's main character is Captain Marvel. As you would expect from the title of the film, Captain Marvel. She's not a very good character, unfortunately. I don't think she's bad. And I even think Brie Larson does a great job with the character. But it seems like she doesn't really have a personality of her own. There's nothing memorable about her as a character. Her powers are pretty cool, and I think they did a great job of showing how strong the character is physically from a powers perspective, at least at the end of the movie. Up until then, it was very lackluster with its action and showing Captain Marvel doing and the action in this movie is my biggest complaint. It was some of the worst action in any Marvel movie I've seen, rivaling even Ant-Man and the Wasp in terms of its lazy, uninteresting action. I'd rather watch two action figures colliding than half the shit on the screen, because at least it would be as nauseating watching action figures collide. In this movie, I was damn sick during some of the fight scenes. The shaky cam was unbearable. It seemed like every camera operator was undergoing a seizure while filming every action scene. It was bad. I absolutely despised the action scenes. And they weren't even good from a choreography perspective. They weren't even flashy. They were just bad and an eyesore, honestly. And that's a shame when it's a superhero movie where the action is always what it leads up to. You have a superhero that's about to super fist some assholes with their power. And in here, you didn't look forward to that. This movie's at its best when it's not giving you action and it's giving you a little buddy cop movie between Samuel L. Jackson, Nick Fury, and Captain Marvel, Brie Larson. I think the chemistry between those two is great, even though it's really just Sam carrying the conversations, but even still, it's fun to watch them banter back and forth. There's a cool cat that comes into play that I thought was a good character. I thought the cat was just going to be a gimmicky bullshit thing, but it turned out it was a character that I liked and I thought was used well. From a story perspective, it's as cliche as it gets. This is the most cliche superhero movie I think I've ever seen in my life. This is like some mid-90s Saturday morning cartoon level of cheese. And not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but everything this movie does has been done before and done much better by other superhero movies. I think Wonder Woman is a stronger character than Captain Marvel. I think they're very similar in terms of how they were portrayed in their movies, but Wonder Woman was significantly more interesting, significantly better of a character than Captain Marvel. I also don't like the gimmick of the main character suffering from amnesia, not knowing her past, so then you slowly piece it together as to how they got there. I don't like that. Just start with all the knowledge out there, and then give us some fun. I don't like where the character's drastically weakened, and we have to go a whole movie getting back to where they were at the very start, or figuring out how they got there. I don't like that. That's a pet peeve. I don't think they do amnesia poorly in here. It's not well done, but I don't think it's bad. It's just very generic. They very slowly piece the puzzle pieces together, and oh, what do you know? The most expected outcome is what you're left with. The story is incredibly predictable. The villain's incredibly predictable. Honestly, there's nothing in this movie from like a narrative perspective that's going to capture anyone's interest. Now, this is not to say that it's bad, because it's not. It's just so average, expected, predictable, safe. It's forgettable. It's unfortunately very, very forgettable, where you don't regret seeing it, because there are some good moments in this movie. I definitely think there are some good moments, for sure. None of them involving fights, because all of those suck. But towards the end of the movie, there's some cool shit that goes on, and I think some of the characters are strong, especially Samuel L. Jackson's character, and also there's a Skrull character in here that I think is very well fleshed out and developed. I just think this whole movie was super formulaic. I know Marvel has a formula that we've all come to expect, but they always put a nice little spin on it, whether it's the visuals, whether it's the humor, whether it's a twist in the story, something. This has none of that. There is none of that here. This is just as if a Google AI experiment was tasked to make the most by-the-numbers superhero movie it could. This would be the result. And that's unfortunate to say, because I think Captain Marvel is a really cool character conceptually, and I do like the character. I just don't think the character really shines in this movie at all. Maybe in Avengers Endgame she will, but here, it's just in a super forgettable movie that I don't think anyone's going to remember going into Endgame. They'll have to go back, rewatch this, and figure out who the Captain Marvel is and how she got there. Yeah, I mean, that's about all I have to say about that. I mean, even the sound. I was expecting, like, perhaps a good score, even. I'd settle for, like, a better soundtrack than other Marvel movies, but you didn't get that. Everything here is predictably Marvel, but below Marvel standards, honestly. It doesn't quite reach the good Marvel movies. It's, like, right smack dab in the middle Marvel movies. This is, like, early Marvel movies. This would be, like, in the early phases of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This would be smack dab in there. And that's unfortunate considering this was supposed to be a heavy hitter in setting up this crazy powerful character. So it's a bit of a letdown that the movie to showcase all that was so forgettable. Let's plug this into the moist meter. I'm giving Captain Marvel a 65%. Again, to reiterate, it's not a bad movie. It is extremely predictable with some good moments, but the action is never one of those good moments. I can't stress that enough. I really despised when anything was happening on screen that could be even misconstrued as action. It was so poorly done. I don't know what kind of filming techniques they learned in school, but that school needs to just be abolished. Get it out of here. That school is a damn crime against eyes if they're teaching their students to film movie action scenes like this one here. It's bad. I really didn't like the action. That's it. So yeah.
In life, you're always going to make mistakes. The most important part is how you handle it after. But I pray you never make a mistake as big as I did when it came to the moist meter for Morbius. I gave Morbius a shockingly low 15%. And I think it's because I just didn't understand the movie at the time. There's really a lot of themes and subtle vicissitudes with the film that a lot of laymen just might not get on the first watch, which is why today I revisited the film, and now I really understand why this has become the highest grossing movie of all time. My third eye's truly been opened, and Dr. Michael Morbius has entered my body like the Holy Spirit and shown me the light. I have been morbed. I see how wrong I was with my initial grading of the film, and if I could go back and change it now, I wouldn't give it a 15%, I'd give it a 15,000%. I still lie awake at night with cold sweats remembering that 15% that I gave this film. Probably the biggest crime I've ever committed and the most embarrassing, shameful moment of my life, and absolutely my biggest regret. If I won the lottery today and then lost the ticket, my biggest regret would still be giving Morbius a 15%. And I just want to deeply apologize to all the Mega Morbers out there. You deserved a better review, and I just didn't provide. But today I'm correcting that mistake, and I'm going to talk about why I think this film is so powerful and just important in general. I would honestly argue that the creation of the Morbius film is just as important as the discovery and use of penicillin in our society. It just completely changed the game for us. It's more than a movie, it's a Morbi that's not afraid to challenge the audience and make them reflect on their own lives and teach us that anything is possible, and to confront your hardships with the utmost Morbius attitude. You see, in the film, Dr. Michael Morbius was dealt a bad hand in life. He was afflicted with a disease that didn't allow him to morb, but thanks to his intellect and his no-quit, can-do attitude, he was able to develop a remedy, and damn it, he started morbing. When I first saw the beautiful scene, I didn't really grasp the magnitude of the situation.
I was pretty much alone in the movie theater, and I think that's because people fear what they don't understand. And Morbius is a movie that will drag you kicking and screaming into the light and show you things that maybe you're just not ready for. You know, watching Morbius is a lot like taking bath salts, except it gives you permanent superpowers and the feeling lasts forever. You become a changed person, an improved, evolved human being upon finishing the Morbius film. Now, the scene when he begins morbing, I think, is one that will stand the test of time, and we'll look back on generations from now as the lightning rod that showed us what we're capable of. When I rewatched the film today and he started his first morb, I couldn't help but pump my fist and just cheer him on with tears in my eyes. It was just so good. I was more emotional watching that scene than I was when I lost my virginity. It's something that is an indescribable euphoria. Now, I'm sure you've seen at least a few Morbius memes, but I'd like to share with you what I believe to be the best one. This is "The devil shivers when a clown starts morbing." This, of course, references Jared Leto's iconic performance as the Joker in the Suicide Squad movie, while also showcasing his talent with the Morbius film. I would say, though, that Jared Leto does not portray Morbius. Morbius himself used Jared Leto like a fleshlight in order to tell his story on the screen. We're not watching an actor. We're watching a possession. We were invited to go on a 2-hour, non-stop, high-octane adventure with the real Morbius. I bet there wasn't even a script for this movie. The real Morbius just showed up on set after taking control of Jared Leto's body, and they started filming. And everything that happened from that point forward was authentic and genuine. And there's so much we can learn from it. I really only have one complaint about this movie, and it's the fact that it's not long enough. This movie could have gone on for 6 hours and I'd still be screaming for Morb. I just want this movie to go on forever. I wish Morbius was a live stream that never stopped. Honestly, this just feels so good to finally correct my mistake with my initial assessment of Morbius. And I do want to again apologize to all the mighty Morbin Power Rangers out there that saw this film for what it was. And I was just blind to it at the time, but no longer. I am happy to finally get all this out there. And in the words of the great Dr. Michael Morbius, a morb will do what a morb does. Autobots, roll out. God, I still can't stop thinking about the final fight in this movie. The climactic showdown between Dr. Michael Morbius and the villain. It is perhaps one of the most beautiful action sequences ever captured in the cinema. It is a flying vampire fight between two morbs, and the bad guy says, "It's time to eat your vegetables, Michael." And I swear to God, without missing a beat, Morbius says to the guy, he says, "Vegetables aren't on the menu tonight, bub. Tonight, it's freedom and blood." Right before delivering an axe kick super crane power punch right to the bad guy, killing him instantly. And then he becomes a bat and flies away. It's just a delight. Now, I do want to go into a little bit more detail on something outside of the film here. I think it is absolutely wild that a movie has been carried by memes this hard. The movie seems to have turned a profit, at least off its initial production budget. I don't know if it actually made money considering marketing, but the fact that it's able to generate something even close to positive revenue blows me away, because this movie is absolute dog shit, and the only reason why people saw it was to make fun of it. For the first week or so, every theater was completely empty, mine included. No one cared about this movie until the memes arrived, and they were some high quality dank posts for sure. So it got people at least interested enough to go pay a couple of bucks to sit in an empty theater to watch it, just to see how bad it was. And it's a pretty boringly bad movie. It's not like an entertainingly fun bad one. It's just a pretty stale show. And I think that's why the memes slap so hard. They were just hitting different because this movie is so bad. It's like cheering on a train wreck. It's like you make a joke out of it, but it's still a terrible, terrible thing that you're witnessing. That's what it's like for Morbius. And with so many memes coming out around it, like the audience score being 2,000% and all of that, and it's made $352 trillion, all of it contributed to getting people at least somewhat interested in being a part of the joke. So somehow, memes were able to carry this colossal flop into a position where it almost made a little bit of money, which is both amazing and sad at the same time. But I think the best thing that can come from this is a Morbius sequel, because if they're just looking at pure numbers, yeah, it didn't do great by superhero standards, but it still made like $150 million, which was more than they spent on production. Of course, again, doesn't account for marketing, but still. I mean, that's not bad. That's not awful. That might be enough for a sequel, and damn it, I think it's what this world deserves. I would love to see a Morbius 2. And this time, I hope it's 6 times as long as the first one. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit today because the Morbius memes are still popping. They're still extremely popular memes, which is blowing my mind because the movie's already been out of theaters for like 3 weeks, it seems. So the memes are still persisting, and I'm very curious to see how much longer those go before it gets drawn out and tiresome. But I guess we're not at that point yet. That's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Quantum Moist Meter. Today we're going to quantumly analyze the quantum moisture found within the new Ant-Man movie. Why am I saying quantum so much? Well, it's because this movie says the word quantum so many times. It reminds me of that episode of SpongeBob and Rock Bottom where it's can't understand your accent, you know? But in this movie, instead of doing the it says the word quantum. It is everywhere in this movie, and it will make you forget that quantum is a real word by the end of it. This is absolutely the weakest MCU movie in my opinion, but that being said, it's not a bad movie. There's a lot about this movie that's just very stinky, but overall it's an alright movie. So let's just go ahead and start with the story, because that's the worst part. The story is just so lazy and haphazardly tossed together. It's almost insulting in its blatant laziness. It's almost like they're spitting on your intelligence. I'm not going to try and spoil anything too major. If I do spoil something, it's going to be very minor, so don't jerk yourself off too feverishly in the comments about how I spoiled that Scott Lang's hair is a little longer in this movie than in the last one. The story is Scott Lang's under house arrest for events of previous movies, but he needs to hop back in the saddle because Hank and Hope need him. So he's got to rock and roll, go big, go small, blast balls, because he's got another huge mission. And that mission is, they're going to get the mom back. I hope that's not a spoiler, because that's revealed within the first couple of minutes of the movie. That's the whole purpose. So they want to get her out of the quantum realm. How do they explain how she survived 30 years in the quantum realm with no food and no water and really no way of being able to survive? Well, their explanation was very thought-provoking, scientific, and thorough. The explanation was, well, things move differently down there. Thank you. Now it all makes sense. That about covers it. And that's pretty much the whole tone of the rest of the movie's story. They just throw this shit at you and expect you to just take it at face value and not think much on it, and I guess that's not such a bad thing. It's a superhero movie, but this one is so much worse in terms of its story, because this whole movie's plot could have been avoided within the first 30 minutes of the movie. In 30 minutes, the movie could have been done, kaput, everyone happy. The main villain of this movie is a character named Ghost. She can phase through shit, and she wants the technology that Hank and Hope are using to get their mom back because she needs it. And had Hank, Hope, and Scott communicated with Ghost what they wanted to do, how they were going to do it, Ghost would have been on their side. And they could have all worked together and been this super team and got everything solved, and everyone would have been fine, all parties happy. There was no reason that Ghost should have even been a villain had they just talked to her, or had she talked to them and communicated. The hero's goals and the villain's goals were exactly the same, except for one small detail in the villain's goals that really you could have talked her out of, or convinced her to just hold off on a little bit. It'd be as if you were working on a take-home quiz in school with your friend, and you both got the same answer, but your friend didn't show all the work you showed. It'd be like you then going out of your way to slap your friend and never talk to him again because of that, and you just mortal enemies. It's so dumb. It could have been avoided. It should have. It's just such a plot. And aside from that, there's so many other holes in this plot. It's embarrassing. It really is. But you would think with them not putting too much of a focus on the plot, they'd make up for it with cool scenes and action and a lot of cool shit happening on screen, but they don't. There's almost no action in this movie until the very end, and even that's pretty underwhelming. You get a couple scenes of action sprinkled here and there, little tinkles of bits of action here. But the action you do get here isn't very interesting. Every fight just kind of boils down to punch, shrink, kick, shrink, punch, punch, ouch, I'm hurt. That's the end of the fight. It's very not impressive. It's like a N64 game with limited animation, so they did the best they could with what they had. It's basically Rock'em Sock'em Robots with the occasional shrinking. They just never really use the that makes them superheroes in the first place. They use it occasionally, but not very much and not in interesting ways at all. This movie is carried heavily by great comedy writing and great character dialogue. And that's good that it's so good in that department, because that's the majority of this movie. This movie is mainly just characters tossing pseudoscience-y terms at one another, as if every character is just reading some type of sci-fi Tumblr blog post with science terms to sound smart at a bar to impress women. Tip your fedora at the end, sirs, for m'ladies. But when it's not desperately trying to make sense of a plot and it's just tossing good jokes at you and good character dialogue, it's an alright movie, it's fine. But it's just not a good superhero movie because it doesn't have anything that makes it a superhero movie. It has okay visuals when they go to the quantum realm, that's kinda cool, but that lasts all of 5 minutes, and that's it. It's just not a good MCU movie. It's an alright movie because it's carried so heavily by good comedy writing, but past that, there's just nothing of value here, except good acting, but it's a Marvel movie, you're going to get good acting. Let's go ahead and plug this shit into the moist meter. I'm giving Ant-Man and the Wasp a 55%. It's an average movie, it's okay. There were some jokes that I had a little giggle at and smiled at. Then there was times where I was sinking into my seat because what I was looking at was just embarrassing, or what I was hearing was just nonsensically embarrassing to listen to. It seems like this movie was such an afterthought in the MCU. Like they'd already written all of the movies and they'd already written Infinity War, but then one brave intern accidentally spoke a little too loudly in a hushed whisper. Yeah, but what about Ant-Man? And everyone threw their hands up in the air. We have Ant-Man, don't we? We gotta do something with him. Alright, let's just go ahead and ham-fist him into the Infinity War plot, so we kind of explain that, and we'll just dedicate a movie to him with like a $50 budget, I guess. We have good writers here, right? Let's write some good shit, and then we'll give you a little bit for action, but let's not use too much of that. Let's pull a plot out of our ass. Let's do it, boys. We gotta make it happen, quick. This seems like this movie had no real purpose to exist. This movie seems very trivial. There's almost nothing that happens in this movie that feels like it has any impact on the MCU, except for the post-credit scene. The post-credit scene was very well done, and I really liked the post-credit scene, but overall this movie just seems pointless and useless, trivial. It seems like just, it's so unrelated to everything, and just not anything important. And it really feels like no one really cared about it. It's a shame because the first Ant-Man was really good, and this one's, it's pretty stinky in a lot of ways, but, like I said, it's okay. It's alright.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Thor movie, Love and Thunder. This is again directed by Taika Waititi, who directed the previous Thor movie, Ragnarok, which I absolutely loved. I had a lot of fun watching that movie. However, unlike Ragnarok, I didn't absolutely love this one, and I didn't have that much fun watching it. Watch out, wild opinion coming out of nowhere to catch you off guard. Bet you didn't expect that shit coming in so hard and so fast. The god of surprises. But yeah. Anyway, I was unfortunately let down with this film since I was a big fan of Ragnarok. I had high expectations going into this one, but walked away a bit disappointed. It's not a bad movie by any means. I don't want anyone to get that twisted. I'm not saying this movie is trash or dog shit or anything like that. But it just felt like it was trying so hard to be like Ragnarok, where it leans really heavy on comedy, that it almost became like a bootleg or like a parody of itself. You know, none of the jokes were really landing. In Ragnarok, I had a lot of giggles and genuine belly laughs throughout the film. In this movie, I didn't laugh once. The jokes just weren't landing. I felt like Ebenezer Scrooge just sitting there stone-faced. Now, I know it sounds a little weird focusing so heavy on criticizing the comedy of this film, but that's really what this whole movie is. It's fundamentally a Marvel Universe rom-com, and they would not stop making jokes. This was a movie that didn't take its own plot seriously. Ragnarok had a problem where even like the most serious moments were undercut with jokes here and there. This whole movie, everything is undercut with jokes, top to bottom. It doesn't f***ing stop. So if the movie doesn't care about its plot, why the f*** are the audience supposed to care about it? It just doesn't work. The big standout for this film was Gore. Christian Bale as Gore the God Butcher was fantastic. Actually a really cool villain. All the scenes he was in, all like 4 of them, he was barely in the movie, but every time he was on screen, he was good. Like, he was the best part of this movie by far. Everything else just kind of falls flat because at every step of the way, they're just joking the whole time. There are a few serious moments, but they only last like a split second before Korg will come in and make a quip or something like that. It just doesn't stop. It is basically just a comedy movie with some action in there. The action is good, especially a fight between the main cast and Gore on like a small little planet. It has like this black and white filter to it almost, and it's really cool. It's really well done. But outside of like the action and anything involving Gore, it's just underwhelming. And again, it wasn't just me that wasn't laughing during the film. I was in a full, crowded theater, and pretty much no one was busting a gut, laughing, or slapping their knee, having a hoot and a holler. Very rarely did anyone, like, laugh during this film. The dude behind me even audibly sighed very loud, which is pretty douchey, but sighed when Korg made his millionth quip of the film. Korg was one of my favorite parts of Ragnarok. Every time he spoke, it was entertaining. In this movie, he's like a core character and never stops making jokes. He's like a Reddit user trying to farm karma. One of Jackson's friends even called this movie Reddit the Movie, and it's pretty accurate. Again, the focal point of this movie is its comedy, which is why I'm talking about it so much. That is the main meat and potatoes here, and it didn't do it very well. And especially not compared to how they did it in Ragnarok. But now moving on to like the actual narrative here, it's definitely not bad, but it's not great. It's not an amazing plot by any means, but it's certainly serviceable. But there are so many plot conveniences that it starts to take you out. I'm not going to get into spoilers, but so many things happen in this movie where it's like, wow, what a coincidence. That's super lucky. Oh, wow, that timing couldn't have been better. Oh, the meeting of the gods is today? Oh, wow, okay, good. I guess that's just when we needed it. Like, there's just certain moments that feel like it's almost a Saturday morning cartoon level of, oh, that's convenient. Like, it doesn't feel earned half the time. Like, it's hard to talk about without spoilers, but one thing they can do in this film is they can be pretty much anywhere in the universe whenever they want to be, thanks to, of course, like the Bifrost. But even when they're not using the Bifrost, and there's some time where they don't have the Bifrost, when they don't have the Bifrost, they can still be anywhere in the universe exactly when they want to be. They can just instantly be there, even without the Bifrost for some reason, somehow. So there's never any, like, stakes when it comes to tracking down Gore once they know where he is. It's never, like, a tough journey to get there, because they can just instantly appear there somehow, even when the Bifrost wasn't available. It's just, I don't know, there's a lot of moments here that just don't really work super well from a narrative perspective, but I like the overall plot. You know, I actually like the relationship between Thor and Jane. I think they did a decent enough job of making us care about the two of them. You know, Jane is now a Thor. She's been chosen by Thor's ex-Hammer, and they haven't seen each other in a long time, so it's all about, like, rekindling that relationship, and I think they actually handle it pretty well. And Jane's pretty good as Thor. I think she does a great job. She's fun to watch in the action scenes, and it's just pretty badass, anything that involves action. The visuals were really good. I mean, as you would expect, it's Marvel, but I actually really liked it because it was such a heavy emphasis on, like, space shit, which I'm always a sucker for. So they even have, like, a boat that's shooting out, like, a rainbow road with the Bifrost that's being pulled by some goats, and it's cool. It's cool to look at. There's a lot of cool moments, but just know those cool moments are going to be soon behind you when they're interrupted with yet another joke that falls flat for the millionth time in the film. I'd like to stress again, this isn't a shitty movie. This isn't some dumpster fire of a film, but it is absolutely carried by its visuals, its action, and its villain. But the action, visuals, and villain are pretty damn good. And like I said, I do like the relationship between Thor and Jane. I actually thought they did a great job with that, especially since most of the heavy lifting with that relationship had to be done in this movie. Because prior to Love and Thunder, the two of them didn't really have a whole lot going on together. I never really thought that they had a great, like, well-built relationship, so this movie had to do a lot to make you actually give a fuck about that. And I think it did a decent enough job at that. Plugging Thor Love and Thunder into the moist meter, I'm giving it a 65%. I don't think it's a bad movie or anything like that. I think there's some good moments, but overall, it's just almost like a rom-com Marvel movie where a lot of it just takes the wind out of its own sails by just making unstoppable, unrelenting amounts of jokes, most of which don't really land. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Spider-Man Far From Home. It's another superhero movie, which means another couple thousand Redditors with their pretentious fart-smelling tendencies saying superhero fatigue is setting in. I swear to God, this time. Doomsday preppers holding up signs on the street. Superhero fatigue, it's coming! The end is nigh! But as long as the movies still get made as good as they are, it's probably not going to set in for quite a while. The only really bad superhero movie I can think of off the top of my head from the Marvel Universe is Ant-Man and the Wasp. That one gargled some filthy butthole, but aside from that, Marvel movies are just so damn well done, and Spider-Man Far From Home is no exception. It is extraordinary. I really liked it. In fact, it's probably one of my favorite ones, to be honest with you. I think the villain in this movie is second only to Thanos in the superhero villain world. I love the villain, and it's not because he had like a relatable goal or goals that you really sympathized with or a character you really even cared about, but he was just so cool, and Jake Gyllenhaal was so good as the character. I loved it. It was just really amazing. The visuals they were able to accompany with his character, the way they executed a lot of the scenes involving the character, everything about him was amazing, and the ending to this movie is extraordinary. It got me so damn excited. I can't talk about it because it is a spoiler, but the ending of this movie had me and the whole damn theater excited. And that doesn't really happen. I like superhero movies. I think they're fun, but I never get like all giddy, in hand ready to ejaculate. But when the movie ends and you see, you sit through a little bit of the credits, you're rewarded with something great that I think most people that are familiar with superheroes can really appreciate. And I really just love the way they concluded it. The whole movie, though, was really good. The comedy lands per usual with most Marvel movies. It's really well executed in the comedy department. It tells a cute little story as well. Peter Parker, Tom Holland, he's just great as Spider-Man. I really enjoy him. There's just no bad characters. There's really no bad moments in the movie. The only complaints I have are nitpicky ones about the story, because the story's, it's kind of silly. Like, a lot of the decisions from the characters don't make sense. A lot of the scenes don't make sense. The story doesn't flow all that well because a lot of it just doesn't make sense. You have to suspend your disbelief. You have the whole thing is about a field trip stretched over an adventure where a lot of bad shit's happening, and yet for some reason the adventure still continues despite if it being in the real world. You fucking an entire city getting destroyed. Travel would probably be shut down, and since it's a bunch of kids on a field trip, the parents would probably want the kids home. You just had a damn demon destroy a city, a literal act of God in manifestation of destruction destroy a city. Your parents are probably going to want you to call the vacation short, but yet it still continues over the course of a bunch of different locations. A lot of the decisions from the characters, again, that I can't touch on don't really make sense to me. There's this level of trust that was never established as to why some of these characters are so trusting of one another. It's hard to explain without getting into spoilers, and I do try and avoid them. But that's the biggest complaint I'd have. It's just that the story is kind of nonsensical, and a lot of it's set up for jokes, I imagine. And because it kind of pokes fun at how ridiculous it is. There's a scene where Peter Parker gets on a train and all of a sudden he's 3,000 miles away from where he started in the blink of an eye, and they use that for a conduit for jokes, and I guess that works too, but it's just kind of silly from a narrative perspective. And the only other issue I have with the movie is I really think Spider-Man was kind of lame in the first 2 or 3 fights. He didn't really do anything. He kind of just got his ass cheeks smacked on by the enemies. He didn't really impress me, and he has been impressive. Spider-Man is a really, really fun character to watch in the action scenes in all the previous movies, and it was really underwhelming in the beginning. He just kind of, tossed a pebble. he'd throw a little road sign at the monster. I mean, that's kind of underwhelming, you know what I mean? But at the end of the movie, he really pops the f*** off. The last fight scene with the main villain is really, really fun to watch. I enjoyed that a lot. Really, everything about the last 30 minutes of the movie, I was just giddy about. I really, really liked it a lot. The movie's definitely worth seeing. I think it's very good. Plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving Spider-Man Far From Home a nice 90%. I really like it. I know a lot of you kind of scoff at superhero movies, but they're just really well made. They're really well done. Comedy works in all of them. The action works in all of them. They have good stories. They keep setting themselves up for a really interesting story narrative perspective. It's hard to not like them. You can pretend you don't, but when you see one, it's always enjoyable. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. That's about it. So yeah.
Initiating moisture protocol.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today I'll be analyzing the wetness found in the new Avengers movie, Infinity War. This is the third Avengers movie, the second being Age of Ultron, which was a huge stinky diaper of a movie. Just a big old stain. If your wife had invited Age of Ultron over when you were at work and she had sex with the movie Age of Ultron, you would forget that your wife ever cheated on you. That movie is so forgettable, it's disgusting. It's a really not good movie, and I had very low expectations for this one, and I'm really happy to say I was extremely surprised with this. It is extremely good. The best superhero movie I've seen, easily. Now, the plot's pretty simple. After a lot of failed attempts from Thanos to get the Infinity Stones, he decides to come in person, raw, no rubber, nuts to butts, to get the Infinity Stones himself, and he is one hell of a big bad. I love that they didn't just make him this comically evil character that no one gives a fuck about, because he, well, not no one gives a fuck about, but no one can sympathize with, no one can, you know, rationalize what they're doing. They really fleshed him out and humanized him with motives that some people might even say were just and might even support what Thanos was attempting to do. And I really liked that. It was a villain that you could really feel for and even at times root for. A very human villain, but still a villain and a real badass. This is how you do a big bad in a movie. Fantastic, absolutely spectacular villain. I really, really enjoyed them. I really enjoyed him a lot. But let's get to the things that I didn't enjoy about this movie. I hated what they did with the Hulk. It was just so yucky what they did with the Hulk. They made the Hulk the biggest pussy in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I thought maybe at the end it'd be redemption for the Hulk and he'd come out and have his big shining moment and was a super badass, but that didn't happen. They just made the Hulk laughable and just really upsetting. Kind of a spit in the face to Hulk fans, in my opinion, because there was no reason for it. They didn't justify why the Hulk is all of a sudden afraid of his own shadow. They didn't justify why the Hulk is just not anything cool anymore. There's no reason for him to be so pathetic. It'd be better if they had Peter from the new Deadpool movie trailer, you know, who has no superpowers but still skydives. He would have done more in this movie than the Hulk does. Sad, honestly, because the Hulk's one of the best characters. Another thing I really didn't like is the heroes never really outplay their opponents or outstrength them or really beat them. All the big bad guys they kill, like the lieutenants, the captains and stuff of the Thanos' army, they kill them by stabbing them in the back or ambushing them from behind. They just get them when they're not expecting it. They catch them with their pants down. And that's not really heroic or really cool to watch. It's like, oh, well, I mean, you just kind of cheated there. Even 1v1s on Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 on Rust had more integrity to them. This is just kind of a letdown when they kill one of the bad guys or something like that. There's also a lot of pacing issues with the movie because there's so many characters each doing their own little separate storyline to tie back into getting at Thanos. So there's a lot of pacing issues here. Not a huge complaint, but it is a complaint nonetheless because that is an issue. There's also a lot of really silly plot moments that just make no sense and are really stupid, but it's a superhero movie, you can expect that kind of shit to happen. Now, what this movie does right is everything else. The humor in this movie is very reminiscent of Thor Ragnarok, which is really good. So the humor was on point for the most part, save for a few lackluster, stinky ones they tossed in there. But overall, humor was great. The visuals, per usual with a Marvel movie, spectacular, really good. The fighting scenes were really interesting because it'd have the reality-bending stuff with Doctor Strange and also the Infinity Stones being tossed in there. So it wasn't just, you know, slap fighting or like jerking off each other until someone comes and that's the end of the fight or anything. There was a whole lot of different new ways of fighting because there's the Infinity Stones at play, there's magic at play, and all the heroes using all their powers and really, really cool to watch a lot of the fights unfold. At least up until the end of the fight when one of the other heroes runs up behind the enemy and ties their shoelaces together to end it. Another great thing about this movie is the ending. Best ending in a superhero movie I've seen. I respect the shit out of what they did there. They actually pulled the trigger on some really important character deaths. Don't know if they're going to stay dead because there's going to be the sequel to this movie coming out next year, obviously, but as it stands, I'm really satisfied with what they did at the end. They committed to a sad, unhappy ending, which is very uncharacteristic of modern superhero movies. I know DC kind of takes cum shots in the dark to try and make their movies very grim and sad, but they're usually not. They're just laughably bad for the most part. But this one actually did have a very, sad ending. And I'd like to shout out Tom Holland's acting, because that dude is killing it. If you're watching this, Tom Holland, come on the podcast. I want to tell you right to your face that you're a great actor. Best Spider-Man. I used to believe that Tobey Maguire was the best Spider-Man until this movie. Tom Holland, you sold me, man. You're the best Spider-Man. You're the real Spidey. I really can't gush enough about this movie, because it really does everything a superhero movie should do, and it does it really well. Save for a few pretty big issues with pacing and other things I've mentioned, but it's still a complete package that I think anyone who's followed Marvel movies will really enjoy and really like the payoff. I don't think you'll like what they've done with the Hulk and to an extent Star-Lord, but everything else is right on point and all the characters really shine. Now let's go ahead and plug this into the moist meter. I'm going to give this an 88%. That's a bit of an arbitrary number, but I want to let it be clear that it's the highest superhero movie score I've tossed out because I think this is the best superhero movie I've seen, but I don't think it's quite like a 90% moist meter movie. I think it's just below that because it does have quite a few issues, but it is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal, and I am beyond shocked at how great it is. And I don't think I've looked forward to a movie in a long time like I have right now for Infinity War Part 2 or whatever they're gonna call it. I'm really, really excited to see how this wraps up. So yeah, that's it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Venom movie, Let There Be Carnage. With the first Venom movie, I was applauded for my bravery, cheered on in the comment section for finally saying what people were afraid to say when the movie came out, that it kind of sucked ass. I didn't like the first Venom movie that much. I didn't think it was great. Felt like I was missing so many things, and the final product was just like a choppy mess where it didn't really have a satisfying story and a way of getting there. My biggest complaint was like Venom and his relationship with Eddie Brock. It just feels like it just came out of nowhere. In one scene, they hate each other, Venom's mad, and then the next scene he's like, you know what, I want to save humanity. It's like, well, how did we get there? But setting aside my criticisms of the first movie, I think the second movie is better. I think it's a goofy, fun movie. It doesn't take itself too seriously at all. But it's also pretty redundant when compared to the first movie because it kind of does the same thing. At the end of the first Venom movie, it's like, we're going to save the world, we're going to eat bad guys, we're going to be a hero that's not afraid to rip some fucking heads off. And in this movie, they come in and they're like, we're not ripping heads off, you're in timeout, because Eddie Brock doesn't want bad guys to get their heads eaten by Venom. So pretty much the entire movie is just them bantering with each other. And granted, it is enjoyable, because I think the writing's good and Tom Hardy's very good. So them joking around and getting mad at each other and having these arguments that you would expect a couple to have is fun, but when that's the entire first hour of the movie, like the bulk of what's going on is just them not seeing eye to eye on how bad guys should be eaten and how they should be a hero and how Eddie Brock just wants to be left alone, it's just kind of tiresome because we've already kind of seen that with the first movie. I do love the actual fight with Carnage. I think at the end of the movie when they fight, it all works really well. It's a very satisfying fight, but everything leading up to there, I feel like they didn't know how to get it to that point. So they just threw in what worked the first time for most people, which was the back and forth with Eddie Brock and Venom. And I will say again, I just don't think Venom movies work at a PG-13 rating. Like for Carnage, for example, when Carnage is going crazy, he's killing everyone, and Cletus Cassidy, when they're killing everyone, it's really cheapened by the fact that they do it all like off camera, off screen. So you don't really see that. You're not really like afraid of them or really impressed with their power. It's like, oh, this guy, he kicked somebody, and now we don't see that person again. It's like, it's kind of lame. That's not exactly scary. I said this in the first movie. I thought it was supposed to be R initially because the first movie is so chopped up that it feels like they cut out everything that made it R. And I also feel that way about this movie. It feels at times that it's edited in a way to hide scenes that were R-rated that they took away at the last second. I don't think that's the case because the first movie was PG-13. I imagine they planned for this one to be the same rating, but it still does feel that way. It's just there's something about the movie. Like, it just jumps around, and it just gets real silly. And not like it's self-aware silliness, just like, this is kind of dumb. To give you an example, this is going a bit into spoiler territory, so spoiler warning for this. At the end of the movie with the fight with Carnage, Cassidy has his girlfriend there, and you don't care about his girlfriend. They don't really do anything to flesh out this relationship or make you, as a viewer, care. It's pretty underwhelming. It's kind of dumb. But it's there because they thought it needed to be there to have like a climactic final showdown, so it is what it is. And his girlfriend is very clearly a psychopath just like Cassidy. She's killing people, she encourages him to kill people, she's impressed when people are dying, cars are blowing up, cops are being murdered, she loves it. And then at the very end of the movie, it inexplicably, or maybe I missed it, Carnage is about to hurt Eddie Brock's most important person. And she's like, don't do this, Cassidy, now you've gone too far, you've got to stop. So then Carnage starts strangling her. He's like, we're not stopping, and I'm going to shut you up. And then Cassidy's like, no, that's my girlfriend. And then there's like this, back and forth with Carnage and Cassidy. Like, you can't hurt her, it's my girlfriend. But she told us to stop, and she can scream real loud. That's bad for us. And it's like, well, what the fuck is going on? Why was she even, like, upset with Carnage and Cassidy in the first place? She was all on board for killing complete strangers. And now, when it's someone who's a little less of a stranger, someone she actively kidnaps, now it's a problem. It's like, well, what the fuck is going on? So, it's just really, again, all over the place sometimes, and it just feels like it's missing crucial shots and scenes. Okay, now back from spoilers. The rest will be spoiler-free. That was really the main one I wanted to talk about. Like I said, I didn't have like a bad time watching the movie. I enjoyed it because I thought the damn, got eyelash in my eye. But yeah, like I said, I did have fun watching it because the writing was strong with its banter. Since that was the main bulk of the movie, was just them bantering, and they at least did a good job with that. They even sent Venom to a rave, so it's very clear that they're indulging in the silliness of the movie. But overall, I don't think it's like a great movie. Cletus Cassidy, I think, is played well by Woody Harrelson, but it's not a very good character. They don't do a great job with him. They just established he had a girlfriend that this girl that he really liked when he was young, and now he wants to get back together with her, and he's a serial killer. And they try and do that thing with serial killers where they say, like, the wackiest shit that's, like, super deep, but with Cassidy here, they just don't know how to write that. It's like, you see it like in like anime where the villain has like these crazy monologues that are all like really profound and like wild. Well, they try and do that with Cassidy, but it just doesn't work. So, like when he's on death row, he's giving like his last speech, and it's just super goofy. It's not like, that was scary, ominous, and yet profound. It was like, he'll give a speech and it's like, hey, Eddie, when you flush a toilet and the water goes down the pipes, that water's not coming back. That's like me on death row. I'm water in a toilet, Eddie. It's like, it wasn't a very cool villain monologue, and it really wasn't scary. It was just kind of goofy. So that was pretty disappointing, and again, the girlfriend isn't really a strong character either. They don't do much to flesh her out. They just make her equally a psychopath to Cletus Cassidy. So that's really all you get there from that relationship, so you as a viewer aren't really going to care very much. But like I said, the final fight with Venom vs. Carnage was satisfying. I did enjoy it. I just wish leading up to there was more about the movie than just banter. There are some scenes of Carnage blowing up police cars, blowing up helicopters, and it's good. Like it's still fun to watch. I think Carnage is a really cool character. But it's disappointing to have a character like Carnage, who's all about murder, blood in the streets and gore and like going crazy, to be a PG-13 movie where it just feels like he's a super watered down version of Carnage, so he's not as intimidating as you would expect him to be. But that's that's more nitpicky. I don't think this movie was ever going to be R-rated, though I think it should have. It's not bad. I want to make that clear. I definitely think this is better than the first movie, so I did enjoy it. I didn't have a bad time. Let's plug it into the moist meter. I'm giving Venom Let There Be Carnage a 60%. Hopefully, if they continue the Venom franchise, they can finally stop making the majority of the movie just Eddie Brock and Venom bantering. It is enjoyable, but I think doing it 3 times in a row as like the main bulk of the movie is going to be a bit much. So hopefully now we can just establish he is the lethal protector. They're on the same page now, and going forward, we can start from that point instead of go backwards. So anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Marvel has become synonymous with forgettable. Marvel movies have really kind of lost their luster and haven't found their footing for a little while, at least for me, and I know superhero fatigue is something that's kind of been hitting for a lot of people. So I honestly didn't have huge expectations of Guardians of the Galaxy 3 going into it, especially because I didn't really like Volume 2. And considering this is James Gunn's last rodeo with Marvel, I thought he might have just phoned it in just to finish off the contract, but I'm happy to say it's not the case. I was pleasantly surprised by this movie. It was very good. For the first time in a long time, I actually cared about what I was watching from Marvel. It didn't just feel like throwaway schlock from the same tired old formula done a million times. Now that's not to say that this thing pushes new ground, breaks boundaries, and transcends Marvel and superheroes. It very much does play into a lot of the same tropey shit that we're used to, but it does it with a lot of heart, and it does it in a pretty unapologetic, self-aware way. And I appreciated that. Even though, like I said, it doesn't do anything super new, it does all of the stuff that you kind of expect it to do well. Now I want to get a complaint that's going to sound really petty out of the way immediately because I actually just talked about this in a movie not even a month ago. Every AAA big budget production now needs a Beastie Boys moment. Why? It makes a little more sense in Guardians of the Galaxy since it's already built itself up to be very big on like the classic music, you know, 80s in particular. I get it there, but even still, why always the Beastie Boys? The Mario movie had a Beastie Boys moment. Every movie ever made, whether it's their trailer or in the actual movie itself, has a Beastie Boys moment. I'm tired of it. Like, the Beastie Boys are fine, but stop. Use other music. Christ. I guess spoilers, but yeah, and Guardians of the Galaxy has a Beastie Boys montage moment. God damn it, just choose anything else. I'm so tired of hearing Sabotage, No Sleep Till Brooklyn a million times in every goddamn movie. There's so many other songs out there. There has to be a reason for it, and it can't just be because they're huge Beastie Boys fans. There has to be a deeper conspiracy. I haven't fully connected all the dots to paint the whole picture on exactly what that conspiracy might be, but how the does every blockbuster movie all have a Beastie Boys montage moment? There's got to be a reason for it, an explanation. Anyway, with that out of the way, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is good. So, I went into this expecting little but getting a lot out of it by the time the credits rolled, and that's thanks to the heavy lifting done to the Rocket Raccoon backstory. The entire backstory was fantastic. I actually thought they did a great job fleshing out the character. It was sad, it was dark, but not in like a, you know, stupid, edgy way or anything. It was like really well written. I really liked what they did with Rocket Raccoon's backstory, and it really helps that for the first time in a long time, Marvel finally just made a hateable villain. A villain that you can't really make any arguments for redeeming qualities, and I think that's nice, it's refreshing. They've been trying so hard to capture the magic of Thanos that they keep making these villains that have, like, sympathetic motives and all that, which I think is important a lot of times, but at this point in the Marvel game, it's nice to just have a villain that is just irredeemably evil. In the quest of perfection, in the pursuit of perfection, he has become a monster. And that's it. He's just a monster. And he does a lot of crazy, awful shit, and you're constantly pulling for his demise. He's basically Dr. Frankenstein, he's creating monsters, and it's very sad. It's very sad to see his creations because there is a lot of time given to showing a very human side of them, and it makes you feel for those creatures and makes you hate the villain even more, which is good. Another thing that's good is it subverted my expectations with how it handles Gamora. I don't want to spoil anything, but I actually think everything they did with Gamora and the Guardians team was really well done, without cop-outs and cheating here and there to try and, you know, give a ton of fan service and make... I'm trying not to spoil anything, and it's kind of tough. I will just say I like how they handled everything with Gamora. It wasn't what I was expecting them to do, but I'm glad they went the direction they did. Now, one thing I often critique in Marvel movies heavily is its humor. The Marvel quirkiness that every character has. It's a plague that swept through not only Marvel movies, but infected every other movie around it because everything is using quirky Marvel humor now. Guardians of the Galaxy, of course, that's alive and well. You would expect that. They established that very early on with Guardians Volume 1, which I liked back then, but now it just feels exhausting. In Guardians 3, I still think most of the humor doesn't really land except for Drax. I like Drax. I know a lot of people like Drax. It's kind of a basic bitch type take, but Drax actually does make me giggle. Dave Bautista is just so charming. He's so fun to watch, and I think Drax is a lot of fun. But his jokes are really the only ones that land for me, even in this movie, save for a couple of rare instances where they used humor, more physical humor than I expected them to, that I wasn't expecting. Instead of just relying on a quirky one-liner or stupid throwaway joke, they did some kind of slapstick that caught me off guard and made me giggle a bit. So, I do think the humor was better here, though even still, it didn't really resonate a lot with me if Drax wasn't there. Now here's something I felt they really dropped the ball on, and that's Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock is a really interesting character. I think he's a really cool character that has nothing to do in this movie. It felt like he was just a genuine afterthought that someone must have reminded James Gunn of somewhere along the way of when he was almost done writing this movie, so then he had to ham-fist him in here for some kind of purpose because he'd already been teased. Adam Warlock he doesn't have a place in here. When he shows up, it's like he's just another useless, stupid bounty hunter. He's kind of dumb. He's just a dumb, naive guy, and he's very powerful, and he'll show up for little bursts of 2 to 3 minutes on screen, and then they shoo him away. And then he shows up maybe 45 minutes later for another 2 or 3 minutes, and then poof him away once again. Which is a shame because I really think there's so much potential with Adam Warlock, and I'm sure it will be explored in the future, but in this movie, they did not make him interesting, compelling, or anything at all, really. And everything that kind of involved his storyline, because it's more than just him, Adam Warlock's mom is also in this, everything between the two of them felt like such an afterthought. Like a yawn. Don't really understand why. Maybe they should have just held off on Adam Warlock here and just teased him one more time before really bringing him into the fold so they could focus on him a bit more, but I'll just say, his role in this film is pretty meaningless. So I feel like that was wasted opportunity and wasted potential. And I did mention the villain. The villain is the High Evolutionary. He is just a hateable villain. He's not exactly the most interesting character or anything. He's very 2D. He's just hateable. And while I liked that because it's nice just to see a villain that is just cartoonishly evil, I think a lot of people might have an issue with it because he is so flat. Everything evil that he can do, he does. There's no justification even attempted for his actions. He's just a bad guy. And he's not really powerful either. He has some powers, but they're not very cool or strong. And he never actually does anything himself either, which is pretty underwhelming, so when it does come time for him to fight, it's over really quickly. That's not to say, the action in this movie's bad. There's a really cool action scene that takes place in a hallway, and it's just it's a nice scene where everyone gets a moment to shine on the Guardians team. But I'll tell you right now, the High Evolutionary is not in that moment. He doesn't really have any cool fight moments or anything that showcases his abilities. But overall, I did enjoy the movie. By far the best part is Rocket's backstory. Everything with Rocket's storyline, I think they absolutely nailed. It does have a bit of messiness to its overall plot, just because there's so many moving parts to it with the Guardians. They have some Guardians that are still on another planet because there's so many of them, so they have to split up as well. There's just so many things, and then they have Adam Warlock that they're trying to get in the game here, in the ball game. So there are moments that I do think that it really loses its footing, but overall, I enjoyed it. It doesn't do anything new with superhero movies, it doesn't do anything new for Marvel, but it does what you expect, and it does it well, and I think it's a really nice departure from James Gunn here. I think he left it off on a really positive note, which I'm happy about. So, plugging Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 into the Moist Meter, I'm giving it an 80%. I enjoyed it, and yeah, that's about it. So, yeah, I'm no award-winning power lifter, but I still performed an incredible feat of strength today. I watched 3 episodes of She-Hulk. I know. Get your oohs and ahs out of the way. I'm like a circus freak here. How can Charlie do that, you know? What, is he a superhuman? Are you kidding me? 3 episodes of She-Hulk in one sitting? That's right, and I only dozed off once. I'm not lying, this isn't clickbait. I really did watch every episode back to back to back. Call me a hero, call me a villain, call me crazy. But I pulled it off. I did. I must have some kind of unique mutation in my own body that enables me to do these kind of things. It's kind of like in the show where Hulk mentions their bodies metabolize alcohol at a much faster rate than normal people. I have that power, but with not good TV shows. I'm sure you've all heard by now, but Marvel's released yet another TV show. It's She-Hulk. And it hasn't been doing that well. In fact, it's been doing pretty awful. Most people on YouTube and Twitter are insulting it and making fun of it. It's really catching more shit than a porta-potty toilet seat in a construction site. If you only looked at YouTube titles about this show, you'd probably believe that this show somehow gives you gamma radiation just from watching it. It has been getting absolutely slammed and jammed. And I wanted to watch it to see if it really is as bad as everyone's saying, and I just want to make this video giving my opinions on it so far. I've been very upfront and honest. I don't like the Marvel TV shows. The only one that I've liked is Loki. All the other ones I find just a tedious chore to watch. It's just the same formula every time. And it's not just the TV shows, the movies are now following the same formula, and I'm just tired of it. Every character is quippy and quirky and joking back and forth, and nothing interesting is really happening anymore. So I've just completely lost interest in it, but I did want to give this series a fair shake and form an opinion on it, and that's what I'm going to do here, just share my thoughts on it. So right away, the show's not the worst thing ever created, but it's not good. This is a very sub-mediocre show. The biggest crime this show commits is being boring. There is nothing interesting that's happening in this show whatsoever, nor is there even any hints of anything interesting around the corner. It is very much like a CW show, visually and in terms of its writing. The CGI in this just absolutely broke my heart. I could feel the carpal tunnel, the over-exhaustion from the workers that are forced to work on the CGI for yet another Marvel show. It is clear through their work that they are tired. They need a break, because they're not even trying. Like in the very first episode, a spaceship, floats down and it looks awful. It actually looks like an Adobe After Effects tutorial on YouTube. It is not good, and that level of CGI persists throughout the remaining 2 episodes. I really think they are just overworking their teams now, and they're just constantly like pumping shit out, and they can't keep the quality there, because obviously, they're being stretched so thin. So that's an immediate complaint that I'd like to put out there, but let's talk about a lot of the big things people are focusing on Twitter. The first one was a very viral clip from episode 1 where Jin, She-Hulk, is talking to Bruce, and Bruce is talking about how she needs to control her emotions, that way she doesn't freak out and go Hulk form and kill people by accident, like he's experienced, right? So she took great offense to that, saying something along the lines of, "I'm great at controlling my emotions. When I get catcalled on the street, or when men try and critique me in my area of expertise, I'm always having to control my emotions and my anger, and I do it much better than you, Bruce." Which is just really f***ed up to belittle Bruce. I don't know why she would say that, or why the writers would put that in there as a slap to Bruce. A character with by far the most trauma in the MCU. Most recently, he just lost the love of his life, and he has the only canon suicide attempt in the MCU. It's totally fine to highlight Jin's problems and things that she's experienced that make her upset and all of the legitimate issues she has, but why then make it like a competition of who has the most trauma and say, I control anger better than you, Bruce, I have it worse than you, Bruce. That's so f***ed up. It's downright disrespectful, so there's a reason why a lot of people were mad about that clip, and seeing it in the context of the show does nothing to make it better. It's still the same awful garbage. Now, the rest of the episode is just boring. It's not very interesting, and they set very generic Marvel. Everything is superseded with a joke or some kind of quip constantly. Now, I get it. Comic book fans had a whole bunch of copium about this show, well, actually, She-Hulk in the comic books is very wacky and zany. She's always making jokes, so it makes sense that her show would be more comedic in tone. And that's fine. That's great. I'm super happy to hear that. But I am so tired of it. Legitimately, the last thing Marvel needed was yet another comedy. Everything they make is a comedy. I don't think there's any lunatic out there that was just like, oh man, I really like Marvel movies and shows, but they're just a bit too serious. I wish they'd give us something a little goofier, you know, a little lighter. None of the characters left in the MCU have their own personalities anymore. They're all following the exact same formula. Every single character is a jokester. They're always joking. And it's like not good jokes, it's just like the most obvious cookie cutter recycled garbage over and over again, just being refed constantly. Like, just so tiresome. I can't help but roll my eyes. Even the villains now are just kind of like an extension of the heroes in that they're always joking. Like, nothing is being taken seriously to even the slightest degree anymore, it feels like. Even the f***ing Abomination, who's in this show, is just another clown. Like, he's just making jokes constantly. Talking about writing haikus as well as his 7 soulmates and this and that. Like, it's just too much. It's like going into a middle school classroom during a substitute teacher where every student's trying to make, like, the best joke all at once and they're all terrible. It's painful. And, again, I get it, this show's supposed to be more comedic, because it's certainly not focusing on any kind of, like, action or, like, bigger world building so far. This is a very self-contained unit that has other elements from the MCU, like Wong, Abomination, Bruce, but it's very much just like a sitcom with them. It's not like a law drama, so they're not focusing on any part of her being an attorney. Like, yes, it's here, but it's very rudimentary. It's not like anything super compelling. It's really mainly just following She-Hulk as she makes jokes with people around her and becomes a superstar. And now they've brought in, like, so many other super-powered people. There's a tiny little side plot where one, like, chauvinistic asshole was dating a shape-shifting elf from Asgard who was disguising herself as Megan Thee Stallion, and now he's suing her for it, and, you know, Jin's used in court to testify that that guy's a chauvinistic asshole who's so delusionally thought it could have been the real Megan Thee Stallion. It's all just so dumb. And this is where another big viral Twitter clip comes in of people making fun of the show. At the end of that episode, that's episode 3, there's a post-credit scene where She-Hulk is twerking with Megan Thee Stallion. And yeah, you know what, it's pretty cringe, but it doesn't bother me. I don't care. It's a post-credit scene. Let them have fun. I don't know why people are making a big hoopla about it. Like that, I have no gripes with that whatsoever. You know, it's not something that had me giggling or getting hype, but I wasn't, like, upset by it. I wasn't mad about it. I mean, plenty of post-credit scenes in Marvel have been really f***ing silly too, so I don't think there's anything super different about that. It's just the whole show itself isn't very good. To me, this whole show just feels soulless, just very robotic and by the numbers, as if they just took a random character from Marvel and plugged them into an MCU media algorithm and it pumped out this entire script in a day. All just written by AI, all just very formulaic. It feels like there's no passion behind it. It just feels like it was made because they need to keep making Marvel stuff to keep people subscribed to Disney+. So they just pump out as much as they can, as quickly as they can, for as many characters as they can, to keep that train rolling. There's just nothing at all happening right now. At the end of episode 3, she does get into a bit of a fight, a little scuffle, which is the first fight of the show outside of episode 1, and it's against just 4 no-named, nobody henchmen in an alley, and they're wielding crowbars and a mace, and like a needle, and there's little particle effects coming off of them. So she easily dispatches them by just doing this. It's kind of like a Detroit urban survival training course, where Dale's telling you just, like, how to tackle 5 assailants all at once, where you just go in a circle and, like, slap their back. That's how she fights. You know, obviously she overpowers all of them, she's the She-Hulk, but, like, they couldn't have at least made the fight a little more interesting. Like, they'll hit her with the mace, she doesn't feel it, and then she just slaps to the side, or throws to the side, or throws up, and like, that's it. It's just, the action's not fun to watch. There's no, like, drama, there's no stakes, there's nothing besides just jokes. And I just really think that's really run its course. It's not very entertaining. Maybe it'll get better in the next few episodes, I couldn't tell you, but I don't really see where it goes from here. They're trying to set something up, because the bad guys at the end there say, you know, the boss isn't going to like this or whatever. So it's trying to maybe set something up, but it's just not interesting. Anyway, that's really like my full thoughts on the show so far. I'll probably finish it just to see where it goes, if it goes anywhere at all. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Black Panther Wakanda Forever. Let's just go ahead and get right into it. So, this movie obviously had a very tough development with the tragic passing of Chadwick Boseman. I believe they had completely finished the script for Wakanda Forever, and then his passing occurred, so they had to rewrite everything, obviously. And I think they handled it very respectfully, and it's very smart how they did it in-universe. The characters in the film are mourning the loss of King T'Challa and trying to figure out what they're going to do going forward to protect Wakanda now that the Black Panther's no longer around to keep them safe. And I just think overall that was the right way of handling the situation in the universe there. So it worked very well for the film, but overall, I just didn't like this movie as much as the first one, and that's not only because of, you know, the loss of Chadwick Boseman. Of course, no one's ever going to be able to play that role as well as he did, so that you can't hold that against the film. Outside of that, there's just a lot in this movie that doesn't work super well, even though there are, like, objectively better components to it. Like, the CGI is significantly improved. They did a much better job with the CGI in this film compared to the first one. The second half of Black Panther with like that, you know, very cinematic finale fight had really wonky CGI. Here they cleaned most of that up to the point where like even the underwater looked pretty beautiful. And I also think they did a better job with the action sequences in this one. They're a lot more hype and they go a lot harder. Like this shit'll reach out and slap you in your seat. They did much better with the action here. But even with these upgrades, I just don't feel like it excelled at everything that it wanted to achieve. The movie's at its best when the characters, you can feel the emotion behind them. There's very good writing for a lot of these characters, and the acting is outstanding. So when they're delivering these really emotionally charged monologues and these emotionally charged moments, it hits, and they've done a great job with that. But they also weave in, like, very generic Marvel formula stuff. Like, I just feel like overall there's a lot of things they put in here that just didn't land super well when it comes to, like, the Marvel experience, because it's just things that we've already seen so many times before. I feel like what must have happened is when they were rewriting the script, they maybe started to scramble a bit and just decided to play it very safe and just fall back on the tried and true Marvel formula. And by golly, I swear with my hand on a stack of Bibles, as God is my witness, I'll hit you with the truth. I am so tired of that Marvel formula. I roll my eyes more at the Marvel formula than I did at Pythagorean theorem back in algebra class when I was in school. I am just exhausted from it. It just feels so worn out to me at this point. Like, it used to be like comfort food, you know, just like spoonfuls of ice cream in the form of Marvel movies and TV shows. But at this point, you know, now it's just like this gluttonous monster just constantly shoving the ice cream down your throat, and by the time you reach the bottom of the tub, you just feel like you get nothing out of it. At least that's how I feel. Luckily, the whole film doesn't just follow the standard story beats of Marvel films. It has incredible moments, and it's more of a slow burn of a movie where it's a lot of conversations, it's a lot of dialogue, but the dialogue is written so well that it's really the best parts. There's great action, of course, which is always fun to watch, but like I said in the beginning, the emotional moments are the parts that I found to be the most interesting and really the highlights of the film. But they really start in like the second half of the film to just go down that more standard route. It transitions into a very standard, very safe, by-the-numbers, generic superhero film. You know, a very standard villain who wants to, you know, destroy the world. They're the most powerful thing ever. The world's gotta go because they're not happy. They had a rough experience once as a kid, and now the world's destroyed. Now it's gotta go. And it's up to our core team here to stop it, and it's very quippy, full of jokes. It's just so, like, done a million times before. The first film had an amazing villain with Killmonger, so it's hard not to remember that when the villain in this film is so weak. Namor isn't like a weak on showcasing the strength of the civilization he comes from. In the movie, Namor leads a civilization that's supposed to be as technologically advanced and as powerful as Wakanda. And they never really get that across. Like, the characters in that civilization, they ride around on animals like whales and which is cool, but, you know, they're not like cyber whales shooting laser beams with turrets on it or anything. They don't have any, like, aircrafts or anything. They're underwater. And they don't have any high tech. They're throwing spears, like normal spears, not even like cyber spears. Wakanda could at any point crush them if they wanted to. They just never felt like a real threat. Like, the most high tech thing we ever saw from Namor and his civilization is basically a big water balloon. They have these little water grenades where they throw them and they blow up into like this bomb of water. And that's really the most high tech weaponry they showed. But they kept hammering it home that this civilization is unbeatable. They could wipe out Wakanda. They're so scary and strong. But they just did a terrible job of showing that. And I also just kind of felt like Namor was kind of lame. Like, that's a little harsh. I mean, he's not like, you know, Weenie Hut Jr., like, turbo nerd, not cool to watch or anything. But he's just, he doesn't have like a really interesting backstory, nor is he himself like an interesting villain either. They try and make him like sympathetic, but it doesn't land super well, and watching him fight is pretty underwhelming, even though he's supposed to be extremely strong. And they do get that across, like, he is strong, but at no point did I ever think, damn, this guy's strong, he'll f you in the face, this is a real tough opponent here. And maybe I'm just not a huge fan of the character design. I thought the little wings on the ankles were kind of goofy, like the little Hermes shoes. Namor has these tiny little chicken wings on his feet that allow him to fly when he's in the surface area, and he can fly fast as but I just don't think it looks very cool. Like, it just looks a little silly. Like, it just looks like these tiny little wings that you'd see on a small flightless bird. Like, I think the character could have been cool. They could have done something great with the character, and I think the actor did a great job with the character, but it just didn't really land. I just felt like it was more of a miss than anything. Now, maybe they'll build the character up in the future, perhaps. I guess we'll have to wait and see, but as it is in this film, I just felt really underwhelmed by the villain. And, you know, it's like, I want to make it clear, I don't think this movie was bad by any means. I did enjoy it overall, but I think it was just way too long as well. This is a 2 hour and 41 minute movie that's just way too long. They could have absolutely cut out quite a bit of that. I like slow burn, long films, but this movie had no reason to be that long. There's like entire side quests in here that don't even matter. Without getting into spoilers, they follow around some familiar faces in America, and they're doing some things and talking about what's happening in Wakanda, but everything they're doing just feels so meaningless and doesn't have like a real impact on the story or anything really. So it just feels like, why are we spending any time with them, let alone like 20 to 30 minutes? You could have absolutely just maybe cut that out of the film, and I think that would have helped just bring the runtime down a little bit, because it is just kind of a lot, with some moments like that not really contributing much. But overall, like, I did like the film. I also really liked the soundtrack, which I already expected I would. The soundtrack in the first one also slapped, and I knew this one would be just as good, and it is. So overall, I did enjoy it. It just has some things that I didn't like as much. So plugging Black Panther Wakanda Forever into the Moist Meter, I'm going to give it a nice clean 70%. I think they've done a lot of good things with this film. There was a lot of things that did work, but there were a lot of things that didn't as well. But yeah, overall, it was good. That's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the new Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. It's very rare in 2018 that you'll find a Spider-Man animation without Spider-Man's dick in Elsa's mouth, but Sony has done just that. They made a brand new Spider-Man animation, and surprisingly, it is tied for the best animated movie I've ever seen in my life. It's tied with Redline. Turned the wrong way like a f***ing idiot, but it's tied with Redline, which is my favorite animated movie ever made, and this is right up there with it. I might even say this is a better animated movie than Redline, and that right there is not something I say lightly. That's blasphemy to me. Redline is nearly unmatched in terms of animation until now. This movie is so aesthetically pleasing and visually stunning. Everything is so stylized. I'm sure if Miles farted on screen, it'd come with like a kaboom comic book bubble flying out of his asshole, and it would look great. Every move in this movie is fantastic to look at. Every action scene, every travel scene, everything is just so
beautiful. It's amazing. The visuals in this movie are unmatched. It is truly breathtaking. And it's got a nice little story. It's heartwarming with some emotional moments. It gets dark as well sometimes, and it brings some great new characters to the screen. You got Nicolas Cage noir Spider-Man, Overwatch Diva Spider-Man, Porky Pig Spider-Man, Spider-Ham. They're all cool little characters, albeit those characters aren't really explored or fleshed out or anything. They're just kind of there as comedic characters that kind of do some badass things occasionally, but they're not very important to the story. The main characters are Miles, Peter Parker, and Gwen, and they're great characters. There's no bad characters in this movie because they're all well written. The entire movie is super well written. The only thing I'd say in that department is some of the one-liners don't land. One of Spider-Man's big gimmick is the one-liners, so when you have 50 spider people coming out of nowhere all doing one-liners, not all of them are going to work. It's to be expected. That's not a huge complaint or anything. It's hard to believe that the studio that made this is the same one that shit out the Emoji Movie. It's unreal. I can't even imagine that. That would be like as if Lil Pump secretly wrote all of Mozart's material. It's such an incredible turnaround from the Emoji Movie. I just don't understand how they were capable of this greatness, but then also shit out the Emoji Movie. I'm happy it's been realized here, though, when we have Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, because this is incredible. It is an amazing movie. The soundtrack is something else I'd like to point out. I really enjoyed the soundtrack in this movie. The score fits super well in all the scenes when they interlace the action and shit with some music. It was really fun to watch. I also think most people will appreciate all the little Easter eggs that are thrown throughout the movie. A lot of little, tidbits of Spider-Man lore and poking fun at itself at some points, poking fun at superhero shit at others. And of course there's a Stan Lee cameo in here. Rest in peace, Mr. Stan Lee, Excelsior. He's in this bad boy, and he's got a really touching scene. And that was cute. And the whole movie's just pretty heartwarming overall with the messages and the story. It's a really great movie, and I can't stress that enough. Probably the best animated movie I've ever seen. And I'm saying that right in front of Redline 2, and it hurts. It hurts. But the movie really is just that good. I do have a major complaint, however, and that is that Kingpin, his motive, he would have still been perfect. He wanted to unfuck himself with his plan, but even if he did, he'd still fuck himself. It's hard to explain. I'm sure if you've seen the movie you'll understand what I'm saying, but no matter what would have happened if Spider-Man didn't step in, Kingpin would have come out on the bottom. He would not have won. His plan just didn't work. His motivation was an emotional one, they did that well, but it just didn't make sense. It drove the plot, it led to a lot of spider people coming in, and that was great, but he was just a pretty weak villain in terms of his motivation. Very fun one to watch on screen, and there is that bit of emotion they gave to him, but like I said, his plan's just pretty shitty overall. Let's plug this into the moist meter. I'm giving Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse a 95%. This is probably one of the best superhero movies in general ever made, and honestly, probably the best animated movie ever made. Beating out Redline ever so slightly. Just ever so slightly. If there's a Redline 2 coming, hands down that'll beat this one, but I don't think we're going to see a Redline 2, unfortunately. But this isn't here to cry about Redline. This is to praise the new Spider-Man movie because it's really good. That's it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. You can probably hear the jubilation in my voice. I'm very excited to talk about this. In fact, it might even be spoilers on how I feel about the film entirely. Bored. This is one of the few Marvel movies that actually has pretty suboptimal reception. I think it has like a 48% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not that I put any real stock into Rotten Tomatoes scores, considering they continue to give Big Mouth 100% every season. It's an absolute mockery of reviews, to be honest. But it's just one of those rare instances where even Marvel fans are like, yeah, this is kind of underwhelming and mid, which it is. I guess I can't say the movie's bad, per se. Ant-Man and the Wasp is bad. That is still perhaps the weakest MCU film in my opinion. This isn't as bad as Ant-Man and the Wasp. It is better than that, but it's not good either. It exists in that unbearable purgatory where it's neither bad nor good, and it's just on that line of being boring.
Like, I walked out of the theater and then I played basketball and completely forgot I'd ever even watched the movie in the first place. I had to be reminded that I saw it. Like, recalling anything meaningful that happens in this film is like trying to remember a mediocre dream. There's only one thing that actually shines in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, and it's Kang. Kang the Conqueror is a very cool character, and he is very cool in this film, but he's really the only one. Everything that happens here just feels so flat and bland. It tries to follow the Marvel formula to the point where it almost becomes like a parody of itself. It's constantly shoehorning really lazy jokes that don't hit the mark. Constantly. And speaking of jokes, let's talk about MODOK. He's not really a villain in this movie, he's just a punching bag for people to laugh at. He's not menacing, he's not intimidating, he does nothing except get literally made fun of by every character in the film. That's his whole role. He's just this embarrassing presence that they constantly poke fun at. Like, and he looks like, too, like the CGI on him is awful. I saw a post comparing MODOK from this movie to George Lopez as Mr. Electric in 2005's Shark Boy and Lava Girl, and George Lopez as Mr. Electric looks better. Like, MODOK here is awful. Genuinely horrible. I don't know a whole lot about MODOK. I don't know if he's supposed to just be like this sponge that just absorbs insults from characters forever. But I feel like he was supposed to be like the right-hand man to Kang that was, you know, this expert killer villain, but he's not here. He does nothing except get made fun of. I've said this before and it's applicable here as well. If the characters aren't taking anything seriously, if everything about the situations they're in is played off as a joke, then why are the spectators supposed to care? At that point, it's just kind of a sitcom. This movie's supposed to be the kickoff for Phase 5, I believe, and man, what a weak start. This is the equivalent of, like, starting a basketball game and scoring on your own hoop. Like, this is just kind of lame, honestly. I also would like to talk about the visuals quickly, because I really like the Quantumania style of just, like, goofy, wacky happening. Like, a lot of the tech is all oozy and gooey to pilot a weird technological ship. You have to double fist the controls and then steer the goo. Like, I like that kind of shit. But there's a lot of times in this film where it was just noticeably bad. And it's not because the VFX department isn't talented, it's because they're clearly overworked. There's a lot of fatigue in the VFX department because of how much they're constantly having to churn out, I feel. Like, I believe over the last few years you can see a real steady decline in the quality of the visuals. Like, need I remind you of Thor: Love and Thunder, when they're, like, transmitting that kid's face, and it looks like an actual Power Rangers moment? Like, there is very clear signs that the VFX team just needs a little more time to flesh it out better so it looks better. Because, damn. That it does happen quite a few times in this film. It's not nearly as bad as, like, in Thor: Love and Thunder with the scene I mentioned, but there are moments where I was like, ugh, that did not look very good. But overall, I appreciate the style they were going for. And now let's get to the story here. I'm not going to be getting into spoilers, though I would really like to help illustrate my major complaints with the narrative here, but I'll just give, like, the general broad strokes. So after being sucked into the quantum realm, the team gets split up. And Scott and his daughter end up meeting some of the quantum locals. And they are worthless. The locals are fighting back against Kang, but they have no real role to play in this film, other than to serve as cannon fodder for Kang to murder to show that he's not a nice guy. They don't do anything to further the plot. There's like a whole breakout moment with like one of the leaders of the Resistance, but that leads to nothing. All they do is like rush Kang to die. They were just entirely useless to the plot of the film, and really the heroes don't have too much of a struggle. Pretty much all of their plans go really, really well. Like, almost perfect up until the very end. But everything's just super easy up until then, really. And then, I can't get into spoilers. There's a lot I want to say, but a lot of it's spoiler-related. Overall, I just felt the whole movie was super weak. For a lot of different reasons, both from its visuals, especially from its narrative and the directions that it goes, or the directions it doesn't go, where it should have, where it made a lot of sense to. Like, there's just a lot of choices they've made here that make this a really weak kickoff for Phase 5. There's one other thing I'd like to mention. All of the action scenes in this movie, except for the end, and even a little bit at the end, to be honest, has like this shaky cam effect, which is nauseating. They did a really awful job with a lot of the action sequences. I'm just gonna say it. Like, they keep killing these Kang henchmen, and killing's the wrong word. Basically, they just one-tap them with punches. It's not even like actual choreographed action at all until the very end, but they keep one-tapping all of the Kang henchmen, or one-tapping them with a spear that blows them up. And what happens is, like, as the impact's coming, the camera will, like, jolt around and shake a little bit, and it looks horrible. I don't know how they regressed on action filming. Like, MCU's been doing a decent job over the last few years of, like, actually showing you action when it's happening. This one took it 15 steps back. I thought most of the action in this film was really poorly done. So yeah, anyway, plugging Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania into the moist meter, giving it a 50%. It's not a bad movie, but it's not a good one either, which ends up making it even more miserable. I'd prefer if the movie was just, like, enjoyably bad, like, stupid, silly bad, as opposed to just being stuck in between decent and bad. It just became forgettable and mediocre. And yeah, that's really about it.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Shang-Chi, The Legend of the Ten Rings. It's a new Marvel movie, and as I've said in the past, I don't really get excited for Marvel anymore. I find it to always be enjoyable when I do watch it, but it's hard to get, like, hyped up about it, like, pumping my fist in the air, like, yeah, more Marvel. Because every single week there's something new from Marvel, it feels like. So I've just been inundated with the superhero from them. So I had no clue what this movie was. I'd never heard of it before. I never knew it was coming out. The title even confused me. I thought it was like an Ariana Grande thing with the 10 rings or some shit. So I had no expectations of this movie at all. And I don't know the character Shang-Chi. The only thing I knew about this is that people seemed to really like it on Twitter. And that was enough to convince me that it was worth going to the theater to see. And I'm happy to say they were right. The movie is really good. I had a great time watching it. This movie's pretty different from other MCU movies, at least in the first half of it, where it focuses on martial arts for its action, and the martial arts is really good. Like, it's very competent. I've talked about this before, but I grew up on martial arts movies. When I was a kid, I would watch the out of every Jet Li and Jackie Chan movie possible. I was importing Jackie Chan VHS tapes. Well, not me personally, because I was like 8 years old, and I didn't know how to use the internet or how to, like, import things. I just knew how to piss my pants and cry. So my parents would get, like, these VHS tapes of Jackie Chan. A lot of them weren't even, like, English dubbed, so I wouldn't even understand the dialogue, but I would understand the ass beating that I was watching. So martial arts movies, probably the most, like, sentimental genre to me, and I have the softest spot for it. I love martial arts movies. I think they're extremely entertaining. They're just absolutely a joy to watch, and Shang-Chi does a great job with all of its martial arts fighting scenes. I mentioned it's only in the first half, though, like, where it really shines, and that's because in the second half of the movie, it focuses more on your standard MCU which isn't necessarily a bad thing because it looks good and it still is really cool to watch. But I have to say I was a bit disappointed because the first half has all this great martial arts action with, like, a camera that just sits there and lets you, like, soak in the good choreography and the martial arts. There's even, like, moments where I got Jackie Chan vibes where Shang-Chi, he gets his jacket ripped off, he uses his jacket as a weapon, he puts his jacket back on, takes his jacket back off, whips someone's hole right off with it, puts his jacket back on. Like, it was really cool. The martial arts was great. And then in the second half, it completely gets overshadowed by your standard, like, superhero stuff. All of a sudden, then you get introduced to, like, magical items and magical things and a big spectacle of CGI, and there is no martial arts left. And like I said, it's not bad because it still looks good, it is still entertaining, but it is disappointing to go from, like, this really cool, you know, martial arts where you can feel, like, the impact, you can see, like, a lot of the cool influences from, like, Jackie Chan's timeless work kind of put in there and then thrown away for the second half. A little disappointing, but it is still fine. Like, I wasn't, like, mad at the ending and how it went or anything. I still had a great time. I just would have liked to see the martial arts still carry the torch of, like, this is our prime action for this movie, as opposed to going like, okay, now we've had martial arts, now it's time for CGI fest of magical superpowers and magic items. So, not really like a huge complaint, but it is something that I wanted to at least mention. I think the big standout in this movie is the villain, though. I really like the villain, Mandarin. He was really a great villain. He wasn't like this cartoonishly evil guy. And I know I've said this about quite a few villains now, but it seems like movies are finally starting to get it, that people don't really like the cartoonishly evil, dumb, stupid numbnuts that isn't like a relatable or understandable character. Like Black Widow had this problem where its villain was just super stupid. I think it's been long enough now I can just talk about it. Like, his superpower, if you can call it that, is he's stinky, he smells. So when he gets smelt, he can no longer be damaged by the person that smells him. Like, that's super dumb. Like, that's really dumb, and the character didn't have, like, an emotional story. I didn't like anything about that guy. But in a couple other movies as well from the Marvel Universe, I think they do a good job with their villains, and I think Mandarin is one of their best. He's a character that has a really tragic story. You know, he was a very cartoonishly evil guy at one point, but then he meets a woman that changes everything for him, and she becomes his entire world. And I don't want to get into spoilers here, but things start to change, and his entire character revolves around the loss of his wife and how he's coping with it, how he's dealing with it, and the grief that follows. And I think it just does a great job. I think the villain is someone that you can understand the perspective of when you're watching the movie, and maybe even at times root for. It's just a really well-written villain, played beautifully by the actor. I believe it's Tony Leung. I'm not super familiar with their work, but I thought he did a great job of portraying like this villain who really has an emotional story and is going on a journey for a reason I think a lot of people will be able to like understand and really really get. It's not like a villain that you're like constantly rooting against, like we gotta kill this guy, take his damn head off, this is a bad guy. I don't think anyone's gonna go watch this movie and be like, yeah, that guy's evil, you know? So I just thought that was really like a big moment that stood out to me, like this is a really cool villain. And the other characters are fine too. I think Shang-Chi was done really well, mainly because they were just like a super turbo badass for the whole movie. I also like Awkwafina's character as the comic relief, though she's not like an annoying comic relief. She's there to make jokes sometimes, but also be serious when it's needed to. So it's not like too much or anything. But there is a character that I would like to talk about a little bit more, and that's Shang-Chi's sister in this movie. Now, I don't think she's like a bad character, I just don't think they even remembered she was in the movie at certain points. When she is on screen, she's usually putting fist to asshole. Like, she is going hard, she's beating a lot of dudes up, and it looks great. I also like her signature weapon of like the little knife on a string. I've always liked that weapon. I don't know what the fuck it's called, but I think it's a really cool weapon to watch, and when she uses it, it's very nice to look at. But she's not really like an important character in the story, it feels like. She doesn't really have like her signature moment where it's like, man, we would have been f***ed if she wasn't here. Whereas even the comic relief character has probably one of the most important moments in the whole film. So I would have liked to see her be more important to the actual narrative and pushing things forward, but it is still just really cool watching her fight because she's really cool. But anyway, let's just plug this into the Moist Meter. I think Shang-Chi is a really enjoyable Marvel movie. I think this is one of their better ones in recent times. I'm going to give this an 85% because I do feel like there is a period where it does drag a bit and doesn't really get a whole lot done in that time frame, and I also was a bit disappointed by a couple other things towards the end. But other than that, I really, really enjoyed it. I love martial arts movies, and this felt to me like an old school martial arts movie for at least half the runtime, and damn it, I'll take what I can get. So yeah, that's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. I feel like with every Marvel movie I start the same way, saying like, I'm getting a little tired of Marvel movies, but this time it's a little different because I really like Doctor Strange. I thought the first one was really fun, and I think he's just a really enjoyable character. So for the first time in a long time, I believed in wet dreams and actually had some pretty high expectations of a Marvel film, and I'm happy to say I wasn't disappointed. I thought the movie was really good, especially in the visual aspects. There were some really creative visuals in this movie that I really appreciated. It felt so different from most modern Marvel movies in that it wasn't afraid to be like violent. In most other Marvel movies, I feel like they shy away from showing any kind of like brutality or anything like that, but not here. I don't know what's spoiler and what's not, so I won't get too deep into it, but the main villain will straight up just like obliterate people, burn them to a crisp, and you see their flesh being like flayed from their body and burned alive. There's even a scene where she makes, where the villain, whoever it could be,
makes a guy's head explode from the inside out, and then there's like blood pouring out of his face. Also splits another person in half. Like, it goes kind of hard. Like, it gets a little Insano style, which I really appreciated. It felt very different. And visually, I thought it was so creative because it's very trippy, as you would expect from Doctor Strange. It explores the multiverse, so it's showing you a lot of cool things. They'll go through like a dimension of pure paint, where they're like existing as sentient paint before falling into another dimension where they're cartoon characters, Looney Tunes. Like, it's really interesting. And there's also even elements of like horror when the main villain is hunting them down. They'll have like jump scares. Granted, they're not like the best jump scares, nor is the horror super well executed, but it is different. They'll be like, one of the characters is, you know, hallucinating and tripping out. They'll look at the teacup and all of a sudden it's a bunch of waves in the middle of the ocean. And then all of a sudden a plate that they're holding falls to the side and then breaks against the wall as everything's like twisting and contorting. They look down and there's like P's that are spelling out doom or death or something. Like, it was just cool to see how creative they got. The main villain's like using reflections in the water in order to capture and kill people. Like, I just really thought it was just going to keep getting wackier and wackier. Like, all of a sudden a character sits down to take a but the takes them instead and blasts them into a different dimension through their own butthole or something crazy. I just really appreciated how free they were to explore some wacky concepts for their visuals, and I thought it really played nicely into the film. That being said, though, I don't think the use of magic was ever that great. Like, the main villain is very clear, they're extremely powerful, but they only ever use one main spell for the most part, other than when they're, like, grabbing things with their magic. And that's just shooting fireballs, basically. And that's the majority of magic, they're just shooting fireballs, which are super strong, don't get me wrong, but it's not, like, the most creative use of the magic, I don't feel. And I also got that impression for, like, Doctor Strange and Wong, because they also just fight, like, using the lasso, like, using a lasso, using a whip, using swords, or just using more projectiles as well, or just, like, their standard shield that they use. It never really explored, like, really crazy magic to give you that sense of, holy sh*, these are, like, incredible sorcerers and incredible magic users using some outrageous forbidden jutsu here. It's just like, they're shooting projectiles at each other again. That's the majority of the magic you see here. And while it's not bad or anything, I just have to say it didn't, like, meet what I expected when it came to this is the most powerful magic you'll ever see. It's just more like, more laser beams, cool. Which, again, isn't the biggest deal in the world. It's not a huge complaint. I guess I was just expecting more. But there is creative times where they use magic. For example, there's a scene where Doctor Strange is fighting an opponent and he's fighting using music. So he'll, like, he gets, like, a bunch of musical notes and he lifts them off a page and fires them at the guy. And then he fires back by catching the music notes in, like, the lines for music. I'm already blanking on the name. As you can tell, I'm not super well versed with classical music reading. But he catches the notes in the line, then shoots the line of music back, and all the while it's playing those notes that they're shooting. And it's really a cool scene, but it's not like the magic seems that impressive. It's like, oh, he's shooting very tiny music notes, and that's how he defeats that opponent. It's like, surely musical notes wouldn't kill somebody like that. Like, they could have been like a cool moment, but it shouldn't have been the crux of where a very powerful character dies because he got hit with a G sharp. You know what I mean? Anyway, though, very creative, very cool. I just expected a little bit more from, like, the versatility of magic. I guess versatility of magic's the wrong way of saying it. Magic that makes you feel like, holy sh*, these guys could actually just blow up an entire dimension. I never got that sense. I just got the sense of, there's some more magic I've seen before. Aside from the musical note stuff, that was cool, but again, not like the most powerful display of power ever. But anyway, I'm harping on that too much. I did like the movie a lot. I thought the story was good, characters were good. They introduced a new character in this film who I imagine is going to be very important in this entire Phase 2 of the MCU. And it's a character that can hop through the multiverse. And I think they really do this super well. I think the character is good enough. I don't think they had enough time to shine and really show the full capabilities of it. But this is the first movie they're in, so I imagine that'll be explored deeper going further. And I also think just the overall narrative here was pretty good because it builds off of what's already been established with some characters we're very familiar with, and I think it makes sense. But I do have to say, the way they defeat the main villain is really lackluster and underwhelming to me. It's like some actual soul eater shit with like a friendship punch kind of thing. Hopefully it's not like a spoiler or anything, that's not at all what happens. I'm just giving an example where someone extremely strong was defeated by something very trivial that, to me, wasn't that satisfying. It felt like the journey there warranted a much bigger conclusion than what we actually got in the film, but either way, I did think it was a good narrative leading up to it, and the way they're executing the multiverse here I think is really enjoyable. It's clear that they're really embracing the wackiness of some of it, with one dimension in particular where they have a whole new cast of characters that it's not the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D. or anything like that. They actually call themselves the Illuminati, which is very, like, on the nose kind of shit. But the heroes they have there are really interesting. They introduce a new character there that I've actually never heard of called Black Bolt. I thought he was super cool, even though he didn't get, like, a great time to shine or anything. Just a really cool addition, as well as bringing in a couple other characters that you may have seen in other Marvel properties that aren't MCU canon, at least not as of before this movie, and just bringing them into the multiverse to give them some moments of having, like, some cool shit happen. I've been really enjoying what they've done with the multiverse, and I think the new Doctor Strange movie does a great job with it. And I also think Doctor Strange himself, the character of Doctor Strange, is becoming very, very interesting. He tackles a lot of, like, guilt with how he handled the Infinity War and Endgame saga, where he gives the Time Stone to Thanos. He deals with, like, I broke the rules, but now I'm a hero. Do I deserve it? Am I happy? As well as exploring his relationship with Christine, and I think they just do a really good job. I enjoyed it a lot. I don't have really any major complaints about the film other than, like, the couple of ones I mentioned here, but nothing ruins the movie. It's not bad by any means. I enjoyed it. I will say I was a little underwhelmed with all of the hype that we're saying, like, you have to watch every Marvel movie ever to understand the scope of Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. It's bringing everything into the fold. It doesn't. You can get away with watching maybe, like, 3 or 4 Marvel movies as well as one of the shows in particular, and you will get the entire scope of this movie. They don't bring in everything from the MCU here. They bring in bits and pieces, but not a ton. It's like a very self-contained thing, though the most important part is something that you'll need to get from one of the shows, admittedly. Also, there's one more thing I'd like to point out, and this one is actually pretty big. There are some times in this movie where the characters will end up somewhere after falling, aimlessly wandering, aimlessly traveling, and they'll end up somewhere inexplicably, and it happens to be in a good spot, or a bad spot, or something. It's really hard to talk about this without spoilers, but there are some times where they'll end up somewhere and it somehow helps, but it doesn't make any sense when you stop to think about it, how it helps, or how they got there, or how this contributes, or how they're able to do some certain things here. It's just, there's a lot of inexplicable nonsense that looks cool, but doesn't really connect super well. It just leaves you scratching your head like, oh, I mean, that was awesome to look at, but excuse me, what? You know, it's one of those things where it just doesn't really work narratively, like for the plot and some that happens. Again, really hard to talk about without spoilers. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying. Just there's a lot of nonsense that'll happen that happens to look cool, but doesn't really make sense in the context of the film. So yeah, you know, plot holes kind of thing. Anyway, plugging Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness into the Moist Meter, I'm giving it an 80%. I enjoyed the movie. I liked it. Yes, there is some cheesiness. I understand why some people might not like certain things about it, but I liked it. I thought it was fun to look at. I enjoyed the horror elements that were woven into it. Yeah, there are some lackluster moments and some holes with some of the shit that happens, and especially some moments with the script, but nothing's, like, terrible. Nothing ruins the film. It is still a really enjoyable movie to watch, and I do like what they've done with both Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch in this movie. I think they've done a wonderful job, and I am excited for more from the multiverse. That's about it. So yeah. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Spider-Man movie, Across the Spider-Verse. Now, the first movie, Into the Spider-Verse, is one of my favorite animated films of all time. That movie is a real special butterfly. That's one of the very, very unique instances where a film comes out that legitimately innovates in its genre, like pushes it to new limits that were previously thought impossible. Kind of like what The Matrix did 20-some years ago, where it had this new element that hadn't really been seen before, and has now been emulated a ton since. That's what Into the Spider-Verse did. It dragged us kicking and screaming into the future of what animation can look like, and it was beautiful. It's kind of like what the Fosbury flop did for the high jump, right? Like, it legitimately kind of changed the perception of what was possible in the genre for animation here. So, Across the Spider-Verse had some very big shoes to fill, and I'm happy to say it filled those shoes like a cavity. This is an extraordinary follow-up, and somehow manages to once again elevate in animation. It is so beautiful. There is not a single second that goes by in this movie that isn't jaw-droppingly gorgeous. Every frame is a beautiful masterpiece of art. It's unreal just how good this movie looks. But it's not just style with no substance. This movie really doesn't bring you a ton of action off rip. Like, there is a lot of course, action, but it actually puts a big focus on its narrative and its characters. And even when characters are just talking to each other, not only is the writing super tight, somehow just conversations feel like anime montage moments. They'll have like these damn near hand-painted moments where a character like Gwen is talking to her father, and the background's just constantly changing, just these like dynamic backgrounds that have evolving art that really like makes the conversations feel like action moments sometimes. It's so cool. So now let's talk about the story, because I think they did a great job with the narrative here. It didn't feel like super familiar from the first film, where it just felt like they phoned it in and just did what worked in the first film again. You know, like an encore performance, you know, a King Neptune moment from SpongeBob where it's like, oh, that Krabby Patty tastes so good, I'd want to eat it a second time, and then just regurgitate it. This movie doesn't fall into that trap. It delivers a story that feels really at home with where the first movie leaves off. And now they have a new tool they can get even more creative with, which is the multiverse. It's now no longer this big mysterious thing in the world. They can get very silly with how they use it and make some absolutely dreamlike sequences as well. So they have a lot more Spider-Men come into the fold here, a whole damn society of them. So you're going to get a lot of Easter eggs and cameos, but it doesn't feel like too campy or too cheap, where they're banking off just like nostalgia for some of the cameos they throw in here or references. It's used in a clever way. I'm trying not to get into spoilers here, but I love how they've used the multiverse in this movie and made it a very strong narrative tool, as well as, of course, a tool to give you a bunch of other different animation mediums, because a lot of Spider-Man are animated differently in the multiverse. So you'll have some that are like damn near claymation at some points, right? Like, you have wacky ways that they portray some of the Spider-Men, but they use it in a way that's not just like point and be like, I get that reference. Don't get me wrong, that is absolutely there, but it's not like egregious, and it does serve a purpose in the story itself. I also love the villain in this movie. He starts as just like a goofball, throwaway stinker of a character who's like trying to rob an ATM, and Miles isn't taking him super seriously, so he's kind of like beating his ass while he's texting on the phone because he's late for a meeting at school. And then that character just keeps snowballing into an extremely powerful villain. The guy is the definition of a late game champ. Like, as the movie continues, he himself continues to get stronger. He can throw these little holes that allow him to basically just ascend into a different plane of existence. He has like full mastery of the multiverse. He can send things and send people, send himself, send different body parts of himself through these holes that just keep breaching into different parts at will. It's super cool. And since the movie's so visually beautiful, it's a lot of fun to watch this villain fight. And even when he's not fighting, just watching him traverse the universe is really cool as well. I also like his personality, because he's very much a goofball for the most part. He's making quirky little quips as well. Not to like an annoying degree, like where it's grating, but to a degree where it's like, oh, this guy's, you know, it's hard to even like be mad at him, right? Like, he's got a sympathetic story, and it's hard to hate him, because he's just kind of like a likable nerd. But he's just so powerful too. It's cool. So I really like what they did with the villain. And I really like what they did with Gwen and Miles. So Gwen gets a lot more screen time this time around. You see a lot from her dimension, which is stylistically very different from all the other dimensions you see. Every dimension has its own unique identity, which I really appreciate. So as you visit different dimensions, the visual thumbprint of that world changes, which is cool. Now, Gwen's story is, you know, sad like all other Spider-Man stories. Gwen has a lot of problems that she's dealing with her dad thinking that she may have been responsible for something very horrible. She ends up, you know, turning into a multiverse super soldier, leaving all of her problems behind, which abandons her dad, and she wrestles with a lot of tough shit that goes on.
And I really think they did a great job with Gwen's character in fleshing out her, as well as the relationship between her and Miles. Miles is just an outstanding character. I love everything they do with this character. The writing is amazing. A lot of times when there's like a teenage character going through that like rebellious stage, it's kind of annoying to watch for me personally. But with Miles, he doesn't really have that stage. Like, yeah, there's that, you know, like, you mom and dad, why can't you just let me grow up kind of shit. But it's handled very differently than the normal tropey way of doing it, which is such a breath of fresh air. I can't stand that shit where it's like that cliche of a teenager. My mom and dad don't understand me. Those goobers just don't get it. It's not a phase. And then that becomes like the whole character's personality. Miles doesn't fall into that at all. It's like the decisions he makes and the way he goes about his journey is very well crafted. He understands where his parents are coming from for the most part. It's just he has to wrestle with the perpetual lying to them about his identity and hiding that huge part of his life from them. So I just really like all the characters. I love the story, and of course I love the visuals. Another thing that I really enjoy is something that the first movie did as well, but they do in this movie even better, which is weaving music into the actual living, breathing nature of the visuals. So the music is integrated so well. Like, you'll have visuals sync up to the songs where you'll just have like all kinds of different moving pieces to an action scene sync up to the music at moments, or as things build up in a crescendo in a song, the visuals start building up with like the animation style starting to blend together and get real f***ing wacky. It's so cool. It's so f***ing cool. The movie is just beautiful. I absolutely love the film, but I do have a major complaint, and I'm unfortunately not going to be able to dive into it super deep because it's big spoilers. But I do want to scratch the itch and get to it on a base level, so I'm going to talk about it, and it is minor spoilers even going over it, so this is your spoiler warning. It has to do with the end of the film. I think everything in this movie is great. Top tier. But it falls into something that I feel a lot of movies are starting to do, where the entire last act of the film builds up beautifully. It's introducing secondary bad guys that are really interesting, really cool, a lot of amazing moments going on, bringing back some familiar characters. It's going, it's got all this momentum, and then it starts spending a lot of that time focusing on just leading you to the sequel. The movie is not going to be the last in the Spider-Verse series. There's going to be another one, I imagine, assuming this movie does well, which I think it will. And the movie knows that. So it just ends. In the middle of all of this build-up, in the middle of all of these ingredients being put into the stew, it just ends. Because it's setting up for the next film. It does have, like, a cool sign-off at the end, but not a satisfying one. And this is something I feel a lot of movies are starting to do, where it's setting up for the next movie, so it ends up taking some wind out of its own sails by giving you a conclusion that's not really a conclusion, and isn't super satisfactory after the whole journey you've just gone through. You don't get that big payoff at the end. Now this worked for Infinity War because at the end you still had a climactic showdown, you had a big battle, and the good guys lost, and it led into the next film. In this movie, there's no big climax moment, there's no big climactic final showdown where something just goes awry, and now we're gonna leave you on the edge of your seat salivating waiting for the next movie. This movie was still in the building process. So it really feels like this movie didn't have that climax, at least not when it comes to like a spectacle finale or anything. The characters by the end of it are in a very different place than they were at the beginning, you know, in terms of like what they're... I'm really trying not to get too deep into spoilers. The characters are very different by the end of the film than they are in the beginning, but there was never that big climax. So when the credits rolled, I felt like it was a little underwhelming, because we hadn't had any, like, big moment to lead into the next one. It was still putting all these pieces of the puzzle together and bringing new things into the fold for the climax coming up. So, at least in my opinion, that's how I feel, that it was just a bit, like, abrupt, where I was ready to keep watching. Like, I thought there was going to be, you know, a big moment about to pop off, and then they pulled that punch to save it for the next film. So it felt like it was, I don't know, it felt like it really just wanted to be there to lead to the next film, and that takes some of the wind out of its own sails, if you ask me. By no means does it ruin the film or anything like that. By no stretch of the imagination is this a deal breaker for Across the Spider-Verse. I just felt a bit disappointed that it kind of just existed towards the end to push to the sequel. That just was a little upsetting, but it's not the biggest deal in the world because the movie is still absolutely outstanding. So plugging Across the Spider-Verse and the Moist Meter, I'm giving it a nice 90%. I think this is a must-watch animated film. Even if you're not a huge animated film fan, the movie has still just got so much to offer. I can't recommend it enough. It is such a unique experience, and I think they've done an incredible job with it. It's super f***ing good. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. I haven't showered yet, I'm sure you can tell. I gotta keep that Fazbear grease on me. So, I saw Five Nights at Freddy's the second that it released in theaters. I wanted to make sure I was planted, swamped, in seat, ready to be blown away. I'll be fully transparent here. I went into this film without the highest of expectations. I expected perhaps a fun, bad movie. Not necessarily because I think the property's weak or anything, it's just video game adaptations don't normally land. They're usually pretty stinky. But I was hoping, you know, maybe I'd be pleasantly surprised. And to a certain extent, I was. This is going to be an extremely hard Moist Meter to do without spoilers, because a lot of what I want to talk about is very spoiler heavy. So, I'll go ahead and get this out of the way as well. I'm not the biggest Five Nights at Freddy's fan. I've played a handful of the games. Mainly, I speedrun Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. That's like my, you know, big venture into the franchise. I know enough about the lore to understand what was going to be going on here, as well as like the references and the characters and everything. And when I saw the film as flopping with critics, I kind of understood why, because it is a pretty deep, rich lore that I feel one movie isn't going to be able to do justice to get people brought into it. And so I kind of went in here expecting that this will be a movie Five Nights at Freddy's fans are going to love, and anyone who's not already a fan of the property is going to hate. And now that I've seen it, I think that's probably pretty accurate. So let's go ahead and dive into the old Fazbear pizza here. So, what I really liked about the film is the main character. I actually think Josh Hutcherson is the best part of this film. He also happens to be a fellow Hunger Games co-star of mine. Josh and I go way back on the set of the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. Some might say I taught him everything he knows about acting, but, you know, I'm not here to toot my own horn. Point is, he is the best part of this movie. He plays a troubled man who watched his brother get kidnapped in front of him while he was a young boy, and he is still haunted by that memory to this day, all these years later. Every single night, he goes to bed to go to that point in time in his mind. He dreams that moment every single night because he believes somewhere deep in his psyche he saw the person that kidnapped his brother and he wants to catch him. So he goes there, tries to get more clues to try and catch the person responsible for kidnapping his brother so many years ago. It's a really interesting concept, and it plays into the overarching pretty well. I would have liked it to have more of a role in how things pan out towards the end, but I'm still very satisfied with what they did with that. I think it's a really cool concept. Aside from that, everything plays out exactly how you expect it to if you're familiar with the games. Mike, the main character, gets a job as a security guard at Freddy Fazbear's place. It's actually kind of goofy how he gets there. He was a security guard at a mall beforehand, and then he saw someone that he believed was kidnapping a child, and he just beats the daylights out of him in a fountain. Like, he tackles him into, like, a fountain, and just gives him knuckle sandwiches out the ass. He was feeding him more knuckle sandwich than Freddy Fazbear fed kids pizza. Like, this guy was going crazy on him, so Mike brutalizes the guy, which is never really touched on again, even though I feel like he would have been locked behind bars after that incident. It was a big misunderstanding. He wasn't actually kidnapping the kid, it was his dad. And then after that, he gets the job as the security guard. Now, the movie is absolutely at its best when it's at least trying to be a horror film. This is by far my biggest critique of it.
there's only a handful of scenes that even attempt to do anything unnerving or tense or scary. Now, it's important to mention that if you're familiar with their games, then you know the backbone of the scares of Five Nights at Freddy's is jump scares. Would you believe me if I told you that there's almost no jump scares in this movie? I think there's only 2. I think there's 2 jump scares in the entire runtime of this film, which blew me away, because I thought this would be like a completely unapologetic jump scare, like, bonanza. But it wasn't. And for the first time in history, I swear on a stack of Bibles, it actually was a detriment to not rely on jump scares, because that's what built the franchise in the first place. So I really think this is like one of the few movies that really could have benefited from having more of them. Now, ordinarily, I think that's extremely cheap for your scares, because usually I'd prefer if you'd try and actually build tension, be unnerving and all of that. And since they weren't using jump scares, they did try that, but it doesn't really work super well most of the time. So let me give you an example. A scene where a character's hiding in a closet and a light's flickering behind them, you can see doing that. They're basically treating this movie like it's Five Nights at Freddy's fanfic that they found on Tumblr, complete with some cameos that drop their famous lines here and there, as well as like an entire sequence dedicated to Freddy and the squad building forts with Mike and his sister Abby and a cop named Vanessa. It becomes like a summer camp thing for a little bit. Like, they treat half of this movie like it's an episode of the Rugrats sometimes. Like, it just feels like it clashes with the tone of the horror of Five Nights at Freddy's. Perhaps it's because I haven't played every Five Nights at Freddy's game, and I'm not super deep in the lore. Like, I'm not like a lore historian on it. But for the film, I feel like it would have done better if they leaned more in on the unnerving aspects of it, as opposed to kind of making it a 50-50 thing where 50% of it is kind of bubbly and sweet, and the other half is the more horror stuff. But again, maybe that's just not me being, maybe that's me not being knowledgeable enough on how the property plays out in the lore. But those were my least favorite parts. And especially because I think a lot of times the writing gets very, very silly. So in that scene I mentioned about the fort building, the cop, Vanessa, is like, best day ever! Like, she's having so much fun. She loves being at Fazbear's place. She's loving that Mike and his sister Abby are getting along really well with Freddy and Bonnie and Foxy. Like, they're having so much fun, and she couldn't be more happy. But then Mike and Vanessa go to a broom closet, and Abby plays the guitar and kind of like shocks herself, which of course, you know, it's scary, and Mike freaks out and Vanessa freaks out, and then she immediately flips this switch where she's like, don't you ever come back here again, Mike. If I ever see Abby in this facility one more time, I'm going to shoot you. Like, she just directly threatens him, even though the cop, Vanessa, has been actively encouraging Mike and Abby to play with Freddy and the friends, and like, be part of the crew here and have fun. Then all of a sudden, she's like, I'm gonna shoot you if I catch you here again. Like, it just feels like there's scenes missing where it builds up to her, like, disdain for them being here, because, like, actually 30 seconds ago, she had the biggest smile on her face, grinning ear to ear. So it just feels like maybe they knew where they needed to go, but didn't know how to get there in a smooth manner. So sometimes it just flips. And I think it's actually exclusive to the cop, Vanessa, because her whole role in this film is kind of just to be the Five Nights at Freddy's wiki. She is basically just an exposition robot. She's not really so much a character in the film, she's more like a YouTuber who swoops in and wiggles their finger, well, actually, Mike, did you know? And then goes into, like, this whole exposition, you know, dump on what's going on. So, like, it's no problem with the actress or anything. I actually think she did a fantastic job on screen. It's just, she was written to kind of only be here to be a savior out of nowhere to keep people alive if things get a little too hairy, or inform the audience of the overarching lore that's taking place, or what's actually happening here. So it just feels odd. Like, I wish they had done more with her, as opposed to just making her the Wikipedia page for Five Nights at Freddy's. She's not the only character that I feel is written kind of poorly. There's actually a couple that seem like they're only here to remind the audience that these animatronics can kill. So they're kind of there just to die and nothing else. But aside from that, I think what it focused on with Josh,
I don't know, I'm calling him Josh. We may be Hunger Games, veterans, but we're not on a first-name basis. Mike, the main character, and his sister Abby, are really the focus of it, and everything that happens around them, outside of what happens inside Freddy's place, is kind of just very odd. Like, it starts to fall apart. I really want to talk more about this movie, but it is all spoilers. This is going to be a minor spoiler, but I just have to mention this because it is such a head-scratcher of a plot idea. So, minor spoiler, just fair warning here. A big thing that drives Mike to take the job as a security guard at Freddy's place is he may lose custody of his sister because his evil aunt is trying to get the girl so that she can make money from the government off having that kid. Even though she seems to already be really financially well off, and it's not like the government's going to be paying her millions of dollars for this, but regardless, I think that's already a bit of an interesting idea. The way she goes about it is she wants Mike to die. Like, she even contemplates having him killed. All so that way she can take custody of the daughter to make, like, a monthly paycheck off having the kid or something like that. It's a really weird motivation, and it's not even really important to the plot. It's really just there because it gave Mike a reason to grab that job as a security officer. But aside from that, it's just kind of dumb and gets sidelined pretty quickly. She herself is also not really a character in this film. She's just here to be like a cartoonishly evil presence that kind of, haunts the place, basically. Where she's there, and she's on screen to be hated, and that's it. I'll stop going into spoilers. There's a couple more things that I'd like to say, but that would be way too much in the spoiler territory. There are things I liked, there are things I didn't like. Overall, this is a film that I am confident most Five Nights at Freddy's fans are going to enjoy, and I'm also confident if you don't like Five Nights at Freddy's, this doesn't really have a whole lot for you to get you invested and make you a fan. Although I do think the concept with Mike and like going into the dream state to try and solve a kidnapping case is interesting enough that I think it might push people to at least check out Five Nights at Freddy's lore to some extent. And Five Nights at Freddy's lore is actually pretty good. Like, it is pretty interesting. So, maybe that will be what happens. I also mention this because a lot of you saw the video. There was also a fight that broke out at the premiere of Five Nights at Freddy's. This is the last movie I would expect people to be throwing hands at, but I wanted to mention that. They're calling it the Fight of 87, which is a reference to Five Nights at Freddy's with the Bite of 87, where for some reason a bunch of people just started brawling in the theater on opening day for this movie. So, just wanted to toss that out there. I did see the video. Very, very wild. Anyway, plugging Five Nights at Freddy's movie into the moist meter, I'm going to give it a 45%. I think it is not a bad film, per se. I think there are bad moments, and I think there are things that weren't executed as well as they could have, but I do find it to be enjoyable enough that it was worth watching. When I initially left the theater, I was a lot less enthusiastic about it than I am now, mainly because there is just like a period of it where it just kind of becomes a slog to get through, and it clashes with what I think the tone probably wanted to go for. But looking back on it, I really did enjoy it with my friends. Like, we were talking to each other a little bit back and forth, whispering, of course, because we're not trying to disrupt the theater, about, like, how it ties into Five Nights at Freddy's lore. And then also, like, there were a couple scenes where, like, all five of us, all at once, when it happened on screen, went like this and then like that, because it was so nonsensically dumb what just unfolded. So it was a fun experience that I did enjoy, even though overall I don't think it's an amazing adaptation for the property. I think it's good enough that fans are going to be satisfied, but I don't think it's strong enough to stand on its own 2 feet where people that aren't already invested are going to get invested. I think they're going to maybe leave a bit disappointed. But anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. If you call yourself a fan of The Nun, I'll call you a liar. Find me one person in the world who actually thinks The Nun is a good horror movie, and I'll find you a deceiver, a teller of fibs. I just don't think it's possible that there is anyone out there on this entire space rock that thinks The Nun was an actually good movie. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of arguments you can make that it's an entertaining one, like a fun, bad, enjoyable movie. I would agree with you there to a certain extent. But anyone that would actually think that the movie was good enough to deserve a sequel, I just can't imagine that being the case. I don't think there's a such thing as fans of The Nun. There's probably more fans of eating paint chips than that movie. And yet somehow, the Hollywood soulless suits, these zombie husks that control the pipeline of big budget movies, deemed this franchise worth a new entry. So we got The Nun 2 somehow. I just came back from watching it because I'm a sucker for bad horror films, and I thought maybe this one stood a better chance of being fun bad than the previous one, which I wasn't a huge enjoyer of, even as a, like, so bad it's good flick. I gave that puppy a 25% on the moist meter, so the sequel had some big shoes to fill. And unfortunately, the only thing that was filled was my water when I finished drinking all of it to keep myself awake. Every single scene in this film, except for maybe one or two, is a scene that they have literally used 1,000 times by now. In their own franchise. In the Conjuring movies, in the Annabelle movies, every scene in The Nun 2, I'm pretty sure is copy and pasted with a different skin for this film. They're not even trying. Like, there's not even an iota of effort put into this. I'll get my only compliments out of the way right now. There are two scenes that stood out to me as, like, actually being creative. And one of them was about the main character, Irene, whom you'll remember from the first film, having visions. And the visions in this film work like Genjutsu in Naruto. So, Itachi here traps her in a Genjutsu, and she's seeing the nun on a billboard. There's crows flying by. It's actually very much like Itachi. Maybe that's who the demon is. And so she's looking at this board that has all of these magazines on it. Wind blows in, it starts flipping the magazines around, and the magazines flip to a bunch of different pages that eventually form something that resembles the nun, and then she jolts her arm out and strangles Irene. And it was pretty cool. I was like, that's very interesting, and the jump scare was pretty effective. Not that jump scares are something to be proud of, per se, but if you're gonna do them, at least do them well. You know, a jump scare is basically just like a quick, loud noise in the middle of quiet in order to trigger that brief little startle sensation, because our caveman brains are hardwired that way. It's the best comparison, and the one that always gets made, is a comedian going out into the crowd and tickling someone and calling it good comedy. It's just cheap for horror films, but if you're going to include jump scares, make sure that they're done well. And that one was executed decently. And then the only other scene that I thought was cool was actually the very first scene. It's in a big church, and then it ends with someone getting lit on fire. So the priest just gets cremated after encountering the nun. And it was very, like, well done. Like, that whole sequence leading up to that, I actually thought was kind of a banger. And then it never reaches that level of quality again. It's like they put all of their effort into the intro, and then that one scene with the magazines, and nowhere else. Now that I've got all the compliments out of the way, let's go ahead and dive into the rest. I am super tired of every single story in mainstream horror films being the exact same thing. I'm gonna get into spoilers. I don't think anyone cares about the narrative of The Nun 2. This isn't exactly something that people are going to for a deep, intricate lore, I don't think. It does loosely tie into the Conjuring universe, but only because there's a post-credit scene that works like the Avengers, where the Warrens get a phone call and he's like, "How can I help you? I'm on it." That's the only tie-in. Other than that, there is nothing here that even connects it. So anyway, the film's narrative is the exact same plot to about 5,000 other horror films. Like, almost to a T. I'm confident now that these are being written by AI, because it's just taking the same DNA of everything else and doing nothing different with it, not even a unique spin. And like all other horror movies that have come before it, if you stop and think about the plot to this for even just 2 seconds, the entire movie falls apart. Let me explain how that works in this film. So, the first scene that I mentioned, the one that I like, yeah, the nun lights that priest on fire, literally just burns him alive with no effort at all. And then never does it again. Falls into the same tropey horror garbage where once the demon is doing what they want to do, all of a sudden the extent of its power is opening and closing doors, or making a scary face appear to spook somebody, or moving some chairs around, or something like that. It's just, it becomes so weak, even though like at the very beginning of this film, which in real world time of the movie, well, that's the opposite of real world time, in movie time was only like a month ago, we saw it light someone on fire effortlessly. And now all of a sudden, all it can do is lightly push things around. It has about as much force as a light breeze in the summertime wind. Like, how? Like, what could have easily happened is the demon goes to the place it wants to go, lights everybody on fire, kills them instantly, and then gets what it wants. And what does it want? It wants an ancient artifact. So, the demon was able to find where the ancient artifact was, and it infiltrates a school. And at the school, it starts scaring kids. For no reason, really. Just starts startling children. And nothing else. And before doing that, it had actually just snapped the neck of a woman who gave a delivery to where the demon was staying. So the demon is still perfectly capable of killing people, yet for some reason when it comes to that school, with the main objective in that school, it decides not to kill anyone. Why? It easily can, it just demonstrated that multiple times, like, and now all of a sudden it's a pacifist? It just doesn't make any sense. There's no explanation for why the demon doesn't just kill everyone at that school, and then get the artifact, because it knows it's there. It can just get it once everyone's gone. The only argument I can see for why it wouldn't want to do that is it doesn't know exactly where that artifact is, so it's trying to lead people on a wild goose chase to accidentally locate it. But I think that's kind of a weak theory, and it's one I'm just making up to try and justify bad writing here. But let's assume that is the reason. It's still stupid because if no one's around, there's no one to foil their plans. In every single horror movie, it seems like the bad entity, the bad thing, is always more than willing to just let everyone in the film stop it. Like, it wants to be stopped. It has a humiliation fetish, and it wants to be beaten for some reason. Because it just lets everyone solve the mystery and do the only thing that can defeat it. In fact, sometimes it just leads them to the thing that can beat it. For no reason. Like, why? Why? So, the demon is at the school now, it's incognito, and Irene from the first film, as well as a new character, are working together to try and track down the demon because the Vatican has been alerted to its presence, that it's back. It wasn't actually defeated in the previous film. The Vatican in this movie works like the Men in Black. They have, like, this really deep network of, like, intel and operatives that keep everyone up to date on demon activity. So they get the scoop, they figure out what the demon wants and where it is, and they go to the place. I'm just really speedrunning through all of this because most of the film is spent with just really lame, cheap jump scares and a complete absence of suspense or any real reason for what's unfolding. It's just the demon goofing around, scaring children at a school. That's it. So the good guys get to the school, they confront the demon directly, and the demon, for some reason, just starts walking off after they figure out what it's there for. And keep in mind, this demon has shown that it can basically teleport and be anywhere it wants. But at the end of the film, all of a sudden, all it can do is walk, or jog a little bit very slowly. Which is another trope in horror films, where for the entire movie the demon can be everywhere, and now all of a sudden at the end, all it can do is walk at the speed of like an 85-year-old woman. Doesn't make any sense, but that's exactly what happens here, and the good characters are trying to stop it, and the demon punches one of them, which sends her flying against some glass, and then force pushes another one and keeps walking. Why not just kill them? The demon has superhuman strength. That punch sent her flying. Could have easily killed her, finished the job. Like, there was no reason the demon wouldn't do that. And the forced push, again, could have easily just killed her instead. But makes the decision not to. They catch up to the demon after getting pushed away. They all together get the artifact, and it's a big struggle between the demon and the humans. Even though I don't know how that can even be a contest, because the demon has superpowers. It could just push them away. But it scarcely uses that, and when it does, it's like a very light push. So they engage in this struggle over the artifact, and eventually the demon starts slamming one of the girls' heads onto the concrete, and I was like, oh, he's about to kill her. And then doesn't. After slamming her head on the concrete, the demon lifts her up in a chokehold, like he's about to perform a cane choke slam, And then one of the students grabs the artifact and runs away, and the demon looks, sees the girl running away, and for some reason just lightly drops the main character. When earlier in the film, he did something similar with a complete stranger and snapped her neck effortlessly. He could have easily done that to the main character and would have solved every single one of the demon's problems. Like, there would be no one left to stop him. But inexplicably just lets her go. And also, I forgot to mention this, a goat man gets summoned, which was actually kind of hype. This is another compliment, the goat man. I'm a huge fan of cryptids, and they legitimately made goat man here, and he chases people around on all four. It's really silly, and it made me giggle. So I did appreciate the goat being in here. That was cool. Actually looked like Mr. Tumnus out of Narnia. It was a great character. So the goat's chasing some of the little children while one of the other nuns is there trying to protect them. And then the main nun, main character, and one of the other children are struggling over the artifact to defeat the bad demon nun. And it ends in an anticlimactic showdown where the demon finally, once again, uses the light someone on fire move, but instead of just immediately lighting up the main character in flames, slowly starts like a small fire on like her bottoms, which slowly goes up instead of just immediately lighting them entirely on fire like we saw the demon do at the beginning, which gives the girl just enough time to remember that her mother, whom she had mentioned a little earlier in the film, had superpowers basically, and thus the main character has the superpowers, and an explosion of wine happens, which is changed into the blood of Christ, and it melts the demon, and the day is saved. I've summed up the majority of the film there. I left out a couple of details, of course, but it's so dumb! It's so dumb! It's insultingly stupid. There's not even really that many fun bad moments in here. It's just such a snooze fest because it's every single horror movie trope ever rolled into this film, unapologetically. Like, if you're going to do that, at least get creative when it comes to your jump scares and actually build some suspense and do something fun there. It doesn't even try outside of a couple of scenes. Damn it. So yeah, I don't know why they even bothered making a sequel to The Nun. The first one was terrible, and this one I'm actually going to say is a little better. Like, objectively speaking, I think this movie is a little bit better than the first one, but it doesn't make it enjoyable. Like, it's just slightly better than a piece of shit. It's like a less stinky piece of shit. But yeah, I just wanted to rant about this movie a little bit because I am still shocked that it even got a sequel in the first place. Yeah, hopefully the next Conjuring movie's good. We'll see. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. It's been a while since I dropped a nice sodden moist meter on all of you, and mainly it's because I just haven't been seeing too many movies, and a lot of the games I've been playing recently, it's taken me a while to finish them, so it's just been a little too late to make a moist meter on most of them. So, this is one of the few times over the last month or so that I've been on time to a film, and it's for Saw. Saw is a franchise that was a juggernaut for quite a while, but then, over the last decade or so, it's really petered out on quality and just kind of fallen out of grace. It's bled out more than a lot of the victims in the Saw traps. It's just been a real steep decline in quality for most of the modern Saw movies, and a lot of previous fans of the franchise go into these films and have the same reaction they do when they go into a dirty porta potty. Well, what did I expect coming in here? This is about par for the course. But I'm happy to say with the newest Saw movie, Saw X, Saw 10, it's actually pretty decent. Like, it's not a masterpiece by any means, and I think the reviews on it are being extraordinarily generous with giving it such high marks. But in terms of modern Saw movies, this one actually has got some strong legs here. So, let's get into it. The first thing I think this movie does really well is put the focus on John Kramer. He is the protagonist, whereas in pretty much every Saw movie, the protagonist is one of the victims playing the games. This movie is entirely around John Kramer, and they spend a good chunk of time building a narrative around him which actually gives you insight into his moral code, as well as a very interesting plot about a very diabolical scam. I don't remember what all the trailers show, so I'm going to avoid spoilers when it comes to the narrative itself. But all the characters presented here that are playing the game are very hateable, but to different degrees, and in ways that haven't really been explored in previous Saw movies that I remember. Which is good because there's been a few times in the Saw franchise where you have to wonder, why the fuck is this person even playing the game to begin with? Oftentimes the people that are subject to Jigsaw's games are absolute menaces that have done heinous things and crimes. But then sometimes there's been a couple of cases where it's like, why are they here? Why are you torturing this person and forcing them to play this game? Like, all they did was forget to recycle, and now you're making them play the game of putting themselves in a hydraulic press or something, or a garbage compactor? Like, what? Why? It's not that bad. Like, in one of the... We're going a little back on spoilers, but in one of the Saw movies, he has someone play the game for an honest mistake, which is something he himself recognizes, where at some point he's like, it was an honest mistake. It's like, well, what the f***? You knew it was a mistake, and you still put him in the game to get tortured for however brief a time. It's like, what? Come on. At least in this film, everyone that's there, for the most part, deserves to be there for their involvement in this absolutely unforgivable scam. Now anyway, moving on from the plot. How were the traps that Saw is known for and the games they have to play? They were fine. I don't think they were anything special. I think they were a little bit better than the Jigsaw movie from 2017. Those I thought were actually just boring to watch, like, overall. These I thought were pretty decent for the most part, but it brings me to a complaint with the way he structures the games in this one, and it's not like it's unique to this movie, but he gives them pretty much no time to complete the tasks, which again, is not anything new here, but this is getting a little spoilery, so I guess spoiler warning. Of the people who play the games, all of them do exactly what they're supposed to, exactly how they're supposed to, in a very reasonable amount of time, but it's still not good enough. Because for some inexplicable reason, he puts an arbitrary time limit on all of these that is absolutely fucking impossible. In order to complete the tasks that he gives them in the time he allows them, you would have to actually start before the time does. It's impossible. So the tasks aren't even really able to be completed because they start within 10 seconds of the timer for the most part and still can't get it done even though they don't have any like hiccups or any breaks. They just full throttle, do exactly what they need to, but they just don't have enough time, so they miss it by seconds. If they were just given an extra minute, pretty much everyone here would have survived. End of spoilers. You can come back in now. Spoilers are gone. That was a little frustrating. That grinded my gears a little bit, because even though all the characters are hateable, you don't like them and you're not rooting for them, you still recognize that this structure kind of goes against John Kramer's code, because it's not exactly fair. Like, they do it. Like, they go through the redemption, right? They go through the reawakening, but they still lose just because of some arbitrary time limit. Which, again, I know is anything but rare in the franchise, but still, it was just a little frustrating because it was every single one of them. And it just got a little upsetting. But anyway, through some pretty intelligent decisions that she makes, actually is able to get the word out for someone to come in and hopefully help out. And by the end of the movie, there's like a 2v2 battle between John Kramer and Amanda, who's his assistant here, and her partner. And it's a battle of wits. And eventually the tables turn on John and Amanda, and then eventually more twists and turns happen. And then the big finale, the main antagonist, she overpowers someone, kills them, and completes her game. Now, instead of her dying or anything, she just kind of sits there, and John and Amanda leave. With no actual closure on whether or not she survives. I guess the implication is they just leave her there and she starves to death and dies. But that's a little hard to believe because earlier in the movie they established that eventually they will be found at this location. And in fact, one of the, twist that comes in at the end is a child stumbles upon this, and the child even ends up getting involved in one of the games. So the fact that a child comes here means that there's most likely going to be other people that come here eventually, and probably wouldn't even take that long for them to get there. So she would likely still be alive. So she wouldn't have even died for all of the absolutely awful things that she's done and all the crimes she's responsible for. And John Kramer even made a point to say that at every point during her chance for reawakening, she's chosen death. There is no real redeeming for her soul, but instead of killing her, he just lets her kind of sit there in a pretty spacious area. It's not like she's really going to be struggling that much, to be honest.
So she could get found, most likely would get found, she'd survive, and then she could even, like, turn the authorities onto John and Amanda, since now she can make up whatever story she wants about everything that happened there, and then they'd go take care of John and Amanda. So it's just a really unsatisfying conclusion by not killing off the main antagonist, who was positioned every step of the way in this film to have no redemption and no reason that she should be able to finish one of her tests, because she doesn't complete any tests at all. So why would she be able to survive? She doesn't finish any of the games. It's just, it doesn't make sense why they decided to go that route, and I really think that was a huge f*** up. At least in my opinion. But anyway, enough spoilers. Plugging Saw X into the moist meter, I'll give it like a comfortable 70%. I think it's a good Saw movie. I don't think it's great by any means, but it's better than what Saw fans have been getting now for a little while, so it's pretty solid. I think if you like the franchise, you'll likely enjoy this one. If you don't like the Saw movies, I don't see this winning you over. But at the end of the day, it was fine. It was a good movie. That's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Scream 6. Overall, I enjoyed it. It was good. What if I just ended the Moist Meter there? I won't do that to you. I won't give you those blue balls. I'll go ahead and explain what I liked about it. This movie felt like a very self-aware horror film that actually understood how to build tension pretty efficiently. So, Ghostface is a cool killer. Dead by Daylight, I played him quite a bit. Not that that really matters in the context of the horror movies. It's not like they're referencing Dead by Daylight where he's hanging people on meat hooks or anything. But point is, I think Ghostface is cool, and in this movie, he's at his best ever, I would argue. I still just love the phone calls that he gives where he cosplays as a Reddit armchair psychologist, but is actually able to read the person pretty well and hyper-analyze them, and delivers this bone-chilling monologue that's right on the money, always leading to a very tense standoff or a brutal, gory kill. In this movie, that's exercised extensively because the film is very self-aware and actually celebrates all of the previous Scream films as well. All of them get molded together into this one. It's very self-referential, and all of the previous Scream movies, the killers, the characters, they all do have a role to play in the Scream 6, but it's not bad. Like, it's not cheesy, it's not campy, it doesn't come across as, like, ham-fisted. It actually serves the narrative and the plot really well and keeps everything super interesting, and the movie does a great job of having you guessing constantly as to who the Ghostface killer is this time. Who could it possibly be? Because this one's far more menacing than previous ones. He's not, like, tripping over things when people throw something in front of him, instead of, like, goofily, cartoonishly falling over it and, like, getting stunned by it because you tipped over a chair on your running around. Like, he'll just, you know, move the chair to the side and continue running right next to you. He actually conducts himself well in a normal fight. So, like, at one point someone's got a shotgun, he, like, dodges, eventually overpowers a person and shoots them with the shotgun, and then starts hunting with the shotgun out. Like, it's a side of Ghostface that I think is newer in terms of, like, how efficient he is as a murderer, if that makes sense. And it's complemented by the fact that the film is smart enough to make these scenes tense. So, while he's hunting with a shotgun, our two main characters are hiding, trembling, and actually making wise decisions in order to get out of that situation. And just overall, I was pretty impressed that they actually built tension in interesting ways. One tool they used a few times is the phone call, like I mentioned. And they keep it very on edge. Like, you're literally talking to the murderer, and you know he's got to be nearby since he's talking to you, and he's like threatening you, letting you know, like, you are about to die. I mean, the fat lady's about to sing here, bub. You know, watch out, Buster, because he's nearby, and he's literally telling you that. And it works because as he's, you know, delivering this supervillain speech, the person is, like, exploring slowly, like, looking for Ghostface anywhere, like, opening a cookie jar, like, maybe he's hiding in there. I don't know, all of it just kind of worked well for tension building. And that's not to say this movie's, like, amazing or perfect or anything. It is a good movie, but there are some glaring issues. The biggest one being some characters get stabbed like 50 times, and it doesn't matter. Like,
it feels like a lot of times the movie pulls punches when it comes to its... I don't want to give any spoilers, but there are some characters here where they'll get stabbed literally 50 times, but they'll keep fighting, and they'll be fine, right? Like, for instance, the main character gets stabbed like 3 times at one point, and still is totally fine to like run around, you know, jumping jacks and fighting at all points, even just relaxing casually. Like, it seems like sometimes the stabbings don't matter at all. People will get blasted like a pincushion 50 times and live in the film, which is weird, you know, for obvious reasons. And I think that's a pretty big problem. But another thing is the cops. Like, holy sh**. Ghostface kills a lot of people. The body count in this film is pretty high. And the cops show up every single time. So there's like 50 deaths. The cops are there every time, literally seconds after all the deaths happen. And they all involve the main characters, you know, Sam and Tara. And for some reason they don't think like, a lot of people are dying around Sam and Tara right now in this group. Maybe we'll leave like an officer behind just to kind of like check it out, because I mean he might strike again because he's killing every hour basically. Why don't we just leave a squad car behind just to see if maybe we get lucky and catch the killer here, right? Like, the cops are always showing up, but they never do anything preventative, and they never really act on anything or like investigate very well or really do anything helpful whatsoever. Another thing I also didn't really like, and this one's more of a personal preference, but I don't like when it gets meta. So like I said, this does celebrate previous Scream films, but it also celebrates horror films in and of themselves. Because, I mean, you know, this isn't the first time Scream's done something like that, but it's very in your face about it. So a character's giving a speech like, this isn't just a horror film, we're in a horror franchise right now, so all of us are suspects, and then goes down the list of why each person's a suspect based on horror movie tropes. And I just don't really like when it gets meta. I get why it's there, but for me personally, that always just feels yucky. I don't know, I've just never really liked that. So that wasn't really for me, that little flavor sprinkling in like horror movie tropes and like literally calling it out while still also acting on some tropes. Another thing I'd like to mention is the dialogue. Like, I don't think the writing's bad by any means. I actually think it's pretty good, actually. But there are moments where I had to roll my eyes, where there are points, for example, where one of the characters is saying, like, here's why all of you are suspects. There's a lot of times where they're like, you're probably Ghostface. Well, you're probably Ghostface. And then, like, explaining, you're Ghostface, this. It's just not very subtle when it comes to the way characters speak to each other. It's, like, very in your face. And a lot of the writing, at least towards the end when it comes to the reveals, it relies on a lot of plot conveniences in order for that surprise to work. And I do think it does, because I wasn't even close with my guess on who Ghostface was going to be or anything like that. I wasn't even in the right ballpark. But point is, there's a lot of plot convenience that needed to happen there in order for that to even remotely work. So there are just a couple of plot holes when you really start to think about what's happened and how it gets to that moment. But overall, I don't think it's like bad writing, it's just there's some hit or miss moments, especially like with dialogue in particular. One thing I'd like to point out is there are so many times in this film, especially towards the end, where the theater started clapping. Like, I felt like I was in a Marvel film and they just saw Spider-Man announced for the first time. Like, this was the most applause I have heard in a movie in a long time. And it happened, I think, 3 times at the end, roughly. And I was blown away. I was like, holy shit, like, everyone here was like super invested, clearly. Like, what the and that's a great thing, but I wanted to make mention of that because I thought that was so wild. I'm actually kind of doing a disservice explaining this because it wasn't just like clapping, not like golf claps. I'm talking like uproarious applause and like even some cheering at some point. Like, I felt like I was at a damn sports event, honestly, and the home team had just scored the game-winning bucket. It was nuts, like how animated people got and cheerful at certain moments. But anyway, yeah, I did enjoy the film. Plugging Scream 6 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a comfortable 75%. I liked it. It's not perfect, it's not like amazing or anything, but it is a lot of fun to watch. And that's about it. Wow. Yeah, I just saw the Winnie the Pooh horror movie, Blood and Honey, and it is without exaggeration one of the stinkiest horror films I've ever had the pleasure of watching, and undoubtedly in the top 10 worst films I've ever seen in theaters, which is truly an honor, because I've seen all kinds of worthless, absolute trash. Now, I'm sure you all know Winnie the Pooh's public domain now, which is why this film was able to be made in the first place. This isn't like an official Winnie the Pooh production. It's not canon. This isn't going to be part of the established Winnie the Pooh lore. The property went to the public domain Thunderdome, meaning anybody could use and abuse it freely. So, a lot of people tried to latch on to the tit and suckle some milk out of the power of the IP. And this led to this production here. It was a very cheap one that was haphazardly thrown together, clearly trying to capitalize off the wackiness of its concept. What if Winnie the Pooh killed people? And that's about it. That's as far as the creativity goes. And it's very clear they rushed the f*** out of this because nothing works. This is the laziest, most unapologetic cash grab I've ever seen in my life. Wow. Yeah, I just saw the Winnie the Pooh horror movie, Blood and Honey, and it is, without exaggeration, one of the stinkiest horror films I've ever had the pleasure of watching, and undoubtedly in the top 10 worst films I've ever seen in theaters, which is truly an honor, because I've seen all kinds of worthless, absolute trash. Now, I'm sure you all know Winnie the Pooh's public domain now, which is why this film was able to be made in the first place. This isn't like an official Winnie the Pooh production. It's not canon. This isn't going to be part of the established Winnie the Pooh lore. The property went to the public domain Thunderdome, meaning anybody could use and abuse it freely. So, a lot of people tried to latch on to the tit and suckle some milk out of the power of the IP. And this led to this production here. It was a very cheap one that was haphazardly thrown together, clearly trying to capitalize off the wackiness of its concept. What if Winnie the Pooh killed people? And that's about it. That's as far as the creativity goes. And it's very clear they rushed the f*** out of this because nothing works. This is the laziest, most unapologetic cash grab I've ever seen in my life. But it doesn't even have the decency to be self-aware. It is bad at everything it tries to do, and it doesn't even do it with like a smile on its face. Of course I knew going into this it was going to be bad. Anyone with eyes could see that this would be dog. I mean, just look at the costume. They didn't even bother putting any effort into Winnie the Pooh or Piglet. They just found the cheapest masks available at Party City, and then just had two guys wearing the masks. That's it. They also have human hands. And also, a lot of times, the mask kind of rides up a little bit, so you can just see, like, a normal human actor underneath the mask. It's just a disaster. This is one of the few films where I actually took notes during it because I felt like I was so insulted and I couldn't believe what I was watching. So I jotted down a few notes during this, also because it was basically just me and Aaron in this movie theater watching it together, stunned by what we were witnessing. It is truly a catastrophe on every level, but I will openly say, it was fun bad. It was. I'm happy to report it wasn't boring bad. Its sheer incompetence and its inability to do anything right while not being self-aware made it a fun, enjoyably film. So, I'd like to walk you through a lot of what happens here. Clearly, we're going to get in spoiler territory, so fair warning, though I don't know why you give a fuck about spoilers for this kind of movie. It's not exactly heavy on the narrative at all. So, let's go ahead and dive in. Just to give you a quick example of how much they cared about doing this cheaply, they don't have Winnie or Piglet talk. They clearly wanted to save money on the budget by not having additional voice actors try and impersonate Winnie or Piglet, so they came up with this. During a harsh winter, Winnie the Pooh hatched this genius idea to eat Eeyore in order to save the rest of them. So they sacrifice Eeyore for the greater good, they eat him, and then take a vow of silence because they were so traumatized by what they had done to their friend. So they never speak. So that saved them some money. The story is as follows. Christopher Robin meets Winnie and the gang in the 100-acre wood. They're friends for a while, but Christopher Robin goes off to college, and during that time, the group goes hog wild. They go insano style. Their minds break, they turn to madness, and they become these ferocious killing machines for some reason, because they felt abandoned by Christopher Robin. But Christopher Robin is now engaged, and he wants to bring his fiancée into everything that was important in his life, which includes Winnie and the gang, so they visit the 100-acre wood looking for them, and his fiancée doesn't believe him. But then we get like Darman level acting throughout the entire film, but immediately it starts to shine because his wife is like, "You are so successful because you are creative. And even if these are imaginary friends, that business that you have made and you being as creative as you have been has led to you being one of the best people in the world, Christopher Robin. but I'm not sure if they're real. And Christopher's like, but no, fiancé, these are real. And then sure enough, they eventually stumble upon the cabin, and then Piglet grabs a chain and strangles his wife till she dies. And then Christopher Robin gets cornered by Pooh and Piglet, and he drops what I believe to be one of the most iconic lines in horror movies now. He says, Pooh, you've got to help me. Something's wrong with Piglet. He killed my wife. And then that's when it sinks in on Christopher Robin that they're all, off their gourd. So Pooh and Piglet start closing in on Christopher Robin as he's yelling and screaming. And he's saying, we were friends, but we were friends, what happened to us being friends? And then they kidnap him, and that's the intro. A fierce and fiery start to this one. And I'd like to mention that the two actors in the Winnie and Piglet costumes, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that they're like 80 years old. Because they move around so slow. Especially Pooh Bear. Pooh Bear fee-fi-fo-fums around like he's carrying 1,000 pounds on each ankle. I thought for a second every time they moved, they slowed down the footage by like half. Like they moved at 0.5 speed. It really looks like they're riddled with arthritis. Every movement they make is extremely stiff. When they kill somebody, it's almost like animatronic to a certain degree. Like, it's so jarring. I would have expected them to be a little more limber since they're supposed to be like these crazy, agile, unstoppable killing machines. But my god, they are painfully slow and stiff. It's weird. But anyway, moving on. So that's the intro done. And then we get to our main characters. And I couldn't even tell you any of their names because it just genuinely wasn't important. They are actual just meat balloons for Winnie and Piglet to pop. So it's a group of girls that go to this cabin in the 100-acre wood for a vacation. And this is a no-technology vacation. They want to go off the grid, like in witness protection, basically. So they turn their phones off and everything when they get to the cabin. But unfortunately, one of their friends was a little late, so when she was calling them to ask for directions, they didn't answer. So she pulled over outside, like next to the cabin a little far down the road, and was trying to get them to answer. And as she's calling, Pooh Bear spots her. And this is very bad because Pooh Bear's got a taste for blood, and he's gluttonous. So Pooh Bear starts chasing her down like this. The girl's screaming. She eventually makes it to some kind of warehouse and takes cover underneath a wood chipper. You can see where this is going. As she's hiding, Pooh happens to find her, and I swear this is going to sound like I'm making up, but I'm not. Pooh grabs her and then rips her shirt off. And then her tits are flopping all over the place for a minute, and Pooh's moving her around so her tits kind of jiggle. And then he starts slamming her head against the wood chipper till she dies, and then he puts her in the wood chipper to make a blood sundae out of. So it's shooting all of her blood and guts out of the wood chipper, and that's it. I don't understand what the point was in Pooh Bear stripping her nude, basically. Well, I guess not fully nude, making her topless. I don't really get it. I thought this was going to be some kind of narrative plot point where he sees her tits and his eyes just go "Auga!" or something to indicate that he's a pervert, truly just the most, reprehensible menace of all time. But it played no role in anything because Pooh doesn't talk, he has no emotion, he has no real character, he just kills. So what the fuck was a point in just having her tits all over the place for 20 seconds? And that's another thing. All of these kills, the directors confused tension with just general time and dead silence and dead space. So when she's hiding, it is painfully long of her just sitting there and Pooh's feet by the door. It'll go on for 45 seconds of nothing happening. It's not building tension, it's just overstaying its welcome, and it's just dead space. It's worthless. And that's for every single kill. The director really just thought holding a still frame of something in the background is building tension, and it's just not. It was just really mind-numbingly boring, and it really lasted a long time. In the intro, when Christopher Robin was saying, but we were friends, and Piglet and Pooh were coming in, that scene was probably about 2 minutes of them standing there, slowly getting closer, as Christopher Robin repeated the same 5 lines over and over again, like it was an NPC malfunctioning in a video game. It was painful how long those scenes would drag. But anyway, moving on, so that girl got thrown in the wood chipper. Back at the cabin, one of the girls is an Instagram model, so she's in her downtime playing music in a hot tub, and while Pooh Bear is dispensing of this corpse, this skeleton of one of their victims, he hears the music, so he looks around, and then he sees the hot tub. So as she's taking Instagram pictures, you can see Pooh in the background, and the girl notices that too, and she's like, oh, what the fuck is this? That's a weird looking creature back there. So then she turns around, literally knows Pooh is there, and knows that it's some kind of f***ed up abomination back there, and she's like, I know you're there, but you're not gonna ruin my vacation, or what was the line? You're not gonna ruin my hot tub, or something? I don't know, it was a terrible line, but she recognizes that there is a complete stranger in these woods, this giant animal recognizes that, and then just says, you're not gonna ruin my time, so she gets back in the hot tub, where she gets chloroformed by Piglet and Pooh Bear. So then they hog tie her on the front porch, and then steal one of their cars, and Piglet puts his foot on her while Pooh Bear slowly drives over her skull, and then you get a close-up of her skull slowly exploding, so her eye pops out at the camera, and then blood starts squirting, and they're using the worst CGI of all time for the blood squirting, and eventually her head just pops and blows up. The genre that this movie's in is torture porn, pretty much. Like, that is basically all it is. It's just Winnie and Piglet torturing and killing people. I even forgot to mention that Christopher Robin is being tortured by Pooh. He was hitting him with Eeyore's tail, just like flogging him with it. And this is what I'm talking about with a lot of things they try they didn't even bother to follow through on. There's a moment where Christopher Robin's like, I know you're still good in there, Pooh, this isn't you. You killed my wife, but I know you're still good in there. And then Pooh has this moment where he, like, cries, and then he breaks some boxes, and then he looks at himself in the mirror, and then he goes back to hitting him with Eeyore's tail. And it's never explored again. Like, ever. At all. Like, there's just this brief moment of vulnerability, but then he goes right back to just being this two-dimensional killing machine. So now, back to the cabin. They blow up that girl's head with the car. It turns out all of the other girls, for some reason, spread out across the land, so two of them are by, like, a pond, talking. Another two of them are literally, like, doing nothing. Just standing around doing nothing. But they hear their friend scream, and they all run back to the cabin. They see her corpse. They freak out. They go inside, and Pooh is written "Get out" in blood on the window. So now they recognize they're being hunted. They're under attack, and they're trying to find things to defend themselves with. And then the main girl remembers that she brought a gun with her on this vacation. Her backstory is she had a stalker, so she's been a little scared of things, so she has a gun. And when she mentioned that, both Aaron and I thought it was going to be like a Glock or something, like a normal gun. You know, like a normal kind of gun that you see in movies. Well, it turns out the gun she brought is a revolver. But not just any revolver. It's like a damn six-shooter straight out of Overwatch. Like, she was McCree. She had this giant damn revolver. She came out here with that big iron on her hip. So she pulls out this massive revolver, a 50 caliber hand cannon, and they're like, okay, now we can defend ourselves. But then they still split up, and so the girl with the revolver and her friend, they get into like a sniper's perch, and Pooh is just standing in the middle, like looking down, looking all confused, as they have like a clear shot on him, but they're not taking it for some reason. Then Pooh walks into the kitchen. So then we go to the other group of two girls that for some reason split off near the pool, and Piglet's over there, and they freak out, and one of the girls falls in the pool, the other one, Piglet pushes, and she gets knocked unconscious. And then Piglet, it is so hard to describe how awful this is. Piglet is after the girl in the pool, and he has a chain and a sledgehammer. And he starts like slapping the chain against the pool water, trying to get her, and the girl's like moving backwards, like slowly in the pool as Piglet's hitting the water. And this goes on for like 2 minutes. It's terrible. And then eventually he's like, this isn't working, I'm gonna get the sledgehammer. And while he's getting the sledgehammer, the girl, instead of like getting out of the pool, like a normal, logical decision, like getting out of the pool and running away while he's getting the sledgehammer, she instead like gets closer to him in the pool. And I thought this was going to be like a fight back moment where she's going to like grab the chain and yank him in and try and kill him. But no, she just gets closer to him as he gets the sledgehammer. Then he gets the sledgehammer and she starts backing up again in the pool, like slowly swimming her way back. And then Piglet hits her with the sledgehammer and kills her. And then the girl that got knocked out from the push, they take and chain up back at their camp. And Winnie the Pooh slaps her after eating some honey. So he's eating some honey. The girl wakes up. He notices she wakes up and he slaps her. And he slaps her again, and he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again. It goes on for like a minute. That's what I'm talking about. All of these scenes last for so long, and it's so unnecessary. It does nothing. It doesn't make it more tense. It doesn't make it more brutal. It just makes it really weird and uncomfortable. Anyway, that's another one of the vacationing girls dead. Don't even know her name. None of these characters had any level of depth to them whatsoever. The other two girls that have the revolver and her friend, they try and, track down where her friend got taken. They eventually track it back to Winnie the Pooh and Piglet's hideout. And there's now another girl that's been captured and she's screaming. So they free her and she's been mauled by Piglet, so her face is all f***ed up and it makes her mad. Then they free Christopher Robin as well at some point, who's still alive, just being tortured. So now they have Christopher Robin freed and this completely random girl that also happened to get tortured by Winnie the Pooh and Piglet. And the girl whose face is all messed up from Piglet grabs the gun and says, "I'm gonna make that bastard pay for this." So then she shoots a shot in order to lure Piglet out, and he comes out from a trailer, and he's got his chain, and they're circling around a fire in what I expect they thought would be a cool action moment, like a cool action shot. So they're circling this fire. He's got a chain, she's got a gun, and she's ready to go John Wick on him. But then she tries to shoot him, and it's out of bullets. It turns out the girl only packed a single bullet in that revolver, which leads me to believe that her plan for the vacation was to play Russian roulette with her friends. Why would she only load a single bullet into the revolver? And that's not even the stupidest part about that scene. Because they freed that girl, they freed Christopher Robin, Piglet and Pooh had no idea that was going on. I think they both went to sleep for some reason. They could have all left. But when the girl took the revolver and said, "I want to make Piglet pay," the other two girls, well, three because they had freed her friend, but the other three girls just decided to watch. So they get in the closest proximity they can to this showdown, which happens to be a single keg, like an actual beer keg. They hide behind, and they're watching it, like peeking over the side, while this complete random woman has their gun and is about to shoot Piglet. They all just came over to watch. For no reason. They could have just left. They could have left, and they would have survived. They would have been fine. But they decided to be spectators here, and it's like an episode of Scooby-Doo. Like, they couldn't help it. They're just peeking over to watch it go down. So once it's clear that the girl's out of ammo, Winnie the Pooh comes up behind her, knocks her down, pours honey on her face, and Piglet eats her face off. And that's when Pooh notices that the three other girls happen to be behind that keg of beer watching. So then he's like coming at him like this, and two of the girls run away, but the other one hides and grabs a sledgehammer and ambushes Piglet. And she hits Piglet twice in order to get revenge for the friend that she killed. The other two girls are running through the forest, which is, I believe, miles away. Like, they ran miles, like, in a matter of seconds, and Pooh's following them like a damn robot. But after Piglet gets hit twice, he screams, and Pooh hears this miles away, and somehow Pooh instantly teleports back to the camp, and right after that girl delivers the killing blow on Piglet, Winnie the Pooh kills her by stabbing a machete through her throat and hanging her up on a post. Every character in this movie has super speed or like Dragon Ball Z level instant transmission because they're teleporting all over this place. They'll teleport from the cabin to the Pooh hideout to the woods, back to the cabin, all in a matter of actual seconds. It's crazy. But anyway, now we're down to our last two survivors. Piglet's dead. Pooh's very upset about all of this. Sorry, just checking my notes, making sure I didn't miss anything. I'm skipping over some other like, it's so bafflingly terrible, but anyway, the next important plot point is the two girls make it to a road, and there's a pickup truck of some goofy dudes in there. One of them comes out looking like the crypt keeper, and they're like, what's wrong with you girls? You're not making any sense. What do you mean you're scared? Who are you scared of? And then Pooh's on the road, and they're like, you scared of this joker, this clown? Alright, we'll get in the car, we'll take care of this. And they march up to him with baseball bats, beer bottles, and a crowbar. And they're like, hey, bub, what did you do to scare these girls? You're not a nice guy, are you? So they start beating up Pooh Bear, and he's just tanking all of the shots. And then I wrote down how he kills them because it's so wild. So after it becomes clear that what they're doing is ineffective, Pooh slaps the entire side of someone's face off. Like, literally turns them into Harvey Dent, Two-Face. Slaps the side of the guy's face off, which kills him. And then he karate chops another guy's arm off, and then curb stomps him. Then he karate slices another guy's throat open, killing him. And then the last guy, he summons a swarm of bees to kill. So Pooh Bear can control bees in this universe, I guess, and he uses that to kill that guy who runs away. Then the girls freak out, but they have a car now, and they try and get away in the car, but Pooh's latched onto the back. And then they brake real hard, Pooh flies off, but for some reason they broke so hard that their heads hit the dash and they pass out. So then one of the friends gets grabbed by Pooh, and then he rips her head off and then throws it on the windshield. And then our protagonist turns on the windshield wipers because the blood was gross, I guess. Which is so stupid, so dumb, because I guess she was still going to try and get away and couldn't see with her friend's head in the windshield. But she wasn't able to clean it off fast enough and start the car, so Pooh grabs her. And he's about to kill her, but then Christopher Robin comes speeding in another vehicle and hits Pooh, which stuns him, but it doesn't kill him. So then Pooh grabs that girl one more time, slits her throat in front of Christopher Robin, and then says the only line that Pooh and Piglet have, and he says, "You left us." And then, after, kills the girl, slits her throat, and then just starts stabbing her a million times as Christopher Robin cries and runs away. Roll credits. I just summed up the whole movie for you. That is the whole movie. I am convinced that they were padding for time with all of those very long, drawn-out sections of, nothing happening. I think that was in order to fill time, in order to make, the bare minimum for a feature-length film, because this movie is short. Way shorter than I would have ever expected. It's over in, a single blink of the eye. And everything that happens is so half-baked and terrible. All of it looks terrible. None of what they even attempted to do lands in even the singlest, slightest capacity. I thought this would be self-aware goofiness. It's not self-aware. It is goofy, but for all the wrong reasons, which almost makes it better. Like I said, it is enjoyably bad. It is fun bad. It's no Moonfall, unfortunately, but I did enjoy my time watching it. It was something special. Oh bother! I tell you, this one was a super stinker. And I just had to come home and vent about it and talk about it, because holy sh... It has a 5% on Rotten Tomatoes, which I actually agree with. It's very rare I agree with Rotten Tomatoes scores. That one's right on the money. 5% sounds about right. The audience score of 51%, though, I can't understand, because it is enjoyably it is a fun, bad movie. It's something wild. That's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at A Quiet Place Part 2. Typically when you hear of a sequel being made, you roll your eyes and you go in there kind of excited but expecting it to be worse than the original. And especially when it comes to a horror movie sequel, you're 100% expecting it to suck fat asshole, just some straight dog. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a horror movie whose sequel was any good at all. Also, John Krasinski himself said he didn't really want to do a sequel to A Quiet Place, even though he left a couple of plot threads open in the first movie to explore later on, potentially. He said he didn't really want a sequel to it. So, before going to see this movie, I kind of expected it might be a bit of a cash grab. Just the producers trying to suckle on the sweet bosom of Krasinski one more time and milk the franchise. Thought it was going to be a bit soulless, but I couldn't have been more wrong. This movie absolutely slaps. I was extremely excited to see that there wasn't some crazy time jump that a lot of sequels do, where it was 500 years into the future. Alright, all those characters you love in the first movie, they're dead now and no one remembers them. So let's pick up here. This movie picks up exactly where the first one leaves off and continues the story. I hate when movies have that cop-out where they don't feel like putting any effort into writing, so they're like, okay, let's just have a big time jump and just come up with new shit. This movie picks up everything and continues it. I love that. And the movie gives you day one. What happened on day one, it shows you the pure pandemonium and the chaos when the monsters first start showing up in the world, and how the Krasinski and his family handle it, and what they go through on the genesis of the nightmare. It is beautiful. This movie is filmed perfectly. That's never even something I really talk about, because for me it doesn't matter too much, but in this movie it is so clear to even a dummy like me that Krasinski is a significantly more talented director than pretty much everyone else in horror right now. In pretty much every other horror movie, the focus is on the creep, oh, look at this monster we made. There's blood in its teeth because it just ate a person, how gross. But in A Quiet Place Part 2, the focus is, look at how the people are responding to this here. They're always the actual focus of every shot. The monsters are there, but they're not just the entire camera, right? It doesn't just glue to the monster to make you feel uneasy. It's showing you all the characters trying to survive. So, for example, in the day one scene, The monsters chasing people around, slaughtering people left and right, and instead of like showing gore and guts, intestines, bowels, titties, assholes flying all over the place, it instead focuses on you watching Krasinski and his family trying to survive it, which is a lot more powerful. So you'll see the monster doing all these things in the background as the family's trying to get away from it and survive, and I think that's so much more effective at building tension, and I could really appreciate that. The whole movie does a great job at building tension, but I do have to say, I think the first A Quiet Place did it better. The difference between A Quiet Place 1 and A Quiet Place Part 2 is in the first one, the tension is built through not understanding the monsters yet. You, as the viewer, haven't really seen what they're capable of doing, you haven't been acclimated to the environment, it's all foreign, and as far as you know, the things are invincible. It could be Superman hunting people down out there. A Quiet Place Part 1 is able to build tension through just the unknown. That's always one of the most powerful elements of a horror movie, is making the viewer use their imagination. That's always going to be the scariest part of horror movies. Once you show them, then that kind of goes out the window. But it's not really like a bad thing, because A Quiet Place is built more on its characters than its monsters, in my opinion, and how they're always making smart decisions. Quiet Place Part 1, they have an incredible setup at the farm that's super thorough and well thought out. It's genius. And in Quiet Place Part 2, they're still smart, they're still making very smart decisions, so that continues, but now that you've seen the monsters, you know their weakness, you've seen them die, it loses that little bit of like, what the f*** is it? How the f*** are they gonna survive these things? Because now you kind of understand where things could go. You've seen the boogeyman, and you've seen him bleed. You've seen him flaccid, he's not as scary anymore. So that element of the unknown is gone, so I don't think the tension buildup is quite as strong as it was in the first one, but it's also not like a fault of the movie here, it's a sequel. Like, what the f*** are they gonna do? Introduce a new monster? Oh, here's this monster, and now here's a monster that hunts by the smell. It can smell the future. You know, like, obviously they were gonna use the same monster that you've now seen the weakness of, so it's not like anything they could really do about that. I'm just saying I do believe the first one did it a little better just because, you know, it was so brand new. This movie is still extremely good. When it's building tension, it does it better than pretty much anything else in the genre that I can think of. It really is an extremely great movie. A very simple plot. Go here, do this. Bang. That's about it. There's nothing convoluted where they need to time travel in order to stop a meteor from crashing into Earth that unleashes aliens or something. It's very simple. And I think that works really well because then you just get to go on this journey with the characters that seems like a pretty tough journey, considering if someone so much as sneezes or farts along the journey, the monsters come crashing in. At any point that you hear sound in this movie, you can expect a monster to just parachute in, ready for action. So in this very scary world, they go on an extremely dangerous adventure, and it is an absolute joy to watch. Another rare thing that I mentioned in A Quiet Place Moist Meter from 3 years ago is that the acting was incredible. And I'm going to mention it again here because the acting really is incredible. Like, when a character's in pain, you can feel it. Like, it really looks and sounds like the characters are in pain. Most of the movie is silent, obviously, because they don't want to all just get mauled by these monsters. But sometimes pain happens along the way. You know, someone steps in a bear trap and they're screaming and wailing, sweating, and it really looks like someone actually stepped in a bear trap. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if a year from now, the actor playing the character comes out and just says, yeah, John Krasinski just made me step in a bear trap so the scene looked really real. What you see on screen is actually how I responded to stepping in a bear trap. Like, it is really, really, like, impressive how well these characters deliver their performance. Like, it sells it, and it really brings the movie up. And really, the whole movie's just great. I'm not going to get into anything spoilery, but it's a really fun movie that is a really good sequel. I think it's just as good as the original. So, plugging A Quiet Place Part 2 into the Moist Meter, I'm giving it a 90%. I don't think it's better than the original, and I don't think it's worse. I think it's just as good, and I think it's about as good as a sequel could possibly be, to be honest. It is really, really well done, and I truly think between A Quiet Place 1 and 2, John Krasinski has created a horror movie staple. These are really masterclasses in the genre, if you ask me. It's a unique concept executed beautifully.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the newest Conjuring movie, Annabelle Comes Home. Now, I didn't know this, but I just looked it up. Warner Bros. Was locked in a $900 million lawsuit with the person who originally wrote the stories that The Conjuring is based off of, and the only way Warner Bros. Was going to avoid paying $900 million to this guy for copyright was if they proved ghosts were real. And I didn't realize this, but they wrapped it up in 2017 at the end of it, and I had no idea because I was waiting for this like super team power-up like Marvel Avengers in-game style where they bring in Zack from Ghost Adventures, Zack Big Dick, you know, the demonology guy with Ghost Adventures, and bring them all together to prove ghosts were real so they didn't have to pay nearly $1 billion. But it turns out they ended up settling out of court, which is the most underwhelming conclusion to a $900 million lawsuit where ghosts being proven real was on the line. It's just so upsetting that I was really disappointed. This entire segment here is unrelated to Annabelle Comes Home because the movie doesn't talk about it, unfortunately, but I just thought that was so interesting. Because that lawsuit, I was really looking forward to seeing how they tackled the ghost thing, but they ended up not doing it. They didn't bring in Dib from Invader Zim or anything. They just settled it out of court, which is super boring. That should be a crime in and of itself. Anyway, Annabelle Comes Home. It's not bad. I don't think there's really any bad movies in the Conjuring franchise except for The Nun. The Nun was just so boring, but this isn't. This movie's good. I think the Conjuring movies are always just fun for the time you're watching them. Nothing special about them, nothing wildly creative, but executed decently enough. The characters in this movie I actually really liked. I thought Bob was a really strong character, Daniela as well. I thought the characters, because it wasn't focused on just like the main two Warrens, I actually thought the characters they had in here were really fun to watch with a good dynamic. And I also like the story where Daniela goes into the Warrens' house while the littlest girl is being babysat by her friend, and she starts touching, releasing all types of spirits, and then they have to battle all types of different spirits. It's like a Scooby-Doo episode in a certain sense, and it's fun. I like that plot line. But it's just so silly and nonsensical with these horror movies when you start to break them down, because at every step it seems like the demons and evil spirits want you to succeed. For example, in this movie they're trying to get the Annabelle doll back in the case, and literally the entire movie is the demons leading them to the Annabelle doll and letting them take the Annabelle doll multiple times. For example, Mary Ellen, one of the main characters, comes face to face with a demon or with an evil spirit that's killed a bunch of people and wants to kill her. And she just gets the Annabelle doll from it and walks away. They just let that happen. They're much more invested in making loud noises occasionally than actually stopping them from being sealed again. I just don't really get that in horror movies. The Conjuring does this all the time. They have so many opportunities to just stop them or kill the people, and they just let them go. In this movie, it's just insane how many times that happens. A demon comes face to face with the little girl and then just lets her leave. Literally, like, chokeholds her and then just lets her leave. It's just silly. It's just really dumb. I don't know why the demons are actively trying to get... I don't really understand. They're not really there to preserve themselves. They're just there to make loud noises when it's quiet. And that's what this movie relies on, much like all the other Conjuring movies. It's not great at building tension, but it does try. There's also a really goofy samurai armor spirit, which is just really dumb. It's just more comical than scary. But again, the main focus is on jump scares, so when it gets quiet, something will fall over, make a loud noise, and you'll go... But even that's not super effective in this movie. They don't do it overly well. The guy next to me fell asleep like 2 or 3 times and was snoring, which was super disruptive, and I hate that kind of behavior. If you're that tired, just leave. But I mean, it still illustrates that it wasn't great with its horror. If you couldn't even keep the old man next to me from falling asleep and choking on his own spit. It wasn't a bad movie, though. Like I said, I did enjoy it, and I didn't regret my time with it. I do think when it did try and build tension, it didn't land most of the time, but when it did, I was satisfied with it. I also really like all of the different spirits and all of the different conduits for evil that were in there. I liked that aspect. I thought that was well done. And yeah, it wasn't a horrible movie. It wasn't great. Just a pretty standard average horror movie for the modern age. Plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving Annabelle Comes Home a crisp 50%. Beautifully average. Nothing great about it, nothing awful about it, nothing to really regret when seeing it. Kind of fun. That's about it. So yeah.
Initiating moisture.
What the f is up? Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at Bird Box, the hot hit of 2018. 45 billion people all at once watched Bird Box, the biggest movie ever made in human history.
I've heard a lot of mixed things about this. Some people love it, some people hate it, you know, some people say Bird Box, more like Turd Box, it sucked. Others think it's the best movie ever made, so I went in here with really mixed expectations. I walk away from it pleased. I don't think it's like an incredible movie or anything, but it is a good movie. One of the main complaints that I saw from people is that they never reveal anything about the monsters. They never show them, and that, for a lot of people, leaves them blue-balled. Me, personally, I like when the horror movie, and I wouldn't really consider this a horror movie, but I like when the movie doesn't show the evil presence. Yeah, the human imagination, your own individual interpretation of the monster is going to be far scarier than anything they could put on the screen. So I definitely like that they didn't blow their load and show you some bad CGI Babadook-looking mother. It looks a lot better when there is nothing shown from the monster and leaves it mysterious and up to the viewer's interpretation. So the movie is about monsters that are invisible, that you can't see them, they're never shown, that when people see them, it compels them to kill themselves. And it's only ever hinted at how it does it, and I think that's exactly how they should have done it. The movie then focuses on Sandra Bullock and a crew of characters surviving in a post-apocalyptic world where everyone's killing themselves, and the people that haven't killed themselves are insane people that think that the monsters are an enlightened being. They're basically Rick and Morty fans, forcing everyone to open their eyes and watch Rick and Morty. And then it's just about survival and Sandra Bullock learning to become a mother and learning to love. And it's really not bad. It's clever with the devices it uses. Sandra Bullock uses fishing line to get around so she can find her way back by holding on to it, perpetually blindfolded because they cannot go outside and see because they'll get killed. It's a quiet place but with seeing instead of hearing, although it's not quite as clever as A Quiet Place. However, this movie has a much better ending than A Quiet Place because, like I said in my moist meter, that one, I didn't really care for the ending of that movie. Fucking pumping the shotgun, and then it turns out the weakness of the monsters is the most obvious thing you would expect. That for some reason no one in the universe thought of. I'm not here to rant about The Quiet Place's ending. I just think since everyone's making that comparison, it's appropriate to talk about it and acknowledge that this one absolutely has a better ending. The whole movie, though, throughout is pretty good. It drags a lot in the middle. There's a lot of just dead space, in my opinion, that really just didn't need to be there. There's a lot of loose ends that were never tied up, and if you break it down, there's a lot of plot holes. For example, you know, the guy, it has like a 5-year gap where you're watching something in the present, you go to the past, and in between is 5 years of nothing that's explained, and somehow the dude is still absolutely massive, looking like a goddamn linebacker, despite them constantly struggling to find food and survive. A lot of other plot holes as well, but nothing I think is too bad. You know, if I can take that back, there's some birds in a box, as the title of the movie would indicate, and they play a pretty crucial role in the film, but these birds are indestructible. They're made out of adamantium. These birds get everything shy of getting hit with a sledgehammer directly. They get drowned, they get falled on thousands of times throughout the Sandra Bullock and her children's journey. They get stepped on, they get lost, covered in dirt, suffocated, and yet they're still alive at the end of the movie to go play with their bird friends. It's unreal. These are the strongest birds in existence. There really is a lot of plot holes, but that one's definitely the biggest one that most people will be like, "Are you kidding me?" Now, most people are bringing up fan theories, and I'm not exactly going to toss my condom into the ring of fan theories about this movie because I don't like to dive into spoilers, but I'm just going to say, and this is a bit of a spoiler, I really don't subscribe to the idea that the monsters are a metaphor for social media. To explain, most people are saying that this movie is all about the dangers and evil of social media, how the monsters serve as the anonymity of people online, and then when you see the hostile social media in the movie, which is the demon, it makes you so sad you kill yourself. So it's speaking to how social media is making people kill themselves by making them very sad and being mean to them. I think that is the worst explanation for the metaphors in this movie, and if that is confirmed by the director, I will openly say this is the stupidest movie I've ever seen in my whole life. That would make no sense in the movie, and I think that is really grasping at straws for clicks online, and I don't know why so many people think that that's applicable to this movie, and an actual explanation for... there's for some reason this big movement that every movie is secretly about social media being evil. I don't really get it. A lot of the themes in this movie are about people being disconnected from people. Well, not exactly. The main character being disconnected from other people. and then they use that to stretch it to social media, making you disconnected from other people. It's such a goddamn reach, and I really don't like that theory. So if you believe that theory, I think it's a theory, but you're welcome to think that it works for the movie if you'd like. Overall, though, not a bad movie. A lot of dull pacing, and like I said, a lot of plot holes, but overall, it's enjoyable. It's not really scary at any points. I mean, at certain points, it gets a little tense, I'd say, but it's not an amazing thriller or anything like that. Let's plug this into the moist meter. I'm gonna give Bird Box a 70%. I always enjoy when a movie does try to be different and it's smart with its gimmick. The gimmick here being you can't go outside and see. And I think they did it pretty well for the most part when they did venture outside, how they combat the universe they're in. Overall, I thought it was clever, but dragged and didn't always be clever. There was a lot of dump that happened as well. Probably worth seeing though. Doesn't live up to all the hype, but not a bad movie. That's it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at Brightburn. That's the evil Superman movie. I didn't love that concept. An evil Superman movie that's R-rated and ultra-violent and gory. And this movie really delivers on that front. This movie does not pull any punches. It's about child Superman becoming evil and just murdering anyone at all. Just becoming this cartoonishly evil character using his incredible godlike powers to just annihilate human beings. And when I say annihilate, I mean that in the most literal definition of that word. This kid does not hold back. There's a scene where he causes a man to explode as if he just swallowed 10 drums of gasoline and then stuck a match up his... Just this huge, bloody, gory explosion, skin, guts, intestines flying all over the place. And there's just so many of these, like, unnerving, gory moments. Gore, I think, is sometimes just overused as a crutch for a horror movie where it's just supposed to be like the shock. You know, there's always like the eye scene, and this is guilty of that trope as well. But in this movie, there actually is some unique plays with gore and showing you really gross things. And I didn't expect that because the lead is a kid. It's child Superman, but evil child Superman. His costume makes him look like Quail Man from Doug. It's a goofy costume, but it works pretty well. My biggest complaint about the movie is that the horror aspects of it don't really work. Its jump scares are predictable, not effective, and it doesn't build tension very well. The movie's at its best when it's just showing this kid toying with his victims and then killing them. The story isn't that great either. There's not a whole lot of depth to any of the characters except for the parents. The parents do a great job. I think they were strong characters, but the kid has really no development or anything at all. He's just a very two-dimensional character. One second he's a normal kid who, you know, just standard human being, and the next second he's an evil superpowered guy because he had a dream where he was super powerful and now he wants to take over the world. And there's really no development, there's no conflict, there's never a battle within himself like, hey, I used to be a kid that loved his parents, now I'm evil, maybe I should think about this. There's never any of that. Until the end of the movie, he has a moment of self-reflection, but it's kind of and ham-fisted because throughout the entire movie, they showed none of that. He didn't do anything that even resembled doing something good. It was all just the most evil path he could have taken. So I think it was a little silly to try and all of a sudden at the end reel it back and make it seem like, hey, he's still just a kid trying to figure himself out. No, you have established he is just straight evil in all possible ways. You made that really clear when he started murdering people who gave him a Jolly Rancher flavor he didn't care for. The kid just kills anyone and everyone for no reason at all. There's like a fucking phase montage of him just causing devastation across the world for no reason. Collapsing entire shopping centers because they were sold out of Yu-Gi-Oh packs. He just kills everyone and anyone. There was never a moment throughout this movie where he struggled with what's good and what's evil. He committed to just being evil. So I thought it was silly that at the end they try and make it like, oh, maybe he's good. Because it just didn't work at all. And that's not a huge complaint because I don't think this movie really relies so much on its story or its narrative. It relies on its concept and its execution and showing you just how devastating it could be if Superman was a bad guy. And I think it's a really fun thing they explored, and I'm excited to see more from Brightburn universe if there is more. It'd be really nice.
So let's plug this into the moist meter. I'm giving Brightburn a 70%. I wish the narrative was better. I wish it told a better story. However, I think it did just enough. It gave you the premise, and it showed you a lot of cool about him becoming the ultimate evil. And it was really a refreshing spin on superheroes. It was a really disturbing look at it, and I really appreciated the risk they took. And I enjoyed it for the most part. I really think they missed the mark with their horror elements. It was just really generic in that regard, but everything else it did well. A lot of things will definitely catch people off guard in terms of its gore and how the kid does his. It's just a very interesting movie that was executed well. I have a lot of respect for this. It was a good movie. That's it. So yeah.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. We're looking at the new Chucky movie, Child's Play. Chucky as a concept is one of the very few horror concepts that genuinely unnerved me growing up, and even to this day, there's still some remnant of, yeah, it's kind of a creepy idea. Just having haunted killer dolls. Dolls are scary, man. And as a kid, I had a bunch of, like, dolls that I'd get as gifts as, like, a baby and stuff, and those dolls, I'd always have to, like, second guess, like, is he spying on me? Is there a knife in that doll's or something? That's not stuffing, that's probably blood. All because of the whole idea of Chucky. So, although I never watched them growing up, the Chucky movies had a profound effect on what I found scary at the time, and I'm actually happy to say this movie is actually pretty decent. It is a good slasher movie. I thought it'd just be a cash grab going off of the Chucky name, just like I thought Toy Story 4 would be a cash grab. Neither one of them seemed to be. This one justifies its existence. It's a fun movie. It does things pretty differently and pretty creatively. I had a good time with it. The only complaints I have about the movie are just the ending is pretty anticlimactic. There's some shit in here that's just a little too goofy to believe. It's just, and I understand you're supposed to suspend disbelief, but they spend like a decent portion of time showing that Chucky is like a lumbering idiot when it comes to getting from point A to point B. He walks like Forky from Toy Story 4 for some of the movie, and then towards the end of the movie, he's sprinting around faster than a speeding bullet. He's like the Flash. But I mean, it is a good thing because it'd be kind of boring and a little underwhelming if you're being hunted by Chucky to have him kind of like penguin walking his way towards you like he was at the beginning of the movie. So it's good that he somehow learned how to get around like a cheetah, but never really a progression to it. He just all of a sudden he knows how to turn into the shadows and sprint around really quick and slash at ankles with a knife, which is fine. All the character performances were pretty good throughout, especially from the younger actors. I thought they did a pretty decent job. No really great standout characters or anything like that, except for Mark Hamill voicing Chucky. But again, a fun slasher movie. The deaths in it are creative and gory. They didn't really pull any punches there. Some of the humor, the dark humor, lands pretty well, and I didn't expect that. I thought it'd be kind of lame, shoehorned in. It does a good job with dark humor. And I also really like how Chucky becomes evil. This isn't a spoiler, it happens literally immediately. It's just a overworked man turns on the evil switch. For some reason, all of the Chucky models, the Buddy dolls, come with an evil parameter that's by default turned off. And all you had to do was change the value from evil no to evil equals yes, and then they become evil. So, I mean, that was kind of goofy fun. Really, the whole movie is fun. I don't think it's a great movie or anything like that, but I think it's a very fun and good slasher movie that'll probably have you smiling. It's not going to have you scared. It's not scary, and I don't think it even really tries to be. There's like 2 attempts at a jump scare, and then maybe 1 or 2 scenes where it tries to build up tension. But then the rest of it's like dark humor, comedy, slasher kills, and stuff like that. And that's when it's at its best, for sure. So plugging this into the Moist Meter, I'm giving Child's Play a 70%. I enjoyed it, have very few complaints. By no means do I think it's a really good horror movie or anything like that. It's a very fun slasher movie, though, that I think most people will be satisfied checking out. As fans of the Chucky franchise, I think it does well enough on its own to justify this soft reboot, and it's a good movie. I enjoyed it. So yeah.
Initiating moisture.
Hey there, let's just get right into it. We don't need foreplay. I just want to immediately start talking about how bad Halloween Ends is. It's just a stinky load of trash. It is terrible. As most of you know by now, Halloween Kills, which was the previous movie in this trilogy, I find to be an extremely enjoyable bad movie. The whole evil dies tonight thing, the man jumping off like the 2nd floor of the hospital, then exploding when he hits the ground with like blood and guts and his legs are all mangled and shit. I think the movie is really enjoyably shitty. And of course there's that iconic scene in the car where Michael Myers like kills them
kind of, but mostly the people in the car start killing themselves. So like the lady walks up to him, puts the gun next to his face, and he just like opens the car door, hits her hand, and she shoots herself. Like, Halloween Kills is a fun movie. Halloween Ends is a movie without the side of fun. The only time this movie was, like, enjoyably bad was the intro, which I'm just gonna spoil real quick. The intro of this movie has a guy babysitting this kid, and then the kid plays a prank on him, making him think Michael Myers is back, so the kid puts, like, a knife on the stairs and starts yelling and screaming, and then eventually he traps the babysitter in the attic. The babysitter freaks out, starts kicking the door, and then he finally kicks the door a little too hard, and it shoots it off the hinges. At Mach 5, he blasted this thing like it got hit by a torpedo, so it launches off the hinges, hitting the kid, which sends him flying over the railing on the 3rd floor, tumbling to his death below, where he lands and explodes, as if he had just got hit by a bomb. Just blood and guts flying everywhere. It sounds like someone just crushed 5 tomatoes for the sound effects, and his mom and dad walk home to see it happen. They're screaming like, "Oh, what have you done?" It is so goofy. It is so good. Like, this babysitter had to be as strong as Goku to kick the door that hard. It was wild. And I was like, great, it's gonna be as silly as Halloween Kills. But then it's not. That's the only time that it's, like, fun, silly. From there, it takes itself way too seriously. It's extremely boring. And I feel like this movie was initially 3 hours long, but then they chopped it to 1 hour 50. Because there are so many things that happen incredibly quick that it makes no sense to me. Laurie's daughter immediately falls in love with the bad boy just from looking at him for a split second. And then she's extremely forward the entire time. She's like, "My muffler's f***ed up, and I want you to fix it, but I don't care about the muffler." Like, just, everything moves at light speed in this film. Also, for some reason, the babysitter is haunted by the local high school band club. Like, for some reason, every single time the babysitter's out in public, these 4 band members roll up in their convertible and start insulting him, calling him a pedo and a murderer. I don't know why they even call him a pedophile. Like, the whole town thinks that he's a creep because of the killing of that kid, but he got let off because he was found to be an accident. But they keep following him around, calling him, like, a pedophile and somehow they're always there when he's out in public, and they're always wearing the exact same clothes, even though this takes place over many days. They're like cartoon characters, they're like me, always wearing the same outfit. They're always rolling up in their convertible. One of them's always twirling a drumstick. It's so silly, but it's not silly enough to make it fun. It just becomes grating every time they show up. But by far the biggest disservice this film does to the franchise is they make Michael Myers in the last movie, at the very end, is like, he's the incarnation of evil. Pure, unstoppable evil. The boogeyman in your nightmare. The hemorrhoid in your butt. It's Michael Myers, and he'll stop at nothing until evil spreads like a plague. And in this movie, he's just hiding in the sewers, and he's like really, really weak. I don't know, who cares about spoilers? I'm still gonna try and avoid them to the best of my ability. But Michael Myers he's like an injured, wounded animal. So he's in the sewers, eventually the babysitter finds him, and for some reason, Michael Myers lets him go, and then the two become like a buddy cop team, where Michael Myers is like training the babysitter. I think the idea was, by looking into Michael Myers' eyes, his evil possessed the very soul of the babysitter, but that's still not good. Like, it's still dumb to look at. Why all of a sudden does Michael Myers look inside of him and take him under his wing like a son? It's still stupid. They make Michael Myers not scary or cool or intimidating in here, and Michael Myers himself actually doesn't do anything at all in this movie. Like, pretty much nothing. He has only like 2 scenes. The rest is spent elsewhere on things nobody cares about. Like, I felt like I was watching a TV filler episode for the majority of this movie. It's just so uninteresting and not good. It focuses more on the relationship between Laurie's daughter and the babysitter, and how dumb she is in relationships with red flags. Because the babysitter says all kinds of weird, he has these big outbursts and these huge meltdowns over small things, and somehow it turns her on, and then they just afterwards. It's just the vast majority of the film is spent like a soap opera romance, and then the ending is Halloween-esque. there are enjoyable kills at the end when stuff actually happens, like the way he kills a guy with cutting his tongue off and then having it rotate around a spinning record on air is cool, I guess. Like, there are like fun moments and there are some like gory kills, but only at the very end. After you spent like an hour and 40 minutes of just watching a relationship develop. Like, I don't think I want to make it clear, I don't think any of the actors or anything did a bad job. It looks like they all really tried, especially the babysitter, like Corey, his name's Corey in the film. Like, he does a good job, especially since he is the main character of this movie. Laurie is in it a lot more than she was in the previous one, but still, I wouldn't even consider her the main character here. Michael Myers is barely in it. He's only in it at the end, really, with, like, glimpses of him early on when he's, you know, patting Corey on the ass and showing him how to kill people. I also think the ending fight between Laurie and Michael Myers is actually good, because you're never sure if Laurie's gonna die or if Michael's gonna die or anything, and I think that just makes it have higher stakes. That worked pretty well for it. It was a satisfying fight that was well done. It's just really, this movie is two different films that they slap together, then I don't think they work. I feel like the idea here of like a weird guy who got a unlucky break with accidentally killing the kid he was babysitting, and, you know, is he really evil? Is he really a psychopath? You know, what's gonna break him? Did the town turn him into a psycho? Could have been an interesting idea if it was executed better, but it's not. They don't even really, like, they touch on it, but they don't really put a whole lot of effort into developing that theme. It, again, just falls into focusing on, like, a romance that blossoms poorly. It's just not good. It's really not good. And it's certainly not good as, like, a Halloween horror movie or anything. Because it's not, like I said, it's not even really a horror movie. There's only, like, 4 scenes of violence. Everything else is romance, and tension's the wrong word because they don't build tension, but watching a man be weird. Just an old putrid pile of unfortunately. Plugging Halloween ends into the moist meter, I'm giving it a cool 25%. Real shame, I was expecting it to go as hard as Halloween Kills and really lean into the over-the-top violence and like comical action. You know, Michael Myers is just this fun killing machine that's creatively executing everyone in town for seemingly no reason, an unstoppable force of pain and misery. But that's not here. That's not this movie. This movie is mainly like a romance film overall, which makes no sense for it. That's really about it. So yeah.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the new Halloween movie, Halloween Kills. I wasn't even going to moist meter this movie initially, because by the time I finished it, I had already began forgetting some of it. It was just a really underwhelming movie. But I decided that it was probably worth talking about because I find it so underwhelming. Let me just start with the good things here. Best things about this movie are just when they're doing mindless killing. Like, they very much seem self-aware of how goofy and over-the-top there is, that it becomes enjoyable. I can really appreciate a bad good movie, and I really think a lot of times this leans hard into bad good. For example, there's a character that comes at Michael Myers with a pistol, and they do that same cliche they do in every action movie where someone with a gun for some reason tries to shove it up their butthole and shoot them instead of just like stand back a little bit and start shooting. So they go up in like slapping range there with their pistol, and Michael Myers just kicks a car door at them. It hits the gun and they shoot themselves in the face and blow out their brains. Like, it's really goofy. And there's a part where someone's trying to strangle Michael Myers with a Halloween plastic stethoscope. Like an Easy Bake Oven stethoscope thing, you know, like that kind of children's toy. And then he gets stabbed in the eye. Like, it's very goofy, and that's when it's at its best. But it also tries to deliver a message and utterly fails. So it tries to bring home this idea like mob mentality is bad, but it's at doing that. So really, to me, the only like redeeming thing about Halloween Kills is when Michael Myers is just mindlessly killing people for no reason all the time. The majority of the movie is spent with those kills. So if that's what you care about, like just a bunch of gore and violence, and you will be very happy with this movie, I imagine. and I found it to be enjoyable, but I also think the movie as a whole is kind of stinky. So first off, I just want to say, Laurie Strode, who's probably the most important person in Halloween, and extremely important in the last Halloween movie that this one directly follows, does nothing in this movie. Quite literally, she does nothing. She just lays in a hospital bed, talking about how much pain she's in. I mean, yeah, she got stabbed and everything, so obviously she's going to be in pain, but she does nothing. At all. The closest thing she comes to contributing anything to this movie is she knees a random extra in the stomach. Like, there's a doctor running by and Laurie just grabs him and knees him. And then she's like, ow, my stab wound opened, this was a bad idea, and starts rolling around on the floor, screaming. That's like it. And then she gives a monologue about fear. And that's all she does. So, I think it's really stupid that they would sideline, like, the most important character here, and instead follow the dumbest characters so far. So, like I said, the message is mob mentality's bad. And you could basically sum up the majority of this movie outside of the killing as just a town of actual imbeciles, just actual idiots. So, there's one guy in particular who starts the catchphrase, "Evil dies tonight." And you will hear that a million times in the second half of this movie. Evil dies tonight. It's basically the town is tired of Michael Myers killing people, so they're gonna do something about it. They're gonna kill Michael Myers. Evil dies tonight. And they just keep shouting that. Eventually, innocent people start getting hurt, and chaos erupts. And I want to say right away, like, yeah, it's a great idea. You know, get the townspeople, get the vigilantes out there to take them down. Why not? You know, at least try and fight them. But no one really arms themselves with anything that makes sense. Like, the main guy has a baseball bat, like, okay, that's kind of logical. And then someone else gets, like, a pillowcase of bricks. Someone else just uses, like, brass knuckles, like, okay, yeah, you're gonna fight it with brass knuckles? Someone else, I wouldn't be surprised if they brought a hula hoop to the mob justice scene. Like, they just start bringing goofy items to fight Michael Myers with. Even though they were, like, planning to kill him for a long time, they could have, like, prepared, like, find like maybe just a brick that you could start throwing at him. Like, that'd be better than just bringing like brass knuckles and it's really dumb. And the main guy that you follow here is Tommy, and the way he recruits people into this is really silly. Like, there's a scene where he just drives up to a gas station and just starts talking to strangers. He's like, "Hey guys, you want to murder someone tonight?" And they're super down. They're like, "Yeah, who the fuck are we killing? You know, let's ride." Like, "Yeah, we're killing Michael Myers." Like, "Oh goddamn, yeah, let's go kill Michael Myers. I've had enough. You know, that tomfoolery, I'm tired of it. Let's get rid of Michael Myers." It's like everyone in this town is super ready to just kill somebody. They just needed an excuse and a target. It's so weird to me. Like, they don't do a good job of building their message that mob mentality is bad. And maybe Michael Myers isn't just a really scary guy. He represents a very scary thing, which is fear itself. They do a horrible job with it. So I really think everything aside from just Michael Myers killing people is really poorly done. And I really don't think it's great. Like, it's not like he's doing anything creative. He's just randomly stabbing people all the time. Like, there's no real tension that builds in this movie. It's just, oh my god, Michael Myers is hanging out at the dumpster. And now he's stabbing that woman. You know, it's not like there's any kind of like, oh my god, I'm on the edge of my seat, where the fuck is Michael, what's about to happen? Like, you basically see him the whole time as he slowly walks and stabs somebody. It doesn't really get very creative, and it doesn't even really try. It's just, he just starts stabbing someone. Like, even when he kills someone, he'll just keep stabbing them. So he'll take a couple, like, you know, he's in someone's house and he's just killed this old man, and then he just grabs a couple more knives and starts just putting them in his body. And then that's it. Like it's goofy, and that's enjoyable to me, but I really think it's just poorly done, and they really try and go hard on gore, but they don't do that well either. It's like everyone here is just a balloon of meat waiting to pop. Like, there's a guy who jumps from a building, and when he hits the ground, it looks like he fell into a jet turbine. He's just like minced meat all over the place, and that's basically all of the kills here. They just explode into guts, like off of anything. If he's strangling someone, they just explode. So it's not exactly like the most riveting action and gore. It's just kind of like, hey, here's a lot of gore. And like I said, I enjoyed it, but I also don't think like it's super well done either. And I feel like this movie has no payoff at all. Like, it is so desperate to be unpredictable that it becomes I guess unpredictable is the wrong word. I'm not trying to spoil anything, but this movie has no payoff. You go on this adventure, and you get nothing out of it except for, like, some goofy kills and some silly moments. But I don't really think you walk away, like, overly impressed with the movie either. I liked 2018's Halloween movie. I had a good time with that one. I thought that did some, like, fun stuff. And again, I don't think it's a perfect movie or anything like that, and I still think the original Halloweens are better. But this one I just feels not great. Like, it's really not. It's a pretty underwhelming movie with really stupid characters. And so let's just plug this into the moist meter. I'm giving Halloween Kills a 40%. I've been pretty harsh on the movie, but like I said, overall I did enjoy it because most of it is spent with Michael Myers just going on a killing spree, and I think Michael Myers is a cool character. I don't think he's as cool in this movie as he has been in other ones, and I think they actually do a disservice to the Michael Myers character by the end of it. But I still did enjoy watching Michael Myers be menacing. And, like, the things that he does along the way were entertaining. So, overall, I wasn't, like, completely, like, this was a waste of my time. But I also wasn't super happy that I spent an hour 45 watching it either. So, yeah, that's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the new Halloween movie. As it gets closer to Halloween, we've been blessed with some extremely scary content from the internet from YouTubers left and right. But now, we get graced by some Hollywood horror, by a little soft reboot of the beloved Halloween franchise. I went into this not expecting much, but I'm a huge fan of slasher films, and I was pleasantly surprised by how great of a slasher this movie is. It's a lot of fun. And one thing I want to say right away, John Carpenter, who did the score for this, absolutely killed it. It's got the iconic Halloween soundtrack, and it's got a lot of other great here. It's great. The score of this has been great. Carpenter annihilated it. Got me hard as a rock. The movie, overall, is just really good. Really well done. Michael Myers is as terrifying as ever. He's just like a fucking Frankenstein's monster. You can't move past like one speed, which is a menacing walk. He moves slow as a just moves around like an extremely drunk man trying to pass a field sobriety test in front of a police officer, but not doing a great job of holding it together. But somehow it always works for Michael Myers because he's always positioned perfectly to not be seen and be able to strike optimally. So the man's omniscient. And it's really cool to watch unfold. There's a lot of kills in this movie, a lot of creative kills as well. I know in slasher movies, at least old school ones, there's not like a whole ton of kills. There's just big ones that have like a huge impact. This one's just got a lot of kills for the sake of kills. Like, he'll just burglarize being the wrong word because he doesn't take anything except a life. But he'll go into a house and just stab someone and leave. He does like trick-or-treating but with souls. And it's cool. Absolutely cool, but it is really just, you know, kills for the sake of kills. It doesn't really do much to further Michael Myers. You're already afraid of the guy as like a being of pure evil. They don't need to just have him knocking on doors like a Jehovah's Witness with a knife. But it's still fun to watch it unfold. And it's really cool having this dynamic between Jamie Lee Curtis and Michael Myers where she's got to execute him and Michael Myers, he just exists as like a killing machine. You don't know if he really even gives a about Laurie, who's Jamie Lee Curtis's character, because he doesn't say anything, which is really cool. I thought they'd absolutely blow the load here and have Michael Myers talk, but he doesn't, and I'm glad they didn't. So you've got Jamie Lee Curtis and then Michael Myers, who God knows what the f goes on and what his motivation is, and Jamie Lee Curtis is this paranoid survivor of his, and she has one purpose in life, which is to kill him, so she's raised her daughter to be just like an assassin as well, and her daughter resents her for it. All of the characters in here are great, in my opinion. The only character that I'm not 100%, you know, go team on was Karen, who was the daughter of Jamie Lee Curtis. I thought she was just kind of a boring character who didn't really bring much to the table. It seemed like kind of a phoned-in performance. She had one cool scene where she fires one bullet, and that's about it. But other than that, she doesn't really contribute much, and she doesn't really seem to give much of a shit about the whole situation. But overall, the movie is really well done. It really is. There's some really cool scenes here, very well shot. The framing on some of them is something I took big notice on because I really liked how you'd have to guess where Michael Myers was in the vicinity because you knew he's not going to be like hiding under the bed or something because the man can only stand up straight like a corpse that's somehow standing up straight. So you're always guessing where the fuck is he standing, what is he doing?
But there are a few complaints I have about this movie, and they mainly revolve around horror cliches, which is stupid characters. Jamie Lee Curtis, for the most part, is a very smart, competent character making smart decisions. But until the end of the movie, then she makes the stupidest decisions I've seen in a while. So, not to spoil anything, but she's like a doomsday prepper, prepping for the Michael Myers nuke that she believes will inevitably occur, and it does. And she's created like an underground bunker. Well, spoiler alert, you see it in the trailer, so don't worry, it's not that big of a spoiler. Michael Myers comes knocking on her door, and they're hiding in the bunker. And Jamie Lee Curtis's plan is to start shooting him through the bunker, so that way he knows where they are. And then she starts yelling at him from down there. Like, what the f was her plan? All she did was give away the position where she's hiding her daughter. Also, when she's hunting Michael Myers in the house, she has a weapon, a good weapon, and then she's looking around for him, and she has good ideas of where he is. Like, she'll find a closet with, like, blood on it because he was bleeding. And instead of just firing a bullet at the closet just to be safe, she'll walk over to the closet, get as close as possible, enough to, like, sniff Michael Myers if he was there, instead of just firing a bullet at it. Why? She just gets in melee range for no reason. Oh, Michael Myers, are you in there? Alright, I'm gonna check. I'm coming in there. If you're in there, I'm gonna be right at your level here for a job, just to make sure you're really there. Make sure it's really you. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know why she wouldn't play that more cautiously and fire a bullet at where she thinks he is. It was just silly decisions like that. But overall, most of the characters made competent choices, which is good. It's nice to see in a modern horror movie because it's pretty rare, but until it starts to fall apart at the end there. I don't have any, like, huge complaints about this movie. I don't think it's the best slasher ever made. I don't even think it's the best modern slasher that's ever been made. But it is a very well done, competent, modern slasher that does Michael Myers justice. There's some goofy scenes, like in the beginning, where one of the investigative journalists shows Michael Myers the mask, and then all the crazy people are going crazy. Oh, like there's some goofy scenes here and there, but overall, it really is a competent slasher. So let's plug this into the moist meter. I'm giving the new Halloween an 80%. The movie's been good. It's not a masterpiece of slasher cinema or anything like that, but it's really well done, and in an age of modern reboots of beloved franchises that complete on the franchise, this one's pretty damn faithful, and it does a great job of bringing Michael Myers back to the forefront of horror slashing. So it's been good. It's definitely worth seeing.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today, let's take a look at my butthole, and then also talk about Hellfest. Hellfest is a new movie that came out today about, well, you know, Hellfest, which is Halloween Horror Nights on the big screen, basically. It's just those haunted houses at theme parks. That's the whole movie. I actually think the setting's pretty interesting. As Halloween rolls closer, I decided, you know what, let's make this a spooky episode of the Moist Meter. Gonna do this in reverse. I'm giving Hellfest a 40% on the moist meter. That's right. I just whipped out my flopped out on your chin and gave you the moist meter rating right in the beginning of the video. You can turn it off now if you're satisfied with knowing what my score is, but do you want justification? I don't think you really give a shit. I don't even know what Hellfest is. There wasn't a lot of marketing budget behind this bad boy. But I was surprised. I expected this movie to be a pile of dog, and while it wasn't anything great, it was a pretty competent slasher movie. The characters were annoying, but one of the characters played a really good awkward guy, so I respected the shot of that. He actually seemed like a super awkward guy that they hired for this. But he's a good looking dude, so I'm sure he's not that socially inept in the real world. He could probably blow up a raspberry and get pussy as a result of it, but he played a great awkward character. So at Hellfest, the Halloween Horror Nights here, there's a man who goes around killing people, and no one believes it. And I thought that was really cool because I was able to relate to that. Not that I've gone around killing people at a Halloween Horror Nights, but if I saw a murder during one of these things, I wouldn't believe it at first. I'd think it was part of the act. I'd take it with a grain of salt. Like, yeah, buddy, I'm sure you just killed her. Great acting. I can see the ketchup. But in here, you know, that happens on the screen. You're like, oh, yeah, that would be kind of... You wouldn't even know. And I thought that was really cool. It's not unique where people in a horror movie, no one believes it. Like, they'll witness it and then think it's fake. But here I thought it was really clever because of, you know, it's Halloween. All that kind of shit happens as, like, gags and acts. So I enjoyed that. Like I said, I don't think the characters are very good. I think they're pretty annoying. And they're the kind of people where if you saw them in the actual Halloween Horror Night setting, you would hate to be around them. You would be absolutely miserable having to be behind these people in a haunted house, taking selfies with all the props and then pointing out all the actors like, hey, good try, buddy. I'm not scared, or like making a lot of big noise and grand gestures like a bad YouTuber. But as far as throwaway horror movies go, I think this one's probably one of the better ones they've come out with, just because I like the premise, and I think it's executed well.
the slasher, the main bad guy. He's kind of cool, kind of creepy, and then there's some decent little jump scares in there, I suppose. So, I mean, overall, it's a competently done slasher movie with a lot of that holds it back. Obviously being just very clearly a throwaway kind of movie. They didn't expect much out of it, and they're not going to get much out of it. But if you want to just go see something kind of mind-numbingly fun, I think this is probably a pretty decent one to check out.
Initiating moisture.
Modern horror movies are akin to a pile of dog. In my opinion, they're the most lazy, formulaic, and boring movies that get made, and they're only made as cash grabs so high schoolers can bring their girlfriend there and they can both go, ah, at the jump scare fest. That's not to say there haven't been great horror movies made, though, in the last couple of years. However, Hereditary is the best one, by far. If horror movies were measuring contests, then Hereditary has the penis size of 3 semi-trucks lined up end to end. This movie is so far above any other horror movie I've seen in at least the last decade, it's unreal. I don't even want to touch on the story of this movie because I feel like even talking about what it's about will spoil some of the actual content of the movie. But I'm going to say this movie has the most amazing story I've ever seen in a horror movie right up until the last 10 minutes of the movie. The last 10 minutes of the movie really just drop trouser and take a hard on everything that was built up to that point. I really was upset with how they finished off the movie, but everything up to it was nothing shy of a horror masterpiece. The story is a very unnerving one, and it's going to show you a lot of things that are uncomfortable to look at, which get taken to the next level by the performances of the actors here. Absolutely amazing acting in this movie, and that's not something I particularly care about. I don't really pay a lot of attention to it. I'm not grading by, oh, he didn't raise his eyebrows when he was supposed to be super surprised. This is horrible acting. 10 points off, and I'm never seeing this movie again. Boycott this movie because I didn't like his micro-facial expressions. That's not something I care about, but when the acting is this good, it's something I think everyone notices, because it really made the characters alive. It made it seem like you were watching a real family go insane and have all types of incredibly disturbing happen to them. It was jaw-dropping. I've never seen acting like this in a movie, and especially not a horror movie where everyone's just a cardboard cutout of the most boring two-dimensional character imaginable. This was amazing. Everyone killed it in their role in this movie. The next part that makes this movie so great is they don't have this over-reliance on jump scares like every other mainstream horror movie does. There are a couple of jump scares here, but they're used sparingly and appropriately, and they're not the main scare. The scariest thing about this movie, the scariest things you experience here is the psychology of what the family's going through, and you feel like they're actually going through it because of the performances, and some of the shit you see. Some of the things are just disgusting to look at parts, and that's exactly how horror should be. It shouldn't be like a, did I scare the shit out of you? You know, that's not scary. That's, oh, okay, you made a loud noise. Obviously, it's going to startle me a little bit, but at the end of the day, that's just goofy and dumb. Here, it actually uses real, scary, which I can always appreciate, up until the end. Like I said, the last 10 minutes, take everything it did right, and then just kind of throw it into a toilet and ejaculate on it. But up until that last 10 minutes, everything here was unique, scary, disturbing, and just incredibly enjoyable to watch. Now I feel like I should absolutely mention the last 10 minutes and why I take issue with it. Well, up until the last 10 minutes of this movie, everything has you guessing as to why things are happening, and it also is using a lot of unique approaches to startle, well, not startle you, but to unnerve you. Whereas the last 10 minutes take every generic horror movie scene and combine them into one montage, like a 2008 YouTube era montage of generic horror movie. And it didn't land well at all. It was just kind of pathetic, in my opinion, and the explanation for why everything was happening was also kind of shit. They hinted at it building up to that, but I was hoping it wouldn't be as in-your-face and just downright silly to listen to when they explain it. Nor do I think they should have explained it right to your face like that. It took away a lot as well. But when I say it doesn't land well, the audience was laughing at some of this because they've seen it all before. So when you see, for example, a scary thing looming in the background and just kind of floating away, I mean, it's nothing like, yikes, that's scary, that's new, I've never seen that, that's really startling and disturbing. It's not. Because everyone's used to that. That's a generic horror movie. That had no place in this movie, because they hadn't done that at all in this entire movie, right up until the end, and it just ruins a lot of it. It really does, and it's really sad because this was a horror masterpiece. I think it still is if you can disregard the last 10 minutes and just go ahead and put that as like a spin-off, like a side story that got roped in here. Like, you know how in a Pixar movie they do a little short at the beginning? Well, Hereditary did that at the end. The movie ended 10 minutes before the short plays. That's how I'm gonna look at it, because it's just got a damn shame. It really is. And that really honestly is my only complaint about Hereditary. Everything else is honestly just amazing. The sound is great. Everything feels like it's happening and sounds like it's happening. The movie's shot in a really unique way. It has some really cool transitions. It has some really great framing. And that's not something I ever touch on because I don't think too many people care. If the framing and the shots are you'll notice, and that's a bad thing. But if they're done right, you should never even consider it. But it is something I occasionally pay attention to, and in this movie, it's hard not to notice how well executed it is. Now let's just go ahead and plug this into the moist meter. I'm giving Hereditary an 85, and it hurts me to give it an 85 because I think it should be more. But like I said, those last 10 or so minutes are just, they're stinky. And more likely than not, if you see this in theaters, people are going to laugh during that part. I was too, because it is just goofy, and I don't know why they did that. I really don't. I'm guessing they were just running out of time or just didn't care anymore. Fuck if I know. I'm not going to try and understand what they decided for the last 10 minutes. Maybe they just handed it off to the director's 4th grader. I really have no other explanation. But everything except for the last 10 minutes is a horror masterpiece that I think anyone who enjoys a horror movie will love. Hereditary is absolutely fantastic.
Initiating moisture.
There's a very popular trend in modern horror movies where you make them suck as much as possible and they're just entirely forgettable. Luckily that's not the case with it. I really enjoyed the first one from start to finish. I thought it did a great job in its horror elements as well as its comedy. The comedy really stood out to me because when you go to a Stephen King movie adaptation, the only comedy you're usually getting is unintentional because they stuck some fat. That wasn't the case with it, and it really stood out to me. I really enjoyed it. I think it was a very solid horror movie and just a really purely enjoyable movie start to finish. It Chapter 2 had its work cut out for it to really follow that up, and it did a great job, and a lot of it boils down to just incredible casting. Bill Hader as Richie absolutely annihilates the role. He is a really, really talented actor, as well as James Ranson, the one who plays the adult Eddie. And he's basically as if the kid actor grew to a 40-year-old man in the 2 years it took in between this movie and the last one. It's like the same damn guy. It's as if you actually are watching the kid in an adult's body. They act the same, they basically sound the same, and they even look the same. It's wild. I don't know if James Ranson's the young child actor's father or something, but it's wild how similar they are. But there's no bad characters or anything like that. I just thought those two really shined, in my opinion, because once again, in an area I didn't expect it to be great in, comedy, it nailed. I didn't think they could make it happen twice. I didn't think you could take Stephen King's work and make it intentionally humorous twice and have it land, but they did it. And I respect that, because it made me laugh a couple times. I thought it was just really well written there. As far as the horror elements go, I actually think they're weaker in this movie than the first one, and I didn't even think the first one nailed horror to a certain degree. It did it decently enough, and it was violent and brutal. It wasn't afraid to be brutal. This one's not either, but there's really less tension. This is like a fucking 3-hour movie, and at no point did I really feel them build up anything and then have it pay off or lead to something like scary or shocking. There were a few scenes where you could see them going in that direction, but they'd break it up with humor, and the joke was good, but, you know, you kind of took away any kind of suspense or tension building, or it just didn't build the suspense very well, or it was just kind of unintentionally humorous, such as, like, the old woman. I think that scene, most of you know what I'm talking about, it's kind of goofy. I don't know if that's the intention there, I'm sure it probably is, but that's kind of where all the tension comes from, is just freeze. Bang. Kind of, like a really light bang. It's not even like fully committed to a jump scare or something like that. So I thought the horror was even more lackluster this time around, but it was still just as brutal and still as enjoyable. And most of my complaints come towards the end of the movie, because up until then, it's actually a pretty character-driven piece. You have all of these characters going through their own little adventures, battling their own demons, their own obstacles to overcome, trying to find themselves, remember things about themselves, really discover who they are as, you know, a loser. That's what they call themselves in the movie. If you haven't seen it, I'm not just insulting the characters or the actors or anything. It's just a self-discovery piece, and it's really enjoyable to watch, and it does a good job with its themes, I'd say. But it's kind of a double-edged sword, because you have them going on this mission of finding themselves and what they want to be, what they're hiding, what they've forgotten, and you don't really put a whole lot of horror into it. Yes, in all of their situations, Pennywise is there kind of it up and making them face it head-on, trying to bring out the fear. I get that, but it's just not very effective. It's far more emotional, I'd say. And also in some of these arcs, the CGI hurts it. Like, there's some downright goofy-looking CGI moments where, you know, you're sitting on a bench and all of a sudden you got like a CGI kaiju lumberjack wielding like some type of World of Warcraft item as a weapon coming at you, and it looks kind of like a video game cutscene. It's not believable. It's just really silly. And that's a little disappointing, but if it was going for silly, it nailed it, and it's hard to tell, because the movie is self-aware in certain places, but then you have this whole thing that's kind of like, this is supposed to be scary, but it's not. And that comes out pretty hard at the end, which I'll talk about in a minute. I'll get into spoilers just to kind of make my point, and I'll let you know well before I get into there, but I'd really like to get that out. Another thing I really appreciated about the movie is that it wasn't afraid to shy away from being brutal again, like the first one. I always appreciate that, because in a lot of modern horror movies, even if they are R-rated, their idea of being brutal is, here's some severed arms and here's some severed legs. They don't really show how it gets to that point or what goes on. It shows you all of that, and I guess I can appreciate that to a certain degree, just because most modern horror movies are so pussified, just very pussied. They're just not, they don't have any bite to them. At least I think in its deaths and brutal, it goes kind of hard in that department. And I really just don't have a whole lot of negative things to say about this. The comedy landed when there was elements to try and make you creeped out. It sometimes worked, though it never really felt earned with enough tension built up for it, but it was always fun to see. I think the It franchise has a unique advantage where it can show you all types of fun stuff. It's not locked into just like paranormal where a chair is moving weirdly, or somebody's possessed and they're walking around like fucking Frankenstein's monster, hands out. It shows you a lot of cool. You have a clown just with you and showing you some really cool, and I really enjoyed that, even if it wasn't all that scary. Now, at the end of the movie, now I am going to get into spoilers, just a few spoilers, forewarning if you want to avoid that. The end of the movie gets downright very silly to me. I think the CGI with Pennywise the spider doesn't really work all that well. It looks like some low-budget Dead Space to me. I didn't think that was very intimidating, and I really don't like that trope of, you know, he's been omniscient this whole time, and now all of a sudden characters can kind of sneak around to the side of him while he's distracted slapping at a wall. Yeah, this entire movie, he knows everything going on everywhere about every single one of these characters. Now, when they infiltrate his lair at the very end, he has no idea where they're going or what's going on. That makes no sense. That's when he should be strongest, right? And if he can't, like, read their minds like he has been able to, all he had to do is, like, out of his peripherals, he would have seen people sneaking around to his right and maybe acted sooner and stopped them in their tracks. It's just a horror movie trope, I suppose. And I also thought when they defeat him, it looked extremely easy, and it's something he should have expected, because it's kind of what they did in the first one already. They basically just defeat him by insulting him. Hey, you're small. You're just a clown. You're just a small clown. You're a clown, you're a clown, you're a clown. He starts shrinking and shrinking. Oh no, you're hurting my feelings. I'm big, no. And then they crush his heart, and that's the end of it. It's underwhelming. And I know that's how, I understand it follows the book a bit. I didn't read the book, but I understand that this shit happens in the book as well. So I get it, but, you know, as when they were younger, you can excuse it because it's kids doing it. You know, it's very different when you have 40-year-old men and women doing it. Like, you're a clown, you're small, you're stupid, dumb stuff, and he's shrinking. It's just a little goofier, and it really wasn't that threatening at the end, in my opinion, especially after, you know, you have 2 movies to build up a final showdown, and you get it like that, where it just ends up a roast, really roast. Just kind of underwhelming. That's my only, like, actual huge complaint, just because I felt that was just not very good. But putting that aside, let's plug It Chapter 2 into the Moist Meter. I'm giving It Chapter 2 a nice 80%. I think it is a very enjoyable movie with a lot to offer anyone. It has a very long runtime, but I think it's warranted. I think there's enough substance in the movie. I think nothing really feels overly rushed, and I just really enjoyed it start to finish. A very solid horror flick that's surprisingly humorous. That's about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Yeah, Ma's not a good horror movie. I don't even know if it's supposed to be a horror movie. It's more of like a character-focused drama movie, which it also fails at executing well. And the only good part about this movie is Octavia Spencer. I think she does a really good job with her character, even though her character is not even that good. It just seems like she gave a lot of effort for the character, and it shows. There's some good scenes from her, but the movie's some straight stinky asshole. I thought this would be a so bad it's good kind of horror movie. I wasn't expecting much. But it's just a so bad it's boring horror movie, or whatever kind of movie it wants to be. I still don't really know. It's like high school drama meets a little bit of attempt at horror at the end, maybe kind of. Like that was kind of a little bit of an idea they had. It just doesn't work in any level. The writing is horrible. The kids' dialogue, like the high school kids' dialogue is nuts how bad it is. It's impressive how bad it is, if I'm being honest with you. It's like an old man went on Twitter and just searched lit in the search bar and then just took all of the slang and all the lines he could find under that in Twitter and put it as the dialogue for the characters here. It just doesn't work. It feels wrong. I know I'm getting kind of old now, but there's no way people talk like this or make these kind of decisions. It's nonsensical at points. For example, they're partying at Ma's. That's not a spoiler. You see it in the trailer. That's the entire point of the movie. I'm not spoiling. Don't you get on me. Put that limp back in your pants. Not spoiling it. And now, spoiler warning, this will be a spoiler to demonstrate just how dumb the characters are. Probably the dumbest I've seen in a horror movie or whatever, in a general movie in a long time. This is a spoiler. But if you're going to Ma for a plot or anything at all, you're definitely going for the wrong reasons and should probably save your money. I'm doing you a favor. Ma pulls a gun on one of the kids that goes to their house. The first time they're going to her house, she pulls a gun on him and tells him to get naked. He does. And then she laughs and she says it's just a joke, but the gun's real. And the kids are like, oh, she's just kidding, but she really did pull a gun on him. Ha ha ha, good one, Ma. And then they go back to partying. And then they keep going to Ma's house to party. And then at some point they're like, Ma is so crazy, we should never go to Ma's house again. 2 scenes later, they're back at Ma's house and she's being crazy again. Yeah, we should stop going. No, let's go party at Ma's, and they go party. With no explanation as to why they're all of a sudden okay with her stealing and being crazy and pulling guns, and it makes no sense. These characters deserve to have bad happen to them because they're so dumb. It's laughable. It's honestly just laughable. And it has this element of trying to make you feel bad for the Ma, the main character. And they kind of do that in a decent way, and it's only because Octavia Spencer portrays emotion very well. The writing for why her character is the way she is not good. There's nothing well written in this entire movie. The only thing that works is by accident that they cast Octavia Spencer, who is good with this material and makes it work sometimes. It's just a movie all around, though. In every area, it's not scary. It doesn't even attempt to be scary. It's not disturbing. It doesn't attempt to be disturbing, really. At least I can't tell. Tiana couldn't tell. I don't think half the theater could tell because a lot of the times they were just laughing. And when I say the audience is laughing half the time, I don't mean at the comedy in the movie. There is comedy in the movie, and it's not bad. Sometimes the comedy's pretty damn good. But I mean during the parts where it's supposed to be, you know, a bit disturbing or a bit spooky and scary and maybe even a little unnerving. That's when people were laughing the hardest. Because it's the most cliche generic attempts possible, that you almost have to feel like it was made ironically by the directors. But it's not, because the rest of the movie makes it clear that there's really no self-awareness with just how bad of a horror movie this is. It just doesn't work anywhere. As a teen drama, it doesn't work because it's supposed to be like, oh, new kid. New kid's gonna get picked on and stuff. Nope, new kid's already the most popular kid in school, and now she's drinking and partying. Okay? The drama is she likes a boy. But you know what happens? The boy also likes her immediately, so there's never any drama there. The only character that has any depth or any fleshed out anything is Octavia Spencer's character. And that's it. And it's still poorly done. It's just a shitty movie, man. And it's so damn boring. It's so boring. Like, the whole first hour is just boring. Absolutely a drag. A chore to sit through. I would have rather been taking the garbage out. Just endlessly pulling the garbage to the end of the driveway and then back up to the house, back and forth, like I'm sawing a log with my garbage can. That would have been more enjoyable than the first hour. It's just not a good movie. Plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving Ma a 20%, and the only reason is because I really was pretty blown away by what Octavia was able to do with such a script. Hats off. If you're watching this, Octavia, you fucking killed it. To the actors and actresses that were in this movie, I'm sorry you got such a bad script. As a concept, this movie's great. It's executed really poorly. That's it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Seeing Midsommar was a genuine waste of time, and it actually sucks saying that because Hereditary is what I consider one of the best horror movies of the last decade, and this is a movie from the same visionary that brought us that. But Midsommar is just a stinker. From start to finish, it's just bad. The best parts of this movie are the cinematography, which is absolutely spectacular. The cinematography is superb, and the acting. All of the characters are really well portrayed, and I actually cared about the majority of the cast. Those are the only two good things about this movie. Everything else just doesn't land. It tries to tackle themes of like grief and relationships. However, in terms of grief, the grief portion happens in the first 20 minutes and then is forgotten immediately. It's not really woven throughout the plot, at least not effectively. It just really misses on all of the themes it goes for, and that's not even that big of a deal in the grand scheme of this movie in terms of its problems, because everything else sucks too about it. The movie is it's around 2.5 hours, and I'd say at least an hour and a half of that runtime is spent either sitting down, standing still, or walking in slow motion. That is the majority of every single scene in this movie. It is unbearably slow. And I'm fine with slow movies. I love the tension building. But in this movie, the majority of the scenes are awkwardly sitting around a table waiting for someone to eat. So you have all these characters just sitting there looking at each other, looking back and forth, and looking blankly. And as an audience member, it's there to try and build tension, like, oh, what's going to happen? When's the tension going to break? What's going to happen? And then nothing happens. That's the big surprise. Nothing happens. That's the payoff. It just dragged out. And this movie's marketed as a horror movie, and that's a criminal offense. This is not a horror movie, nor does it want to be in any part. When it tries to do something that even looks like it's inspired by horror, it's done off-screen. Everything that could even be misconstrued as an attempt to unnerve you or be disturbing is done off-camera. What this movie does do, and I'm going to give away this scene, I hope it's not going to be considered a spoiler. What this movie does do is make you laugh at how bad its attempts at unnerving you are. The last 30 minutes, maybe even 40 minutes, no exaggeration, were spent in tears of laughter from my audience at the movie theater. I was laughing pretty hard too. Let me paint the scene for you, a scene from the last 30 or 40 minutes. There's two people having sex. In front of them, standing around them in like a football huddle going over plays, are naked women chanting. It's an a cappella of sex as two people on the floor. And as they're having sex, the a cappella turns from singing and chanting into an up-close and personal singing into the man's face as he's singing the girl. Once that's over, they then begin moaning in different harmonies, a moaning a cappella. When that's done, one of the women starts pushing his ass cheeks so he gets deeper in the girl's vagina. And this scene goes on for, no joke, at least 10 minutes of uninterrupted just goofiness. And I believe it's there to make it like a